In the stone-shattered desert, these three female adventurers were running for their lives while being chased by a pack of level 3 desert demon wolves. Even more unlucky, one of the three somehow tripped and fell flat on her face for no apparent reason. The desert demon wolves caught up extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had already leapt up, ready to pounce on her. She seemed to have fallen into despair, because she could no longer outrun them, and she could not beat them either. But right at that moment, a flash of light burst out. No one saw anything clearly. All they knew was that after they came back to their senses, one demon wolf had already been taken down. It had been knocked out with a single strike, a sharp blade piercing straight through the vicious monster's throat. After that, a mysterious figure wearing a cloak that covered him from head to toe also appeared. The female mage thought he was the one who had saved her, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the system displayed that this person was only level 1, and she once again fell into despair. At that moment, the young man also pulled down his hood, revealing a handsome face and a pair of cold eyes filled with killing intent. He muttered, "So the strength of a level 3 monster is only this much." The pack of desert demon wolves only paused for a moment after sensing the threat, but they soon recovered their ferocity and charged forward. The young man did not hesitate either, immediately drawing his sword and rushing up. The two sides shot toward each other like arrows. And then, in the space of a single beat, the young man had dealt with every last one of them. The group of 3 level 3 adventurers was utterly shocked. They had almost lost their lives to this pack of desert demon wolves. Yet a level 1 player like that young man could actually defeat them, even fighting 1 against 4 and doing it with incredible ease. His manner was nothing like a newcomer's at all. "Oh no, everyone look!" The female mage suddenly screamed again. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing, and their scalps went numb when they realized that at some point dozens more desert demon wolves had gathered here. The 3 of them immediately turned and ran. Before leaving, the female team leader did not forget to warn the young man. "Run. This is a pack of desert demon wolves strong enough to slaughter an entire novice village. This is no joke. You'll be torn into hundreds of pieces." However, the young man merely turned his head slightly and gave a half-smile filled with arrogance and confidence as he replied, "Is that so?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and several cards appeared in his palm, along with a system notification. "Player Lin Yuan, are you sure you want to summon skeleton warriors?" Lin Yuan's face was expressionless as he said a single word, "Confirm," approving his request. The cards in his hand instantly shot out. When they landed, they formed an enormous magic array that emitted an eerie blue light. Then the ground began to split open, and from below, white skeletons started twisting their way up. They were level 3 skeleton warriors with 100 health points, 35 attack power, 5 defense power, and an active skill called Execution Slash. The white bone army Lin Yuan had just summoned even seemed somewhat fiercer than the pack of desert demon wolves. He was also extremely confident about that. Now, let's see who gets torn to pieces. And so, the two sides instantly charged at each other like monsters that had not bathed in blood for a very long time. 15 minutes later, the entire pack of desert demon wolves, 16 in total, had been completely wiped out by Lin Yuan's skeleton army. He received 160 experience points, along with 16 wolf fangs, and 16 sets of wolf pelts. The group hiding off to the side saw this scene and could not help but gape in shock. Even in their dreams, they never would have imagined that Lin Yuan could accomplish such an impossible feat alone, especially when he himself was only a level 1 player. Once the danger had been resolved, the female mage in the group cautiously edged closer and started a conversation. "Excuse me, you're a mage, right? The spell you just used looked like summoning magic, didn't it? I'm a mage too, but I've never seen any skill like yours." "Who said I'm a mage?" Lin Yuan replied, with an extremely indifferent expression. The other party wanted to ask what his true class was, but Lin Yuan merely gave a mysterious smile and had no intention of explaining. That was because his true class was Necromancer Hunter, a forbidden class with an SSS tier talent called the Dark Summoning Art. Lin Yuan's identity was also extremely special. He was originally a space traveler from Earth. 3 years ago, a scientist observed a mysterious colossal celestial body called the Demon Star suddenly appearing near Earth. 3 months later, a mysterious company suddenly launched a virtual reality game called World of Immortality, a game whose technology far surpassed that of the era, astonishing the entire world. To participate in this game, users had to put on the virtual reality helmet provided by the publisher. After that, they would step into another world with sensations that were almost completely realistic. There, people were divided into different classes, and by continuously leveling up, they would gain enough power to fight the monsters in the game. At first, people did not pay much attention to it. After all, it was only a game. But one day, some people in the real world also received abilities identical to those in the game, and people began calling this group the Chosen Ones. From that point on, a group calling themselves the Believers of the Starry Sky, Evil God, walked out of the game and into the real world, carrying out countless brutal massacres against humanity. Lin Yuan's parents had also died in the earliest days of that catastrophe. To resolve the crisis, humanity gathered the strength of all the Chosen Ones across the world and rose up to counterattack. Unfortunately, they were repeatedly defeated by the Believers of the Starry Sky, Evil God, and were forced to retreat step by step. Lin Yuan also sacrificed himself in that final decisive battle. But unexpectedly, just 1 hour ago, he was reborn, returning to the moment he first entered the world of immortality. Moreover, this time, the system had assigned him a forbidden class unlike anyone else's, along with an SSS tier talent. This made Lin Yuan believe that his rebirth carried the mission of protecting both his family and Earth. It pushed him to quickly raise his level and increase his strength. Back in the present, standing before the corpses of the wolf pack, Lin Yuan had no intention of wasting such a huge resource. He immediately used the dark summoning art on the corpses of these desert demon wolves. In an instant, the wolf pack seemed to come back to life. They could stand up, and they even looked fiercer than before. The greatest feature of this forbidden class was that it allowed Lin Yuan to possess the physique of a warrior while also being able to use the dark summoning art to turn monster corpses into undead creatures that fought in his place. Moreover, these undead monsters not only inherited their level and skills from when they were alive, but they also gained a new skill called Undead Body, which made them immune to certain negative effects during combat. Lin Yuan also had another talent called the Gate of the Underworld. This talent allowed him to store monsters revived through the dark summoning art within the underworld space. The storage limit would also gradually increase based on the user's level. In other words, as long as Lin Yuan's level was high enough, he would possess a powerful and unmatched undead legion. When the three girls saw Lin Yuan revive the corpses of the desert demon wolves and store them away, they could not help but frown. Their team leader then asked, "Is this reviving the dead into undead? Just who exactly are you?" "There isn't much time left," Lin Yuan replied, in a way that did not seem very related. That was because he knew the Death Wolf boss was about to appear in this Stone Shatter Desert. But instead of being tense, Lin Yuan was filled with anticipation. It was time for him to fight the boss. Immediately afterward, the desert sky, which had been clear, suddenly filled with countless flashes of lightning. Then the sky split open, and the crack continued to widen, signaling the arrival of the Death Wolf. Some people remembered that the game's official website had said this boss's attack range reached a full 50 meters, so the other players began fleeing in panic. However, not everyone was lucky enough to escape. The Death Wolf was truly as terrifying as its name. It was huge, powerful, and ferocious. The moment it appeared, it sent many players straight to their deaths. Although it was so savage, no one dared to step forward and fight back. That was because this Lord-tier boss was level 6, and whether it was health, attack, or defense, all of its values were extremely high. A single player absolutely could not defeat it. If the players did not join forces to attack it with a clear strategy, they would only be marching toward death. In the world of immortality, every sensation was incredibly realistic, so when standing before the death wolf, every player felt suffocated. They even believed that such a terrifying monster could not possibly be defeated. But that view did not include Lin Yuan, because while all the other players were busy looking for places to hide, he appeared all alone. The other players watched Lin Yuan's lonely steps, unable to understand what he intended to do. Even though his gaze was filled with determination, Lin Yuan was still only a newcomer in their eyes, and they did not believe he could injure that monster. In the world of immortality, monsters were ranked from weakest to strongest as common tier, elite tier, leader tier, lord tier, king tier, ruler tier, and god tier. Among them, lord tier monsters were only one of the lower tiers among world bosses. But for new players, they were still a deadly threat. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan had already stopped right in front of the death wolf. When the other players saw this, they panicked. Someone could not help shouting, "Hey, are you crazy? Hurry up and come back. You're just a newcomer. Going up there is just throwing your life away." Lin Yuan heard it, but he did not care, because in his eyes, this level 6 world boss that had once been so terrifying now looked like nothing more than this. And Lin Yuan was certain that he could deal with it. When the death wolf saw him standing alone in its path, it became utterly enraged. The corners of its mouth were still stained with the fresh blood of other players as it suddenly opened its jaws. This boss had activated its active skill, Evil Wolf Howl. Before its roar, the ground rumbled and shook, as though it were about to split apart. Lin Yuan focused on keeping himself steady amid that violent storm. But did not stop there. The death wolf quickly pounced toward him as well, wanting to finish its opponent in one move with another active skill called Death Claw. Everyone's hearts clenched, and they all believed Lin Yuan would surely die a very miserable death this time. Yet he remained especially calm. Lin Yuan remembered that in his previous life, under the boss's ability enhancement, this level 6 Death Wolf had an actual health value of 3,400 points and an attack power of 510 points. For the adventurers in the Stone Shatter Desert at that time, the highest level had only been level 3, so they could only rely on group combat to have a chance of facing it. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had also nearly lost his life in that group battle. But the Lin Yuan of this life, after countless bloody battles before his rebirth, was no longer the same Lin Yuan from back then. Just as the monster's sharp claws were about to come crashing down, Lin Yuan quickly dodged to the side. Many players simultaneously showed amazed expressions when they witnessed this scene, because Lin Yuan's speed was simply too fast. Because its strike missed, the death wolf grew even more furious. It officially entered an enraged state and became far more aggressive. But Lin Yuan did not look threatened at all. He placed one hand on the ground, opening a summoning array for his gate of the underworld. When that gate opened, it was also the moment Lin Yuan's powerful undead legion appeared. This scene shocked the crowd even more. It was the first time they had seen something so strange. And when the undead monsters poured out, they became even more puzzled. How could Lin Yuan, all by himself, turn so many level 3 desert demon wolves into undead? On the way here, Lin Yuan had continuously farmed minor monsters and had successfully reached level 3. At the same time, the storage limit of the Gate of the Underworld had also reached 30. Although this caused him to arrive at the place where the Death Wolf appeared slightly later than the other players, it did not matter. According to the aggro mechanism in the world of immortality, if the summoner was stronger than the summon monsters, then when both appeared at the same time, the monster's first attack target would be the summoner. Only if it was actively attacked by the summoned monsters would it change its target. At this moment, Lin Yuan's undead wolves were surrounding the Death Wolf and attacking it non-stop. This forced the Lord tier boss to busily strike back. This was exactly the opportunity Lin Yuan had been waiting for to rush in and attack. He made use of the aggro mechanism, drawing the boss's attention whenever it was about to attack his summons, in order to avoid too many casualties among the undead pack. Lin Yuan's sharp sword slash dragged across the monster's body, making it raise its head and let out a painful howl. Immediately afterward, the Death Wolf's attention shifted back to Lin Yuan. It began ignoring the undead and chasing after him. But at that very moment, Lin Yuan controlled his undead legion to attack it again, triggering the aggro mechanism once more. Just like that, as time stretched on, enough ants could bite an elephant to death. Even though each undead demon wolf could only deal 15 points of damage with each bite. With the Death Wolf's 3,400 health points, it would not be able to hold out for much longer. From the very beginning, Lin Yuan had been controlling the flow of the battle. It was not hard for everyone to see that the Death Wolf's health was gradually dropping, while he looked completely relaxed. They clicked their tongues in praise, saying Lin Yuan was truly far too strong. But at the same time, a few thugs were staring fixedly at him, wearing meaningful smiles, and no one knew what they were plotting. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan had already chipped away almost all of the Death Wolf's health bar. At this moment, the boss only had 500 health points remaining. He immediately seized the opportunity, launching an almost fatal attack with his sword. When this strike landed, the Death Wolf instantly collapsed to the ground, entering a dying state with 10 health points. Right then, those thugs rushed up from behind. Because Lin Yuan's undead army had already been completely wiped out by the boss. They had been waiting for this exact moment to rush in and take advantage, thereby stealing the target from Lin Yuan. Several players behind him could not bear to watch this, and loudly warned him to be careful. Unfortunately for those thugs, Lin Yuan was not someone so easily bullied. He turned his head, his expression colder than ever, and swung out a sharp sword slash. The three thugs were immediately sent flying. "You overestimate yourselves," Lin Yuan mouthed, spitting out a few icy words. Although the fate of those three was completely deserved, the people who witnessed it still could not help feeling shocked, partly because they could not believe Lin Yuan could really finish off three rogues with a single move. At this moment, the Death Wolf, with its final sliver of health, staggered to its feet behind Lin Yuan. But its ending had already been decided. He immediately swung his sword and slashed once more. This time, it was truly a fatal attack. The Death Wolf was defeated, and Lin Yuan first received 480 experience points along with a Soul Essence Gem. He was truly curious. What rewards would the very first world boss in the entire game drop? A moment later, a Soul Essence Gem and a silver chest dropped from the monster's corpse. A Soul Essence Gem was a gem that contained soul power. Once enough were collected, they could be exchanged at the Eternal Council for legendary grade equipment. However, players could only go to the Eternal Council after reaching level 60, and only in the Elven homeland could they continue leveling up. For Lin Yuan right now, it was still far too early. Even so, these Soul Essence Gems were the simplest path to obtaining legendary grade equipment. In the world of immortality, equipment grades were ranked from low to high as follows: ordinary white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, black gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. New players usually only had ordinary white equipment, and it was very rare for them to obtain black iron equipment. 2 hours ago, relying on the experience from his previous life, Lin Yuan had controlled 2 warriors to lure away the elite-grade black crocodile salamanders. After that, he had luckily picked up the bronze treasure chest they had been guarding. Inside was the Blackstone Magic Cloak, a piece of bronze equipment that increased defense by 30 points, spirit by 10 points, and agility by 10 points. As for now, because he was the first to kill a world boss, Lin Yuan had received a hunter title. Its effect was that, when equipped, it increased attack power by 10%, critical rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10%. In the world of immortality, different titles could grant players different attributes or statuses. This hunter title had quite a good effect, and Lin Yuan was fairly satisfied. At last, it was time to open that silver treasure chest. Inside were a series of items. The first was the Silver Moon Sword, a silver quality weapon. This treasured sword contained the energy of moonlight, increasing attack power by 100 points and agility by 10 points. Next was a ring called the Eye of Death, also of silver quality. When equipped, it increased spirit by 40 points. In addition, it came with the upgradable skill Corrosion Ray. At level 1, this skill dealt magic damage to an enemy target equal to 200% corrosion damage. After that came consumables, recovery potions, which restored 20% of health and mana. Level 1 skill scrolls, which increase skill proficiency by 100 points after use, and monster essence, which could be used to craft potions or drunk directly. After drinking it, it would increase strength, physique, agility, or spirit by 10 points. Lin Yuan's expression did not change much, but in truth, he was overjoyed inside. This harvest was truly enormous. As expected, the first world boss in the game had given extremely generous rewards. At this moment, the experience points had also finished being calculated, and Lin Yuan's data was updated by the system. He had advanced from level 3 to level 4. Every time a player leveled up, they would receive 5 attribute points to allocate freely. This time, Lin Yuan added 3 points to spirit and 2 points to strength. After this level up, Lin Yuan's attributes were now the highest among all players in the Stone Shatter Desert. In addition, the storage limit of the Gate of the Underworld had also increased to 40 slots. Although in this battle, all of Lin Yuan's undead demon wolves had been sacrificed, he had obtained the corpse of the Death Wolf, so he had not lost out at all. Before Lin Yuan's power, that giant wolf stood up once again. Besides its previous skills, it had also learned a new skill called Wrath of the Undying, which increased the attack power of allied units by 10% and their critical rate by 20%. The Death Wolf truly deserved its reputation as a world boss. It had area of effect damage skills and also possessed no ordinary group control ability. After turning into an undead, besides the undead body effect, it had even gained another skill. With the help of this undead giant wolf, Lin Yuan was certain that he would soon be able to replenish all the slots in the Gate of the Underworld. Watching Lin Yuan turn even a world boss into his own undead, then shoo it into that gate as if chasing a chicken, the nearby players watching the commotion kept swallowing nervously. They felt that Lin Yuan was far more terrifying than the world boss. And when faced with his icy gaze, they all automatically moved aside, trying their best to act as if they did not exist. Those 3 thieves had died, and a black iron sword dropped from them. This was quite a good weapon for low-level new players, but Lin Yuan already had the Silver Moon Sword. Therefore, he picked up this sword and walked toward the group of lucky surviving players hiding behind several boulders. An extremely tense atmosphere enveloped the group. They all thought Lin Yuan was coming over with the sword to deal with them, but they were so frightened that they did not dare run. Lin Yuan walked straight up to one player, the same person who had shouted a warning to him when the 3 thieves attacked. He asked, "You were the one who warned me just now, right?" About that." The person replied shakily, but he could not get the words out for a long time. Growing impatient, Lin Yuan did not even wait for him to finish speaking and simply shoved the sword into his hands. The young man froze, not understanding what Lin Yuan meant. "Thanks. You can probably use this gift." After saying that, he quickly left. The young man tightly held the sword in his hand and kept staring blankly at Lin Yuan's retreating figure. Meanwhile, the other players quickly gathered around him in amazement. "No way. Did he come here just to give you a sword?" Looking closely, this sword really is black iron quality. Its current value is as high as tens of thousands of yuan. 10 minutes later, while walking through the desert, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that something was off. If he was not mistaken, this feeling meant that the virtual reality helmet had run out of battery. With no other choice, Lin Yuan had to log out of the world of immortality and temporarily return to his real world. On the computer screen in front of him was still the game's interface. The world of immortality was an ultra-realistic panoramic game, divided into many login regions by country. In addition, each login region contained different in-game nations for players to choose from, increasing variety. Taking the Elpaz region where Lin Yuan was located as an example, it was divided into 4 nations: the ancient Western Desert Kingdom, the Southern Turtle Empire, the Northern Abyss Empire, and the Tide Archipelago. After his rebirth, Lin Yuan had made the exact same choice as in his previous life, which was to choose to be born in the ancient Western Desert Kingdom. That was because in his previous life, before he died, he had discovered a secret. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the stone he had once seen on that person's chest. A yellow Magu gemstone. Was that the badge of a guild in the ancient Western Desert Kingdom? The first follower of the Starry Sky, Evil God, was actually a human player. Lin Yuan sat in his chair, his fingers gently brushing over his chin, his gaze silently sinking into thought. I remember that the first follower was the key figure in summoning the Evil God to Blue Star. As soon as that thought flashed through his mind, his eyes immediately darkened, and a trace of coldness flickered deep within them. There were still 3 years until the Evil God descended. If he could eliminate that person during this time, perhaps he could prevent the tragedy from repeating. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Is the only clue that badge? Under the dim light, he lightly propped up his chin and pondered. Only the guilds in Western Desert main city used yellow gemstones. The requirement to enter the main city was reaching level 10. If he wanted to figure out that old rat's identity, he had to level up as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused as if he had just remembered something. That's right. He opened the system panel that appeared before him, blue light flickering. A flash of blue aura appeared, covering the space in front of Lin Yuan, and he actually summoned a skeleton card. In his palm, the object was crushed by him. Some players in the world of immortality could bring their in-game powers back to the real world and use them as soon as they entered the game. Such people were called the Chosen. The Chosen, also known as Children of Destiny, each possessed a powerful hidden class and an extremely high luck stat. They were the main combat force against the Evil God in the later stages. Lin Yuan recalled faintly. In his previous life, he had only obtained his game character's abilities when the disaster on Blue Star erupted in the real world, but this time it had come much earlier. He pressed his lips together, the muscles of his face tightening as he hid the emotions surging within him. It seemed that this forbidden class, Necromancer Hunter, was truly not simple. He just did not know how this differed from the Chosen who possessed hidden classes. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts. He walked over and stopped in front of the door. Right at this time, it should be. In front of Lin Yuan's parents was a table full of steaming hot food. Father Lin's face was filled with confusion. Yuan, what are you? Lin Yuan placed a plate of chicken in the center. It's all done. Let's eat. Mother Lin picked up her chopsticks and, somewhat delighted, patted Father Lin on the shoulder. Old Lin, don't you get it? This is rare. It's Yuan's sincerity. Why aren't you eating already? Father Lin nodded. All right. He stood there, watching the happy smiles on his parents' faces. One common trait of human beings was that only after losing something did they truly understand its meaning and try to make up for it. Lin Yuan remembered how he had once shut himself in his room to play games. In my previous life, I was muddle-headed and ignorant, ignoring those peaceful days. The sound of an argument rang out. If this child keeps being addicted to games like this, he'll be completely ruined. Can't you say a little less? Yuan will be unhappy again later. Lin Yuan had witnessed his parents die before his eyes, and only when disaster took everything away did he painfully realize how ignorant he had been back then. He stood there, his pupils contracting as tears welled up. Returning to the present, Lin Yuan sat down and picked up food for them. Today is Sunday. Isn't little Tan coming home for dinner? Mother Lin picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth happily. Tan said she's been preparing for her mock exams lately, so she brought food to school to study. All right, when you have time, bring her some food. Packed food is never as good as freshly cooked food. After taking one bite, she praised him endlessly. I didn't expect Yuan to know how to cook now. These chicken wings are delicious. Old Lin, don't fight me for them. Father Lin said indulgently. All right, they're all yours. Father Lin looked at his movements with some doubt. Lin Yuan picked up food for him and smiled. I'll learn more dishes in the future. Hearing this, both of them froze in a daze and stopped eating at the same time. Mother Lin was moved to tears, while Father Lin smiled gently and nodded. In the days that followed, he began high-intensity physical training. If he wanted to better control the power brought from the game into the real world in the future, he needed a sufficiently strong body as a foundation. Lin Yuan struck the sandbag with all his strength to improve his physical condition. Over the next few days, he also went running. Lin Yuan raised his watch and looked at it. 50 meters in 5.5 seconds. Not bad, but there was still plenty of room for improvement. Sweat poured down his face, yet he seemed tireless. It was about time to go home. At once, the system panel lit up, opening a mysterious and dazzling new space. That aura surrounded him and slowly led Lin Yuan through the new space. You have entered the Stone Shatter Desert. Under the dim light, the shadows of low-flying birds skimmed across the ground. They swept quickly over his head, accompanied by shrill cries. Lin Yuan raised his eyes slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping upward. A crooked cry bird dove down from high above, its speed like tearing wind as it charged straight at him. It opened its beak full of sharp teeth, and at the same time, the system notification appeared. Crooked cry bird, ordinary, level 2, health, 40, attack, 20 defense, 2 skill, peck attack. Lin Yuan calmly raised his sword. With one clean movement, it was cut in two before it could even cry out. Killed Crooked Cry Bird X3. Received 15 experience points. He turned his head, his gaze cold and full of disdain. Only 15 experience points. But from the corner of Lin Yuan's eye, something suddenly flashed. A lush green light spread across its body. Suddenly, an enormous foot with sharp claws appeared from the darkness. A pack of desert demon wolves slowly approached, their blood-red eyes flashing amid the yellow sand. He stood silently behind the rock wall, watching every movement ahead. As expected of one of the desert demon wolves' favorite prey, it had immediately attracted such a large wolf pack. From his clothes, Lin Yuan took out a potion and swiftly twisted open the cap. Standing before them, he drank it down without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan shot forward, his speed like a whirlwind sweeping away everything before him. Monster Essence has been used. All attributes increased by 10 at this moment. The desert demon wolves swung their claws and charged straight at him with terrifying force. Let's keep warming up. Lin Yuan moved in a straight line, the sword in his hand flashing like lightning as it swept out and sliced off their heads. You have successfully killed 4 desert demon wolves. Before he could even catch his breath, 2 more desert demon wolves suddenly lunged at him from nowhere. He rushed forward, his sword swinging decisively to end them swiftly. You have successfully killed 10 desert demon wolves. Lin Yuan's feet touched the ground, force pressing downward as he steadied himself. Continuous roars and growls rang out from the wolves. The desert demon wolves changed tactics, surrounding him from every direction. Lin Yuan's breathing grew hurried, and the muscles in his arms tightened around the sword hilt. His eyes radiated a cold and commanding aura. Perfect timing. Lin Yuan advanced straight ahead, his sword flashing as it swept through them. Blood sprayed with every slash. You have successfully killed 20 desert demon wolves. You have successfully killed 30 desert demon wolves. You have successfully killed 40 desert demon wolves. Congratulations, you have risen to level 5. They turned and stepped into the open gate of the underworld. After 2 battles, the number of demon corpses inside the gate of the underworld had been fully replenished. The system suddenly sounded a notification. Player, Lin Yuan. Level, 5. Class, Necromancer Hunter Forbidden. Talent, Dark Summoning Art. Gate of the Underworld, 50/50ths. Strength, 22. Physique, 20. Agility, 45. Spirit, 48. Experience, 38/1252. His eyes glanced downward slightly, adding in the boost to his 4 main attributes from drinking the monster essence. His current combat strength was enough to solo an elite monster of the same level. As the dust and smoke dispersed, Lin Yuan looked straight toward that city. Next, it was about time to go find that person. In a town called Black Sand Town, crowds of people bustled back and forth. Lin Yuan, his face cold and expressionless, walked through the crowd and arrived before a small house. He stopped, and the door was slowly pushed open. The light from outside shone into the interior. Inside the house, a red-faced man holding a jar of wine asked, "Who is it?" That was Quincy, the mage instructor in Black Sand Town. Lin Yuan walked fully inside and spoke. "Teacher Quincy, I'm here to learn skills." In Immortality, skills were usually obtained through skill books dropped by monsters and treasure chests. But besides that, every class had a corresponding novice instructor responsible for teaching skills. He silently recalled the past. This had been his novice instructor in his previous life, back when he was still a mage. Quincy said in a drunken voice, "Looks like I'll have money for drinks for the next half month." Lin Yuan remembered himself from his previous life. Back then, he had been a mage. Necromancer Hunter was a forbidden class. Unfortunately, he knew very little information related to this class. However, judging from its combat style, it could also be considered a magic-type class. Lin Yuan calculated briefly. Before obtaining skills exclusive to Necromancer Hunter, he should still be able to learn ordinary mage skills. Then he took out a small money pouch. "I want to learn Soul Fire Art, Healing Art, and Invisibility Art." The money pouch disappeared from Lin Yuan's hand and appeared directly in Quincy's hand. With money, everything is easy to discuss. Looking at the pouch filled with coins, Quincy could not help feeling delighted. Quincy stretched out his hand, and a green ball of energy appeared in his palm. "Young man, work hard. The glory of mages will shine brightly upon your path." The moment Quincy used his skill on him, system sounds rang out one after another. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained 3 skills. Mage class, Soul Fire Art, Black Iron, level 1. Effect, deals magic damage equal to 100% damage to the target. Cost, 10 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 0/100. Healing Art, Black Iron, level 1. Effect, applies healing power to the target, restoring 10% of the target's health. Cost, 10 mana. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Proficiency, 0/100. Invisibility Art, Black Iron, level 1. Effect, enter an invisible state for 5 seconds. Cost, 10 mana. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Proficiency, 0/100. Looking at the information on the system panel, Lin Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Soulfire Art guaranteed long-range attack power, while Healing Art could heal himself and his teammates. But these were only the most basic moves. If he wanted to learn more advanced skills, he would have to find a way to obtain more resources. He should keep setting out and leveling up. At a certain mountain, Black Sand Mountain, east of Black Sand Town, he had just stepped inside when the system rang out. "Congratulations, player. You have discovered the Cobalt Mine." Lin Yuan recalled the related information. Kobold were monsters of around level 5 that lived in the nearby caves and underground tunnels. Their sense of smell was extremely sharp, allowing them to find enemies in the dark. They liked ambushes and were very cunning. Their gathered groups usually numbered around 100. He frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. Whether in terms of number or level, kobolds were currently the most suitable monsters for him to use his undead legion to level up. Then Lin Yuan took out a potion he had bought from an NPC merchant half an hour ago, and the system's voice sounded again. Night Vision Potion. Effect, provides the player with vision within a 3-meter radius in dark environments. Duration, 30 minutes. He stood beside the gate, and human-sized desert demon wolf zombies appeared one after another. Aside from leveling up, he could also conveniently use these kobolds to maximize the proficiency of Invisibility Art and Soulfire Art, while opening a few treasure chests as well. Lin Yuan pointed the torch forward and ordered them, "Go ahead and clear the way." A system notification appeared. Ordinary torch. Effect, vision within a 5-meter radius. Together with the desert demon wolf zombies, he slowly advanced deeper into the mountain. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan and the others were still walking through a long, dark tunnel. Suddenly, He stopped, his gaze turning alert. There was movement. Immediately after, Lin Yuan threw the torch straight inside. The torch instantly illuminated the space within. The system rang out again. Cobalt Miner, Common, Level 5. Health, 120. Attack, 30. Defense, 6. Skills, Mining, Smash. He muttered inwardly. They've appeared. It's a Cobalt Miner. The fire inside suddenly blazed up, and crimson light spread in every direction. The desert demon wolf zombies roared and charged forward like a sandstorm. Lin Yuan rushed ahead. Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. The kobold miners gripped their weapons tightly, baring their fangs savagely as they howled and charged in to attack. He rushed into the middle of the pack, his blades swinging again and again. Each slash tore through the air and cut across them. Kobold miners killed X2. They roared and charged together, their weapons smashing down toward the desert demon wolf zombies, activating the smash skill. On the other side, Lin Yuan struck decisively, finishing off several kobold miners in just a few moves. Kobold miners killed X8. These things were not strong in combat themselves. The key was to avoid their axes. No matter how many he took down, they kept appearing. The kobold miners raised their weapons together and shrieked as they rushed over. A smile briefly appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his lips moved slightly without making a sound. Invisibility. Invisibility skill activated. Their axe blades chopped through empty air and buried deep into the ground, cracking a large patch of it. From behind, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared, his entire body radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Idiots! I'm here! Before they could turn around, the blade flashed. Their limbs were instantly severed, and blood sprayed everywhere. Kobold miners killed X20. He leapt up and landed steadily on a large rock, his cold gaze looking down below. Hearing the sound from the system panel, Lin Yuan merely gave a faint smile. Invisibility art, black iron, level 1. Effect, enter an invisible state. Duration, 5 seconds. Cost, 10 mana. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Proficiency, 5/100. He thought to himself. As expected, the proficiency of invisibility art has refreshed. In an instant, Lin Yuan's dark red eyes flashed. However, the attributes of these common-level kobolds were still too weak. Leveling up with them was too slow. Before him, they all exuded a dark aura, staring fixedly at him as if awaiting orders. The system immediately began its inspection. Kobold Miner Zombie, Common, Level 15. Health, 120. Attack, 30. Defense, Unrecorded. Skills, Mining, Smash, Undead Body. Smash, upon a successful hit, deals damage not exceeding 5% of the target's health. The tip of the sword in Lin Yuan's hand slowly rose, pointing straight ahead. Then you can replace the wolf zombies. Go! We must find the boss here quickly. And they slowly passed through the faint mist, gradually advancing deep into the heart of the mountain. As they walked, Lin Yuan's footsteps suddenly stopped in the silent mountain passage. Before him were passages opening in layers, like a deep maze within the mountain. A fork in a road? The corner of Lin Yuan's eye twitched slightly as he glanced quickly to one side. On the stone surface, something was moving faintly, making an unpleasant rustling sound. His lips moved slightly, and a blazing emerald flame instantly appeared in his hand. Found you! Lin Yuan shot the flame out like lightning, leaving a green streak of light in the air. Slimes killed X2. Experience +4. Behind him, crimson eyes flashed in the darkness, staring fixedly at him. Several black shadows suddenly rushed out from the dark. They were kobold overseers, their eyes glowing red, hands swinging whips in fierce strikes. Kobold Supervisor, Elite, Level 6. Health, 350. Attack, 100. Defense, 10. Skills, Mining, Whip Strike. The wolf roared and lunged forward, biting down on the struggling bird. Since ancient times, the strong devouring the weak had been nature's unchanging law of survival. As a link in the food chain, a predator was also prey. Yet behind it, a snake silently slithered out, its cold eyes watching. The snake opened its mouth wide, its gleaming fangs lunging straight forward. Danger always lurked in every hidden corner. The sound of a whip tearing through the air rang out. The kobold overseer lashed out fiercely, and dust immediately billowed everywhere. The thick cloud of dust completely obscured the figure within. In that instant, the wolf sprang back and pounced, its fangs sinking deep into the snake's neck. However, a predator sometimes appeared silently in the form of prey. Lin Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly flashed, emitting an icy aura. Just like this very moment, amid the dense smoke, he reached out and grabbed the cord whipping toward him, holding it tightly so it could not move. Lin Yuan's 5 fingers tightened, producing a chilling, cracking sound. Got you. He suddenly yanked the chain hard, pulling the kobold overseer flying forward. Immediately after, it was flung far away and slammed heavily into the ground. The kobold overseer struggled up and let out a piercing howl, its red eyes filled with rage. But immediately after, an icy black shadow flashed past. The sword in Lin Yuan's hand swung down, slashing hard into its neck. Steel light flashed amid the smoke and dust. Kobold Overseer killed X1. It suffered a series of slashes, its body torn open and collapsed to the ground. Its large body crashed heavily onto the ground, lying motionless as a dull rumbling sound echoed throughout the mountain cave. He tilted his head slightly, the corner of his eye glancing quickly behind him. From the darkness, they suddenly surged out, numbering nearly 100. Roars thundered. They raised their heads at the same time and shrieked ferociously. The overseers activated the leather whip skill, and the miners entered a bloodthirsty state. Bloodthirsty state increases attack speed by 40% and movement speed by 25%. Duration, 60 seconds. Amid the violent roars, Lin Yuan still stood motionless, his gaze calm. 40, no, more than 50. The number was quite promising. But the lineup on my side isn't weak either. He raised his hand and murmured an incantation. In the green smoke, the undead legion slowly walked out. Come fort. Lin Yuan curled his lips slightly, coldly watching the monster horde. The hunt. He raised his hand and ordered them to charge. It officially began. Both sides charged in at once, and the battle erupted violently. Each blow and every roar made the place seem like a frenzied battlefield. The death wolf zombie raised its head and roared thunderously. Evil wolf howl. The kobold overseer suddenly felt its head spin. Hit by the move, the kobold was falling into a dizzy, low-health state. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed red. Now is the time. His sword raised high. Steel light flashing, he gave the order. Kill. The system notifications rang out along with their corpses scattered everywhere. You have successfully killed Kobold Overseers X5. You have successfully killed Kobold Overseers X20. You have successfully killed Kobold Overseers X10. You have successfully killed Kobold Overseers X40. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. They growled and advanced threateningly. Kobold Overseer Zombie, Elite, Level 6. Health points, 350. Attack, 100. Defense, 10. Skills, Excavation, Whip Strike, Undead Body. The Kobold Overseers fell into chaos, crowding together as they hurriedly fled. From afar, Lin Yuan charged over like lightning. Trying to run? The sword in his hand swept up and cut through them. Ask my sword first. Suddenly, an object descended from above and struck at Lin Yuan. The next attack headed straight for him. Lin Yuan hurriedly sprang backward to dodge. The boss has activated the heavy strike skill. The Kobold Chief roared, its voice filled with rage. Kobold Chief, Leader, Level 7. Health points, 1,000. Attack, 150. Defense, 80. Skills, Excavation, Heavy Strike. He gave a cold snort. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Weapons collided, releasing dazzling sparks. Crimson light lit up the entire space. The hammer embedded itself into the rock wall with terrifying force, cracking the stone open. The kobold chief was stunned, its eyes fixed on the hammer stuck firmly in the rock wall. Seizing the chance, Lin Yuan charged forward with his sword like a flash of lightning. Now is the time. The cold blade flashed out and slashed straight at its body, but it did no damage at all. The sword in his hand was knocked away by the powerful blow. Lin Yuan shot backward, his eyes observing as he prepared to defend against the next attack. As expected of leader-level defense, I actually couldn't pierce it. In its rage, the kobold chief yanked out the hammer and roared. He suddenly froze in place, eyes wide as he looked ahead. Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto the giant hammer about to fall on him. Just as the hammer reached him, he suddenly sprang backward, dust billowing beneath his feet. Lin Yuan braced his feet firmly to keep himself from being sent flying. He lowered himself slightly, his gaze carefully assessing it. As expected, a leader monster's attack patterns were not as simple as an elite monster's. This strength was overall at least 2 to 3 times greater than that of an elite monster. Green flames flared at Lin Yuan's fingertips. First, he had to widen the distance and ensure continuous attacks. The zombies slowly approached, forming a circle. Go! Whip strike! Smash! Wolf Guardian roar. The whole group unleashed their moves together, and it quickly counterattacked as well. Boss uses Power Strike. Power Strike activates double critical damage. He raised his hand forward and gave a decisive order. Go! They immediately rushed in and tore the kobold chief. The Death Wolf zombie roared, activating the group skill, Undying One's Fury. Attack plus 10%, critical rate plus 20%. Even after being thrown away, the zombies still charged in resolutely and bit the kobold chief hard. Undying One's Fury. Attack plus 10%, critical rate plus 20%. Its eyes turned blood red, and thunder exploded downward. Lightning tore through the air and struck down, yet the zombies still clung tightly to the kobold chief, refusing to let go. A fireball blazed in Lin Yuan's palm, activating the Soul Fire Art skill. The fireball in his hand shot out and split into dozens of small flames that attacked it. If I remember correctly, the kobold chief has very low magic resistance. -20, -30, -30. The kobold chief was struck and roared in pain. It opened its mouth wide, saliva flying everywhere, its blood-red eyes filled with rage. The kobold chief rushed forward, swinging its arm with great power straight at Lin Yuan. He curled his lips into a smile, his sharp eyes full of confidence. Invisibility skill activated. Lin Yuan's figure moved slightly, and he suddenly appeared behind it. Since you insist on delivering yourself to my door, I won't be polite. With keen eyes, he immediately found the gap at the back of the kobold chief's neck. This is the spot, the flesh without armor covering it. Lin Yuan immediately brought his sword down, aiming accurately at the vital point. A stabbing sound rang out, and blood poured from the back of its neck. The kobold chief's eyes rolled back in pain. -100. It swung its hammer hard behind itself, and the blow rushed straight toward him with terrifying force. Lin Yuan nimbly jumped backward and snapped his fingers. Up! A foot shot into the air. He leapt up and grabbed its thick fur tightly. The Death Wolf zombie shot upward and then came down, the dry sound seeming to tear through space. The zombies rushed forward to attack the kobold chief, but it raised its hammer to counterattack. The armor has been pierced. Lin Yuan focused his power, creating a series of circular green flames. The next blow, they rushed toward the kobold chief, smoke and fire scattering everywhere. Kill you. -30, -40, -40. It raised its head in pain and howled to the sky. Suddenly, the kobold chief's subordinates charged out from the darkness. Lin Yuan gave a cold snort, his sharp gaze watching them. A deathbed struggle. Both sides crashed into each other. The sounds of impact and growling rang out, and system notifications sounded continuously. You have successfully killed Kobold Miners X-15. You have successfully killed Kobold Supervisors X10. You have successfully killed Kobold Miners X20. You have successfully killed Kobold Miners X35. The Kobold chief realized the situation was dangerous and intended to turn and flee, but he immediately appeared and blocked its path. Several streaks of green lightning suddenly flashed around Lin Yuan's body. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. Try to run? Lin Yuan slowly drew his sword and snorted coldly. Leave your life behind first. He sprang into the air, his blade slashing fiercely straight at the Kobold chief. With just one slash, its head separated from its body, and bright red blood sprayed all around. The Kobold chief's huge body fell to the ground as the system sounded. You have successfully killed the Kobold leader. Experience plus 50. Lin Yuan smiled and opened the system panel to check. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. He frowned in thought, a trace of satisfaction flashing through his eyes. Level 7. Very good. Player. Lin Yuan. Level 7. Class. Necromancer Hunter Forbidden. Talent. Dark Summoning Art. Gate of the Underworld 20/70. Strength 27. Constitution 23. Speed 45. Spirit 50. Experience 168/27,451. He could not help falling into contemplation. He was another step closer to reaching level 10 and entering the main city of the Western Desert. Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward the two screens in front of him. As for Invisibility Art and Soul Fire Art, their proficiency had also been raised to level 2, doubling their effects. Soul Fire Art, Black Iron, level 2. Effect, deals magic damage equal to 200% damage to the target. Cost, 10 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 20/200. Invisibility Art, Black Iron, level 2. Effect, enter an invisible state for 10 seconds. Cost, 10 mana. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Proficiency, 10/200. His gaze suddenly flicked to the side, as if he had seen something. Lin Yuan walked closer. A strange box had appeared on its body. It was a bronze box. He stepped forward, paused for a moment, then reached out and slowly opened the box. The moment the box opened, a dazzling burst of light flashed. Immediately after, countless gold coins flew out, and the system's voice rang out at once. Obtain Doghide Pouch, Undying Candle, Shadow Gauntlets. Open item, Doghide Pouch. Obtain 20 gold coins. I remember that before long, the world's major banks will open exchange channels between the game world's currency and real-world currency. 20 gold coins exchanged for cash would be 200,000. Not bad. The system immediately appraised each of the items that had just appeared. Undying Candle. Effect. Provides the player with vision within a 3-meter radius in dark environments, with no time limit. Misthead Mask, Bronze type. Weapon. Effect. After equipping it, reduces physical damage by 5%. Constitution plus 10. Strength plus 10. Lin Yuan reached out and picked up the glowing Shadow Gauntlets. The system immediately displayed its information. Shadow Gauntlets, Silver, type, Weapon. Effect. Gauntlets comparable to the Kobold leader's physical strength. Defense plus 30, attack plus 30. He immediately put them on. His luck in Bronze Sun City was pretty good. He had opened another silver tier weapon. Gauntlets comparable to the Kobold leader's physical strength? It really made him eager to try them out. Outside, near the Kobold cave, their corpses lay scattered all over the ground. Bloodcrow Guild's guild leader, Huang Feilong, class, warrior level 8. He stood on a tall rock and tossed his weapon into the air. Looks like our recent training has been quite effective. In just 1 minute, we killed 30 desert demon wolves. He sneered. As long as we brothers join forces, there's nothing we can't do. Bloodcrow Guild's vice guild leader, Huang Feihu, class, rogue, level 5. The onlookers at the side kept flattering them. As expected of the guild leader and vice guild leader. You killed so many demon wolves in one strike. Your strength is truly extraordinary. Exactly. If we run into those small fries from Thunderclap Guild again, we'll definitely slaughter them without leaving a single piece of armor behind. That's right. Feihu gave a cold snort. If that Lin Yuan hadn't appeared out of nowhere some time ago, we would have taken the first kill of the world boss long ago. How would any guild still dare to jump around in front of us? On the large screen set up in the desert, the system's voice rang out. The world boss Death Wolf has been slain by player Lin Yuan. After hearing it, they were all shocked. What? He curled his lip, his eyes filled with disdain. Who knows what kind of luck that guy had? If I run into him, just watch me teach him a lesson. Phylon glanced back and warned him, Feihu, how many times have I told you? Don't act rashly. He frowned as he assessed him. That Lin Yuan's strength is no ordinary matter. Instead of making him an enemy, it will be better to pull him over and make him work for us. After saying that, Phylon slowly walked forward. I remember there happens to be a kobold dungeon nearby. I'll go confirm the location first. You all stay here and wait for orders. Recover your stamina. The man beside him nodded. Yes, sir. Feihu, however, stared at his back with a dark, resentful expression. Big Brother has scolded me 3 times because of that stray dog. Damn it, this is infuriating. Unable to hold himself back, Feihu pointed straight ahead and shouted, Lin Yuan, you just wait. One day, I'll pull out every last one of your dog teeth in front of Big Brother and chop off your dog head so Big Brother can see who the truly strong one is. Hu Shun's cheeks flushed as if he were embarrassed. Vice Guild Leader, don't get angry over something so unworthy. Look, what's that? Feihu looked suspiciously in the direction he pointed. What? In the distance, Feihu saw a figure approaching. The one who appeared was a blonde-haired girl dressed like a witch. His eyes and the eyes of his subordinates behind him instantly turned greedy, their smiles twisted and lecherous. On the other side, Lin Yuan walked aimlessly, his gaze seeming a little distant. After only a few steps, the system's voice rang out. Kobold Leader Zombie, Level 7 Health, 1000 Attack, 150 Defense, 80. Skills, Digging Undead Body Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike. After hitting, deals damage equal to 200% of attack power to the target's health, with a 10% chance to critically hit. He was satisfied. He had gained another leader-level undead with considerable combat strength, and the number of undead beasts in the netherworld had also been replenished to 70. He would continue maintaining this pace. Lin Yuan cast a cold glance aside when he heard someone cry out, Don't come any closer. Over here. Her body was covered in wounds and trembling. Don't come any closer, or I won't be polite. Hu Shun curled his lips into a sinister smile and advanced step by step. How nice. I didn't expect to run into such a pretty little girl today. Feihu stood beside him and laughed along. Don't be nervous. We just want to play with you. Instead of suffering, you might as well enjoy yourself. Hu Shun nodded. That's right. As long as you satisfy our Vice Guild Leader, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Amai raised her weapon into the air and shouted, If you come any closer, I really won't be polite anymore. Without hesitation, he shot forward like the wind and kicked her, making Amai groan in pain. Let me see who's not going to be polite. Feihu grabbed her hair and laughed contemptuously. A useless mage like you thinks you can hurt us? He pinned Amai firmly to the ground, his eyes filled with lust. Stop being naive. If you still refuse to give up, then go ahead and try attacking again. Feihu opened his mouth wide, grabbed her head, and forced Amai to look straight at him. Come on, keep going. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Feihu tore Amai's clothes, causing her to scream in terror and curl up. Suddenly, a powerful punch slammed straight into his face. The shadow gauntlet clenched into a fist. Immediately after, it unleashed another extremely powerful punch, sending Feihu flying backward. His body flew without stopping as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. When the subordinates witnessed that punch, they were so horrified their faces turned pale. Vice Guild Leader, Feihu crashed into the ground, carving deep grooves into the surface. His face had been struck so hard that it caved in, and his body was plastered against a rock. The one who had attacked was none other than Lin Yuan. His gaze was sharp. Not bad. It feels smoother than I imagined. One of the subordinates, no longer caring about anything else, turned and fled in panic to report the news. This is bad. I have to find a way to inform the guild leader. The other two slowly regained their senses, tense as they pointed straight at Lin Yuan. Who are you? You dare offend Blood Crow Guild? You're dead for sure. He opened the hood of his cloak and looked coldly at them. Lin Yuan. As he looked at the badges on their chests, he thought, Blood Crow Guild. In the early days of the Immortal Era, it was the top guild among the new players of Black Sandtown. He stood silently, his gaze thoughtful. Most members of the guild were red name players who specialized in evil deeds and were dangerous. So-called red name players refer to those whom the system identified as dangerous players because of criminal actions such as malicious attacks, theft, or robbery, with sin points reaching 10 or higher. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together. Although the demon god had not invaded yet, and players being defeated would not cause true death in real life, losing equipment and dropping levels would still inflict heavy losses on players. Only then did he slowly speak, his voice cold. You're members of Blood Crow Guild? In his previous life, these rats had caused him no small amount of trouble. Huang Shun, standing behind him, raised his brows in confusion. Hu Shun confidently stood up and pointed at himself. That's right. With a #1 guild famous throughout Black Sandtown, you've offended our vice guild leader. Now you know to be afraid, don't you? He paused, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to charge forward. Too late. But if you don't want to die too miserably, then... The two of them sneered, seemingly convinced they could defeat Lin Yuan. Break both your arms yourself, then kneel like a dog and bark Grandpa a few times. In an instant, he decisively rushed forward, his blade flashing straight toward the two arrogant men. Just like that, both their arms were severed. They collapsed to the ground in agony, wailing. I've helped you take care of your arms. As for your barking, save it for the road to the underworld. Only then did Amai stand up, her eyes blank with astonishment. So strong. On the other side, Feihu still lay on the ground, unable to move. His hand trembled slightly, and a potion bottle fell out. You have used a life recovery potion. Restores 20% health and mana. Feihu gritted his teeth, his distorted face suppressing the pain. You brat. After drinking it, his body surged with momentum, and he stood up. You have to die. Feilong slowly walked toward them. I want to see which reckless bastard has eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall and no longer wants to live. The underling immediately tattled. Guild leader, over there. The two were startled by the voice and turned their heads. He pointed at Lin Yuan and shouted, It's this kid. He almost killed the vice guild leader. Feilong loudly demanded, Who? Feilong was just about to display his power when he suddenly froze. Wait. He noticed Lin Yuan's eyes, indifferent and clear, yet carrying a compelling authority, just as rumored. They were like moonlight condensed into glittering cold radiance, like a sharp sword that could cut through everything. In Feilong's eyes at that moment, Lin Yuan was no different from Monster. The aura on his body alone, even as he stood there, made people feel suffocated. While Feilong was still frozen, the underling, as if ignorant of life and death, shouted again. Guild leader, hurry up and teach this kid a lesson. This blind dog dared provoke us. Damn it. Are you tired of living? Just wait to die. Feilong gritted his teeth, somewhat hesitant. Damn it. With this aura, plus that sword, it's very likely a boss-level monster drop. This guy is almost certainly that Lin Yuan. At this moment, he was wavering and did not dare act recklessly. These idiots could have provoked anyone, yet they provoked him. They can't accomplish anything, but are more than capable of ruining things. Meanwhile, the underlings behind him were still clamoring. You're dead for sure. Just wait to die. Lin Yuan only spoke slowly. You're the leader of Blood Crow Guild? Feilong was caught between choices and did not answer. He could not lose face. After thinking for a while, he made up his mind. It seemed today's battle could not be avoided. Suddenly, another person charged from behind Lin Yuan. Amai was frightened and immediately stepped forward, wanting to shield him. "Careful, behind you!" Feihu roared, gripping his twin swords with both hands. "Die for me!" He charged madly forward, wanting revenge. D. On this side, Philong also smugly spun the double-headed axe in his hand. "Kid, making an enemy of our Blood Crow Guild is the stupidest decision of your life." He thought to himself, "The opportunity is here." Immediately, Philong and Feihu charged from two sides, aiming straight at the two of them. Just as they were about to close in successfully, Philong suddenly froze for a moment. What? At the spot where Mai had been standing, she had been replaced by the kobold leader zombie. As soon as it saw the enemy, it bared its fangs and roared, quickly raising its weapon. It swung that giant hammer and smashed it hard into Feihu's abdomen. Feihu was caught off guard and was immediately sent flying several meters away. Lin Yuan did not miss the opportunity and immediately rushed forward, closing in on Philong. Under Feilong's stunned gaze, he merely pronounced coldly, "Next." "It's your turn." Philong was so shocked that he could only freeze in place. Before he could utter a single word, Lin Yuan swung his sword in a long slash. Immediately afterward, Philong died miserably on the ground. Lin Yuan glanced at his corpse without the slightest expression. "The #1 guild? You don't even have the qualifications for me to take you seriously." The system suddenly appeared again. "Warning, it has been detected that you have killed a human player. Send points +2. After reading it, Lin Yuan felt irritated. 2 points. He was not afraid at all and calculated silently. As long as it doesn't continue accumulating within a week, it should automatically disappear. In the distance, Amai suddenly startled and shouted, "Oh no, they're running. Should we chase them?" Lin Yuan only reassured her in a flat voice, "Just a few trash fish. No need." After saying that, he turned and walked toward Feihu's corpse. The weapons dropped after the battle included Feilong's double-headed axe, explosive war axe, silver, type, weapon. Effect: when it hits the target, it releases a powerful explosion, dealing area damage to the target and nearby enemies. Attack +40, strength +30. Next were Feihu's twin swords, Dragon Fong crossblades, silver, type, weapon. Effect: when they hit the target, they release flames. The flames cling to the target, causing continuous burn damage. Speed +30, attack +40. Finally, there was a compact dagger, Thorn Dagger, bronze type, weapon. Effect: attack +15, speed +20. Lin Yuan propped his chin and examined the items. Their attributes are all pretty good. Even if I don't use them, they can sell for a good price. Once everything had settled, Amai finally felt at ease and approached him. She spoke gratefully. "Great God, thank you for saving me today." Amai's voice was somewhat sincere. "I still don't know your name." Her sudden approach made Lin Yuan freeze. He turned away, his lips moving slightly. "My name." Lin Yuan raised his brows. "One day, you will see my name at the top of the global combat power rankings." Hearing this, Amai was so shocked she froze. Top 10. She quickly came back to her senses and hurried after him. "Who wants to look at some lousy ranking list? Great God, please take me with you." Lin Yuan's journey soon brought him to the Wailing Desert. At that moment, hard monster scales suddenly appeared behind him. They were wailing scorpions, common, level 6, health, 400, attack, 110, defense, 20, skill, paralyzing lightning strike. At this moment, there was not just one in front of Lin Yuan, but 3 at the same time. He reacted quickly, lowering his body into a stance. With only a few sword strikes, Lin Yuan easily sent them to the afterlife. His brows furrowed tightly, his gaze icy as if he wanted to kill them all. Lin Yuan continued with a 360-degree spin, sweeping through the wailing scorpions. The system displayed a notification. A total of 60 wailing scorpions have been eliminated in this area. Level increased to level 8. After reading the system panel, he curled his lips in satisfaction. Straight to level 8. Although collecting paralysis grass is a bit troublesome, This could be considered an unexpected harvest. The scene shifted to 2 days earlier, when Lin Yuan had met an old man. The old man solemnly extended his hand to start a conversation. "Brave one, I have finally waited for you." The system immediately displayed a notification. Commissioned quest from alchemist Ima detected. Accept. Quest. Ima's request. Quest content. Go to the Wailing Desert, collect 100 paralysis grasses, and deliver them to Ima. Quest time limit. 1 day. Quest rank. Black iron. Paralysis grass. A lightning attribute herb that grows in the desert. After reading it, Lin Yuan pondered for several minutes. After some time, a special dungeon would open in the main city area. The dungeon would be filled entirely with lightning attribute monsters. To clear it, extremely high lightning resistance would be required. Therefore, the powerful electric resistance potion capable of resisting lightning would become scarce, and its value could reach more than 10,000 gold. In his previous life, someone had once made a huge profit because of it. Completing this paralysis grass collection quest would reward him with a formula for a highly effective electric resistance potion. He continued glancing at the old man. Today is Ima's first day in Black Sand Town. After issuing this quest, he will retire into seclusion forever. In other words, this is the only chance for players to obtain this formula. The only chance. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan chose yes without hesitation. Returning to the present, after dealing with the Wailing Scorpions, he proudly kicked their corpses. Wailing Scorpions, level 6 lightning beasts that guard paralysis grass. With my current strength, they can't pose any threat for now. Lin Yuan approached the herbs without difficulty. I successfully snatched the quest, and I can conveniently practice the gathering skill I just learned until I'm proficient. He gathered them by hand, and the system appeared at the same time. Gathering skill, black iron, level 2. Effect, increases gathering speed and has a 5% chance of gathering rare quality herbs. Cost 1 spirit point. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Proficiency, 120/200. After finishing, Lin Yuan stood up and observed the area. Let's go inside and take a look. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook non-stop. Lin Yuan was surprised, somewhat puzzled. This is... Immediately afterward, a monster emerged from beneath the ground. It used its pointed head to attack him. Lin Yuan moved quickly and escaped disaster. Silver flash slash. He retreated several meters, keeping his distance from the monster. Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly became shaken and stunned. Before him was a mutated demon creature. The crystal sand scorpion had appeared. Its appearance was accompanied by a series of danger warnings. Lin Yuan was shocked and sighed. I didn't expect a mutated tier demon beast to appear here. At this moment, a whole cluster of information appeared above its head. Crystal Sand Scorpion. Level 10. Health, 2,800. Attack, 400. Defense, 55. Skills, Paralyzing Lightning Strike, Piercing Venom, Earth-Rending Explosive Needle, Crystal Lightning Burst. After a while, he regained his calm, curled his lips, and smiled faintly. Although it's a little difficult to deal with right now. At this point, Lin Yuan charged forward excitedly. Today, I'll use you to officially sharpen my silver flash slash. He used his lightning-fast speed and successfully closed in on the crystal sand scorpion. Lin Yuan's sword struck repeatedly against its shell, but had no effect at all. Seeing this, he fell silent and pondered. Its shell armor is tightly fitted with no gaps. There's absolutely no point I can pierce through. At that moment, the crystal sand scorpion's entire body suddenly emitted a blue light. The system quickly issued a warning. The boss was using the skill Lightning Strike. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into driving his sword through its shell. It was Lightning Strike, but before he could carry out his plan, it thrust its tail at him. The boss was using the skill Venomous Piercing Strike. Lin Yuan reacted quickly and successfully dodged the attack. He retreated a short distance, swinging the sword in his hand. Lin Yuan frowned as he judged the situation. Its strength was beyond his expectations. He had to split up its combat power first. The crystal sand scorpion happened to be charging at him again. He immediately activated his ability and called out, "Kobolds, come out!" As soon as he finished speaking, a pack of kobolds rushed out. A kobold swung the axe in its hand, landing a blow that caused the crystal sand scorpion to lose 200 health. Lin Yuan pursed his lips and observed silently. The double critical hit hasn't triggered yet. It suddenly swung its claws wildly, sending several kobolds flying. The boss used the skill Earth-Splitting Pincers. Before the crystal sand scorpion could wreak further havoc, he summoned several fireballs. The fireballs shot forward and attacked, leaving it in too much pain to dodge. Lin Yuan grew excited and launched attack after attack. Taste the power of my upgraded fire magic. The crystal sand scorpion's health was now being drained continuously. -40, -50, minus. He curled his lips into a cold smile, his hand still constantly releasing mana. Rise! A rope quickly appeared and wrapped around its claw. The crystal sand scorpion struggled and roared as the group of kobolds pulled the binding taut. One kobold seized the opportunity, gripping its axe as it charged straight in. It brought the axe down hard on the crystal sand scorpion's head. The numbers immediately appeared, -200. Heavy strike triggered a double critical hit. Lin Yuan was also pleasantly surprised. A double critical hit. It finally appeared. After taking that painful blow, the crystal sand scorpion roared and broke free from the restraint. It was smart enough to realize it had to attack him first, but before it could do so, Lin Yuan had already run off. He hovered in midair under the crystal sand scorpion's stunned gaze. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, and a surge of mana quickly poured out. "Since there are no gaps where I can break through your armor." At the same time, the system appeared. Player has equipped the Tidal Slayer. Attack power increased by 10%. Critical hit rate increased by 10%. Magic damage increased by 10%. Without the slightest hesitation, he clenched his fist and flew toward it. "Then I'll smash your entire body to pieces and turn you into a pile of scrap. Get ready." The crystal sand scorpion had no idea death was closing in and continued roaring to intimidate him. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan smashed it into the ground, shatter into pieces. The crystal sand scorpion was pinned hard against the ground and instantly opened its mouth, letting out a miserable scream from the pain. Without delay, he took out his sword and finished it off. "You have successfully slain the mutated demon beast, Crystal Sand Scorpion." The system quickly displayed the information, obtained 560 experience points. Crystal Sand Scorpion Corpse. Level 10. Health, 2800. Attack, 400. Defense, 55. Skills, Paralyzing Lightning Strike, Venom Charged Piercing Strike, Earth-Splitting Pincers, Crystal Thunderburst, Undead Body. Paralyzing Lightning Strike. Attacks with lightning and applies a 1-second paralysis effect. Venom Charged Piercing Strike. Attacks with the tail and deals an additional 10 points of poison damage. Earth-Splitting Pincers. After hitting, deals damage equal to 250% of attack power to the target's health. Crystal Thunderburst. Fires crystal shards in a 360-degree radius, dealing damage equal to 100% of attack power to targets. Suddenly, a swarm of wailing scorpions charged over from a distance. The sound startled Lin Yuan, making him turn his head. He saw a group of wailing scorpions running toward him from afar. They rushed straight toward the place where he stood. Lin Yuan slowly glanced at the swarm of wailing scorpions. "You came at just the right time." He activated his skill and controlled the crystal sand scorpion from earlier. "Go. Let me use my newly subdued pet to play with you for a bit." The system appeared, using skill Crystal Thunderburst. A barrage of attacks greatly reduced the health bars of several wailing scorpions. -50, -60. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity and quickly moved behind them. A few slashes from him split the wailing scorpions into pieces. Weak point hit. Soon, the last one also fell by Lin Yuan's hand. The ground was now covered with a pile of wailing scorpion corpses. The system kept issuing notifications. Level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. At the same time, the stat panel appeared. Player, Lin Yuan. Level 10. Class, Forbidden Necromancer Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning. Gate of the Netherworld, 20/100. Strength, 32. Constitution, 28. Agility, 47. Spirit, 53. Experience, 152/5159. After reading it, he felt satisfied. The feeling of gaining 2 levels in a row really isn't bad. The system began issuing Lin Yuan's rewards. Obtained Silver Grade Weapon, Lightning Spear, Guardian's Greaves, Paralysis Ring, and Phantom Crossbow. He calculated silently. The loot in the chest is all Silver Grade weapons too. If I sell a few of them, it should be enough to improve Mom and Dad's lives quite a bit. Lin Yuan turned again to look at the wailing scorpion corpses scattered across the ground. The system displayed a notification. All demons in this area have been eliminated. Congratulations, you have obtained a gold grade skill book exclusive to your class. A glow began to appear around his body. Lin Yuan looked at the book gradually appearing in his hand. So this is it. As soon as the thought arose, the system introduced it. Dark Curse. Gold. Learning requirement. Necromancer Hunter only. He placed his hand on the book and felt it, sighing softly. Not bad luck. The moment Lin Yuan released mana to use the book, the system appeared as well. Skill book automatically recorded into the player's memory. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the exclusive Necromancer Hunter skill. A dazzling pillar of light now appeared around him. Inside it, the system displayed Dark Curse. Dark Curse. Gold. Level 1. Effect. Deals 20% damage to the target's health, or restores 20% health to a corpse. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 0/100. Lin Yuan looked curiously at the glowing flame in his hand. Restores 20% of a corpse's health. As if a new idea had flashed through his mind, he turned his head. In front of Lin Yuan was the crystal sand scorpion, whose health was at 60%. Without hesitation, he decided, let's try it. The flame quickly flew toward the crystal sand scorpion. Immediately, as though its life had been restored, it roared with excitement. Above the crystal sand scorpion's head appeared. Health has recovered to 80%. Only then did Lin Yuan nod in satisfaction. The warm-up is over. It's time to head to the main city, Wind-Blown Sands, and look for that first believer. Behind him, an unidentified object suddenly appeared and silently touched his shoulder. Lin Yuan turned his head in surprise. Wait, could it be? The scene shifted outside. The unidentified object from earlier turned out to be Mrs. Lin. She anxiously patted his shoulder. This is bad, Yuan. Your father just strained his back. Hurry and come help. Lin Yuan immediately rushed down to help Mr. Lin sit in a chair. Dad, take it slow. Mrs. Lin helplessly scolded him. You're already getting older, so why force yourself? You weren't even careful fixing the air conditioner. Wouldn't it have been better to call someone to do it? Great. Now you really strained your back. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin was trembling from the pain. Though his face had gone pale, he still stubbornly reassured her. If we can save money, we should. Last week, when the washing machine broke, didn't I fix it with a few simple moves? Mr. Lin continued. This little injury is nothing. I'll be fine after sleeping it off. I still have to go to school tomorrow to pick up little Dan. Lin Yuan said nothing and only quietly withdrew to the door. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together tightly, without saying a word. Time gradually passed until the next day. While Mr. Lin was still sleeping soundly in bed, Mrs. Lin was awakened. She helped Mr. Lin up and walked toward the door. Yuan, is that you? Why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? In front of them were 2 workers installing a television on the wall. One of them suddenly approached and spoke, startling Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin? These are the new products Mr. Lin Yuan ordered. We brought them over promptly for installation. Please confirm and inspect them for us. Mrs. Lin stared blankly and pinched her own cheek. Hello, old Lin, I'm not dreaming, am I? What is going on? On the other side, Lin Yuan was training hard at the gym. While Lin Yuan was absorbed in running, a voice suddenly sounded. "Sorry to bother you." A gym employee came over and asked, "May I ask if you would like to sign up for the VIP package? We need to hold 1 year's payment in advance." Hearing this, he took out a bank card. "This is my bank card," Lin Yuan thought to himself. "After selling off some unused equipment and renovating the house, I might as well get a family gym membership too." As soon as he thought of this, his expression darkened again. After all, Mom, Dad, and little Dan should start training early too. That way, when they enter the immortal state in the future, it'll be easier for them to adapt. The woman was still dazed as she looked at Lin Yuan. Wow, this customer has trained for so long, but his face isn't red, and he isn't out of breath. And his physique is really good too. So this is what it means to have an admirable older brother. The gym employee suddenly froze. This is... She looked at the card in her hand in shock. A Supreme VIP card that's only issued when there are more than 5 million yuan deposited in the bank. As if he had not noticed her gaze, he turned and picked up the phone. "Hello. Yes, that's right. It's prize money from a previous gaming competition. Yes. You two just rest at home today. I'll take care of little Dan." Hearing this, the gym employee's gaze grew increasingly infatuated. This customer is still very young, right? He's amazing. The scene shifted again to Elegant Water No. 1 High School. As soon as school ended, a crowd of students rushed out. "School's over. Let's go. Let's team up for a round at the internet cafe next door. Hey, count me in too." A figure slowly walked out from inside. Lin Dan's eyes kept looking around. Behind her, 2 other classmates were chatting. "Wait, come to my house today. I'm having a birthday party. My brother bought me my favorite strawberry cake." Wow. Having an older brother is so nice. I'm so jealous. I want an older brother too. Hearing this, Lin Dan's gaze immediately darkened. Having an older brother is something to envy? Memories of Lin Yuan's sloppy appearance gradually surfaced in her mind. Thinking of this, Lin Dan irritably quickened her pace. "I don't need an older brother." Before she had taken more than a few steps, someone blocked her way. The school beauty Lin is so arrogant. For obviously no good guys appeared. "We've asked you out so many times, but we still couldn't get you to come." "Exactly. This time, we came personally to invite you. Are you really not going to show us even a little respect?" Lin Dan frowned in annoyance and questioned them. "What do you want?" Her 2 classmates also hesitantly came closer. "Class monitor, who are they?" Deng took advantage of the situation and stepped closer to tease Lin Dan, with skin this soft and smooth. "Let me see if I can squeeze water out of it." She immediately slapped his hand away in anger. "Damn it, don't touch me. Get lost." Lin Dan pointed at them and threatened, "If you keep pestering me, I'll call the police." Seeing this, Deng rushed forward and struck her hard in the back. "Damn it, you ungrateful brat." Lin Dan was hit before she could react and fell to the ground. Her 2 classmates immediately panicked. "Class monitor." He still was not satisfied and wanted to keep hitting her, his mouth spewing filthy words. "Touching you means I think highly of you. Why are you pretending to be so pure?" Unable to fight back, she could only raise her hands to shield herself. At the critical moment, a hand suddenly appeared and firmly grabbed Deng's wrist. Lin Dan froze, her eyes widening in surprise. Lin Yuan looked at him with murderous eyes. He growled, "Who gave you the right to bully my younger sister?" She called his name in shock. "Lin Yuan." When he saw the injury on Lin Dan's face, his expression became even uglier. After being stopped, Deng angrily wanted to attack. "Damn it, where did this mad dog crawl out from?" The others also rushed over to help. "If I don't knock out all your teeth today, I'll take your surname. You want to die? Stop talking nonsense." Break his arm first. But immediately afterward, Lin Yuan tilted his body and punched the first guy straight in the face. Soon, it was the second guy's turn to get beaten. Then he swiftly twisted his waist and kicked the third guy in the head. Finally, without showing any mercy, Lin Yuan stomped directly on Deng's face. He was so furious that he even kept stepping hard on his face until he had vented his anger. At this point, the 4 men could only lie there crying in pain under everyone's gaze. Lin Yuan turned his head, and gestured to her. Let's go. Meanwhile, Lin Dan and her friends were still so shocked their jaws had practically dropped. The two of them gradually walked outside. On the way home, she hesitantly spoke first. Why did you come here today? Lin Dan could not stop feeling confused inside. This guy only ever buries himself in games all day. Why did he come to school to pick me up today? Lin Yuan explained expressionlessly. Dad hurt his back. Mom is at home taking care of him. After hearing this, she was startled. Lin Dan turned sharply to look at him in alarm. He hurt his back? Is it serious? He calmly reassured her. It's not too serious. As soon as Lin Yuan finished answering, the atmosphere returned to silence. Her gaze began to waver. It feels like it's been a long time since I talked to him like this. This is awkward. As for him, he still showed no expression at all. Suddenly, two girls behind them waved and called out to them. Class monitor. The two girls hurried closer to Lin Dan and kept whispering, Class monitor, your brother is so nice. He even came to take you home. Unlike my brother, that lazy guy. That's right. So you actually have such a handsome and capable older brother. Why haven't I ever heard you mention him before? Only then did she stare blankly and observe Lin Yuan more carefully. Handsome? This guy. Meanwhile, someone passing by softly exclaimed, Wow, who is he? He's so handsome. Yeah, he looks like a former student returning to school. He seems way more mature and charming than the boys at school. Lin Dan silently watched the expressions of the people around her. He's really popular, isn't he? Suddenly, a girl ran over to strike up a conversation. Hello. Lin Yuan politely replied, Hello. The girl then pursed her lips. His height is impressive too. I never noticed before. Maybe because I never stood close to him, I couldn't see clearly. Lin Dan stared blankly, sinking into thought. He must have started going to the gym a long time ago. You can clearly see his muscles. I didn't expect that. He was so strong even in that fight just now. What a surprise. She recalled how he had looked in the past. It was clearly the same person. Back then, Lin Yuan looked sloppy and careless, only knowing how to bury himself in games. Thinking of this, Lin Dan fell silent again. Why does it feel like he's suddenly changed so much? Lin Dan's two friends waved goodbye. Well then, see you tomorrow. She smiled. See you tomorrow. But immediately after turning away, Lin Dan stood there in a daze, her eyes widening. Lin Yuan had crouched down, intending to carry her on his back, causing the friends behind her to cheer. Get on. Lin Dan blushed, flustered, and hurriedly waved her hand to refuse. No need. I can walk by myself. What the heck is this? I don't want to be carried on someone's back in front of so many people. But before she could take a step, a strong force suddenly pulled her back, making Lin Dan's body sway. Lin Yuan decisively bent down, reached out to pull her back, and lifted her onto his back despite Lin Dan's struggles. Hey you. Lin Yuan stood up, his expression cold and calm. Your classmates already left. If you can't walk, then don't force yourself. His gaze paused slightly on her ankle. The wound was still oozing blood. You sprained it when you got pushed down just now, didn't you? Lin Dan fell silent and stopped struggling, only lowering her head slightly. When did he notice? Lin Yuan quietly carried her into the house. We're back, Dad, Mom. Their parents looked at each other in confusion. Mr. Lin glanced lightly at Mrs. Lin, then slowly turned to observe the two of them. It's good that you're back. He walked into the kitchen and began washing the dishes piled up in the sink. Mrs. Lin sat behind him, holding her cheeks proudly. Dan, look at your brother. Doesn't he seem like a completely different person now? Mr. Lin rubbed his chin and evaluated him. That's right. He can cook and wash dishes now, and he even knows to replace the household appliances with new ones. After hearing this, the corners of Lin Dan's mouth twitched. Mrs. Lin sat closer to her and whispered, Also, the relationship between you siblings is like it was when you were little again. It might even be better than that. Lin Dan had not even drunk the cup of water in her hand, yet she nearly choked. Is it? She gently blew on the water to cool it, her gaze unconsciously turning pensive. This guy really is strange. Has he really changed? Lin Yuan stood in the kitchen wearing a neat apron. I've finished cleaning up. After saying that, He coolly took off the apron. I'm going back to my room first. Lin Yuan gently closed the door. Lin Dan's gaze unconsciously drifted over. She suddenly felt a little disappointed. What was she expecting? Sure enough, he was still a shut-in, addicted to games and failing to fulfill his duties. While she was lost in thought, Lin Dan suddenly saw a bottle of medicine placed in front of her. After handing it to her, he turned and left, not forgetting to remind her, use it after you bathe. This is very effective for treating injuries. After saying that, Lin Yuan went into his room and prepared to close the door. I'm going to play games. If there's nothing important, don't come into my room. She did not answer Lin Yuan, only gently tightened her grip on the medicine bottle. Lin Dan's cheeks turned slightly red as she smiled faintly. I know. No one wants to go into your room anyway. Her gaze stopped on the medicine bottle, and a soft smile briefly crossed her lips. Inside his room, he sighed when he heard Mrs. Lin talking with Lin Dan. See, Mom told you, didn't I? Your relationship has already gotten better. What happened at school today? Nothing, Mom. I'm going to take a shower first. Lin Yuan sighed and leaned back in his chair. The family matters lately could probably come to an end now. He rubbed his head, turned, and looked at the helmet beside him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan put it on. Then I'll return to the game. He entered the game and landed, sending smoke billowing everywhere. City Lord District, Marshal's carriage room. The corners of Lin Yuan's mouth lifted into a smile. Let's go catch that rat. A system notification suddenly lit up before his eyes. You have entered the Marshal's carriage room. Somewhere else, a man was kicked hard to the ground. Respected officer, I swear to heaven, this is all just a misunderstanding. The man let out a hoarse roar. Shut up. Take your filthy lies into prison and repent there. Lin Yuan's figure gradually appeared amid the hazy smoke. The officer glanced behind him in confusion, but saw no one. He narrowed his eyes, a trace of doubt flashing across his face. Strange. Was that an illusion? Lin Yuan calmly hid behind the wall, not in a hurry to act. Lin Yuan's face was expressionless, but his deep eyes held a thoughtful look. The patrol soldiers on the road were very sensitive to criminals. Calculating the time needed for his crime value to reset to 0, he would have to hide for at least 3 days. He quietly turned and walked away. It's time to go get it. It's been a long time, old friend. The scene shifted to a magnificent cathedral. From the highest steps of the cathedral, Father Laurent spread his arms wide in blessing. In the name of God, I wash away the mist of your past. From this moment onward, your soul shall be as pure as fresh snow, and your path shall be guided by holy light. Now I shall baptize you. Just as the baptism was about to be performed, Lin Yuan's figure slowly appeared. I come from the House of Mercy. Laurent's gaze slowly swept toward him, filled with doubt and vigilance. Seeing that Laurent still did not speak, Lin Yuan said in a low voice, I heard that someone seriously ill was taken in here, so I came to treat him. At the closed wooden door in one corner, someone said, Dear Lord Victor, regarding Mr. Dak's illness, I must trouble you. He replied, All right. On the bed, the man lay motionless, his face unusually gaunt, while a green liquid seeped from the center of his chest. Dak had once been a member of the Manticore Knights and one of the strongest knights of the ancient kingdom of West Diesel. Lin Yuan recalled his memories of Dak, a member of the Manticore Knights. In his previous life, when he had just reached level 15, he had obtained a gold-grade weapon thanks to him. He frowned as he looked at that pale face. Mr. Dak, I came here specifically to treat the toxins in your body. Beneath his pale skin, blue veins stood out clearly on Dak's forehead. He stared at Lin Yuan and assessed his strength. Level 10. Dak struggled to sit up, the corners of his lips lifting into a self-mocking smile. Relying on you? A level 10 mage? Even the patrol soldiers on the street are higher level than you. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent coughing fit overtook him. He bent over and spat out mouthfuls of thick black blood. Amid the viscous black blood, a strange object was also coughed out. The toxins in your body have already begun corroding your internal organs. Unless you accept my treatment. Lin Yuan glanced over, his low voice ringing out. Otherwise, you won't live past 1 month. After a period of contemplation, Dak raised his head and rasped, "To purge the toxins from my body, I need 1,000 grams of rotting gill fish fat. If you aren't afraid of dying, try going to the Gobi Marsh." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. "System, you have triggered a request. Dak's mission. Do you accept?" Mission name: Dak's request. Mission rank: Gold. Mission content: collect 1,000 grams of rotting gill fish oil to treat the toxins in Dak's body. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was not afraid at all. He only smiled and agreed. Of course. The scene shifted to the Gobi Marsh. Rotting gill fish slowly surfaced, and several pale white skulls floated in the muddy water. Their blood-red eyes moved slowly, their gazes sharp as knives. Immediately afterward, a rotting gill fish opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and attacked the group. Rotting gill fish, elite, rank, level 15, health, 3,500, attack, 500, defense, 45, skills, wave surging tail, ear curse resonance. Su Ming gripped his weapon tightly and charged forward, warning them, "Hold steady. These beasts have sharp teeth. Whatever you do, don't let them bite you. Charge." The subordinates lying on the ground groaned. "My waist." The tail covered in spikes whipped violently toward him, creating a fierce gust of wind. Su Ming's group had no time to dodge and were all struck. Only he nimbly shifted aside and avoided it. 2 people fell into the water and were surrounded by them. "Help!" It raised its tail, preparing to attack with a skill. Skill activated, wave surging tail. On this side, a rotting gill fish opened its mouth, roared loudly, and charged toward Su Ming. He could only grit his teeth and stare at it as it rushed over to attack. The rotting gill fish flicked out its long tongue, letting out a terrifying hiss. Su Ming's eyes widened, his whole body stiff. This time, he was definitely dead. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent surged from behind him, and a figure shot forward. It was him. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed Su Ming by the collar and pulled him away. He flung Su Ming behind him, while his hand formed a green sphere. "Don't get in the way." Lin Yuan's power quickly struck straight toward the rotting gill fish. This blow landed directly on its head, causing a massive explosion. He grabbed Su Ming's entire body and rushed down to land on the ground. Su Ming was confused and had no idea what was happening. Su Ming clutched his neck and coughed dryly. He dropped to one knee in disbelief. "I was saved." A black cloak flashed past. Su Ming hurriedly stood up to stop him. "Wait!" Along the path Lin Yuan walked, green energy emanated from him. Su Ming was stunned. "It's that expert from earlier." Lin Yuan leaped up, power gathering in his hand to form a magic sphere. Lin Yuan cast the move at the rotting gill fish, causing their health to drop continuously. Minus 320. They roared in pain, then thrashed their tails hard to break free of the marsh. The rotting gill fish roared and charged at Lin Yuan alone. When Su Ming witnessed this scene, fear filled his heart, and he shouted a warning to him. "Expert, be careful." They snapped their jaws at him, but Lin Yuan only jumped back, lightly dodging everything. "Is this all?" He knelt on one knee on the ground. One hand braced against the earth while the other was already clenched into a fist. Lin Yuan took a sword out from his storage space. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared straight at them and said coldly, "Trash fish gathered in a school are still nothing but trash fish." He moved at the speed of light, continuously cutting down several rotting gill fish. Su Ming and the others witnessed this scene, and he cried out in shock, "Damn, holy crap, where did this big shot come from? Just now, the 8 of us were nearly wiped out. Yet he cut down 5 of them by himself? He's got some real strength. It's just a pity that fighting alone, there's no way he can kill the rotting gill fish." Hearing his friend Yin Xian add this, he grew even more panicked. After all, the deadliest move of these monsters was still their area of effect skill. Beneath the marsh, the rotting gill fish growled, and together created bolts of lightning that linked with one another. A green smoke suddenly billowed up, completely blocking Lin Yuan's vision. leaving him unable to assess the situation below. His expression darkened, interest gleaming in his eyes. Oh! The green smoke surrounded his body, and the system's warning rang in his head. Rotting gill fish has activated a group skill. Ear curse resonance. Enemies within range will be afflicted with toxic bone poison, triggering negative statuses such as confusion, hallucinations, and auditory distortion. Lin Yuan sneered. At some point, a magic circle had appeared in his hand. This little trick won't catch me in this world. He summoned the corpse of the death wolf and ordered, "Giant wolf zombie, go." Use the skill, Hungry Wolf Howl. It stood on the cliff and howled. A ring of wind struck the rotting gill fish, and the system hurriedly notified him. Hit! Rotting gill fish has entered a stunned state. Lin Yuan covered his face with one hand. Then now. Lines of code ran continuously across the screen. The system screen displayed the words, Clarity Mask. Effect, disposable gas mask item. A mask appeared on his face, covering the lower half. Lin Yuan carried his sword and moved quickly. The death wolf zombie stood behind him as protection. He moved down into the marsh. Lie down and die. Every time Lin Yuan passed a rotting gill fish, the system popped up. Critical point hit. One after another, they were slowly cut down by him, accompanied by the system's voice. Critical point hit. Lin Yuan jumped onto the head of one fish and stabbed his sword down hard into it. D. The system screen displayed text along with the rotting gill fish's wails. Critical point hit. Su Ming pointed at Lin Yuan, his mouth hanging open in admiration. Amazing, Yin Xian reminded him. It's still too early to relax now. From beneath the marsh, many more rotting gill fish appeared. Look, the fish are coming. He ordered the crystal sand scorpion zombie. Go, lightning scorpion zombie. It growled, and streams of purple energy began to gather. Skill activated, crystal thunderburst. From the head of the crystal sand scorpion zombie, purple magical orbs shot out. Those magical orbs shot straight down onto the rotting gill fish, forcing them to thrash their tails and dive into the marsh. Carpet-style bombardment. The sharp meteors still pierced through the mud. The rotting gill fish were pierced straight through their bodies, opening their mouths wide and wailing. Yizhong clutched his head, unable to believe his eyes. Sure enough, it won't work. The difference in level and numbers is too great. There's no way to capture the entire school of fish in one net. Lin Yuan leaped up from the head of a rotting gill fish. He landed on the cliff opposite Yizhong's group and said indifferently, "Who said we can't kill them all?" He pulled the hood over his head, making himself look mysterious. Su Ming widened his eyes and looked down into the marsh. Wait, this is... Li pointed in fear. That scorpion seems to be aiming at the bellies of the females. Beneath the marsh, bright eyes stared at the fallen rotting gill fish. Everyone look, the school of fish seems to be. His eyes widened in shock when he saw what they were doing. Attacking together. The later wave of rotting gill fish devoured the fallen rotting gill fish, producing horrifying sounds. Lin Yuan calculated inwardly. When a female rotting gill fish dies or gives birth, it releases a large amount of copper musk, attracting the males into a frenzied state of egg protection while immediately activating a charge mode that does not distinguish between targets. From the high cliff, he looked down at the marsh. I'm simply using this species trait to make them kill one another. A rotting gill fish dove beneath the mud. It sprang up, opening its mouth wide as it attacked Lin Yuan. Su Ming shouted in panic to warn him. Expert, be careful. Lin Yuan still stood there, calmly watching the fish fly closer. Yin Xian jerked backward into a defensive stance. What? Is this one female too? Why is its body almost as big as a male's? Lin Yuan lowered his head, his voice becoming gloomy. You came at just the right time. He summoned many desert wailing ghost zombies and ordered, Wailing ghost zombies, go. They all leaped forward and tore into the unfortunate rotting gill fish. Lin Yuan said with some surprise, as expected of a level 15 elite monster. Even standing before the rotting gill fish's sharp teeth, he showed no fear. Even mobilizing 6 wailing ghosts didn't cause fatal damage. Lin Yuan drew his sword. But as long as I make it so you can't move, solving you will be much easier. With just one slash, he brought it down. The system immediately notified him. Elite Rotting Gill Fish 6 eliminated. Lin Yuan ordered the kobold zombies go. One of them swung its axe and chopped hard into the head of a rotting gill fish. Izhong looked doubtful. This is the green poison sac inside the male fish's body. Lin Yuan did not leave him wondering for long and answered, "That's right. The green poison sac that grows inside the male fish is something similar to capsaicin. The poison gas and odor it releases will force the fish school to sense a danger signal." The rotting gill fish that could still swim hurriedly dove underwater to escape, while the others kept struggling in the green water. They opened their mouths to breathe, weakly swishing their tails, staying at least 5 meters away and not daring to stop. Furthermore, they aren't completely immune to their own toxins. Once poisoned, they can only let others slaughter them. Su Ming jumped up joyfully. They're gone. The school of fish really all left. Lin Yuan jumped down from the cliff into the marsh. Next, all that's left is to harvest the spoils. Li He froze, seemingly unable to believe his ears. One person can actually clear the entire field. It's unbelievable. Su Ming's eyes were full of admiration as he retorted, "It really is unbelievable. I want to become a trinket hanging from his thigh so badly." Down in the marsh, with only a few slashes, Lin Yuan finished cleaning up the rotting gill fish. Done. In less than 30 seconds, he appeared on the cliff again before Su Ming's group. The system displayed a notification. Received 12,000 experience points. Level increased to level 11. Lin Yuan stood still and thought to himself, "It's thanks to accumulating hundreds of runs worth of experience in this dungeon in my previous life that I could clear it so quickly this time." He closed his eyes and removed the mask from his face, inwardly praising it. This mask had also made no small contribution in this battle. The bottle in Lin Yuan's hand absorbed all the life energy of the rotting gill fish. He thought regretfully, "It's just a pity that I spent 5 gold coins to buy it, but it can only be used once. A bit of a loss, but it was worth the money." The system screen displayed detailed information. Rotting gill fish oil, 1,000 grams. Produced from the fat glands of rotting gill fish in the Gobi Marsh. One of the ingredients for high-grade healing potions. Effect: has a miraculous effect on wounds caused by rotting poison and necrosis, allowing dead tissue to regenerate back into healthy flesh and blood. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something and said, "I almost forgot this." A red ball appeared in his hand. The system displayed more information about it. Nose of the Wave D Fire, silver. Type, protective gear. Made from the hide of a rotting gill fish. It is an elastic spherical nose cover that makes a clicking sound when squeezed and can also vibrate and glow. Effect: releases rotting gill fish pheromones, causing a fear effect on small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. Lin Yuan looked at the floating nose of the Wave D Fire with some disgust. He imagined himself wearing it and looking like a clown, his face darkening as he thought, "At first, I wondered whether the quest reward was already high enough or whether the game designer simply had some bizarre tastes for this monstrous thing to drop." Su Ming had somehow appeared right beside Lin Yuan and covered his mouth in praise. "So cool. It can even glow." He looked at the nose of the Wave D Fire with delight. Oh my god, it even moves." Lin Yuan asked doubtfully, "You like this nose?" Su Ming smiled so happily that his eyes narrowed. "It's so unique. Expert, can you sell it to me? Name any price you want." Lin Yuan broke out in a cold sweat when he saw his enthusiasm. Izhong helplessly placed a hand on Su Ming's shoulder. He felt embarrassed on behalf of his teammate, enough to want to live in the mountains. He said awkwardly, "Sorry." He's always been like this. Lin Yuan generously tossed the item to Su Ming. "It's yours." Su Ming hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, at least let me pay one." Lin Yuan cut in, "No need." In Su Ming's mind, Lin Yuan had long since sprouted angel wings. He was so moved that tears welled in his eyes. "Expert, you're practically an angel." The two people behind him were speechless, thinking, what the hell? Would anyone really pay money to buy something like this? Later, at the cathedral, two people stood guard outside the room. Inside the room, Lin Yuan poured the green liquid from the bottle onto Dak's chest. Dak's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, "What?" Dak sat bolt upright and looked at him in surprise. He had not expected Lin Yuan to actually collect it. The system notification rang out. "You have successfully completed the gold quest." Dak's request. Quest reward obtained. Gold weapon. Azure Soul Blade. Lin Yuan looked at the sword in satisfaction and thought, "Finally, the Azure Soul Blade, the first gold-grade weapon I obtained in my previous life." The detailed information panel appeared. Azure Soul Blade. Gold. Weapon type. Effects. Attack plus 150. Magic damage plus 150. Spirit plus 100. Attached skill. Azure Soul Curse Seal. Azure Soul Curse Seal. Radius of 100 to 150 meters. Deals 150% spirit damage to the target enemy. No Koldon. Jon Sumes Sepulu Mana. An extra layer of lightning magic wrapped around the sword. Its own effects were fairly ordinary, but the attached skill, Azure Soul Curse Seal, had extremely effective combat properties, especially its hidden effect. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he imagined attacking monsters with the sword. Each strike would accumulate Azure Soul energy inside the enemy's body, and after 3 strikes, it would deal an additional 250% spirit damage. He imagined himself standing atop a cliff with the sword in hand, countless defeated opponents below him. Back then, it had been the Azure Soul Blade that helped me sweep across the Western Desert until I reached the peak and became the #1 mage in the Western Desert. Lin Yuan lightly touched the blade. The system's voice rang out in his mind. Reputation reward received. Main City District reputation plus 1,000. Manticore Knight's reputation plus 500. Lin Yuan calculated inwardly. The reputation gained is the same as in my previous life, only at a neutral level, but it's enough for me to move around the main city district. He glanced over the system panel. There's actually more? The system spoke again. Since your character has completed the quest, you have received an NPC favorability reward. Dak's favorability plus 10. Dak looked at his own hands with joy. Lin Yuan thought in confusion. Something seems different this time. Dak looked at him and said sincerely, "Thank you so much, little brother. If not for you, I might have died in bed next month." Lin Yuan replied politely, "No need to be so courteous." Dak added, "As thanks, there is something I must remind you of." Lin Yuan was doubtful and wondered inwardly, did gaining an extra 10 favorability points trigger some hidden plot? Dak gave a solemn warning. "If you meet someone named Quincy, you must stay far away from him." Lin Yuan asked in confusion. "Quincy is my instructor." "Why would you say that?" Dak cried out in shock. "What? He is your instructor?" He turned and stepped out from under the blanket. "Although you've hidden your class, in truth." Dak suddenly stood up and asked, "You're a necromancer hunter, aren't you?" Lin Yuan's expression darkened. "How do you know I'm a necromancer hunter?" He thought in suspicion. "After I hid my information, even Quincy shouldn't be able to know my identity." Dak explained to him solemnly, "I used to be a member of the King's Direct Manticore Knights, responsible for carrying out secret missions, including hunting down necromancer hunters. Because of that, I learned a special skill called Dark Sense." Lin Yuan was doubtful. "Dark Sense?" Without making him wonder for long, Dak answered, "Dark Sense is a unique skill of the Manticore Knights. Once a necromancer hunter appears, the user will automatically sense it. The closer the distance, the clearer the perception." Lin Yuan looked at him and asked, "So you discovered my identity long ago?" He was extremely surprised inwardly. "I never expected there to be a special skill specifically meant to deal with necromancer hunters." Dak looked at his own palm in disbelief. "No. At first, I was severely poisoned and my perception was weakened, so I didn't notice. Now that the poison has been cured, you carry a special aura of the Dark Lord. Of course you can't hide it from me." Lin Yuan asked vaguely, "The Dark Lord?" Dak said solemnly, "Then this has to start from a very, very long time ago." Dak began telling the story. "In the most widespread legends of the immortal world, there were once 5 gods in this world. the god of light, the moon shadow monarch, the goddess of nature, the tide lord, and the soulless one. But in truth, from the very beginning, there was a sixth god. A figure wearing a black robe and a raven mask appeared. The Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was also known as the King of the Undead. He was the most powerful existence among the six gods. And precisely because he was too powerful, the Dark Lord relied on his strength and acted however he wished, fearing nothing. Many subordinates knelt before the Dark Lord. He also bestowed extremely powerful dark power upon his most loyal believers, causing them to change classes into necromancer hunters and carry out divine decrees on his behalf. Dak's voice was filled with hatred. Under the Dark Lord's tyrannical rule, the necromancer hunters not only spread plagues that killed tens of millions of people. As he spoke, his voice grew heavier. They also turned the undead under their command into zombies, causing countless disasters everywhere. And so, the great nations began to resist the Dark Lord. The temples that had once been used to worship him were destroyed one after another. All records related to him were burned to ash. As for necromancer hunters, once discovered, they would be executed on the spot. From then on, this class was listed as a forbidden class, hated and hunted by everyone. Dak clenched the clothes over his chest and said, "Back then, it was precisely because I was poisoned by a necromancer hunter in a battle that I was tormented by illness for 10 whole years. At first, I thought I could only wait for death until you appeared." After hearing the story, Lin Yuan frowned, killing intent flashing in his eyes as he thought, "In my previous life, I was only a mage. I never expected such a secret to be hidden behind those legends." He recalled his information panel. Player, Lin Yuan. Level, 6 class, Necromancer Hunter. Forbidden. Talent, Dark Summoning. Gate of the Netherworld, 35/100. Strength, 32. Constitution, 28. Agility, 49. Spirit, 156. Experience, 527/8, 726. No wonder Necromancer Hunter became a forbidden class. Fortunately, I've always remained in a hidden state. Lin Yuan remained silent, stroking his chin in thought. Things are starting to get troublesome. I thought that after resolving my sin points, I could secretly investigate clues about the metal in the Holy City. His eyes sharpened. But now it seems that if I don't quickly find a way to conceal the Dark Lord's aura, my identity could very well be exposed immediately. Lin Yuan asked, "Dak, is there any way to avoid the dark sense of the Manticore Knights?" Dak's face clearly showed tension, and his hand clenched tight. "Unless Quincy is willing to help you. But once he learns your true identity, Quincy will definitely kill you." He added a shocking piece of information. Because back then, it was a necromancer hunter who killed the wife he loved most. Lin Yuan's expression turned gloomy. Dak sincerely reminded him, "That is why I warned you that you must stay far away from him." Sometime later, he walked alone through the shattered stone desert. Lin Yuan heard the system's voice beside his ear. "You have returned to the shattered stone desert." 10 minutes earlier, seeing Lin Yuan leave with a stormy expression, Dak hurriedly stopped him. "Are you insane? Are you really going to find Quincy? He hates necromancer hunters so much he'd love nothing more than to chop every one of them into 100 pieces." Lin Yuan stopped, glanced at him, and replied, "I have no other choice." Back in the present, Lin Yuan clenched his fist and thought, "If I carry this dark aura with me, forget the Holy City. Even going to other maps will probably bring huge trouble. I have to solve it at the root." From somewhere, icy magic arrows flew toward him. He glanced over warily. What? The ice magic fell into the desert. Lin Yuan jerked backward, dodging the attack. "What is this?" He landed safely, one knee bent. In Lin Yuan's eyes, figures were charging toward him from afar like a Mongol horde. Huang Feilong led the group and spoke. "I've led people wandering around this damned place for days, and I've finally caught you, Brad." He stood among the crowd and laughed viciously. "Last time you tricked me. This time, I brought more than 30 brothers with me." Huang Feihu walked behind Huang Feilong with a saber on his shoulder. "Let's see how you die." The corner of his mouth curled in contempt. When your head hits the ground later, remember to scream nice and loud. I like hearing that. Streaming insects flapped their wings high in the sky, selecting a shot of the crowded desert. On its eyes were ultra-high-definition cameras. A notification sounded from a phone. Ding. The Blood Crow Guild you follow is now live streaming. Many people were sitting on the subway, and Huang Feihu's voice came from their phones. Viewers, you're lucky to have caught this live stream in time. He rubbed his chin and laughed wickedly. Now, we are about to perform how to slowly disassemble a person piece by piece. The stream's online viewer count went from 88 to 123, then rose again to 212. In an office, for people sat curiously in front of a computer watching. The person in the middle exclaimed in surprise. What? The Blood Crow Guild is live streaming itself, torturing a weakling again. Out on the street, everyone was focused on their phones. A man in a black hat sighed and said, "More than 30 against 1. Who is this unlucky guy, and how did he offend these thugs?" In another company office, the person sitting in the middle moved the mouse and said doubtfully, "He looks kind of familiar." The girl beside him sighed. "This guy's pretty handsome. Too bad he's about to be finished." At the same time, out in the desert, Lin Yuan calmly turned his wrist. "Two stray dogs like you aren't even enough for a warm-up. Since you've delivered yourselves to your deaths, I'll collect your lives one more time." After that scene, the comments immediately went crazy. "So cool. This guy actually dares to talk to the Blood Crow Guild like that. Say that again. Why do I also think he's kind of cool?" Front row selling melon seeds and drinks, sitting down to wait. The slaughter began. Huang Feihu roared angrily, "Everyone attack." The 30-man force obeyed the order and charged all at once. One mage unleashed heavenly lightning magic. The archer stood high up and took aim. Some held axes, some held swords, and others wielded dual blades, all rushing together to attack Lin Yuan. A system notification appeared as a reminder. Malicious encirclement attack confirmed. Counterattack period, 15 minutes. During this time, killing attackers in the encirclement will not count towards sin points. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He smiled proudly and took his sword out from his storage space. 15 minutes is enough to kill about 3 of them. Lin Yuan summoned a large number of undead. They snarled and charged at Huang Feihu's group. "Zombie army, go out for a stroll." He looked disdainfully at the purple orb flying toward him. "You dare call this little spark lightning?" On the other side, a crystal sand scorpion zombie used its tail to take down one person. The lightning scorpion zombie had poisoned its target. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable for his side, Huang Feihu loudly ordered, "Everyone, pay attention. Warriors, pull back and form a shield formation for protection. Mages, focus fire on the target. Rogues and archers, harass him." The crowd pulled back and followed his plan. The shield bearers stood in front to block the attacks and formed their formation. The mages' staffs slammed hard into the sand. The 3 of them combined their formation and strengthened it. The man in front gripped his staff tightly, creating an enormous ball of lightning. He shouted and swung his staff toward Lin Yuan. Bolts of lightning shot toward the crystal sand zombies. Elsewhere, 2 shooters also worked together and fired their arrows at the same time. Release. Those arrows pierced through the bodies of the kobold zombies, constantly deducting several hundred health points from them. On the screen, the online viewer count dropped from 212 to 168. The bored viewers commented, "These summoned beasts are nothing but free kills against level 7 or 8 elites. Disperse, disperse." As expected, he's just all bark and no bite. Start a betting pool. Let's bet how many minutes that brat can last. Huang Feihu laughed contemptuously. "So what if he can summon zombies? Even that one you summoned last time will only turn into a pile of minced meat under our continuous attacks." Huang Feihu said smugly, "You're dead today." Lin Yuan showed no fear and smiled coldly. "Is that so?" Huang Feihu asked in confusion. "That guy's laughing." The scrolling comments flew by too fast to read. One comment stood out above the rest. "Damn, what's happening?" Beneath Huang Feihu's group, the sand began to tremble. Golden sand shot upward, attacking the weakly defended mages in the back. They were dragged into pitch-black pits and cried for help and terror under their confused teammates' gazes. Help! They were attacked by the sand and then besieged by kobold zombies. One mage's mouth opened in fear. It moved so strangely. The zombies continuously took down the heavily protected mages, and they screamed in terror. It took us down with one move. Hurry, retreat. The front line also strained under the terrifying attacks of the kobold zombies. Cries for help rang out again and again through the area. Help! Save me! Huang Feilong and Huang Feihu's faces turned pale. What? Because of this scene, the online viewer count surged from 168 to 302. The viewers commented in confusion. What the hell is this? An underground ambush? Zombies can coordinate attacks too? Bring out the trash who said this was easy and let them take this beating. Who said they were going to disassemble him? Now the parts are all over the ground. The surviving mages called for each other to stay alert. Careful, the wounds are poisoned. Purify first, then heal. Before they could finish speaking, they were struck by a move with tremendous destructive force. And the one who had launched that attack was none other than Lin Yuan. Behind Lin Yuan, there was a very faint movement. He coldly swung his sword toward that spot without even needing to turn around. The assassin was pierced through the abdomen by the blade and asked in disbelief, "How did you know?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and replied contemptuously, "At the very least, I'm not stupid enough to go invisible on a sand dune." The undead he summoned continued enthusiastically taking down members of the Blood Crow Guild. Cries rang out one after another. So strong. Too strong. We're done for. Everyone run. Huang Feihu gripped his sword tightly, breathing angrily. He clenched his teeth in fury and growled. Blue veins bulged across his face, and his pupils turned bloodshot. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. Huang Feihu leaped high into the air with his sword in hand. I'll personally cut you down. Lin Yuan frowned, his lips pressing together slightly. He smiled inwardly as magic gathered around his sword. Energy-carrying skeletons flew out. Then give a try. The skulls opened their mouths wide, as if they could swallow Huang Feihu's entire body. Azuresol kursesel. Huang Feihu froze and kept staggering backward in fear. His mouth gaped open, eyes wide as he stared at the skulls. This is... Lin Yuan moved like the wind and pierced through Huang Feihu's body. With a thud, Huang Feihu's dangling feet landed heavily on the ground. Lin Yuan also finished executing his move and landed successfully. His hair covered his expression, revealing only a faint smile as he stood back-to-back with Huang Feihu. He opened his mouth meaningfully and began counting. 3. Huang Feihu's face trembled, and large beads of sweat broke out. Lin Yuan's voice still echoed beside his ear. 2. When Lin Yuan counted down to the final number, Huang Feihu's entire body exploded, fragments and dust flying everywhere. 1. Lin Yuan planted his sword against the ground and said in satisfaction, "As expected, an old friend is still the most comfortable to use." On the live stream screen, the current online viewer count rose from 302 to 558. Shock comments flooded in like a torrent. Damn, did he pay for these special effects? Huang Feihu talked big and threatened him. The big shot set off fireworks. This is the story of someone who said he wanted to chop someone up, only to get chopped into a heavenly maiden scattering flowers himself. Big shot. Do you need any accessories? I can shout 666. Absolutely peak. System. Player Huang Feihu has physically logged out of the live stream. At the scene, Huang Feihu stood frozen in the middle, while cries of pain and pleas for help mixed together. Help! Huang Feilong stood there stiffly, as if he had been hit by a seduction spell. Am I hallucinating? In Huang Feilong's eyes, Lin Yuan was like a demon as he took down one person after another. They had clearly only been apart for a few days, yet that brat was merely standing there. From the bottom of his heart, Huang Feilong felt fear, a feeling like he was facing a devil from hell. After dealing with those small fry, Lin Yuan cast a sharp glance behind him. Huang Feilong's whole body trembled violently. He could barely stand, and his voice grew urgent. "No, don't kill me, save." Lin Yuan coldly pulled his sword out of soldier's back. Lin Yuan slowly walked toward him and said, "Now I'll control the sword and drive it into Huang Feilong's head. It's your turn to enjoy the taste of despair." He fell backward, blood spraying everywhere. Watching Huang Feilong collapse completely, his body giving off a blue light, Lin Yuan said flatly, "It's over." His crimson eyes narrowed when he heard a buzzing sound beside his ear. A livestream insect came whirring over. Lin Yuan casually raised his hand. Almost forgot. He cast a spell and blasted the livestream insect into fragments. Lin Yuan stood there leisurely as pieces of the device fell onto his head. Now it's quiet. Beneath the dark sky filled with glittering stars, in a certain skyscraper villa on Blue Star, a bewildered netizen cried out, "Why did the big shot even blow up the livestream insect?" Someone else left a comment. "Does anyone know who that big shot is?" Another person immediately replied, I know. He's the big shot who killed the death giant wolf before. I was at the scene." All of this was being watched by a young man accompanied by two attendants. On the computer screen, people continued leaving comments nonstop. "Where's the big shot right now? I want to go meet him. Looks like the shattered stone desert, right?" The Mercenary Guild has issued an S-rank invitation. The mysterious young man gripped his wine glass tightly and said each word through clenched teeth. Lin Yuan. At the same time, in a mortal, black sand town, Quincy was sleeping soundly while hugging a wooden barrel. Lin Yuan calmly pushed the door open. Quincy noticed the sound and immediately opened his eyes. "It's you again." Quincy raised a wine jar high, his voice limp as he refused. Not teaching. I've got enough money for wine. Today, I'm too lazy to move." Lin Yuan did not care much and said coldly, "I want to talk to you." A system screen appeared with the words, "Hidden class concealment canceled." His information panel appeared in detail. Player, Lin Yuan. Level, 11. Class, Forbidden Necromancer Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning. Gate of the Underworld, 35/100. Strength, 32. Constitution, 28. Agility, 49. Spirit, 156. Experience, 527/8726. The wine jar fell to the ground and shattered with a crack. Bloodshot veins filled Quincy's pupils. "You are a necromancer hunter." The space fell into an abnormal silence as two pairs of eyes stared at each other. Quincy spoke first, hissing each word. "How many years has it been?" He activated his own ability. Necromancer Hunter. Quincy's eyes turned blue, and lightning elements surrounded him. "And you still dare appear before me?" All the resentment Quincy had built up over time turned into power and was released, shattering even the wine barrels. The lightning seemed to transform into meteors, falling from above and cracking the ground. Not a single move landed on Lin Yuan. Quincy's eyes widened in shock. "So fast." Quincy gnashed his teeth, helplessly watching Lin Yuan's black silhouette move as swiftly as the wind. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared in front of him, his sword pointed straight at Quincy's neck. Looking at the tip of the blade, only a short distance from him, Quincy froze. Lin Yuan's eyes were sharp, and his voice carried the tone of an order. "Now, can we talk properly?" Quincy secretly clenched his fists, then conceded and spoke. "What exactly do you want?" Returning to Lin Yuan's memory, Wei sighed and gave in. "Fine. If you insist on going, then consider this clue repayment for your help. Long ago, under the shadow of the Dark Lord, the world of immortals sank into endless despair. To uphold justice, Quincy took his wife and launched a war against the Necromancer Hunters, the Dark Lord's close minions. After a bloody battle, the Necromancer Hunters were wiped out, but his wife, in order to save the gravely wounded Quincy, was struck by the death curse of the undead. Her soul was infected by the power of darkness, turning her into a creature that lost all memory and could never pass on. He watched with his own eyes as the wife he loved turned into a monster and screamed in agony, "No!" to break the death curse and save his wife. The only method was to personally destroy her infected soul. But after that battle, Quincy was so badly injured that he could no longer even hold a sword steady. Everyone thought Quincy would end his life by drowning his sorrows in alcohol and muddling through the days, until one day he announced a mysterious quest. This quest could save his wife, and righteous people would receive his lifelong treasure. Necromancer hunters, meanwhile, would receive a method to break dark scents. It was a secret treasure he had obtained from the corpse of a dead necromancer hunter. Quincy intended to use the spoils as bait, both to save his wife and break the curse, and to make the remaining necromancer hunters pay in blood. But of the 158 people who accepted the quest, not one has survived to this day. Back in the present, Lin Yuan pointed his sword at Quincy and threatened him. "Tell me, what is your quest?" Quincy lowered his head slightly and let out a breath. "Very well. You came knocking at my door on your own. I was just worrying that no one had come to play a game with my beloved wife for a long time." At that moment, a system screen appeared with the words, "Quest commissioned by Quincy detected. Accept. Quest name, Wife's Soul. Quest content, help Quincy's wife be freed and allow her to rest in peace. Quest time limit, 10 days. Quest rank, Silver." Lin Yuan glanced at it and answered with one concise word, "Accept." Lin Yuan turned his back and left coldly. Quincy hurriedly stood up and said, "Then I wish you luck. Perhaps you really can complete my quest." Behind him, Quincy revealed a despicable smile as he thought, "Of course, that's on the condition that your body returns intact." A while later, at the sanctuary for the departed, north of Black Sand Town, Lin Yuan's footsteps echoed through the corridor. His blazing red eyes lit up. He had used a night vision potion. Lin Yuan was escorted by 2 alpha wolves, with a scorpion at the rear. He walked with extreme caution. The sanctuary for the departed had 5 floors, and all the dead NPCs of Black Sand Town were buried here. Suddenly, a mutant jumped out from coffin. It charged toward Lin Yuan with a growl. Before it could touch him, the mutant was pierced through by the undead scorpion's tail. Lin Yuan stared at it and thought to himself, aside from that, undead monsters like zombies, skeletons, and spirits also appear here from time to time. The levels of these undead monsters would gradually increase with each floor of the sanctuary. The first floor was all low-level zombies from level 1 to 3. The second floor had skeleton monsters from level 4 to 6. The monsters on the third floor were spirits, ranging from level 7 to 9. The monsters on the fourth floor were level 10 ghouls. An undead wolf holding a torch stopped before a spatial gate. Lin Yuan's eyes revealed an interest he could hardly hide, and the corner of his mouth lifted. "Then I'll clear these 4 floors in one go." Lin Yuan reached the 4th floor with ease. The dark space was silent. He cautiously looked around and finally stopped in front of the 4th floor funeral hall. He stood at the entrance, observing vigilantly. Looking at the dozens of blood-red eyes in the darkness, Lin Yuan became suspicious. There seems to be some kind of sound. Ghouls appeared from somewhere and activated the skill wall crawling. In another direction, 3 more appeared and activated the skill upside-down rend. Lin Yuan quickly counted more than a dozen. The system panel displayed an introduction. Ghoul Elite. Level 10. Health 2000. Attack 400. Defense 40. Skills: Venomous Bite, Wall Crawling, Upside Down Bite. Skill activated. Venomous Bite. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he ordered in a powerful voice, "Charge." As soon as he finished speaking, the elite undead scorpion activated the skill, clamping Earth Splitter, and smashed the ghoul apart. It growled again, and the round section of its tail began gathering lightning. The elite undead scorpion lashed its tail hard at the ghouls, sending them flying. Lin Yuan flew in with his sword to join the fun. Slash! He moved in a zigzag pattern. Before the ghouls could do anything, Lin Yuan had already sliced off their heads. He stopped, leaving chaos behind him. Some had been cut in two, while others had their bodies driven into the ground. One ghoul was still trying to crawl up and struggle. Lin Yuan coldly stomped hard on its head. "I almost missed you." The monsters he had defeated lay scattered all over the ground. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12. Lin Yuan thought to himself. That was much faster than I expected. Seeing the undead kobolds' eyes light up as they looked at the ghoul corpses, Lin Yuan thought regretfully, what a pity. Dark Corpse Control can control zombies, but it has no effect on undead-type monsters. A mass of black-purple energy suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Yuan's eyes filled with alarm, and he vigilantly glanced behind him. A purple magic pillar shot straight toward him from somewhere. Lin Yuan leapt up and was lucky enough to cut the technique in half with his sword. What is this? He sensed that something was wrong and gritted his teeth in fear. Damn it! Lin Yuan was enveloped by that thing and no longer had the strength to resist. In a place illuminated by blue flames, a stone demon statue with its mouth wide open stood atop several steps. That black-purple energy pillar shot out from empty space. Following the dark energy, Lin Yuan stabbed his sword firmly into the ground to steady himself. He glanced around to examine his surroundings. Above Lin Yuan's head was a coffin tightly held in place by pitch-black iron chains, which were fastened to a ring high above. Lin Yuan showed clear disbelief. I've been moved to another area? Inside the coffin was a woman with brown hair and long, blazing red claws. She licked her lips and smiled bewitchingly. At last, I've waited for you. A loud explosion rang out. The female ghost escaped from the coffin, and the chains were broken and sent flying. She said smugly, such delicious fresh flesh and blood. The system panel displayed detailed information. Resentful Wraith, Lord. Level, 18. Health, 6,000. Attack, 800. Defense, 200. Skills, Bloom of the Dead, Banshee's Wrath, Corpse Protection Art. Lin Yuan used his hand to shield himself from the fragments. Is this the 5th floor? The resentful Wraith laughed madly and flew toward him. I will tear you apart. Lin Yuan quickly used his blade to block her attack. Vines shot out from behind the resentful Wraith. The system prompted. Boss has activated the skill Bloom of the Dead. All the vines had the same target, Lin Yuan. He sprang up to dodge. Then Lin Yuan landed far away from the vines. The vine's sharp thorns stabbed into the ground, and that spot immediately turned toxic. The resentful Wraith controlled the vines to attack him again. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this venom is corrosive too? Fragments of objects flew wildly everywhere. This level of attack. He gripped the sword hilt with absolute determination. Lin Yuan directly cut down every vine flying toward him. It's useless against me. Lin Yuan continued cutting off the resentful Wraith's vines. Black resentment clung to his blade. Her body began cracking into pieces. She panicked and used her arm to cover her face. The resentful Wraith clenched her fist, veins bulging on her forehead, bloodshot lines appearing in her eyes as she growled. She screamed loudly, and rings of resentment spread out from her body. The system prompted. Boss has activated the skill Banshee Scream. Lin Yuan was nearly blown away. This is an area skill. No, that's not right. She's summoning. The resentful Wraith's howl echoed throughout the entire space. Pale purple resentment drifted away, slipping through every crack in the doors. Lin Yuan narrowed his brows, and his eyes sharpened. A white skeletal hand reached out from a wooden door. Lin Yuan's hand tightened even more around the sword hilt. Could this be? He looked in shock as skeletons hacked the door apart. The NPCs of Black Sandtown are buried here. Looking at the vitality rising from the shattered objects on the ground, Lin Yuan thought to himself, not only that, aside from the original townspeople, there are also challengers who failed Quincy's quest. He frowned in displeasure and bent his knees into a battle stance. Damn it, that woman wants to resurrect them. Skeletons crawled out from the cavern, their mouths constantly howling. Lin Yuan's face was partly covered by his hair, but it still revealed his anger. The number behind the door definitely isn't just one. I never expected this boss to actually be able to resurrect those bones. He summoned the undead kobolds and ordered, "All of you come out." Lin Yuan pointed his sword and said coldly, "Block that door." Immediately, an undead kobold rushed over and used its scythe to block the door. Lin Yuan calculated inwardly, "First, I'll use the zombie army as cannon fodder to stop those things." Lin Yuan pointed and ordered, "Add the bloodthirst status." In another direction, the elite undead scorpion also received the order to block the door. The undead kobold chieftain pulled the vines taut with its bare hands. Together with the elite undead scorpion, their eyes sharpened as they fearlessly attacked the vines with all their might, entering the bloodthirst state. The undead kobold chieftain gripped its weapon tightly, growling nonstop. Lin Yuan's face darkened, and his voice was icy as he called out, "Kobold chieftain, Thunderblood Starkiller." He ordered go. As soon as he finished speaking, the undead charged forward with ferocious courage. They rushed to attack the resentful wraith, activating the skill Clawpincer Earth Splitter together and activating the skill Heavy Strike. She was struck hard by the elite undead scorpion's gigantic tail. The resentful wraith was sent flying into the wall, and the surrounding wall shattered. She frowned and looked upward in shock. Huge stones rumbled down from above toward the resentful wraith. Yet she escaped from the rubble, using her vines, and laughed smugly. Lin Yuan was shocked by the resentful wraith's terrifying strength. Looking at her gloating above, he recalled the information he knew. Wraiths belonged to the spirit-type monsters. Their bodies could pass through buildings and were immune to half of all physical attacks. Lin Yuan grasped the resentful wraith's weakness. He focused power into his sword. But at the same time, they also take double magic damage. Lin Yuan slashed while moving in rapid succession, but she still escaped with ease. "Then I'll use the Azure Soul Curse Seal to deal damage." The resentful wraith showed no fear at all and dodged easily. Lin Yuan looked at her in confusion and wondered inwardly. Why did her speed suddenly become so fast? He also noticed the place where the undead kobolds were holding back the skeletons. Large beads of sweat appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The NPCs in the tomb could break through the zombie army's defensive line at any moment. "So I need to end this quickly." He took a ring out from his storage space. "First, I need to think of a way to restrict her movements." Lin Yuan clenched the ring tightly, and tiny arcs of lightning kept spreading from it. The system screen displayed information. Paralysis ring equipped. Paralysis ring, silver. Type, accessory. Effects, health plus 100, mana plus 100, agility plus 15, spirit plus 15. Additional skill, paralytic toxin. Paralytic toxin. After equipping, attacks have a 5% chance to paralyze the enemy for 3 seconds when triggered. Lin Yuan carried his sword and flew toward the resentful wraith. Once he had closed in on her, Lin Yuan activated the additional skill paralytic toxin. The resentful wraith was caught off guard and was hit by Lin Yuan's paralytic toxin. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Target hit. Paralytic toxin triggered. He leapt up again and attacked with his sword. It's not over yet. She could not cast magic in time and could only raise her hands to endure it. The resentful wraith was knocked away and slammed into the shattered wall, while the vines were also chopped into pieces. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lin Yuan bent his knees and landed, sending the earth and stones beneath him flying toward her. The resentful wraith nimbly jumped down and luckily avoided the attack. He offered a word of praise. Not bad luck. Lin Yuan reached a conclusion in his heart. As expected, after being hit once by the Azure Soul Curse Seal, this person's speed has also slowed down. He summoned the undead death giant wolf, then pointed at the sky and ordered it, "Evil wolf howl." The undead death giant wolf raised its head high and howled, activating the skill Evil Wolf Howl. The resentful wraith was struck by its technique. The system prompted, "Target stunned." Lin Yuan began gathering power into his sword. Although the stun only lasted 5 seconds, that was enough. Quick as lightning, he swung his sword as if dancing, unleashing strike after strike in a relentless barrage. How many of my moves can you block? She could only struggle helplessly against his attacks, while the system screen kept displaying health reductions. Minus 280. The resentful wraith was furious, veins bulging across her face. The system kept announcing health reductions. Minus 280. Even a worm will turn when pushed too far. She leaned back and decided to unleash her final move. Click A. Sensing danger, the system immediately warned Lin Yuan. Boss has activated the skill Corpse Explosion. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, and purple lightning spread throughout the entire space. All the undead he had summoned were struck dead by heavenly lightning. Dust and smoke filled the entire underground chamber. A while later, when the resentful wraith's magic finally stopped, Lin Yuan stood in the middle, surrounded by a group of undead kobolds, without a single injury on him. He thrust his sword into the rubble to steady himself. It was Corpse Explosion. This person had directly detonated the zombie NPCs and blown up the entire tomb. Beside Lin Yuan, only the elite undead scorpion, the undead kobold chieftain, and the undead death giant wolf remained. He looked at her and calculated with heartache. His zombie legion had only 3 members left. This was truly a heavy loss. The resentful wraith dropped to her knees, while Lin Yuan still stood firmly in place. His gaze sharpened, and his voice turned solemn. Now, it is time to end you. Lin Yuan summoned countless skulls, gripped his sword, and charged at her. Disappear. The skulls flew forward and pierced into the resentful wraith's abdomen. Her eyes widened as she stared at the powerful magic. In agony, she let out a loud scream. No. The system continuously displayed warnings. Boss has entered a near-death state. Health value, 300. Boss has entered a near-death state. Health value, 200. Boss has entered a near-death state. Health value, 100. Boss has entered a near-death state. Health value, 30. Congratulations, you have killed the resentful wraith and obtained 800 experience points. Lin Yuan lowered his foot lightly to the ground. Standing alone amid the ruins, he said in confusion, "It's over." Tiny dots of light gathered together, causing Lin Yuan to glance over. Quincy's wife's soul leaned forward and sincerely said, "Thank you, brave human." Then her soul began to dissipate. Before leaving, she even showed a relieved smile. Lin Yuan raised his hand and drew that light into his palm. A golden ring with a purple gemstone appeared. The system screen displayed its information. Ring of Love. Quest item. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be sold. Note, this ring is the engagement ring Quincy gave to his wife, and it is also the symbol of their love. His face darkened as he looked at the ring, feeling rather disappointed. Is this the only reward that dropped from killing the monster? Suddenly, a red book with a demonic symbol on its cover appeared. Killing intent radiated from it, and jingling sounds rang out. Lin Yuan stared at the book suspiciously. This is holding the book in his hand. Lin Yuan secretly sighed in amazement. He had not expected the corpse explosion the resentful wraith had just used to be an exclusive skill of the necromancer hunter. The system immediately sounded a notification. Corpse explosion. Gold grade. Learning requirement restricted to necromancer hunter. Looking at the book, he pondered and wondered to himself, could it be because the sealed ones are the Dark Lord's trusted subordinates? Then streams of light emerged from the book and enveloped Lin Yuan. The system called out, skill book automatically stored in the player's memory. The book in Lin Yuan's hand disappeared, turning into a pillar of light that merged into his body. The system notification sounded again. Corpse explosion. Gold grade. Level 1. Effect. Detonates 1 zombie, dealing fire damage equal to 60% of the user's own health value to surrounding enemies. Mana cost, 100. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 0/100. Hearing the system, Lin Yuan unconsciously smiled faintly. This skill will consume my zombie reserves, but its attack power and area of effect are both quite good. It can be considered an unexpected joy. He returned to the familiar town, Black Sand Town. Lin Yuan held out his hand and gave the ring to Quincy. Quincy looked at him in surprise. Is this the engagement ring I gave her back then? Reaching out to take the ring, he could not help recalling the days beside the one he loved. While the sealed souls were sealed, they had no consciousness. Only after being released could they recover their memories and drop the thing they treasured most while alive. His voice trembling slightly, Quincy asked, "My wife, when she left, she was no longer in that much pain, was she?" Lin Yuan's hand remained extended as he replied, "That's right," holding the ring with trembling hands. Quincy remembered his wife's figure and could not hold back his tears. "Then, that's wonderful." Bowing slightly in gratitude, he said, "I never expected that in the end, it would be the necromancer hunter I hated most who helped me resolve my greatest regret. No matter what, I will remember this kindness in my heart." Then a wooden box appeared in Quincy's hand. Opening the box, inside was a crown emanating black energy. "Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise." The system notification sounded once more, Dark Crown. Special equipment. Type, helmet. Effect 1. After equipping, sin value cannot be seen. Effect 2. Hides dark aura, preventing it from being sensed. Note, exclusive equipment for the necromancer hunter. Cannot be sold. Cannot be destroyed. Holding the pitch-black crown in his hand, he could not help thinking, Dark Crown. Although it does not come with any additional effects, hiding my sin value and dark aura is exactly what I need most right now. Thinking of the monsters he had hunted down and how it would solve the trouble from the Manticore Knights, he realized he would no longer have to act so cautiously inside the city. At this moment, the system asked, "Player, do you choose to equip the Dark Crown?" Lin Yuan immediately replied, "Yes." Instantly, streams of blue-black energy enveloped him. Then the crown was automatically placed on Lin Yuan's head. At last, have I taken another step closer to the truth? He walked outside and moved through the town, where guilds were recruiting members. In wind-blown sands, there were countless large and small guilds, but the guilds truly worthy of being called forces were. He looked at the list the system had provided him. Number 1, Wrath Guild. Number 2, Mirror Flower, Watermoon Guild. Number 3, Martial Tombstars Guild. Number 4, Holy Hymn Guild. Number 5, Eternal Guild. Number 10, Black Tree Guild. He wondered himself, there are only 10 guilds. Could that person be hiding among them? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, right now, I am only a newcomer who has just entered wind-blown sands. Trying to get close to these major guilds really will not be easy. As he walked along the road, he kept looking around. It seems I have to find an opportunity first. Suddenly sensing that someone was following him, Lin Yuan immediately changed direction and walked into a small alley. As soon as that person stepped inside, Lin Yuan completely disappeared. Suddenly, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against the man's neck from behind. Lin Yuan's dangerous voice sounded from behind him. "Who are you?" The man spoke, his voice trembling slightly. In the end, it turned out to be Su Ming. He joyfully pounced forward. "God Yuan, it really is you." In his daze, Lin Yuan instinctively dodged to the side, causing Su Ming to fall flat onto the ground. Lin Yuan asked somewhat helplessly, "It's you?" Sitting on the ground, Su Ming rubbed his leg with an aggrieved expression. "God Yuan, you still remember me?" Lin Yuan immediately became alert, his gaze sharp. "You even know my name." Su Ming hurriedly stood up and said proudly, "Back then, when I came across the live stream from that guild called Blood Something, I recognized you right away." He thought back to the time he sat there reading through a huge number of comments on the screen. "I worked so hard to find traces of you, God Yuan, from tens of thousands of comments." Su Ming rubbed his nose, his tone smug. "After that, I spent another 2 million to upgrade the group's latest facial recognition system, and that was how I confirmed it was you. Hurry up and praise me." Lin Yuan asked helplessly, 2 million? Just to find me? Su Ming scratched his head, somewhat confused. "Is that a lot? Our Han group usually spends several million just to inspect a system." Lin Yuan frowned slightly and calculated inwardly. Han group? That 100 billion giant that controls the global high-tech market? This guy actually has that kind of background. Just what else does he know? Should I finish him off right here? Su Ming's eyes shone like stars as he raised both hands, filled with excitement. God Yuan, team up with me. Tomorrow, there will be an S-rank hunt in Bloodscale Cave. As he rushed forward, his foot slipped when he tripped over a stone. I heard someone discover the molting nest of a superior lizard god. As long as Su Ming lost his balance and fell flat on his face in a sprawled mess. Lin Yuan's eyes remained cold as he turned and walked away. Go on your own. Don't follow me. Forget it. What's the point of haggling with this idiot? After a moment of dazed silence, Su Ming sat cross-legged and burst out laughing. Right. For a great expert of your level, solo clearing the Blood Crow Guild's elite team is as easy as slicing melons. Why would you need to team up? Seeing that Lin Yuan was still indifferent, Su Ming rubbed his head, sighed, and complained. For this hunt, 3 teams from Black Tree Guild will come to test the rookie's strength. If someone performs outstandingly, it's not impossible to get a chance. Lin Yuan silently opened the system panel to check. July 20th Guild, August 20th Guild, September 20th Guild, 10 Black Tree Guild. Su Ming stood up, his face deliberately showing obvious suffering. Looks like I can only go try my luck by myself. While Su Ming was still in a daze, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang beside his ear. The exact time? Hearing this, Su Ming's face lit up with joy as he turned back. Lin Yuan turned around impatiently and said coldly, I said, what is the exact departure time for the hunting operation? After hearing that, Su Ming dropped to his knees and slid over, about to hug Lin Yuan's leg. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. God Yuan, does this mean you agreed? Feeling uncomfortable, Lin Yuan quickly covered Su Ming's mouth. Just call me Lin Yuan. He glanced sideways and saw Su Ming's face turning red from lack of air. But before departure, some preparations were needed. Su Ming widened his eyes, looking full of surprise. Somewhere else, a skull floated in the air, dangling as if observing its surroundings. The skull was stuck on a tree. Amid the thick, drifting smoke and dust, this place was the Vulture Bandit camp. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out, shaking the surrounding space. On the ground, the vultures lay with their beaks gaping open, while Lin Yuan stood coldly observing from the center. The Lord should be just up ahead. He lowered his head and let out a heavy sigh. The system conducted a scan and immediately issued a notification. Vulture Bandit. Undead. Level 12. Health, 1600. Attack, 250. Defense, 70. Skills, Curved Flying Knife, Undead Body. They surrounded Lin Yuan, while he stood in place with his hand already preparing to activate a skill. Come at me together. When Lin Yuan turned his head, the vultures still stood motionless in terrifying silence. Immediately afterward, they all raised their heads and let out resounding shrieks. Their eyes instantly turned blood-red as they gave off eerie cawing cries. He swung the hood of his cloak and waved his hand fiercely forward. Go! And so, the undead, the vultures, and their enemies crashed into one another in a frenzied melee. One vulture shot into the air, and a flying knife launched from its claws straight toward him. Skill activated. Curved Flying Knife. Lin Yuan's cold eyes followed the incoming blade. It plunged straight into the ground, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. The vulture widened its eyes in suspicion, looking around, but it could not see him anywhere. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind it and delivered a vicious slash. In an instant, he hacked wildly, slaughtering the vultures before him one by one. I'll be taking your lives. You have successfully eliminated target Vulture Bandit X3. You have successfully eliminated target Vulture Bandit X6. You have successfully eliminated target Vulture Bandit X10. It fell face first to the ground, right behind Lin Yuan. His eyes looked ahead, flashing with suspicion. There was no sign of a Vulture Bandit on the high seat. It had vanished. Suddenly, it appeared from behind and charged at Lin Yuan. Vulture Bandit Lord. Lord Grade. Level 19. Health, 6200. Attack, 820. Defense, 220. Skills: Curve Flying Knife, Stealth, Backstab. Skill activated, Backstab. Lin Yuan stood still, his hand moving slightly as he began activating a skill. Skill activated. Gulps Explosion. The undead vultures rushed in from every direction, surrounding the area. D. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant blue light. From the sky, a violent explosion erupted, shaking everything. When the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, it was still intact and merely coughed a few times. Lin Yuan bent his knees and shot into the air, charging forward rapidly. He rushed toward the vulture, his hand emitting a powerful aura. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed, radiating a terrifying coldness. This attack had triggered the effect of the Shadow Fist set. He swung his silver fist straight forward, and a powerful punch slammed directly into its body, causing the vulture's eyes to roll back in pain. "I'll send you to hell." The blow sent it flying down to the ground, with billowing smoke and dust forming a straight trail. When Lin Yuan landed, he still maintained his posture. "You have killed the Vulture Bandit Lord. It is over. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 13. With a quick motion, he opened the system panel, and a notification appeared, Dark Curse. Gold grade. Level 3. Effect: deals 20% health point damage to the target, or restores 20% health points to a zombie. Cost: 60 mana. Cooldown: 6 seconds. Proficiency: 20/300. Gulps Explosion. Gold grade. Level 2. Effect: detonates one zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies equal to the user's own health points multiplied by 80%. Cost: 100 mana. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Proficiency: 2 out of 100. Dark Curse. Gold grade. Level 3. Effect: deals 20% health point damage to the target, or restores 20% health points to a zombie. Cost: 60 mana. Cooldown: 6 seconds. Proficiency: 20/300. Gulps Explosion. Gold grade. Level 2. Effect: detonates one zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies equal to the user's own health points multiplied by 80%. Cost: 100 mana. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Proficiency: 2 out of 100. A system notification appeared and asked him, confirm use of the skill scroll to upgrade this skill? Lin Yuan reached out and accepted it. Yes. After completing the operation, he stood still in thought. The effect is pretty good. Previously, I used a skill scroll to upgrade Dark Curse once, and now it has directly risen to level 3. At the same time, Corpse Explosion has also leveled up. His expression became somewhat contemplative. As for the Zombie Legion, it is enough for now. I obtained 130 beast zombies. The system continued speaking. Vulture Bandit Chieftain Zombie. Level 15. Health points 3,500. Attack 500. Defense 100. Skills: Wild Blade Throw, Stealth. Undead Body. Vulture Bandit Lord Zombie. Level 19. Health points 6,200. Attack 820. Defense 220. Skills: Wild Blade Throw, Venomous Hand, Venomous Hand. Attacks deal an additional 20 poison damage. Skills: Wild Blade Throw, Stealth, Backstab, Undead Body, Venomous Hand, Venomous Hand. Attacks deal an additional 20 poison damage. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with a powerful gleam. After the Vulture Bandit Lord was reborn as a zombie, it actually gained an extra skill. He suddenly recalled the battle with the Giant Wolf. Back then, after the Death Giant Wolf was revived, it also obtained a new skill, Undying Wild Fury. Evil Wolf Howl dealt damage equal to 400% to surrounding enemies while stunning them. Giant Beast Heart affected the owner's health points. Death Claw affected the owner's attack power. Undying Wild Fury increased critical hit rate by 20%. Lin Yuan continued analyzing and speculating through each possibility. Could it be that reviving Lord-grade monsters grants them an additional skill aside from their normal skills? That seems very interesting. As he was thinking, the system sounded, The hunting operation you are participating in will officially begin in 2 hours. After hearing this, the corner of his mouth merely curled into a smile. Lin Yuan flicked his tattered cloak, excitedly preparing to depart. The scene shifted to the forest, deep within which lay Bloodscale Cave. He irritably shielded his eyes from something dazzling. "You are," looking at Su Ming twisting and posing in front of him in that outfit shining like gold. Lin Yuan asked, "Are you cosplaying as a gilded knight statue?" Su Ming continued dancing and spinning with confidence. "God, Yuan, I spent 50 gold coins to specially hire a high-level blacksmith to make this super armor. Don't worry, today I absolutely won't drag you down." The moment he finished speaking, Su Ming's belt finally gave out and snapped. He was still rambling on, completely unaware of when his pants had slipped down. Suddenly, Su Ming stopped. Sensing that something was wrong, he fell silent. Lin Yuan pointed at him, holding back laughter as he teased. "This is the first time I've seen split-style armor like this. Very unique." He walked while pulling up his pants and defended himself. The blacksmith said this was the latest model. As he was speaking, the helmet on Su Ming's head fell down and blocked his vision. He struggled desperately to open it, but could not. "Wait, I can't see. God Yuan, save me." Su Ming staggered, tripped over someone's foot, and let out a terrified cry. His head slammed into something extremely hard. The impact also knocked open the latch on Su Ming's helmet. After regaining his vision, he blankly raised his head. All he saw was a figure twice his size, with a fierce face staring straight at him. Zhao Kuei forced out a smile, but the more he smiled, the more frightening he looked. "Are you all right?" System notification. 3rd Squad Captain of the Black Tree Guild, Zhao Kuei. Class, Warrior. Rank, Level 15. Su Ming froze in place, cold sweat pouring down his back and his heart pounding wildly. "Huh? Why is this man clearly smiling? Yet I feel like I've been bitten by a venomous snake. Is it just my imagination?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed the back of his collar from behind. Losing patience, Lin Yuan reminded him with a stern face, "Hurry up and take off that stupid equipment already." Su Ming scratched his head and laughed foolishly. "Oh, right." Zhao Kuei glanced toward Lin Yuan. His fierce expression did not change as he snorted inwardly. Lin Yuan remained calm and fearless, looking straight at Zhao Kuei. This made Zhao Kuei grind his teeth as anger flared inside him. "This brat dares to look me straight in the eye like that. One irritating guy." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. "Hey, you two." Huang Yu appeared, leading a group of people as he shouted loudly, "Which one of you is Su Ming?" He held a resume in his hand, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yuan's group. Huang Yu kept his eyes fixed on the paper without looking away. Right after that, he raised his hand and pointed straight at Su Ming. "It's you, isn't it? The weirdly dressed one." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in Huang Yu's group burst into mocking laughter. "What kind of taste is that? Look at that shiny golden outfit of his. Is he cosplaying something ridiculously over the top?" Su Ming calmly stepped forward, pushed his hand aside, and smiled without the slightest anger. That's me, the weirdly dressed one. You three must be the big brothers from the Black Tree Guild, right? Oh, right, this is my friend." Before he could finish, the tip of his sword was raised and pointed straight at him. Huang Yu curled his lip, his eyes full of contempt. "Enough. We're not interested in the names of rookie soldiers. Remember this clearly. We're allowing you to bring someone along not because of the doubled registration fee, but because our captain is especially merciful." Lin Yuan lowered his gaze and remained absolutely silent. Zhao Kuei stepped forward and stood to the side, speaking up. "What are you doing? You should be a little friendlier to new companions." Huang Yu sneered. "I was just joking, Captain." Huang Yu leisurely pulled his sword away from Su Ming and slid it back into its sheath. He lifted his chin in a clear warning. "Don't get arrogant just because our captain is easy to talk to. You should be grateful and cherish this opportunity, understand?" Su Ming note that sick we show. Yes, we'll definitely do our best." Yanqing stood behind them and clapped loudly. "Everyone, stand at attention. I'll officially begin roll call now." Su Ming stood behind Lin Yuan, flustered and fidgeting. I'm so nervous. I never thought I'd really get to act together with members of a major guild. Lin Yuan remained silent. So these are the players participating in the S-rank hunt? Up ahead, Huang Yu frowned. There definitely isn't any problem with your equipment, right? It won't break halfway through, will it? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan closed his eyes in contemplation. They all look like rookies who have only just entered the main city area. Zhao Kuei walked forward and stepped into the cave. All right, now that everyone is gathered, we shouldn't delay any longer. Prepare to set out. Zhao Kuei stopped, his eyes cold. Everyone, rest assured, when the Black Tree Guild is here, even death itself has to step aside. Everything will be perfectly safe. After hearing this, everyone behind him shouted in unison, "Understood." He walked ahead, while Su Ming held a red flag and grinned foolishly. Su Ming turned back and called out loudly to Lin Yuan. "God Yuan, hurry and keep up. I heard this cave even has glowing slimes." Huang Yu was speechless at the sight. Good Lord, did this guy come here for a picnic? Lin Yuan calmly walked forward, giving no response at all. As he drew closer, Lin Yuan could not hide a trace of interest. It smelled a truly exciting scent. In the blink of an eye, the entire group entered Bloodscale Cave. A moment later, they had to stop, as several entrances appeared ahead. Why so soon? There's already a fork? Speaking of which, along the way, we haven't encountered a single iron-eating lizard. Iron-eating lizards are nocturnal. It's very likely they're currently gathered deep inside the cave to rest. One of them raised a hand and asked doubtfully, "Captain Zhao, which fork do you think we should take?" Zhao Kuei showed no impatience at all and curled his lip into a smile. "I think it would be best for us to split up." As soon as he said that, everyone immediately grew noisy and objected. Split up? Wouldn't that be a little dangerous? Exactly. What if we run into a level 16 elite? Wu Hui stepped into the middle of the group, speaking in a gentle tone to mediate. Quiet, everyone quiet. In fact, to ensure the safety of this operation, our captain already let us in for advanced scouting. When you met us today, we had just finished scouting and were resting in preparation for regrouping. One man frowned in displeased disbelief at what he had just heard. What? Captain Zhao already scouted ahead. With a sharp gaze, Zhao Kuei stood in front of the cave entrance and nodded. That's right. After our scouting this morning, among these three paths, the middle path has a very obvious concentration of iron-eating lizard pheromones. The risk of a sudden attack is extremely high. As for the other two paths, they're actually very safe. Zhao Kuei continued speaking nonstop, rambling on confidently. The more dangerous a place is, the more likely we are to discover something valuable. To ensure both efficiency and everyone's safety, I've decided that our Black Tree Guild will take the middle path, while the rest of you take the two side paths. A crafty glint flashed in his eyes, and a scheming smile passed over his face. What do you all think? The others believed Zhao Kuei completely. As expected of a major guild, every action is so meticulous. You're the third squad captain of the Black Tree Guild and the highest level senior among us. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, simply pointed to one side. We'll take the left. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Zhao Kuei smiled mockingly. Of course, that's no problem. Does anyone want to go with them? The others looked at Su Ming and Lin Yuan, still a little worried. Wu Hui said vaguely, "Those two? One of them gives off a strange feeling and doesn't look very reliable." As for the other one, he looked Lin Yuan up and down, sizing him up. He's just a poker-faced weirdo. Look, he even hides his level in class. Maybe they're too low, so he's afraid of embarrassing himself. But I think he looks pretty cool. Then you go with him. Hearing their discussion, Zhao Kuei could not help mocking them again. Looks like the two of you aren't very popular. What a pity. Although I'm the captain of this operation, I can't force everyone. Lin Yuan ignored those words and glanced behind him. Let's go. Zhao Kuei stared at the backs of the two as they entered the cave. A contemptuous smile appeared on Zhao Kuei's lips. Two ignorant fools. Inside the cave, sharp stone spikes hung jaggedly from the ceiling, and drops of water silently seeped down. The water droplets fell quietly, gathering into a small puddle on the ground. The two of them cautiously took step after step, moving deeper into the cave. Walking behind, Su Ming held his sword and shield, a hint of fear in his eyes. God Yuan, the temperature is dropping too fast. It feels really strange. And besides, fear made his face turn pale. I feel like something is staring at us. That feeling is even getting stronger. Lin Yuan's cold voice rang out, lightly emphasizing each word. So you finally noticed. There really is something here. Hearing that, Su Ming felt panic rising inside him. What? But didn't Captain Zhao say he scouted this path, and that this path was very safe? Lin Yuan curled his lip into a mocking smile. You trust him that much? For an S-rank hunt, he brought along an entire group of rookies. Clearly, he wants to use living people as bait to test the path. Su Ming looked at him with eyes full of doubt. God Yuan, then why didn't you just now? Lin Yuan glanced at the wall, noticing the small, wavering water-like shadows. Expose him? Lin Yuan's fist tightened slightly, crushing the watery shadow. He suddenly ripped that thing off the wall and threw it forward. Because I also wanted to see exactly how many we could bait out. From the darkness at the cave mouth, a strange sound rang out. Pairs of crimson eyes flashed in the dark. Interesting. From the darkness, lizards crawled out one after another. Iron-eating lizard. Elite. Level 16. HP 3,300. Attack 440. Defense 100. Skills. Iron Tail Sweep, Uncorroded Wall. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down from above. In the blink of an eye, a whirlpool of fire erupted, rolling violently as it burned. The flames surged forth, charging straight toward them and incinerating everything in their path. In another direction, Huang Yu rushed forward like lightning and launched an attack at one of them. Before the lizard could counterattack, he immediately swung his sword and slashed. You fools, witness my power. After finishing, Huang Yu turned back and smiled confidently toward Zhao Kuei. Captain, those substitutes are drawing too much attention for us and splitting the enemy's combat power. Now things are much easier. They really believed all those lies about scouting the paths, too. Zhao Kuei swung his war hammer powerfully and charged straight at the lizard. By the time they're nearly dead, the two iron-eating lizards in the two caves will have only a little HP left. Then we'll step in and reap the harvest, killing two birds with one stone. From behind, the monsters surged forward, charging straight at Zhao Kuei. Without the slightest fear, he clenched his fist, a confident smile appearing on his lips. Hey, you bastards, who do you think you're roaring at? Come at me all at once. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kuei unleashed his strength and knocked all three of them down. He stood still, his face twisted with interest. Useless trash. You only deserve to stay forever at the bottom of the food chain. On the other side, Su Ming trembled and stammered, Gee God Yuan you. It turned around and prepared to swing its tail and attack. Skill activated. Iron Tail Sweep. Iron Tail Sweep. Sweeps horizontally with a metallic tail. Upon hitting the target, the attack deals 60% damage. Lin Yuan ordered the undead vulture bandits to rush out and counterattack. Skill activated. Curved Flying Blade. Curved Flying Blade. Throws a curved blade at the target. Maximum range, 10 meters. Can be recalled. The attack deals 60% damage. Skill activated. Stealth. Stealth puts the user into a semi-invisible state, reducing the probability of being detected by the target. Skill activated. Backstab. Backstab attacks from behind, dealing 80% damage to the target. The two sides collided, fighting fiercely with neither willing to give way. Since when did he subdue so many zombies? Su Ming opened his eyes as wide as possible, unable to believe what was happening. They're even stronger than during the last battle at the desert mud flats. This is seriously too cool. Lin Yuan glanced over and replied indifferently. That day, I did say I was going to make some preparations while I was at it. After hearing this, Su Ming could not help being stunned. What? In less than a day, God Yuan subdued this many powerful monsters. As they were speaking, a system notification appeared. You have successfully eliminated 55 iron-eating lizards. Elite. Lin Yuan walked forward. It's done. Not bad efficiency. Seeing the scene from behind, Su Ming's eyes grew moist. I'm so jealous. If only I could be as strong as God Yuan. Suddenly, a faint tremor ran through the cave, making Su Ming's body unsteady. Is this an earthquake? He was just about to turn and inform Lin Yuan when he was shocked. Yuan. He saw Lin Yuan raising his hand, absorbing the life force of the lizards. God Yuan is busy. I should confirm the situation first. I can't bother him with everything. I have to contribute a little myself too. Su Ming held his shield and turned toward the opposite direction. It seems to be coming from this side. Under his feet, he felt the tremor drawing closer. Su Ming widened his eyes and stared beneath his feet. The shaking seems to have disappeared. Before he could relax, a tongue shot up from beneath the ground. He tumbled to the ground, his face filled with terror. Calming himself and standing up, Su Ming only had time to realize that the tongue was slowly wriggling right before his eyes. His eyes widened, flashing with both shock and tension. What? What the hell is this thing? Suddenly, the tongue shot straight toward Su Ming, carrying dangerous force. Struck by it, he rolled across the ground and screamed in pain. In the blink of an eye, the tongue sprang into the air. It immediately wrapped tightly around Su Ming, restraining him and covering his mouth. Help! It forcefully coiled around Su Ming and dragged him straight down into the ground. Terror and despair shone in Su Ming's eyes. I am done for. A streak of light slashed over, tearing through the air at astonishing speed. In an instant, the tongue was cut in two. A beast hiding underground, chewing mud dares to play tricks in front of me. Blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the ground red. Lin Yuan walked over and grabbed Su Ming, who was trembling violently by the collar. Lin Yuan dragged Su Ming away like a gust of wind, ignoring the fact that Su Ming was still terrified. After reaching another corner, Su Ming leaned against the wall and coughed repeatedly, his face pale. God Yuan, that thing is definitely a giant monster. Before it comes out, we should hurry, and before he could calm down, the ground suddenly split open and shook violently. Overcome with panic, Su Ming shouted loudly, his trembling voice echoing through the cave. This is bad. It's too late. From beneath the ground, a colossal monster suddenly emerged, roaring to the heavens. Iron-eating lizard. Lord. Rank, level 20. HP, 6,300. Attack, 850. Defense, 280. Skills, Iron Tail Sweep, Uncorroded Wall, Earth Vein, Subterranean Movement, Venomous Sand Spray. When he read that line of information, Su Ming's face instantly turned pale and his body trembled non-stop. The operation information only said Bloodscale Cave was home to elite-level iron-eating lizards, but this one is clearly a Lord-level monster. Although Su Ming was afraid, he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of Lin Yuan. God Yuan, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have run into such a terrifying monster here. I'll hold it back. Hurry and retreat. Lin Yuan was not afraid. He simply curled his lips into a smile. A terrifying monster. In that instant, a sharp coldness flashed in his eyes. Looks like it's qualified to become my prey. Su Ming stai bo lang li. What? It crawled on all fours, its growls echoing through the cave as it approached step by step. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan drew his sword and charged straight toward the iron-eating lizard. Then let's try taking it down. Su Ming cried out anxiously, God Yuan. Lin Yuan's voice deepened as he ordered the undead vulture bandits to rush out at once. Vulture bandit chieftain, throw your blades. As soon as the order was given, they launched their weapons in attack. But it quickly used its tail to block their assault. Boss activated skill, Iron Tail Sweep. The vulture bandit's weapons struck its tail with clanging sounds. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to leap onto the iron-eating lizard's head. Now is the moment. In an instant, he focused all his spiritual power and activated a skill, firing it out. Azure Soul Brand. Immediately, a thunderous explosion rang out. Lin Yuan slowly landed on the ground and observed. But when the dust cleared, it was completely unharmed. The iron-eating lizard's tough skin had only been lightly scratched. Lin Yuan frowned in doubt. With that much force, only created a small scorch mark. Furious, it opened its mouth wide and roared, the sound echoing so powerfully that the entire cave shook. Poison shot from the iron-eating lizard's mouth in an attack. Boss activated skill, Venomous Sand Spray. Venomous Sand Spray attacks with high-pressure poison. After being hit, the target suffers continuous poison damage, losing 3% to 10% HP per second for 5 seconds. The poison from the monster's mouth spread out in streams of green smoke, clinging to the air. Standing to one side, Su Ming shouted in fearful worry, "God Yuan, be careful." The attack slammed straight into the ground. The iron-eating lizard stared fixedly at Lin Yuan as he retreated. Looking carefully at the ground again, the patch of earth it had just attacked had been corroded. It was a highly concentrated corrosive attack. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and assessed the situation. It was a little more troublesome than he had imagined. The iron-eating lizard lord's tail came sweeping over, intending to strike while Lin Yuan was off guard. But he quickly leaped up and dodged its attack. Even so, that only made it even more excited. Lin Yuan's face darkened, and he immediately summoned his undead. "Come out, vulture, bandit, chieftain zombie." A hulking vulture bandit zombie instantly appeared. The moment it emerged, it immediately drove the dagger in its hand into the iron-eating lizard lord's tail. Su Ming stood to the side with a stunned expression. The undead monster that God Yuan summoned. Was that also his new subordinate? His eyes lit up with admiration. That was seriously cool. The hulking vulture bandit zombie quickly moved behind the iron-eating lizard lord. The daggers in both hands were raised again. Then came the system panel. Skill activated, backstab. It stabbed straight down into the iron-eating lizard lord's tail. Boss skill activated, uncorroded wall. Uncorroded wall increases defense by 150%, lasting 10 seconds. Almost instantly, the iron-eating lizard lord's tail lashed over. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly warned his undead, "Be careful." But its reaction was too slow, and it was sent flying into the wall by the iron-eating lizard lord's tail. Su Ming cried out, his face full of shock. Its reaction speed is so fast. Could this thing have eyes growing on its back too? Hearing his words, Lin Yuan could not help but think. Eyes growing on its back too? He immediately recalled the iron-eating lizard lord's actions and reactions just now. Lizards had a simple eye structure and mainly relied on changes in light to sense their surroundings. Once an enemy stood still and stopped moving, it would be very difficult for them to detect. Then Lin Yuan thought of the characteristics of lizards. However, their dynamic vision was extremely outstanding. Their hearing and membrane sensing could capture extremely subtle movements from enemies. Some lizard species even had infrared sensing organs used to detect an enemy's body temperature. Therefore, lizard sensitivity to an enemy's movement trajectory far surpassed that of humans by many times. As if he had understood something, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. It seemed that if he wanted to deal with this thing, he had to make it walk into the trap on its own. After figuring it out, he began hurling fireballs at the iron-eating lizard lord nonstop. Not only that, Lin Yuan also loudly provoked it. "Come on, let's see whether your scales are harder or my fireballs are hotter." Sure enough, it quickly charged toward Lin Yuan. As he retreated, he threw fireballs at it. After that, Lin Yuan focused on luring the iron-eating lizard lord backward. "Good. Keep this thing excited and make it focus all its attention on me." Su Ming, standing on the other side, hurriedly tried to stop him. "God Yuan, it's dangerous," he explained anxiously. "The defense of a lord-level iron-eating lizard is too strong. These fireballs can't hurt it at all. God Yuan is taking too big a risk." Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Wait, God Yuan is running toward. Looking closely, Lin Yuan was clearly running toward the group of iron-eating lizards on the other side, toward the pile of iron-eating lizards. Soon, Lin Yuan had approached the iron-eating lizards ahead. Seeing that the time had come, he immediately turned around. This was the moment. Then Lin Yuan dodged to the side, leaving the iron-eating lizard lord dumbfounded. It lost its momentum and, in the blink of an eye, crashed into the middle of the iron-eating lizards, where it was quickly torn at by them. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Lin Yuan could not help but make a sarcastic remark. "You big-headed idiot, you don't even know how to break." It kept roaring with sounds mixed with pain and anger. Turning around, Lin Yuan prepared to use a skill. "Enjoy this delicious, explosive feast." The system voice rang out again. "Skill activated, corps explosion." In an instant, the iron-eating lizards exploded, dealing dozens of instances of damage to the iron-eating lizard lord. Seeing that it had lost quite a bit of health, Lin Yuan sneered. Its armor had been broken. With its eyes fixed on him standing in front of it, it roared furiously and charged over. Lin Yuan quickly retreated and gave an order to the Vulture Bandit. Vulture Bandit Chieftain to the left. The two of them landed on both sides, throwing the iron-eating lizard lord into confusion. Lizards had another weakness, and that was that their eyes could not lock on enemies on both sides at the same time. The Vulture Bandit immediately drew a crossbow and aimed it straight at the iron-eating lizard lord. It opened its mouth wide, drawing in breath to unleash a big move. Lin Yuan leaped upward and attacked from above. "This strike will send you to hell." After being hit in its weak point, it let out a painful roar. The iron-eating lizard lord had been defeated. System notifications rang out non-stop. "Critical hit. Leveled up. Leveled up. Leveled up. Congratulations. You have reached level 14. He stood silently atop the iron-eating lizard lord's corpse, with dust and smoke swirling all around him. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan turned the corpses into his undead. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Health has recovered to 85%. Another notification rang out. Dark Curse, Dark Gold, Grade, Level 3. Effect: deals damage equal to 20% of the target's health, or restores 20% health to an iron-eating lizard. Cost: 60 mana. Cooldown: 6 seconds. Proficiency: 200/300. Seeing this notification, Lin Yuan became somewhat thoughtful. It seemed that if he used another skill scroll, he could directly raise Dark Curse to level 4. Looking at the iron-eating lizard lord before him, he thought it over. Although Corpse Explosion had consumed quite a few iron-eating lizards, being able to obtain this fellow made it worth it. The system displayed its information. Iron-eating lizard lord, iron-eating lizard. Grade: level 20. Health: 6,300. Attack: 850. Defense: 280. Skills: Iron Tail Sweep, Uncorroded Wall, Earth Vein, Subterranean Movement, Venomous Sand Spray, Undead Body. Looking at it, Lin Yuan made a decision. From now on, you'll be my meat shield. At this moment, Su Ming's urgent voice rang out again. God Yuan. He rushed over to him with an armful of equipment and shining eyes. This is the first time I've seen so much loot. Shall we count it now? Lin Yuan looked back. It was a mess. What's the hurry? There are still a few old rats that haven't been cleaned up yet. Among the charred corpses of the iron-eating lizards, Zhao Kuei held his weapon, a sinister smile on his face. These idiots are basically not worth mentioning at all. The warrior beside him immediately flattered him. It was all because of the captain's command. With you here, even if a lord-level monster came, it would have to kneel down and praise you. Wu Hui, standing beside them, reminded him, Captain, judging from the noise just now, I think the fight between the two sides should be almost over. If we go over now, it'll be just in time to pick up the loot. He kicked away the corpse under his foot. Then Zhao Kuei led the other two forward. Let's go. Time to collect the bodies. Suddenly, an unexpected attack caught them completely off guard. They hurriedly split up, dodging the falling rocks. Zhao Kuei roared angrily. Who is it? Who dares sneak attack the Black Tree Guild? As the hazy smoke and dust gradually dispersed, a figure slowly appeared before their eyes. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his gaze as cold as ice. Didn't you want to collect bodies? I'll collect yours personally. Wu Hui's eyes widened in shock. He stammered for a long time, unable to speak, and pointed straight at him. No, impossible. You two were clearly eaten by those iron-eating lizards. Su Ming shouted furiously, cursing him straight to his face without holding back. You still have a nerve to say that? And here I thought the Black Tree Guild was an open and honorable major guild. I never expected you would use players as bait to clear a dungeon. Huang Yu did not have time to think, and immediately rushed forward to stand in front of Zhao Kuei. So what? Being able to become stepping stones for our Black Tree Guild is an honor for small fry like you. In contrast, his face was deathly pale, and his lips were tightly pressed together, making him look extremely ugly. Damn it, these two actually made it out alive. Could it be that when they entered the cave, there were not many iron-eating lizards inside, and all the monsters had gathered around those unlucky fools instead? Su Ming was so angry that he stomped his feet in place and kept cursing furiously. You people are truly shameless. In his heart, Zhao Kuei could not help but laugh, his eyes flashing with ridicule. That guy was becoming more and more annoying the longer he looked at him. He might as well take care of him while he was at it. He slowly stepped forward, his voice low as it rang out. Although I don't know what kind of damn dog luck you stepped in to make it out alive now. In an instant, Zhao Kuei suddenly made his move, his movements so fast that the others barely had time to react. Your lucky time is over. His hammer smashed down violently at the spot where the two had just been standing. They immediately leaned backward to dodge and retreated. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan gripped his sword hilt tightly and shot straight forward. Just you. Zhao Kuei grasped the iron chain of his hammer tightly, preparing to swing out a fatal blow. The clang of metal colliding rang out, shaking the surroundings. Lin Yuan quickly retreated, bracing one hand against the ground to keep his balance. The corner of Zhao Kuei's mouth lifted, his smile carrying contempt. So, is this what a brat like you wants to play? When Lin Yuan swung his sword, pitch-black skulls emerged from the void one after another. Zhao Kuei rushed forward and smashed them apart with his hammer. Standing before the thick smoke, Zhao Kuei kept his eyes fixed ahead. For an instant, he froze, clearly startled. Damn it, you won't get away. Lin Yuan swung his sword straight at him. Zhao Kuei reacted in time, raising his shield to block the fierce strike. You really thought I wasn't on guard, idiot? He sneered and stared straight into Lin Yuan's eyes. Reality proves who survived by relying on luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kuei's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. It's best to sleep with one eye open. Lin Yuan said nothing and merely stood there, observing his surroundings. Without making a sound, Zhao Kuei swung his weapon from behind in a sneak attack. After all, for trash. Lin Yuan tilted his head slightly, his gaze as cold as steel piercing through the darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, he released his magic. A surging wave of power poured out and came crashing down. Even your pathetic little life can be toyed with at any time. A shocking explosion erupted, sending dirt and stones flying around them. Su Ming, standing to the side, was frightened and worried. God Yuan. Wu Hui and Huang Yu stood in front of him, full of disdain. Leave this rookie to me. Hey, you didn't warm up enough just now. It should be my turn now. On this side, Zhao Kuei looked at Lin Yuan lying beneath the rocks, his clothes torn and his body motionless. All right, I don't have much time to play this game with you. He smiled savagely and swung his fist, intending to send Lin Yuan on his way. Just obediently die. But Zhao Kuei froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? His fist had been blocked by Lin Yuan's hand. You're the third squad captain of the Black Tree Guild, right? Only now did Zhao Kuei feel truly terrified. How could this guy? Lin Yuan still had his head lowered, but a cold smile had already appeared on his lips. His eyes were tinged red, and magic gathered around him. I think I finally learned just what level the guild ranked 10th in the main city region is really at. Lin Yuan tightened his grip around Zhao Kuei's wrist, his strength making Zhao Kuei tremble violently. Zhao Kuei strained and yanked hard, but that chain-like force held him locked in place like a steel prison. Lin Yuan's eyes turned redder, his muscles taut as he exerted strength. Before Zhao Kuei could react, Lin Yuan had already grabbed him and slammed him heavily into the ground like throwing a sandbag. Zhao Kuei was flung far away, leaving a straight trail across the ground. When he finally stopped, he gritted his teeth and coughed violently. I really underestimated a bastard like you. Zhao Kuei angrily grabbed his hammer and continued charging forward to attack. Don't just stand there. Attack together. Wu Hui and Huang Yu obeyed and shouted in unison. Got it. All three charged toward Lin Yuan together. Go die. He was not afraid and merely stood there staring at them, the corner of his mouth lifting in a smile. A mob is still a mob. There isn't much skill involved. Just as the attack fell, Lin Yuan's figure vanished without a trace. High above, two undead vultures appeared, spreading their wings and attacking them. Ambushed in an instant, they panicked and could not react in time. What? His eyes bulged wide, revealing obvious anger and panic. In front of Zhao Kuei, the skulls rushed toward him as if they wanted to tear him apart. The attacks made Zhao Kuei groan in pain. He was knocked down and rolled across the ground in front of the other two. Just as Zhao Kuei raised his head, Lin Yuan's legs appeared before his eyes. Zhao Kuei panicked, his voice trembling as he spoke. Wait, stop. Brother, if you really kill me, the Black Tree Guild is no ordinary force. You better think this through. Lin Yuan stared at him, his imposing gaze pressing down on Zhao Kuei. Then he glanced down at his feet. He saw Su Ming, eyes shaped like hearts, hugging his leg. God, Yuan, I knew you would never lose. You scared me to death just now. Lin Yuan looked disgusted and kicked him away to the side. Get lost. Lin Yuan's expression changed. He raised his sword high and coldly declared, As far as I know, your Black Tree Guild is not only tyrannical toward outsiders, but also extremely ruthless toward its own members. If you die, drop levels, and lose guild equipment, causing a loss, they'll come settle accounts with you too, right? Have you thought about how you'll explain it to them? Zhao Kuei panicked slightly and broke out in a cold sweat, trying to negotiate. Consider this my loss. Say it. What will it take for you to let me live? Lin Yuan lowered his sword, pondered for a moment, then said, Then list out the high-level player managers in your guild for me. Write down their classes, levels, and characteristics clearly. At that moment, thunder and lightning crackled around him. In his previous life, no one had ever heard of the skill used by the first apostle. No one knew what it was, nor did anyone know how to deal with it. He definitely had an extremely rare hidden class, and perhaps no one had known about it from beginning to end. Hearing this, Zhao Kuei stammered and asked, A list? What do you want that for? Lin Yuan did not bother listening to him and directly stabbed his sword through Zhao Kuei's hand. Looking at the blood flowing from his hand, Lin Yuan sat down coldly. Will you write it or not? All right, all right. Zhao Kuei's face turned deathly pale. I'll write it right now. A moment later, the list was already in Lin Yuan's hand. It seemed that the experts of the Black Tree Guild were all here. Although there were a few somewhat special classes, none of them matched the traits of the first apostle. Behind him, Zhao Kuei clutched his injured hand and probed cautiously. Big boss, can you let me go now? Lin Yuan turned back, his words somewhat ambiguous. I can let you all go. Before Zhao Kuei could finish listening, he hurriedly spoke. Thank you, big boss. Thank you. Without waiting for them to react, Lin Yuan fired magic that pierced through their bodies. But you have framed who knows how many innocent players. It's about time you gave them an explanation. The treasures of the three of them appeared one after another. Crescent Moon Demon Hammer, Silver. Type, Weapon. Effects, Attack Power plus 45, Critical Hit plus 30, Physical Attack plus 30. Attached Skill, Charged Burst. Charged Burst. On the first attack, increases attack speed by 20%. Wild Dance Longsword Bronze. Type, weapon. Effects. Attack power plus 30, accuracy plus 20. Blue Light Magic Robe, Bronze. Type, weapon. Effects. Magic damage plus 20, spirit plus 20. The corner of Lin Yuan's eye glanced to the side with some doubt. He saw Su Ming sneaking around while holding some kind of chest. God Yuan, look at this. They also found a treasure chest and haven't checked it yet. He brought it before Lin Yuan. I'll choose first, and the rest will all be yours. Seeing him open it, Su Ming hurriedly shook his head. No, no. Seeing Lin Yuan sigh and withdraw his hand, Su Ming immediately smiled ingratiatingly. I want to buy it. I can't take advantage of God Yuan. Lin Yuan did not want to waste more words with Su Ming. Suit yourself. Lin Yuan looked over the items in the chest and shook his head. There's nothing suitable for me. Take them all. Su Ming nodded happily. Okay, God Yuan. I'll transfer the payment to you right away. Received 54 gold coins. The two finally exited the cave. It was daytime outside Bloodscale Cave. As expected, it was still only some silver equipment. At present, obtaining gold equipment was not easy at all. Su Ming reached out as if wanting to say something, but hesitated for a long time without speaking. God Yuan, there's something I don't know whether I should say. Lin Yuan was puzzled. What is it? As he spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably. I heard the people from the Black Tree Guild are the type who take revenge in real life if they can't win online. Why don't I have my bodyguards follow you? After hearing this, Lin Yuan showed no particular reaction. He simply waved and left. Thanks for the warning. They're just a bunch of parasites. I have my own plans. Back in the present, he had just taken off his gaming helmet when a voice called from outside. Yuan, come out and get ready for dinner. Lin Yuan stood up from his chair and answered, coming. He walked to the door and had just placed his hand on the handle to open it. The moment he opened it, a huge figure wearing the same kind of device on his head stood towering there. Mr. Lin lifted the metal helmet, tilted his head, and asked his son, Yuan, take a look. Is this the metal helmet you need when you play games? Is this helmet broken? Lin Yuan looked over, slightly surprised. It can start up, so it looks like it isn't broken. But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a gaming helmet? Mr. Lin waved his hand, his voice somewhat flustered. No. Why would I buy this? Your mother found it while cleaning Tan's room. At that moment, a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. A vague memory flashed through his mind. In his previous life, around this same time, Lin Tan had awakened a hidden class. Mrs. Lin walked out of the kitchen and said with a smile, All right, the two of you, stop standing there. Come eat. She glanced at her husband and sighed softly. Your father doesn't understand these new things. He spends all day thinking of ways to find common topics with you. He spent the whole afternoon just trying to turn the machine on and still couldn't figure it out. Mr. Lin smiled awkwardly and replied, That's not it. Yuan, don't listen to your mother. I was just worried that your mother might have damaged Tan's things while cleaning, so I checked it. Lin Yuan lowered his head slightly, his gaze deep. If he let his parents come into contact with a mortal world, he could use his resources in the game to support them. When a mutation descended, they would also have the ability to protect themselves. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his gaze firm. This game isn't hard. Tomorrow I'll buy 2 more gaming helmets. Mom, you should try it too. Mrs. Lin frowned, her voice slightly stern. Don't spend money recklessly. He smiled faintly. It's fine, Mom. Don't worry about it. By the way, Tan still hasn't come home. She looked at the clock and answered softly, Today is Friday. Tan probably went out with her friends. I'll call her in a bit. You eat first, Lin Yuan suddenly said. I'll call her. He took out his phone and dialed the familiar number. His sister's name appeared on the screen as the call connected. The automated voice sounded, The subscriber you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Lin Yuan looked at the screen, his gaze gradually darkening. Even if Tan did not want to answer his call, she would at least send a perfunctory reply. She would not ignore him completely. Mrs. Lin looked at him and said softly, Eat, Yuan. Tan has probably eaten outside. We won't wait for her. He shook his head slightly, his voice calm. Dad, Mom, you eat first. I'm going downstairs to buy something. If I go too late, I'm afraid the shop will close. She immediately grumbled, Oh, then the food will get cold. Seeing this, Mr. Lin said, Let Yuan go. As he left, Mr. Lin's quiet voice sounded behind him. Do you remember how Yuan and Tan used to stick together all day? I don't know when the two of them became so distant. Let the children talk to each other more. We should worry less. Mrs. Lin smiled. That's true. Yuan just isn't good at expressing himself, but he is still her older brother. Lin Yuan walked heavily down the stairs, darkness seeming to envelop him. Fragmented memories flooded his mind. In his previous life, Lin Tan had opened the door, clutching her shoulder in pain, right when he was about to eat noodles. Seeing her like that, he was startled and asked worriedly, Tan you? She ignored her brother and, clutching her shoulder, struggled toward her room. When she reached the door, Lin Tan suddenly suppressed the pain and said, This has nothing to do with you. Don't call the police and don't tell Mom and Dad. Understand? He froze, his eyes filled with an indescribable heaviness. Returning to the present, he continued thinking. In his previous life, after Lin Tan began playing Immortal World, she soon awakened a hidden class, but she also shouldered many things that did not belong to her. Everything had begun when that mysterious organization appeared and brought those things to her. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered the Order Organization. The Order Organization was a mysterious group founded by 9 Heaven Chosen, and only Heaven Chosen were qualified to join. Lin Yuan continued thinking. Among them was a prophet, someone who could sense Heaven Chosen in the real world and send members to invite them to join. Before anyone realized it, the strength of the Order Organization in the game had become unstoppable. Not only that, their influence over the real world was also growing stronger. Although their actions were mysterious and unpredictable, they also did some good things, maintaining social stability and making it impossible to guess their true purpose. At this point, he thought bitterly. After Tan was invited to join, she often carried out dangerous missions, yet she never mentioned them to her family. As he thought of this, the image of Lin Tan covered in wounds and forcing herself to walk appeared in his memory. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. I hope it isn't them. As he stepped out of the residential building, sparks seemed to flash in his eyes. He thought, but even if it is them, this time, he would not let Ting get involved in such a muddle-headed way again. He strode through the night. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure and immediately hid in a concealed spot. His eyes followed the figures chatting not far away inside the cafe. His breathing slowed slightly as he clearly sensed every subtle movement in the space. Lin Yuan thought, as expected, Tan has already met them, but the distance is too far. I can't hear their conversation. I still can't alert them yet. He clenched his fist lightly and took a deep breath. It's been too long since I used it. It feels a little unfamiliar. I need to focus. Activate stealth. A hazy light covered his body, and the surrounding air fluctuated slightly. His breath and aura completely vanished. He thought to himself, my current stealth technique is level 3, and the duration is 5 minutes. Lin Yuan paused and observed his surroundings, then entered the cafe and stopped at a spot just close enough to hear the conversation. He said inwardly, this distance should be enough. On that side, Xiao Fan and Hao Sun were talking with Lin Tan. Hao Sen's low, clear voice rang out. Little sister, I've already told you everything that needed to be said. As for whether it's true or false, you can judge for yourself. Joining us isn't only for the organization. It's because when disaster descends 3 years from now, he leaned forward, his gaze calm, but carrying a hint of pressure. You will be like us, bravely standing up for this world. Xiao Fan curled his lips, his voice light and tinged with teasing. Look at you. You scare the girl. Hurry up and put away that terrifying aura of yours. Hao Sun frowned slightly, his voice turning serious. I'm talking about something important. It's also for her own good. Things have already reached this point. After all, it also involves. At this point, he suddenly jolted and looked toward where Lin Yuan was standing, making Lin Yuan's heart beat faster. Hao Sen's eyes suddenly grew angry. He touched the ring on his hand and activated Dispel. A powerful wave of energy spread out. The system notification sounded. Stealth effect has been dispelled. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Hao Sun frowned and looked toward the place where Lin Yuan had just been standing, speechless. Afraid that the others would notice something unusual, he could only look toward the counter and say, "Boss, why didn't you say you had iced tea earlier? Give me 1 cup to go." The boss's voice came from behind the counter. Coming right up. Wait a moment. Before long, the boss walked out carrying 2 cups and said, "Here they are." In the distance, Lin Yuan froze, his eyes narrowing slightly as he thought. He used the Dispel skill from his ring equipment. Luckily, dispelling stealth has a 3-second delay. At that moment, the system voice sounded. Stealth effect has been removed. Hao Sun picked up his drink and took a sip, then turned to look at Lin Tan. His voice was low and decisive. "Lin Tan, I hope you'll consider whether you want to join us. A person with a sense of justice will not stand by and watch when disaster comes. Once you've thought it through, call the number on this." With that, he placed a business card on the table. Lin Tan picked up the business card and lowered her head slightly, her voice small but firm. "All right." After that, the 2 men stood and left. Xiao Fan suddenly turned back, his teasing voice full of implication. "Little beauty, I'll be waiting for you. You must come." In the distance, Lin Yuan was still using stealth to monitor the situation. Seeing the 2 of them leave, he immediately got up and followed. But when he had just reached the door, their figures were nowhere to be seen. Startled, he said, "They disappeared." Suddenly, a cup of water was thrown toward him, making him freeze for several seconds. From a distance, Hao Sen's voice rang out. Sure enough, something was wrong. At that moment, the system's cold voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Stealth effect is about to end. 3, 2, 1. The space returned to silence, leaving only the steady beating of his heart in his chest. An ominous premonition slowly took shape. Everything had only just begun. Hao Sun walked slowly to the spot where the cup had landed, his gaze stopping on the ground where a faint ring of light remained, the lingering trace of the stealth skill that had just been broken. He frowned slightly and said in a calm, deep voice, "Maybe I've just been too sensitive lately. There's no problem." Xiao Fan stood beside him with his hands in his pockets, the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. "Boss, your nerves are too tense. Relax a little." After saying that, he turned and looked around. "Oh, right. Do you think that girl will join us?" Hao Sun stood up, stayed silent for a moment, then slowly replied, "According to the prophecy, she will come sooner or later." Xiao Fan shrugged, his eyes lighting up with interest. "That's true. Up until now, the prophet's predictions have never been wrong." He chuckled softly. "But what I want to know even more is which girl I'll end up flying side by side with." Hao Sun glanced at him and frowned slightly. "Let's see whether you can keep your little life in the coming great catastrophe first." His voice was low and cold, carrying a certainty that sent chills down the spine and made Xiao Fan's smile freeze for an instant. Not far away, Lin Yuan stood high above, silently watching the figures of the 2 men gradually disappear. Fortunately, he had activated his movement skill right before stealth was destroyed, escaping at the final moment. He closed his eyes slightly and thought, "These people are harder to deal with than I imagined. If I come into contact with them too much, I'm afraid my forbidden class will be exposed." The faint blue light around him gradually faded. He looked at the star-filled sky and murmured to himself, "I already have no place to stay in this immortal world. I have to be even more cautious. It's also time to move out." Lin Tan had just returned to the residential area near home, her hand fiddling with the business card Hao Sun had given her earlier, leaving her mind in turmoil. When Lin Tan looked up, she saw a familiar figure and asked in a voice tinged with surprise, "You? Why are you here?" Lin Yuan stood there, holding a bag of food, his hair slightly tousled by the wind. He said, "I just happened to come down to buy some things." "You haven't eaten yet, right?" Lin Tan shook her head. "It's fine." He lifted the bag and said softly, "It's this late, so don't make Mom work hard again. I bought some food. When we get back, Eat whatever you want. She looked at him, confusion flashing through her eyes. This guy clearly can't even take care of himself, so why is he now? He then turned and walked into the building, saying, "Let's go." As he walked, he looked back toward Lin Tan and said quietly, "Home." The door opened, and their voices rang out. "We're home." Mrs. Lin immediately ran out. Her worried voice was directed at Lin Tan as she asked, "You child, once you start playing, you forget the time. Have you eaten? Do you need Mom to heat up dinner for you?" Lin Tan pondered for a moment and shook her head. "No need, Mom. I'm going back to my room first." Mrs. Lin watched her, then turned to her son. "You haven't eaten either, right, Yuan Yuan? Let me make a little more for the two of you." He shook his head slightly, his voice gentle. "No need, Mom. Rest early." At this moment, Lin Tan let out a tired breath in her room. Her mood suddenly sank, and she could not understand it. What exactly has been going on lately? She lay tiredly on the bed and said wearily, "Ever since I started playing that game, all kinds of strange and bizarre things have begun happening." The scene darkened into memory. Lin Tan was fighting a ferocious monster. The girl with purple hair, a mage on her team, suddenly shouted as if tearing through the air, "Tan, run! Your movement speed is faster than mine. I'll hold the monster back." Blade light flashed, and earth and stones flew up. Before them stood a huge monster with a pair of long blades. The system's cold voice sounded. "Long-blade mantis common, level 5, HP 300, attack 50, defense 8. Skill, long-blade wild dance. Skill effect, rapidly swings both sides, dealing double damage." At this moment, the monster drew closer and closer. It rapidly swung both sides, knocking Lin Tan's mage teammate sprawling to the ground. Lin Tan gritted her teeth and shouted, "You go first. I'll stop them." Her gaze was firm. She assumed a battle stance and said, "I'm the front line." How could the front line abandon the back line and run? "Leave this place to me." But there was not just one. Dozens more moved forward from the distance at the same time. The sound of hundreds of pairs of blades cutting through the wind merged into a piercing shriek, creating the feeling that the whole world was about to be swallowed. Lin Tan gritted her teeth, tightened her grip on her sword, and spiritual power erupted from her body. She charged forward, sweeping her sword horizontally. Blue light stretched into a streak and struck the body of one monster with a resounding boom. She then continued spinning, blocking the attack of a second monster. But their strength was too great. Every collision made her arms tremble in waves. Lin Tan dropped to one knee, her breathing ragged, yet her hand still did not leave her sword. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her and slashed at her back with its sharp blade. A massive pillar of light swept away the dust. At this moment, Lin Tan's body suddenly began to shine. Her hair whipped wildly, and silver light enveloped her entire body. The system suddenly sounded, its cold voice mixed with the rhythm of a heartbeat. "Congratulations, player. You have activated a hidden class, assisting with your awakening." At this moment, Lin Tan had to brace her sword against the ground and barely managed to stand firm, coughing hoarsely with effort. Suddenly, she gripped her sword, her gaze now as cold and sharp as a blade. Each subsequent slash was so fast that the movements could no longer be seen clearly. One long-blade mantis after another howled in pain, their bodies exploding amid radiant sword light. Dust billowed everywhere. Lin Tan used her sword as support, breathing rapidly, her lips trembling. Her body had nearly lost all strength. The system's voice rang out once more, deep and powerful, resounding straight in her mind. Sword of Dawn. At this very moment, a huge golden pillar of light erupted, sweeping away the darkness. Within that dazzling radiance, Lin Tan's eyes shone a brilliant green, deep like gemstones, reflecting the golden rays spreading throughout the space. They spun around her body like countless stars gathering, forming a massive current of energy. The system's words still echoed in the air. Sword of Dawn. Lin Tan stood frozen amid the smoke and flames of the battlefield, her hands still gripping her sword tightly. Returning to the present, She lay there wearily, draped an arm over her forehead, and thought that feeling was real. Even in reality, I can feel the changes in my body. Linton took a deep breath. It was as if every vein in her body had been lit from within. If a disaster really happens, as he said, can I protect everyone? She raised her hand into the air, and it was wrapped in a mysterious blue light, as if absorbing or releasing an enormous source of energy. Can I really do it? Lin Tan clenched her hand into a fist. Doubt flashed past, then dissolved into determination. If even this kind of power cannot withstand a disaster, then how can anyone else have a way to survive? She suddenly sat up, turned toward the shelf, picked up a photo frame, and said, whether I join them or not, I must become stronger as quickly as possible. I must protect them. At the same time, in another room, Lin Yuan was also holding a photo frame, thinking the same thing she was. He told himself, I shouldn't delay moving out. My energy still has to be focused on the game. I can't be on guard all the time. They should be allowed to live peaceful days too. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and sunlight shone over the stone-paved road, beginning a new day. Suddenly, a woman's polite voice sounded. Hello, sir. The neatly dressed female real estate agent stood beside Lin Yuan and asked gently, Are you here to view a property today? He looked around, his gaze both unfamiliar and proud, and asked the woman, Are there any villas with the interior already finished? The security requirements have to be high. She thought to herself, he looks so young. Does he really have money? The female real estate agent looked at him and asked, Sir, have you looked into the prices in our area? After all, this district. Lin Yuan took out a glossy black card and interrupted her. I haven't looked into it, but I think this should be enough. She took the card and said in delight, This is a special VIP card, only for clients with at least tens of millions of yuan in deposits, isn't it? My God of wealth. At that moment, the woman's voice suddenly rose as if she were about to scream, leaving everyone around them dumbfounded. Welcome home, property owner. Staff member number 2345 is at your full service. A few days later, he brought Mr. and Mrs. Lin to the villa he had bought. His parents stared blankly at the contract. Mrs. Lin asked, Yuan, did Mom hear that wrong? Did you just say this is our new home? Her voice sounded both stunned and disbelieving. When he led his parents inside to look around, Mrs. Lin froze in disbelief and asked, A private swimming pool? Goodness, this is exactly like what you see on TV. It's so grand. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin was checking each room one by one. The many things before him made it impossible for him to believe his eyes. Trembling so much that beads of sweat broke out on him, he said, This bed is way too big. When they entered the living room, golden sunlight passed through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows and reflected off every polished piece of furniture. The spacious living room had soft leather sofas, and the tea table in the center was decorated with a pure white vase of flowers. Seeing it, his parents suddenly froze where they stood. Mrs. Lin turned to him in a daze and asked, Yuan, how many years of mortgage payments will you have to make? Or maybe we should move back to our old place. His father hurriedly echoed, Your mother is right. We don't want you bearing too much pressure. Lin Yuan smiled and reassured them, There's no mortgage. I used the prize money from my previous competitions plus my income from the game and paid for it in full. You can live here without worry. I'll be right next door, and most days I'll just stay home and focus on playing the game. His words were brief but steady, leaving his parents both surprised and proud. Mr. Lin took Mrs. Lin's hand and said with joy and happiness, I never thought I'd get to live in a villa in this lifetime. This is all thanks to our son. She smiled happily and said, In the blink of an eye, our son has grown up. He can shoulder everything on his own now. The look in his parents' eyes at that moment could not be mistaken. It was pure pride, without the slightest trace of demand. The smile that appeared on Lin Yuan's face was not one of smugness or showing off, but a smile from the bottom of his heart. At last, all of his efforts had become meaningful. That afternoon, he was taking a walk under the glow of the setting sun. As he turned into the alley beside a shop, Lin Yuan thought to himself, There's no need to worry about the villa's security level anymore. Next, I need to guide Mom and Dad into trying the game a little too, just in case the Order Organization shadow appears. As soon as that thought ended, he seemed to notice something and stopped. Confusion flickered in his eyes. What entered his sight was the pitch-black outline of a group of people approaching, looking fierce and threatening. The dim light was only enough to sketch out their large figures. Each of them carried crude weapons, such as clubs or steel pipes. Suddenly, a man among them spoke. "I finally waited long enough for you." He and his companions looked at Lin Yuan with arrogant expressions and said, "Finding you wasn't easy." Lin Yuan immediately recognized the hostility and familiarity from the leader and thought, "Is that the captain from the Black Tree Guild, the one I defeated?" Immediately, without even waiting for an order, the surrounding accomplices charged forward in excitement. Their shadows stretched out viciously as they rushed toward him. The man's voice roared, "Aren't you good at fighting? Why don't you keep pretending in real life? Get him! Smash that dog head of his for me." One accomplice thought Lin Yuan had been so frightened that he was frozen stiff. He laughed gleefully. "He's scared stupid." At that moment, he closed in on Lin Yuan, swung the steel pipe at him, and shouted, "Daring to disrespect Master Koei is courting death." But how could that accomplice know that it was only a mistaken moment? Lin Yuan still stood there with icy sharp eyes. He activated stealth, looked toward the person about to attack him, curled his lips into a smile, and said too slow. Lin Yuan seemed to vanish right before his eyes. The steel pipe slammed straight into the ground, cracking the dirt and stone road, and the sound echoed throughout the alley. The group of accomplices were startled. They only had time to see a blue flash streak through midair. In that instant, Lin Yuan appeared in front of the captain. His whole body radiated light that writhed like lightning, and his eyes were chillingly sharp and focused. His hand clenched tight, and a heaven-shaking punch was thrown. A violent explosion rang out, and swirling winds scattered everywhere. The punch slammed straight into the man's stomach, making his eyes roll upward as blood sprayed from his mouth, and his body bent over from the force of the impact. Violent blue light erupted from Lin Yuan's body and spread outward like a shock wave. All of the underlings were sent flying into the distance, crashing to the ground and groaning as dust and smoke filled the entire space. The captain's body was smashed heavily onto the road, splitting the ground open. The impact rang out with a heavy thud. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he thought in terror. Is he a human or a ghost? Just as the captain's panicked thoughts ended, a heavy metallic sound rang out with a clang. Lin Yuan slammed the steel pipe hard onto the cement right beside his ear, making him jolt violently as cold sweat poured down the back of his neck. His eyes widened as he looked over, only to see Lin Yuan standing there, the gloomy air around him mingling with dense, killing intent. A cold red glint shone in his eyes, and his low voice rang out word by word. "It seems you don't cherish your life very much." Before the captain could react, Lin Yuan had already stomped down hard on him. A pained groan escaped and caught his throat. Lin Yuan lowered his eyes and muttered irritably, "Leech-like guys like you really are endlessly persistent." The man lay trembling on the ground, his body convulsing, and begged in a shaking voice filled with despair. "Wait, I was wrong. Please spare my life, boss. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I know about a hidden quest." His breathing was ragged, and his voice wavered in the terrifying silence. Lin Yuan's eyes glowed red as he looked at him, his voice full of threat. "Speak." The captain lay on the ground, gasping as he hurriedly blurted out the information. In the main city, you'll find a blacksmith named Fire Tongs. He's always doing delivery quests. When his favorability is high enough, he'll make you a piece of gold equipment." Lin Yuan frowned and thought, in my previous life, someone did obtain gold equipment very quickly. Rumor had it that it was related to an NPC. Maybe this guy isn't lying to me. He asked again, "Is that so?" However, he tightened his grip on the steel pipe until it deformed. Lin Yuan's gaze was icy as he stared straight at the captain, his voice carrying an unshakable threat. "I hope you don't do anything stupid, because I have plenty of ways to deal with you. both online and offline. If you dare do anything to my family, then this will be your fate." As he said this, he clenched the steel pipe until it shattered, then spoke through gritted teeth. The man curled up, answering in despair, I understand." The scene shifted to the tavern in the main city of the Western Desert, sunk in the atmosphere of evening. Beneath the bright moonlight, the entire space was filled with the strong smell of alcohol and the murmur of conversation. The night there was lively, yet still carried the faint languor of people who had endured a long, tiring day. The clinking of beer mugs rang out, as if heating up the entire tavern. On the table were dishes still steaming hot, a plate of soft white buns fresh from the steamer, tofu covered in fragrant spicy sauce, and a plate of golden vegetables. Their aromas spread out and blended with the scent of alcohol, creating an atmosphere that was both cozy and bustling under the bright moonlit night. Fire Tongs set his beer mugged down heavily on the table. His eyes widened as he looked at Lin Yuan, his voice full of surprise mixed with suspicion. "You mean you can provide me with 100 portions of, or? You're not joking, are you?" He continued, "You look very clean. One glance, and I can tell you're not suited for mining. If you can really do it, then when the time comes, I'll make you a weapon for free." Lin Yuan stood silently beside the table, his gaze as calm as usual. He only gave a slight nod while thinking to himself, looks like Zhao Kuei wasn't lying. The next step is to go mining. Just as he turned to leave the table, he saw a drunkard swaying to his feet. In a slurred voice, the drunkard said, "Hey, where are you running off to? Let your big brother here drink a cup with you, little beauty." He smiled lewdly and staggered closer to the girl who had just passed by. She jumped in fright and stepped back, saying angrily, "Get out of my way. I don't know you at all." The beautiful girl with the seductive figure was walking a little dazedly, her voice carrying a hint of drunkenness as she said, "Don't touch me." As she spoke, she dodged aside. He laughed and said, Fine. Come with me, and I definitely won't touch you." The heavy smell of alcohol spread through the air, making Lin Yuan, who stood nearby, unconsciously frown. Before he could react, the drunkard turned to look at him and shouted, "What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll gouge out both your eyes?" As soon as the drunkard finished speaking, Lin Yuan used his strength and swung his hand, sending the drunkard flying far away. Lin Yuan sneered, "You really don't know whether you're alive or dead." The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly went silent. The beautiful girl turned around, her voice ringing with joy. "Handsome little brother, thank you. Thank you. This big sister can treat you to a drink." Lin Yuan only glanced at her and interrupted, "No need." Then he turned and walked away, leaving behind her voice calling after him, Don't leave so fast." Hurried footsteps rang out amid the chaotic noise. Her slender high heels tapped lightly against the wooden floor. A small sound rang out as her heel caught in a gap between the boards, and the beautiful girl's body tilted forward. Her long brown hair swung with the momentum. In that instant, a cold red gleam like fire flashed through Lin Yuan's eyes. His reflexes were so fast they were almost instinctive, and he was the one who reached out to catch her. Their breaths mingled at a distance, so close it was suffocating. Lin Yuan's strong arm held her waist tightly as the beautiful girl's body tilted downward with the fall. In his arms, she raised her head, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, her eyes hazy, yet hiding a trace of mischief. "So you like dancing, little brother?" "Big sister." "Big sister also." In the middle of speaking, she suddenly toppled over and fell asleep. Lin Yuan frowned, a helpless look briefly appearing on his face as he said, "What a nuisance." He opened the door to the inn room, and the hinges creaked softly in the stillness. Moonlight shone through the window frame and spilled across the cool stone floor. Lin Yuan gently placed her on the bed. Her brown hair spread across the pillow, and her lips parted slightly as she breathed evenly. Once done, he turned and left. He closed the door in silence, leaving the room to sink into the pale blue light of the quiet western desert night. The scene shifted to the venomous snake mine. Moisture seeped from the stone walls into the air, and the flames of the torches mounted on both sides burned fiercely. In the narrow space, each sharp swing of the pickaxes from the kobold miners rang out in a steady rhythm. Amid that hazy light, Lin Yuan stood in the heart of the cave, holding a stone in his hand. His icy gaze swept over the area as he calculated silently. Right now, there are 12 kobold zombies in my netherworld gate just right for mining. In a short time, I should be able to gather quite a lot. Suddenly, a rumbling crash came from deep in the darkness, sending the kobold miners flying. Lin Yuan was also startled and had no time to do anything. Within his field of vision, countless small shadows charged over. Hundreds of rats, each half the size of an adult human, surged out from the cracks in the rock, crowding together. They had gray fur, sharp claws, and blood-red eyes. The system voice suddenly rang out. Corner Berserk Rat, Common, Level 10. Health, 1,200. Attack, 70. Defense, 15. Skill, Frenzied Tearing. Attacks the target continuously, damage increased by 10%. Lin Yuan summoned the crystal-killing scorpion and lowered his hand to command it. Go! Wipe them out. Don't leave a single one. Its roar resounded, and the sound of claws ripping and tearing echoed throughout the tunnel. Each corner berserk rat was torn apart in just a few breaths. Blood splattered everywhere, and heat and the thick stench of blood filled the air. The crystal-killing scorpion swiftly killed them all, stopping only after not a single one remained. The green light of a magic formation appeared. Each demonic pattern lit up and slowly rotated in midair. Lin Yuan said softly, "Gathering more different types of monsters will make my tactics more comprehensive." Demonic energy spread out from the formation, enveloping each rat. Blue-black light flared, turning them into hazy soul bodies one after another. They twisted together and were sucked straight into the center of the formation. Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out behind him. Fire, smoke, and dust burst throughout the tunnel, and the shock was so strong that even the rock walls trembled repeatedly. Lin Yuan immediately jumped backward, his cloak flying amid the surging heat wave. He raised a hand to cover half his face, narrowed his eyes, and blurted out in surprise, "What?" A gigantic red shadow charged out of the darkness. Its fur stood on end, its eyes were as red as blood, and its sharp teeth clacked together with a terrifying grinding sound amid the hazy cloud of stone dust. Lin Yuan vaguely saw a human figure standing behind the monster. The person wore a gray cloak and appeared holding a long spear. The system voice rang out. Corner Berserk Rat, Spirit Lord, Level 16. Health, 3,800. Attack, 300. Defense, 150. Skills, Frenzy Pursuit, Keen Sense of Smell. Suddenly, that figure swung the spear, causing the monster to roar even more violently. Its body seemed driven by an invisible force as it charged toward Lin Yuan like a raging storm. Lin Yuan raised his sword and took a defensive stance. Blue light surged along the blade in waves like the sea. His voice sank, cold enough to be suffocating. Is this the mine's boss? Someone is deliberately luring monsters here. A brilliant golden light flared intensely. It was the weapon in his hand gradually taking effect. Giant Sun raised his hand straight into the air, and his skill shot forward at the same time. Beside him, the kobold miner's growls continued without stopping. Faced with this completely unexpected attack, Lin Yuan's feet slid backward as he tried to hold his ground. However, the situation was unimaginable. That overwhelming force pushed him far back. A thought immediately flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Is it a target-locking skill? No, that's not right. At the same time, the system panel displayed the detailed information. Giant Sun has used the skill Holy Armor on you. Holy Armor increases an allied target's defense by 20 points and lasts for 60 seconds. Facing the gale of light, Lin Yuan's body froze as he confirmed, this is a priest's enhancement skill. Beside that tense battle, an information hunter glanced around and muttered, "What's going on today? Why has all the iron or disappeared? Isn't that the priest from the super god-killing triangle?" Why is he acting alone like this? His eyes were full of malice as he gave an order. Hurry up and grab some fame while we can. Just like that, he released a scheming demon fly from his hand. On this side, Giant Sun kept urging Lin Yuan. I didn't lure the monster here on purpose. Hurry and run. I caused this trouble alone, so I'll bear it myself. The system panel updated the detailed data. Current number of viewers online, 15. A string of comments immediately rose up in a commotion. Soloing a boss? Are all the priests from the Mirror Flowers, Water Moon Guild this domineering? This priest is as agile as an assassin. The battle priest has arrived. Lin Yuan looked at the engagement numbers and nodded as an idea came to him. Since things have come to this, and he still has a sense of loyalty. Perfect. I just bought a villa and spent quite a bit of money. Since the boss has delivered itself to my door, I'll gladly accept it. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The number of viewers online rose from 15 to 70, then to 130. The comments became even more curious. Why does this person look familiar? It's that great god who soloed the world boss before. Bring out the chairs and sit down. There's definitely a good show today. Why hasn't the great god made a move yet? Hurry up. A sharp screeching sound rang out forcefully and pierced deep into the brain as the kobold miner kept chasing Giant Sun. Its huge leg was about to stomp him flat, but fortunately Lin Yuan blocked the attack. Giant Sun's eyes were bewildered, his face covered in sweat as he stammered. You are? The scene gradually shifted to another side, where Zhao Kuei was watching something with a pensive gaze. He said irritably, Damn it. If I lost to a monster like this, then it's not embarrassing at all. The man named Wrathful Flame walked by and cut in angrily. The internet is being spammed everywhere by some great god again. It's so annoying. They keep praising him endlessly. The subordinate walking beside him expressed agreement. Exactly. If we're talking only about mechanics, I dare say no one can compare to our guild leader. Zhao Kuei's eyes were full of cunning as he spoke with calculation. So that is Wrathful Flame from the Frenzy Guild. He has watched that live stream too. To be honest, the Mad God only has the advantage of his guild and class. If we're talking mechanics, no one has ever been able to compare to the great god. When Wrathful Flame received this exaggerated praise, his eyes widened, and he demanded of the other party, Say that again for me. Zhao Kuei put on a surprised look and continued, You're Wrathful Flame from Frenzy Guild, right? Look, I'm not the only one saying it. There are plenty of comments praising him in the live stream too. Some people are even saying that Mad God, as the leader of the #1 guild in Windblown Sand, should have stepped down long ago. Wrathful Flame was furious. He immediately raised the tip of his blade threateningly against Zhao Kuei's neck. Wrathful Flame glared with wide eyes and asked firmly, What the hell are you? Zhao Kuei hurriedly tried to explain. What's the use of taking your anger out on me? Everyone is saying it. But you should understand, too, it's only because Mad God is too modest. After all, when an age has no heroes, it lets brats become famous. Wrathful Flame began to care more about the current situation. So that kid is still live streaming, right? Zhao Kuei continued to insist with certainty. That's right. He's inside the mine. Wrathful Flame began roaring angrily. Notify the guild. Everyone online, follow me. Inside the mine, Lin Yuan was still fighting fiercely against the kobold miner. Every slash left behind endless light. In that dangerous moment, he instructed Giant Sun, You can leave now. Its aggro target is me. Sure enough, just as he said. The kobold miner charged forward savagely, preparing to tear Lin Yuan apart. Its footsteps thundered, shattering the earth and stone wherever it passed. The shifting ground below made Lin Yuan sway slightly, and his body pressed down toward the ground. But that image was only meant to deceive his opponent before a perfectly timed strike. Lin Yuan's voice rang out loudly, Go! The careless kobold miner took Lin Yuan's instant attack head-on. The system panel once again updated with shocking data. Viewers, 1,297. Study it frame by frame. You absolutely have to study it frame by frame. The Great One's moves are insane. His monster control is so stable. He's so fast there are after images. Oh my god, the Great One's fighting style is so smart. He's too strong. The kobold miner's hands began weakly trying to cling to the rocks on the ground. It was still doing its utmost to catch up to Lin Yuan, who was right in front of it. But an unexpected situation suddenly arrived. The kobold miner zombies rushed out all at once. They tore into the kobold miner without mercy. Lin Yuan stood nearby and instructed his opponent, "If you only go berserk and ignore attacks from behind, you'll suffer a huge loss." However, you don't need to understand that principle anymore, because he would bring it down with an unstoppable sword strike. The kobold miner was howling in pain as countless bites from the kobold zombies stung across its body. A zombie leaped high into the air, gripping its weapon tightly as it prepared to attack. A few seconds later, that weapon was embedded firmly in the kobold miner's head. On this side, Lin Yuan was already prepared, and the shadow fists had been equipped. He charged forward and declared, "It's time to end this." One fist drove deep into the opponent, aiming to end its existence in this world. Everyone was still discussing excitedly. So who exactly is the boss here? It's getting hard to tell. "Hit me, husband. Hit me." Early got hit by the Great One. The system quickly sent Lin Yuan a notification. "Congratulations, you have defeated the Mole and the Berserk Lord. Your level has increased to level 15. You have obtained the Pursuit Dagger and the Agile Boots." The detailed item information was also displayed clearly. Pursuit Dagger, Silver Grade. Type, Weapon. Effects, Attack plus 20, Attack Speed plus 5, Agility plus 25. Attached Skill, Pursuit Blade. Pursuit Blade. Every 6 attacks will empower the next attack, increasing attack speed by 10%. Agile Boots, Silver Grade. Type, Equipment. Effects, Agility plus 30, Movement Speed plus 5. Attached Skill, Swift Rush. Swift Rush. While out of combat, Movement Speed plus 10. Giant Sun ran over with dazed eyes and asked in astonishment, "That move. Are you the Great One who defeated the Death Mausoleum alone?" "Great One, let's add each other as friends. If I support you from now on, wouldn't we be invincible?" Lin Yuan turned away and replied to Giant Sun, "You've got the wrong person." That sentence left him confused, and he wondered aloud, "Impossible. I watched your video so many times. Even if you turned into a dog, I'd still recognize you." Just as the two of them were about to leave the mine, a stream of fire suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Lin Yuan quickly realized what was happening, and his blade retaliated with a fierce blue flash. His eyes showed anger after he destroyed the lowlife's sneak attack. Laughter kept ringing out from the cave entrance, making Lin Yuan and Giant Sun look back in confusion. As soon as Wrathful Flame appeared, he said arrogantly, "Then turn him into a dog and see if you can still recognize him." The group under Wrathful Flame also began talking. "For a piece of trash like this, isn't this formation a little too big? What kind of talk is that? He's a great one, you know. Turn on the live stream. Let them see the consequences of trying to leech off Frenzy Guild. We have to make them remember that our guild leader, Mad God, is the strongest player in the Western region." Lin Yuan carefully observed the situation, a thought appearing in his mind. The people of Frenzy Guild want to defeat me to show off? Looks like equipment has delivered itself to my doorstep. It would be rude not to take it. At that moment, the system also analyzed the situation, confirmed malicious encirclement attack. Counterattack time limit, 15 minutes. During this period, defeating encircling attackers will not count toward evil points. Just as he was thinking deeply, a golden weapon appeared from somewhere. Giant Sun boldly declared war. "This is exactly what I've been looking forward to, the feeling of fighting shoulder to shoulder with a comrade. And I will shine in this ruined hell. In the name of this bond, I shall protect the important one." Lin Yuan thought uneasily. "Who is your close friend?" "Actually, all you need to do is stand farther away." Wrathful Flame pointed and shouted, "Hey, you useless piece of trash, listen carefully. Mad God is." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan swiftly launched an attack and crushed him down, adding a provocative question, "What did you say?" Lin Yuan's strike had not stopped yet. His arm turned, and Wrathful Flame's face was slapped red from one side to the other. His seemingly large body could not withstand it and spun around before crashing headfirst into the ground. The recorded data surged wildly. The livestream viewers rose to 5,630, and everyone began discussing excitedly. The fight hasn't even started, and he already got slapped. Wrathful Flame is something else. Using his face to block the Great One's attack, live streaming his own embarrassment. That's rare. Holy crap. So, the Great One just defeated a boss, and now he's soloing a whole group by himself? Wrathful Flame had been beaten to a miserable state, but he still did not forget to bark loudly. A stray dog no guild wants actually dares to hit someone. Don't tell me you really think you're some Great One. Charge! He ordered his subordinates firmly. Take him down. A subordinate charged forward and shouted, "Listen to my command. All warriors, attack. Mages and priests stay in the back. Archers, keep moving. I don't believe he can handle all of us alone." Lin Yuan immediately analyzed the situation in his mind. These people coordinate pretty well. In that case, I'll cut off their back row first. He immediately activated the skill Stealth. Wrathful Flame's subordinate roared angrily. That kid went invisible. Mages, hurry and activate detection. The mages at the back heard the order and nodded. Got it. However, Lin Yuan appeared too quickly. He warned his opponents, too late. The sudden situation made the group scream in terror. What? He's behind us. Wrathful Flame, standing outside, was still loudly giving commands. He's at the end of his strength, that's all. He just killed a boss, so he definitely doesn't have enough HP or mana left. Just rush him. We have the advantage in numbers. Finish him. A flood of comments competed to rise to the top. Amazing. This is the first time I've heard a group of people bullying one person and still making themselves sound so noble and transcendent. Hard to say. After all, Frenzy Guild ranks first in the Western Desert. If the Great One turns the tables, Frenzy Guild won't know where to hide their faces. Wrathful Flame stood behind them and used words to spur on his subordinates. Take him down. As long as you take him down, come to me for money based on your damage contribution. No limit. Take him down. The group charged forward madly, and continuous fire attacks slammed toward Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan only needed a few light sword slashes to eliminate these petty techniques. Lin Yuan looked at the current situation and quickly formed a strategy. The terrain inside the mine tunnel is narrow, so I can't bring out the numerical advantage of the undead zombies. But if I want to deal with them all at once, it won't be difficult either. Facing the enormous fireballs flying toward him, he stood firmly in place, as though he already had a plan. The group watched Lin Yuan all at once, and even the online viewers could not sit still as they commented. The Great One is still human after all. With a siege like this, who could withstand it? What a pity. Such a pity. They've already caught his weakness. Everyone, remember, the Great One is only one person. The other side is a whole group. Great One, keep fighting. Lin Yuan's feet shot upward, rising above the huge fireball techniques. The group looked after him and shouted, "Look, that piece of trash is about to run. He's done for. He's totally done for. Hurry and defeat him." Wrathful Flame still wore an arrogant expression as he ordered those below, "Chase him. Don't let him escape." He kept muttering, even as Lin Yuan gradually set up an ambush behind him. "Today, I'm going to play the trick of catching a turtle in a jar." As soon as Wrathful Flame finished speaking, he looked up and saw Lin Yuan plunging straight down from above. With a fatal stomp, Lin Yuan showed no mercy as he pinned Wrathful Flame hard beneath him. Blood splattered everywhere, a painful, well-deserved reality for an arrogant man. Even so, after sitting up, Wrathful Flame still tried to argue. Despicable. What kind of skill is a sneak attack? Right after saying that, he was forced to shut up again because Lin Yuan held a sword against his neck and threatened him. "Hurry and call people over. He's here." Lin Yuan also whispered to Wrathful Flame, "They won't be able to come back. However, I want to know, If you lead an entire group of members to suffer defeat like this, will your mad god blame you? Wrathful Flame still did not understand and responded in confusion. You? What do you mean? Sure enough, on the other side of the cave, the Cobalt Miner zombies were all advancing toward that group. This time, Lin Yuan made up his mind and activated Corpse Explosion. His hands pressed tightly against Wrathful Flame's head, ignoring Wrathful Flame's screams as he demanded loudly. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Yuan coldly ordered. Go ask them yourself. Only a few seconds later, Lin Yuan's sword swept across Wrathful Flame's neck, shocking everyone online. Viewers, over 1 million. Oh my god, I knew it. How could the Great One make such a stupid mistake? Wrathful Flame looks just like an idiot. Did he destroy his whole formation? That was even easier than farming monsters. I am convinced. That move gets full marks. Right after Wrathful Flame was defeated, the loot also appeared. Lin Yuan hurriedly spoke. There's an unexpected harvest too. I need to quickly pack up all the equipment here and take it away. This place is about to be packed with people. The weapon he obtained this time was the Corpse Blood Twin Blades, gold grade. Type, weapon. Effects, physical attack plus 50, attack speed plus 20, critical hit plus 30. Attached skill, life absorption. Life absorption, 10% of damage dealt, is converted into the user's own HP. The scene shifted to another place, where an unusual silence appeared. Suddenly, Fire Tong's voice sounded. I take back what I said before. You really are an excellent young man. If possible, I hope you'll come often. I still need a great deal more. The system immediately updated. Blacksmith favorability, plus 100. Current favorability, friendly. Looking at these numbers, Lin Yuan became somewhat thoughtful. The blacksmith only accepts up to 100 iron ingots per day. Looks like this is a long-term mission, but the ore mined this time is enough for a month. This time, Frenzy Guild dropped too much equipment. If I sell all to Han Chung, it will cause trouble for him. Selling to individual players is a bit troublesome, but it's faster than I expected. But searching for the first follower through the guild is too passive. I should start from the existing clues first. I remember that the subordinate of follower number 1 in my previous life had the ability to control snakes. This may be connected to the hidden clue about the serpent folk civilization in the sewers. Perhaps the breakthrough point is right there. His feet gradually moved forward quickly, and everything seemed hurried. The scene inside appeared much darker and gloomier. After moving for a while, Lin Yuan encountered rat monsters and carefully calculated in his mind. The mission received from Sheriff Saddle was to eliminate 30 rat monsters. This mission is ordinary, but there is also a hidden dungeon in the sewers. The Snake Demon's Nest. The hidden dungeon can drop flesh and blood seeds, rare items that can permanently increase attributes. But the hidden dungeon has a weekly entry limit. If it gets exposed, it will be fiercely contested, so I have to use undead to occupy the entrance to the hidden dungeon in advance. As long as I find a room with snakes, that will be the location of the hidden dungeon. This is also the only dungeon I know that is related to sewers and snakes. After Lin Yuan walked for a while, he finally confirmed that the target was right here. A furious collision appeared right before his eyes, and the sound of movement was extremely heavy. Lin Yuan was subconsciously shocked. Something's wrong. Are the snakes in the Snake Demon's Nest this huge? This was the Nether King Serpent, level 60. Its HP, attack, defense, skills, everything was unknown. Lin Yuan panicked a little. His feet kept running without stopping, and fearfully he calculated in his mind this. Is this a product of the Serpent Folk civilization? Why is its level so high? Level 60. I absolutely can't let it crash into me. In the emergency, he decisively activated stealth. Because if he did not activate stealth, the loss from dying, dropping a level, and losing equipment would be too great. Moreover, stealth in this dangerous situation was actually not useful at all. Running away forever won't work. Lin Yuan gradually formed a plan. Let's try using the terrain. Just like that, he rushed straight into a side passage with a triangular opening, preventing the Nether King's serpent from reaching him immediately. However, before he had run even 3 steps, Lin Yuan's eyes went red as he realized that the Nether King's serpent was too enormous. It smashed through the entire terrain structure and charged inside, its huge mouth waiting for Lin Yuan as he ran ahead. More and more rocks crashed down with clattering sounds, and thick dust obscured everything inside. The Nether King serpent used its massive body to smash through everything blocking its path. Above, Lin Yuan worried as he ran. This is bad. It can't be stopped. After running for a while, Lin Yuan finally reached the position of the iron-eating monitor lizard. He immediately formed a strategy to use the lightning lizard to buy time. I have to use magic against magic. I refuse to believe it still can't deal with you. The iron-eating monitor lizard quickly moved to confront the Nether King serpent, and the tense collision began to unfold. The Nether King's serpent was still extremely fierce, its mouth always opened frighteningly wide. Even Lin Yuan looked back with some worry. Fortunately, he had used the triangular hole terrain to temporarily distance himself from the immediate danger. Outside, the Nether King's serpent was still struggling to destroy the surface, sending earth and stone flying. The shaking also made Lin Yuan lose his balance and drop to one knee, but this was only a minor matter within his calculations. His eyes were filled with confidence. The Nether King's serpent tried to peer downward, but even if it wanted to, it could not enter. Everything had been carefully calculated by him. Lin Yuan moved with confidence and said, "Even a monster like this can't easily stir up trouble here. After all, this place is the Western Desert Imperial Palace, where the State Guardian National Preceptor is stationed. Any monster that approaches will be easily erased, with no exceptions." The Nether King's serpent looked around outside, still appearing highly vigilant. Lin Yuan sat down and analyzed the situation. The Serpent Folk civilization and the Western Desert Kingdom have a blood feud. The strength of the Western Desert Kingdom overwhelmed the Serpent Folk civilization, forcing part of them to move underground and plot revenge. When any demonic beast or monster steps near the Imperial Palace, the State Guardian National Preceptor will destroy them without hesitation. Although this snake is powerful, it is not the National Preceptor's match. The Snake Demon's lair is probably near that monster. If I follow the traces, I may gain something. But to prevent a situation like this from happening again, I still have to go to the market and try my luck. I'll see if there is any snake-luring medicine that can attract low-level snake monsters. That kind of medicine only attracts low-level snake monsters, so I shouldn't run into a huge creature like that again. The scene became clearer in the Western Desert Kingdom, and everything seemed magnificent and grand. The shopkeeper was delightedly thanking him for his visit and welcoming him to come again next time. What Lin Yuan had bought was snake-luring medicine. Its effect was to give off a special scent that attracted low-level snake demons. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from somewhere. "I have wandered all through the Western Desert just to search for your figure. Utmost Bone, long time no see." Lin Yuan recognized the voice as soon as he heard it. It was the guy who had been chased by the boss in the mine. Giant Sun came closer and suggested, "Add me as a friend first. Utmost Bone. Finding you on such a huge map really wasn't easy, but I could feel it." Our souls were calling out to each other. Ignoring the other party's passion, Lin Yuan asked coldly, "Do you need something?" At the same time, a sound rang out. "Giant Sun has sent you a friend request." Giant Sun loudly declared, "Of course I need something. Hey, do you want to go clear Ashen Valley together, Utmost Bone? If we fight side by side, won't it be faster?" Lin Yuan walked away coldly. "No, I still have something to do." Giant Sun still did not stop trying to persuade him. He analyzed, "Wait, Utmost Bone, don't you think a super god iron triangle is really cool? Join us. With Cold Moon and Star Scar, we can become a super god quadrilateral together. We can become one another's wings and awaken this slumbering world." Cold Moon. In his previous life, upon hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and analyzed it in his mind. Cold Moon was the guild leader of Mirror Flowers, Water Moon, the second-ranked guild in the Western Desert. At the same time, she was also a core member of the Order organization. Rumor had it that she was also one of the chosen ones who had founded that organization. This was an opportunity, whether for clues about the Order organization or about the First Believer. But tomorrow, the hidden dungeon's number of attempts would reset. If he missed it, he would lose this week's rewards. It would still be better to obtain the rewards first, then make contact with Cold Moon. Because of that clue, Lin Yuan immediately accepted Giant Sun's friend request. Before leaving, he instructed Giant Sun, "Let's run a dungeon together next time. I really have something to do now. I'll be going first." Giant Sun happily replied, "All right. I'll be waiting for your invitation anytime." Utmost bone. Lin Yuan wandered through the cave while calculating. Based on his experience from his previous life, there would be a snake near the entrance to the hidden dungeon. In that case, he would try searching nearby for traces of that giant serpent. His thoughtful gaze examined a crack in the ground. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered something suspicious. A series of small snakes were moving about, their long tongues flicking out to sense the situation around them. He began to realize that these little snakes were the monsters from the snake demon's nest, but it would still be best to be more cautious. Consecutive blows came crashing down, and the cracked earth and stones immediately flew everywhere. Lin Yuan appeared together with a dog-headed killing beast. He happily exclaimed, "Finally found it." The scene inside emerged in an illusory haze, and a torch lit up, illuminating the surroundings. The system updated the location. "You have entered the hidden dungeon, Snake Demon's Nest." After glancing through some related data, this was an ordinary hidden snake demon, level 10, health points 1,000, flesh and blood seed plus 500, attack 100, defense 10, skill, flesh and blood condensation. Flesh and blood condensation. Juvenile snake demons condense flesh and blood seeds inside their bodies. Health points plus 500. Lin Yuan looked over and attacked at the same time. "Go!" Immediately after his command, the iron-eating monitor lizards appeared all at once to face the young snakes below. As soon as the monitor lizards were ready, he loudly ordered, "Wipe them all out." Their skills gradually activated in synchronization. The crystal-killing lightning scorpions activated their skill, Crystal Lightning Burst. Two streams of blue-purple light clashed tensely. The system continuously sent notifications. "Do you wish to use Flesh and Blood Seed, a special medicinal item? Randomly increases the player's main attributes by +1 to +5. If used by a human class profession, tolerance will increase, not exceeding 100. Lin Yuan was curious about this seed. He judged, this is the item dropped by the hidden dungeon, the Flesh and Blood Seed. Without hesitation, he used Flesh and Blood Seed X1. Spirit +3, tolerance 1/100. Right after using the seed, Lin Yuan nodded in approval. "Looks like I can only eat it 100 times. But the increase is quite significant. Moreover, the output of this rare item that can permanently increase attributes is limited. So on the market, each one can sell for at least 4 or 5 gold coins. As for me, as long as I clear the hidden dungeon once every week, I can earn 1,000 of them. Like this, even if I don't join a guild, I'll never lack gold." Just like that, he resolved to use even more of them. The system's voice rang out chaotically. "You have used Flesh and Blood Seed X1. Constitution +5, tolérance 2%. You have used Flesh and Blood Seed X1. Strength +3, tolerance 3/100. You have used Flesh and Blood Seed X1. Spirit +4, tolerance 4/100. Lin Yuan's eyes grew increasingly full of energy, and his determination rose higher than ever. He still did not stop. He continued using Flesh and Blood Seed X1. Spirit +3, tolerance 100/100. His current actual stats were Player Lin Yuan, level 15, Profession, Forbidden Necromancer Hunter Talent, Dark Summoning, Netherworld Gate 89/150, Strength 77, Constitution 101, Agility 119, Spirit 318, Experience 2, 0, 40/16, 739. With his current impressive stats, Lin Yuan felt that he had used enough. "I'll store the remaining 900 Flesh and Blood Seeds for now. After I run a shop, I'll sell them. After that, I just need to clear it once every week." He prepared to leave, but his gaze still looked back as he calculated the situation. Leaving behind 3 necromantic zombies will be enough to scare off ordinary players. For a short period of time, no one will find this place. The snakes here were not at all like the snakes in his memory that person had controlled. It could be said that person possessed some ability to mutate monsters. A level 60 monster definitely was not something that should appear at this stage. The system suddenly updated with a real-world call. Your younger sister is calling you. Lin Yuan found it a little strange and thought, Xiao Dan, with that girl's personality, she actually took the initiative to contact me? Could something have happened? He answered and asked, Xiao Dan, did something happen? Lin Dan replied softly, no more. I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet. Lin Yuan was a little flustered as he answered, I've eaten. On the other end of the line, Lin Dan's friend shouted, Class Monitor's brother. Actually, the class monitor wanted to ask whether it's convenient for you to help her clear a dungeon right now. He affirmed without hesitation, I can. But in his mind, he was also somewhat surprised. Xiao Dan is asking me to take her through a dungeon? Suddenly, a judgmental voice cut in. See? I told you. Lin Dan is a liar, and her brother is a braggart too. Listen to that. So confident, huh? He doesn't even bother asking what dungeon it is. Lin Dan, has your brother gone crazy from playing games? Do you two siblings often cooperate to lie? Such perfect tacit understanding. The girl beside him also unpleasantly chimed in with her brother. I think that's right, Brother Yin. Then let's choose Ashen Valley on hero difficulty. Up until now, not a single guild has cleared it. Lin Dan softly reminded Lin Yuan over the phone. Ashen Valley, hero difficulty. Did you hear that clearly? That man, Wang Yin, raised his mocking tone. Ashen Valley, really? Stop lying, Lin Dan. Your brother is a liar, and you're a liar too. To give birth to 2 pieces of social trash like you, I think your parents probably aren't good people either. With her parents dragged into it, Lin Dan could not hide her anger. She shouted, You? But her brother immediately reminded her, All right, Xiao Dan. There's no need to waste words with him. I'll head to Ashen Valley immediately. Lin Dan was extremely flustered as she thought, although my brother often plays this game and has also made quite a bit of money. Ashen Valley on hero difficulty is second only to death difficulty. Did I cause more trouble for him? Just then, a voice called out, Xiao Dan. She turned her head back in surprise and asked, Qian, why are you? At that moment, the system provided more information. Qian, the class monitor's song, has joined the party. Qian replied to Lin Dan, I heard about it. But this morning, when our friends were congratulating you on moving into a new villa, that idiot Wang Yin overheard it. Wang Yin is no good. I came to be a witness. When the time comes, we'll make him apologize to you in front of our classmates. Lin Dan suddenly felt grateful to her friend. Thank you, Qian. There really should be a witness. Once there's a result, all of you must look carefully. Somewhere nearby, Wang Yan's mocking voice rang out. I've seen plenty of vain girls like you. Are your parents working as servants in someone else's villa? I guess that counts as living in a villa too, huh? To introduce this person accurately, he was Peerless Young Master Yin. Follow Young Master Yin, hired party member Demon Blade, and hired party member frantically looking for a wife joined the party. Lin Dan angrily retorted, Wang Yin, you were just reincarnated into a good family. Why do you have to mock other people? Seeing that her friend was angry, Qian tried to stop her. Xiao Dan, don't argue with him. He isn't worth it. Wang Yin could not suppress his anger. He shouted loudly, I can't take it anymore. You two, go teach her a lesson. I'll pay double. The 2 subordinates eagerly jumped forward obediently. I wanted to touch her face for a long time. All right, young master Yin is generous. Watch me cut open her clothes. However, the situation was not as easy as they wanted. Continuous slashes were unleashed from the side. The weak subordinates struggled to resist, their mouths constantly letting out miserable screams. Lin Yuan had arrived, and his appearance truly made the opposing side bleed. He asked with concern, Are you all right, Xiao Dan? She replied softly, I'm fine. Behind her, Qian praised him endlessly. Zulfast. So cool. Wang Yin flew into an unreasonable rage. You sneak attack the hired players I invited? Do you know how much money I spent hiring them? Can you afford to compensate me? Without them, how are we supposed to clear the stage? Immediately after those words, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to teleport in front of the other party and question him. You were the one who bullied my younger sister and insulted my parents? Wang Yin began to shrink back somewhat. He stammered. Why, you know who I am? You dare talk to me like that? Only a few seconds later, Lin Yuan had made Wang Yan's face swell up, and he clutched his face as blood sprayed out. Lin Yuan also lectured him. I don't care whose dog you are. If you like barking nonsense and biting people, then you deserve to be butchered. Wang Yin lay flat on the ground but still tried to argue. Are you kidding me? The dungeon requires at least 6 people. You took the 2 of them down, so how are we supposed to enter the dungeon? Lin Yuan coldly declared. If there aren't enough people, I'll arrange it myself. You just shut your mouth and wait. In his mind, he had already calculated it. As it happens, Ashen Valley drops combat technique. Sooner or later, I'll need that skill. I can call Giant Sun over and use the chance to make further contact with Cold Moon. Immediately, he sent a party invitation to Giant Sunday. Qianqian's eyes widened as she whispered in her friend's ear, Xiaodan, your brother is even more amazing than I thought. And he's super cool too. Lin Dan frowned and replied, Is that so? He's just average. Wang Yin had not stopped shouting. What decent person could pour trash like you find? It'll probably be some useless piece of garbage who can't even beat the small monsters at the dungeon entrance. The girl beside him was so shocked that she could hardly speak. Young Master Yin, look. Isn't that one of the big shots in the Super God Iron Triangle? As soon as Giant Sun appeared, he made a declaration. When the bell of fate rings, you and I are destined to sink into the sea of ambition, unable to turn back. From this moment on, Giant Sun officially joins the party. Teleportation successful. Wang Yin stared wide-eyed in admiration. It's big shot Giant Sun, the main priest of Mirror Flowers, Water Moon, the second-ranked guild in the Western Desert. Brother Giant Sun, are you going to lead us into the dungeon? Thank you so much. Qianqian was surprised. Giant Sun? Why did he come here too? A big shot like this wouldn't randomly form a party. Lin Dan was also bewildered. I don't know either. But Giant Sun's image as a big shot quickly vanished when he met Lin Yuan. He ran over and shouted, Utmost Bone, you finally remembered me. I knew it. You would definitely take me into a dungeon. The moment I received your party invitation, I rushed over immediately. The 2 of us forming a super squad together is also wonderful. Lin Yuan quickly stopped Giant Sun's mouth, his face clearly showing disdain. Wang Yin gaped, unable to believe his eyes. What? Big shot Giant Sun wants to beg that guy to lead him into a dungeon? How is that possible? Isn't her brother just an ordinary player? The girl beside him also gaped. Brother Yin, did the big shot join the wrong party? I'll go talk to Big Shot Giant Sunday. Giant Sun stepped forward to explain to those people. Ordinary player? I came here especially for Utmost Bone. He is the big shot among big shots, also known as a great god. Could it be that you have never? Lin Yuan quickly stopped him and requested, All right, let's enter the dungeon quickly. Wang Yin raised his hand, pointing and accusing. I get it now, Lin Dan. So your brother also hired players. But Ashen Valley on hero difficulty is a dungeon that even Frenzy Guild, the top-ranked guild, failed to conquer. What can a priest from the second-ranked guild do? Lin Yuan angrily turned his head and reminded him, Shut your mouth. Watch carefully how I clear it. The system was updating the situation. The party is entering Ashen Valley, hero difficulty. A burst of wild energy was shifting around Lin Yuan's body. The teleportation state was ready. Inside, monsters were already waiting. They were ordinary ashen lizards, level 18, health points 4,700, attack 580, defense 75, skill, exhausting flame spray. Exhausting flame spray releases a flame attack, inflicting an additional burning effect that lasts 10 seconds. The truth was that the attributes of the monsters here were far too strong. Lin Dan grew even more worried. Brother, will you really be all right? If only my level were a little higher. Wang Yin followed behind them, but his mouth kept judging. He found a priest because he wants to slowly grind the monsters down, right? I won't let him get what he wants. Go. Go lure the surrounding monsters over here. The girl beside him eagerly nodded. All right, I'll listen to you, young Master Yin. This time, let's see how he handles it. The ashen lizards were craning their necks, waiting. Dust and smoke billowed, and a roar rang out. Lin Yuan glared in that direction. A swarm of ashen lizards gradually appeared around them, making Qian cry out in terror. Why did so many monsters appear after just a moment? Lin Dan also began to doubt her life. That wasn't how it looked in the videos. The monsters did not wait. They immediately rushed toward them. Wang Yin leaned to the side and smirked mockingly. Looks like your luck isn't very good. Giant Sun, on this side, also excitedly entered a battle state. This situation truly makes one's blood boil. Oh gods, has your fighting spirit also been awakened? This battle will elevate both you and me. Lin Yuan merely calmly summoned Lightning Scorpion. As soon as the crystal-killing Lightning Scorpion appeared, it defeated the swarm of ashen lizards. The crystal-killing Lightning Scorpion zombie activated its skill, Crystal Lightning Burst. Before everyone could react, Lin Yuan shot forward like lightning. Everyone, protect yourselves. With a few swings of his sword, he made several of the monsters collapse. Lin Yuan glared and vigilantly observed everything. On this side, Lin Dan also began to raise her sword to fight. Lin Dan suggested, hide behind me. I'll deal with it. Qian hurriedly warned, be careful. Before she even needed to make a move, Lin Yuan had already charged over and dealt with that ashen lizard. Don't even think about it. Seeing this, Lin Dan froze and sighed in admiration. So he's actually this amazing in the game. He's so strong. He slowly turned around and gently raised his hand to rub her head. Lin Yuan seriously comforted Lin Dan. Don't worry. With me here, I absolutely won't let you fall into danger. She felt embarrassed, so she lowered her head and bit her lip tightly. Although Lin Yuan did not receive a reply, he was still very happy. While she was blushing and pushing his hand away, Qian beside her was already looking at him with eyes shining in admiration. This sense of security, having an older brother, is really nice. Wang Yin, who had been pushed aside, suddenly spoke arrogantly. I finally see it now. Ashen Valley isn't that hard. One person can suppress it. In that case, with a full set of silver equipment on me, how could I lose to them? Demon Spirit beside him immediately echoed. Exactly. How could they possibly afford young Master Yan's equipment? Wang Yin turned around again, wanting to show off. You bunch of idiots, watch carefully. As he spoke, he charged straight toward the ashen monitor lizard. This was the true strength of peerless young Master Yin. But before Wang Yin could show it off, the monster slapped his face crooked. He crashed to the ground and kept howling as if he had been wronged. Damn it, this monster is way too strong, ridiculously strong. It hurts like hell. Seeing Wang Yin like that, Lin Yuan coldly threw out a line. If you want to die, wait until I clear the dungeon first. With that, he slowly activated his ability. He had originally wanted to get a piece of gold equipment for little Dan, but now he could only let her use silver first. Lin Yuan took out several pieces of equipment, but instead of using them, he handed them directly to Lin Dan. These pieces suit you. Take them and use them. The pieces of equipment were, one by one, unintentional battle armor, silver, type, equipment. Effects, Constitution plus 50, critical damage plus 15. Attached skill, unintentional soul. Unintentional soul. When dealing critical damage, 8% of defense is converted into a shield of equal value. The moment Demon Spirit saw those items, her eyes lit up like car headlights. So cool, so cool. A single piece of silver equipment could buy so many luxury goods. That thing was worth several million, yet he did not even blink. Meanwhile, Wang Yin was still struggling on the ground. He reminded her, that is enough. Do you have to be so spineless? However, Lin Dan did not accept them and decided to rely on herself. You should keep them for self-defense. As for equipment, I will find a way myself. Seeing this, Lin Yuan merely curled his lips into a helpless smile. She was still the same as before, with that stubborn personality. He said no more and stepped forward, cooperating perfectly with Giant Sun to defeat the Ashen Monitor Lizards. She and Qianqian also rushed forward to fight them to the end. On the other side, Wang Yin and Demon Spirit were unwilling to fall behind. One Ashen Monitor Lizard lashed its tail hard against Lin Dan's sword. She frowned and reassured herself. I can do this. Seeing that, the monster immediately roared in excitement. Immediately afterward, a series of abilities poured down onto that Ashen Monitor Lizard. The mechanical system appeared. Health points, 24/4,700. Lin Dan looked at Lin Yuan in shock. It must have been him. With that thought, she regained her composure and continued fighting. Lin Dan secretly made up her mind. It is exactly like before. He always treats me like a child. I do not want him interfering in my affairs. Lin Yuan noticed her attitude and sighed softly. Is it really this hard to give her a little equipment? Just like that, the two siblings competed to defeat the dense crowd of Ashen Monitor Lizards. Standing off to the side, Qianqian could not help covering her mouth and giggling. One person was secretly giving loot and support, while the other knew the truth but still insisted on being stubborn. The tacit understanding between these siblings is amazing. Watching the two of them bicker is even more interesting than killing monsters. Meanwhile, behind her, Wang Yin and Demon Spirit were being chased half to death. After a difficult stretch of fighting, the group finally had a moment of peace. Giant Sun stopped, leaned on his staff, and sighed with determination. At last, the boss is right inside. He turned back to discuss things with Lin Yuan. Best buddy, let us head back for now. If we leave the dungeon now, there will be no penalty. But if we fight the boss and our whole party gets wiped, we will lose levels and equipment. The risk is too great. Lin Yuan could not help frowning as he confirmed it. You are right. Suddenly, the weak and cowardly Wang Yin shouted, Huh? We're going to die anyway. You were so fierce against the small monsters, but you turn cowardly the moment you see the boss? Qianqian did not bother with him and turned to Lin Dan. Little Dan, honestly, it is already amazing that your brother could lead us all the way here. Hearing this, Lin Dan could not help falling into deep thought. I have caused trouble for my brother again. If I could be just a little stronger, would things not have turned out like this? Lin Yuan quickly regained his focus and took command of the party. Giant Sun is right. The death penalty is too severe. As he spoke, he activated his ability. So none of you need to make a move. Lin Yuan curled his lips and opened the summoning gate. I alone will be enough. Seeing this, Wang Yin was horrified. So many summoned beasts? What exactly is this guy? Giant Sun curled his lips into a disdainful smile. You people have already partied with my best buddy, yet you still do not know his strength? Whether it is soloing a world boss or single-handedly defeating the Blood Crow Guild, among all the players I know, he is the strongest. Inside the cave at that moment, the Ashen Monitor Lizard King was quietly resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, a ball of supernatural energy flew toward it. The Ashen Monitor Lizard King immediately sensed it and opened its eyes wide. Even so, it could not dodge in time and took the full brunt of the attack. The enraged Ashen Monitor Lizard King immediately rushed out of the cave, roaring nonstop. The mechanical system displayed its information. Ashen Monitor Lizard King, King Grade. Level, 21. Health points, 10,000. Attack, 1,200. Defense, 300. Skills, Blazing Flame Spray, Flame Shield, Bite, and Tear. Lin Yuan showed no fear and slowly walked toward it. Qianqian's group, observing from behind, could not help feeling terrified. 1,200 attack points. Just touching it would kill someone instantly, right? Because of her stubborn personality, Lin Dan secretly decided to go forward and assist him. This is clearly all because of me. How can I let my brother fall into danger? She shouted her suggestion. Let me draw aggro for you. But before she could do anything, Lin Dan was bound by a magic circle. Giant Sun had activated the skill Holy Light Imprisonment. He calmly stepped forward and reminded her, Watch from here. If you rush up, you will only cause him more trouble. Those words left her stunned. What did you say? Giant Sun calmly suggested. Let us enjoy my best buddy's elegant maneuvers together. Lin Yuan stood calmly before the monster's huge mouth, which was continuously gathering energy. The Ashen Monitor Lizard King activated a skill. The instant it spat out blazing flame spray, Lin Yuan had already leaped high into the air. A cry of astonishment came from behind. He perfectly controlled the boss's skill range. The summoned beasts also seized the opportunity to rush forward. By the time the Ashen Monitor Lizard King realized it, they were already on its body. The summoned beasts took turns biting into the flesh of the Ashen Monitor Lizard King, each tearing off a mouthful. The situation immediately became more chaotic than ever. A voice of admiration rang out. He has calculated the cooldown times of all the boss's skills perfectly. Giant Sun kept praising him excitedly. It is as if he knew all the monster's information in advance. This battle truly is art. Lin Dan was trapped and could only obediently watch the fight. Is this my brother's true strength? Demon Spirit, on the other side, was also utterly captivated. Lin Dan's brother is amazing. Keep it up. Kill that huge lizard. Her words made Wang Yin so angry that his face turned black. Shut your mouth. He gritted his teeth, gripping his sword tightly, while constantly calculating in his mind. At this rate, they really will clear the dungeon. Would it not mean I lose face in class? Right? As long as my sneak attack succeeds and makes him slip up, one strike from the boss can kill him. Lin Yuan was still fighting the monster with all his strength. The system displayed information. The Ashen Monitor Lizard King activated Bite and Tear. Health points, 315/10,000. Lin Yuan immediately wanted to seize this chance. It used Bite and Tear. The cooldown is 8 seconds. A perfect opportunity. Wang Yin suddenly rushed forward, trying to launch a sneak attack. You still want to solo the boss? Try again in your next life. By then, he was already right behind Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan had also discovered Wang Yin. Lin Yuan glanced over and silently cursed through barely parted lips. Idiot. With that thought, Lin Yuan nimbly turned and dodged away. Looks like you're tired of living. This action shocked Wang Yin so much that his jaw dropped. What? He should not have been able to dodge. Lin Yuan raised his leg, preparing to deliver a kick, then disappear together with it. He kicked Wang Yin hard in the side, leaving him no time to react. Wang Yin was stomped down onto the ground, and above him was the Ashen Monitor Lizard King, ferociously baring its fangs. Without another word, Lin Yuan cast a skill. Called Explosion Activat. An explosion instantly erupted, affecting both Wang Yin and the Ashen Monitor Lizard King. The mechanical system displayed. Congratulations. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player who hid his identity, Giant Sun, Qian, and Lin Dan for clearing Ashen Valley on hero difficulty for the first time. Seeing this, Qian was so happy that she grinned from ear to ear. I did not expect we would really clear it. Little Dan, your brother is super cool and super amazing. In the future, can we ask him to lead us into dungeons? Lin Dan froze for a moment, then murmured in reply, he is very busy. If there's a chance, we can talk about it later. Giant Sun could not help feeling delighted as well. He shouted excitedly, as expected of my best buddy, I will let you take the spotlight this time. Next time, I will show you the peak of what a priest can do. Behind them, Demon Spirit kept twisting around coquettishly. Godlike big brother, can I add you as a friend? Hearing her say that, Giant Sun angrily glared at her. Shut up right now. I have figured it out. As he shouted, he kept spinning his staff and casting his ability. You are in the same group as that villain who sneak attacked my best buddy. Gordy. The game system displayed again. Peerless young master, Yin has been killed. Use dark summoning on the corpse of the Ashen Monitor, Lizard King? Lin Yuan answered without hesitation. Yes. He observed his surroundings and secretly decided, I will take this big fellow away first. With that thought, he spoke aloud. Since the parasite has been eliminated, let us divide the equipment. After hearing this, Qian awkwardly refused. You were the one attacking the whole way. How could we ask for more equipment? Being able to clear the dungeon is already enough. Lin Yuan explained softly, I only need the skill book and the skill scroll. You can arrange the rest among yourselves. In his hands were 3 items: combat techniques, a skill book, and a skill scroll. The remaining loot included Ashen leg guards, silver, type, equipment. Effects: Constitution plus 30, movement speed plus 20, spirit plus 10. Attached skill, blazing flame walk. Skill effect: increases resistance to fire-type damage by 10%. Burning wrist guards, bronze, type. Equipment. Effects: Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 15, critical damage plus 5. Tempered fire longsword, bronze, type. Weapon. Effects: Attack plus 15, Strength plus 5, Constitution plus 5. Agility long boots, bronze, type. Equipment. Effects: Movement speed plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 5. Giant Sun quickly chose the Ashen leg guards. The main guild hall of our guild happens to be collecting leg guards. This is truly help arriving just in time. Suddenly, an idea came to him. How about this? I will buy all this equipment and distribute the money to everyone according to contribution. Lin Yuan politely replied, You can handle it as you see fit. I do not need any. Lin Dan had no objections, while Qian merely smiled to herself. We are rich. Once everything was settled, Lin Yuan decided to leave. This way, Wang Yin will not cause trouble for you anymore. If you run into difficulties next time, tell me directly. I'm going to do a few missions. Seeing this, Lin Dan hurriedly called after him. Brother, wait. Lin Yuan turned back in confusion. What is it? Do you need equipment? Lin Dan's heart had long been filled with doubts. Ever since they entered the dungeon, her brother had displayed astonishing maneuvers. She had never seen summoned beasts appearing endlessly like that. Could it be that her brother was also a chosen one hiding his class? Thinking of this, she carefully asked, Since you started playing this game, have you felt any changes in your body? Lin Yuan frowned and fell silent. I've been noticed? But little Dan has already come into contact with people from the Order organization. I still cannot expose the secret of the Necromancer Hunter. This is also to protect her. He turned around and lied without blinking. No, not at all. Why are you asking? Could it be that you have changed somehow? After hearing this, Lin Dan felt awkward. She stiffly turned and left. No, nothing. Right, I still have a mission to turn in. I will go first. Lin Yuan slightly curled the corner of his mouth, looking at Lin Dan helplessly. She has grown up, but her acting is still this terrible. Still, the fact that she could tell me this much this time means she has acknowledged me as her older brother, right? Unexpectedly, Giant Sun called out, Best buddy. He dragged over a whole team, waving nonstop. Great, you have not left yet. Little Moon just decided to open Ashen Valley on death difficulty. I said we absolutely had to invite my best buddy to join us. That way, nothing would go wrong. Lin Yuan frowned in thought. I did not expect to make contact with Cold Moon so soon. This is just the right chance to investigate whether the first believer is hiding in Mirror Flowers, Water Moon. After thinking it through, he slowly opened his mouth. Fine. I was planning to try death difficulty next anyway. Giant Sun affectionately put an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulders. Straightforward, as expected of my best buddy. Come on, let me introduce you. These are all core members of our guild. He introduced them. The leader of the super godly Iron Triangle is also the guild leader of Mirror Flowers, Water Moon. The aloof beauty, Lady Cold Moon. She also nodded in greeting. Hello, I have heard about you for a long time. Welcome to our core team. Seeing that the other person did not introduce himself, Giant Sun had no choice but to step in. This is Scar, an expert responsible for casting spells. His class is also very rare. He is the mage of the Iron Triangle. However, Scar did not give him any face at all. Enough, Giant Sunday. I have not acknowledged him as a teammate yet. Casually bringing some random person into the team is not a wise move. Scar made his displeasure clear. Death difficulty has very little room for error. A passerby player like him cannot coordinate with us and will only get in the way. I do not want to take the risk. You understand what I mean, right? Hearing this, Giant Sun angrily stepped forward to defend Lin Yuan. Starscar, what are you saying? Just now it was my best buddy who led me. Not only did Starscar refuse to listen, he even curled his lips mockingly. I have seen plenty of braggarts like this. Do not say that we are bullying you with numbers. I will give you a chance. Starscar set a condition for Lin Yuan. As long as you can take down half of the boss's health, I will give you the gold equipment on me. But if you get in the way and cause us to fail, you must compensate us for all our losses. At this point, he rudely ordered, "Did you hear that clearly? It is still not too late for you to get lost." Hearing this, Lin Yuan was provoked. He replied calmly, "Free gold equipment? Of course that works for me. In that case, I ask everyone here to supervise in case someone tries to go back on his word at the end." Just like that, the two of them openly confronted each other. In the end, Cold Moon had to step forward to smooth things over. "Enough, Starscar. Letting Giant Sun's friend join was something we agreed on beforehand. If you had objections, you should have brought them up then. Since this matter has already been decided, proceed according to the original plan. Everyone cooperate and clear the dungeon." Being singled out, Starscar angrily growled, "Cold Moon, you are helping an outsider? The death penalty in this dungeon is severe if you do not reconsider." Cold Moon, however, did not care in the slightest. She decisively turned and left. "I do not want to repeat something I have already decided. Enter the dungeon." Starscar could not argue back and could only secretly make up his mind. "Cold Moon, I will show you that a stray dog picked up from the roadside cannot be trusted. I'm a teammate you cannot do without." His gaze grew more and more filled with hatred. "Only me." The scene shifted inside. The mechanical system appeared. Ashen Monitor Lizard Common. Level 18. Health points 4,700. Attack 580. Defense 75. Skill Blazing Flame Spray. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down to the ground. The Ashen Monitor Lizard immediately looked toward it warily. Cold Moon's group and Lin Yuan had just arrived when they were surrounded by the monsters. Giant Sun was shocked. He groaned and complained, "The monster density in a death difficulty dungeon is way too exaggerated. We are surrounded the moment we enter." Cold Moon quickly regained her composure and gave an order. "Melee classes hold the line. There are too many monsters. We must find a chance to break through the encirclement." The entire team immediately took their positions, each doing their own job. "Hold steady. I will draw aggro. You all look for a chance to charge out." "Okay, Little Moon." Starscar, standing behind her, had long wanted to eliminate the problem at its root. Whenever he saw this leech-like guy clinging around, he felt irritated and truly wanted to smash those lightning orbs onto his head. An Ashen Monitor Lizard suddenly lunged toward them. Giant Sun was startled by the sight. "What is going on?" Only then did Starscar panic. "Oh no, I missed the rear." Cold Moon and her teammates had no choice but to rush up. She did not forget to remind him, "What are you thinking, Starscar? Get your head in the game." On this side, Giant Sun also quickly shouted, "This is bad. There are monsters behind us too. We do not have any spare frontline positions." The whole team situation immediately fell into chaos. There is no time to worry about that anymore. I will use this young charging bear beast too. That is just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It will be beaten to death by the monsters. That is the battle pet you exchanged a piece of silver equipment for. Only then did Lin Yuan slowly make his move. "Leave this place to me." He immediately summoned countless undead exotic beasts to attack. With overwhelming power, Lin Yuan summoned beasts forced the Ashen Monitor Lizards to retreat. They charged forward frantically, attacking non-stop from every direction. Of course, he did not just stand by and watch. He rushed in to fight alongside them. This wave saved Cold Moon's team from an obvious defeat. They really held them off. "Great, my battle pet doesn't have to be sacrificed anymore." Starscar, standing behind them after having his spotlight stolen, ground his teeth. "You made me lose face in front of Cold Moon. Don't even think about leaving this dungeon alive, you country bumpkin." Just as he was about to speak, Cold Moon, Just now, she had already rushed over and stood in front of Star Scar. Everyone, hold on. Stop getting distracted. The game system mechanically displayed. A new wave of monsters had appeared. The group immediately regained their fighting spirit. All right. Giant Sun closed his eyes, trying hard to focus and unleash his ability. Lin Yuan was continuously attacking the Ashen Monitor lizards. He was forced to quickly keep up with the whole team's pace. Cold Moon quietly observed his fighting style. He could analyze and resolve danger in an instant. This reaction speed and level of control were both extremely rare talents. Once this dungeon ended, she would try inviting him to join the guild. Starscar, meanwhile, could only stand frozen in place. He secretly decided to play dirty. By now, Cold Moon's impression of me must have worsened. No, I have to think of a way to make him embarrass himself. With that thought, Starscar used support as an excuse to move closer to Lin Yuan. Let me back you up. Be careful not to get accidentally hit. Lin Yuan could not help frowning and silently cursed. What an idiot. But this is also an opportunity. I can use this chance to get closer to Cold Moon, make her lower her guard, then get information out of her. Lin Yuan bent down with all his strength, dodging several of Starscar's intentional attacks. But because the Ashen Monitor lizards were in front of him, he was forced into a passive position. Damn it! Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed Lin Yuan's. Cold Moon pulled him away from there and proposed coordinating. I'll handle the ones on the right. You deal with the ones on the left. Got it. Lin Yuan quickly answered, got it. Immediately afterward, she turned, released him, and charged forward. As soon as Lin Yuan landed, he and Cold Moon successfully took down 2 Ashen Monitor lizards together. She and he stood facing different directions, attacking and dealing with them. The 2 of them rushed forward at the same time, breaking through the encirclement. When the teammates behind them saw this scene, their eyes lit up. As expected, combination skills really get your blood boiling. The guild leader and that handsome guy have amazing teamwork. So cool. After everything was dealt with, Lin Yuan slightly curved his lips and chatted with her. This is the first time I've seen a skill like that. Is it a skill you learned after changing class? Cold Moon modestly replied, it's nothing special. I was just lucky enough to learn it from a skill book. He took the chance to suggest, the second-ranked guild really does hide crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Are there any other experts in your guild who know special skills? I like to exchange techniques with them. Cold Moon also spoke frankly. Then you can join Mirror Flowers, Water Moon, and find out for yourself. But Lin Yuan firmly refused. Forget it. I'm more used to playing games alone. That expression on his face made her pause. That familiar smile. Was it an illusion? It really looked exactly the same. Starscar, who had been left behind, was so furious that he ground his teeth. What exactly did that bastard say to Cold Moon? Why does Cold Moon have that expression? Suddenly, Giant Sun hurried over. Report, I've collected the dropped equipment. We'll split it after this is over. Little Moon, are we still going to fight the boss according to the original plan? She merely gave a calm hum of agreement. But Starscar used this as an excuse and stepped forward to make a request. Wait, I want to apologize to this friend. Everyone saw it just now, too. His strength is far beyond what we imagined. With his ability, he can definitely perform even better. Starscar's gaze turned sinister. I suggest we let him help draw the aggro of the next boss. Lin Yuan analyzed the situation. If I go draw aggro, then I won't have a chance to attack the boss anymore, let alone knock down half of its health. Could it be that you want to go back on your word and can't bear to give up a piece of gold equipment? Starscar replied, you think you can exchange a few moves with the boss? Keep dreaming. You're overthinking it, buddy. As long as you can complete the task, I can still give you the gold equipment. Cold Moon cut in, I don't agree. Changing roles in the middle of battle has too many uncertain factors. He interrupted her. Don't say that, Cold Moon. I can tell you value him highly too. Why not let him decide for himself? Lin Yuan thought to himself. If I want to come into contact with a second-ranked guild and Cold Moon, this Starscar is a nuisance. I'll make him stop for now, then deal with him later. He agreed to their proposal. Fine, I accept. The whole group moved to Ashen Valley. Giant Sun invited him. Bone, Let me broaden my horizons and see your full strength. Starscar mocked him. This idiot definitely doesn't know the boss's area attack skill specifically counters his summoned beasts. That'll be a good show to watch. Lin Yuan gathered power in his hand and thought to himself, the boss in a death difficulty dungeon is indeed tricky. But based on my experience from my previous life, I already know its mechanics like the back of my hand. A sphere of lightning shot toward the target. The ferocious beast was struck by surprise. The system displayed its information. Ashen Monitor Lizard King. King Grade. Level 25. Health 15,000. Attack 1,500. Defense 500. Skills: Blazing Flame Spray, Furnace of All Things, Tail Whip Strike, Flame Shield. The members of the group were shocked. The boss in death difficulty has reached level 25. Current players are level 15 at most. The gap is too huge. Everyone stopped spacing out. Only Starscar thought gleefully, hurry up and use your skills. That brat will definitely regret this badly. Lin Yuan approached the boss without the slightest hesitation. He directed them, same as before. Start by attacking the ground. Its moves still haven't changed at all. The whole group immediately followed his instructions. Before their eyes was the ferocious beast's enormous body. Hurry and seize the timing. Starscar did not help. Instead, he stood in a corner and laughed to himself. This scene is simply wonderful. He looks like a filthy little rat. The entire team looked incomparably tiny before such a powerful opponent. Cold Moon urged Starscar, hurry and use your control skill. He cursed, damn it, it's too late. The bombardment of flames sent everyone flying in all directions. Someone could not help cursing. Starscar, what exactly are you doing? She questioned him. Why didn't you activate your lightning spell to paralyze the boss's tail? Wasn't that arranged for you in advance? Do you know how good an opportunity you just wasted? He stammered, Cold Moon, I'm sorry, The two remaining members were in despair. We're all crippled. Healing also takes time. How can Bone deal with the boss alone? There's no chance this round. Even quitting midway through a death difficulty dungeon will cause heavy losses. Right now, we really can't advance or retreat. Cold Moon sternly reminded them. At this point, I only hope everyone learns a lesson. Our new teammate didn't make any mistakes. Instead, it's us, the ones who have always worked well together, who dragged him down. I'll inform him to quit the dungeon. All losses will be borne by the guild. The members of the group were shocked. Wait, guild leader, look. He doesn't seem affected. He's still fighting the monster alone. Lin Yuan understood clearly. Looks like they won't be able to join the battle for a while. I should just fight it myself. The weakness of the Ashen Monitor Lizard King was on its back. As long as lightning damage was used to paralyze its tail, he could unleash his attacks freely. Watching the boss charge over, Lin Yuan contemptuously swung his sword. Too slow. The lightning scorpion was summoned, and he ordered it, interrupt it. The system announced, Crystal-killing lightning scorpion has activated the skill Paralyzing Demon Lightning Strike. Power spread throughout the boss's body. Effect, paralysis inflicted. Lin Yuan gave another order. Good. The boss's rear is safe now. Charge. The beast he had summoned fiercely ran toward the target. Cold Moon was shocked. He still has a lightning attribute summoned beast, and he even knows how to deal with the boss. Starscar thought with extreme embarrassment. How did he know? Doesn't that mean I'm not even as useful as one of his summoned beasts? Giant Sun regained his fighting spirit. Great. Bone really is confident in dealing with the boss. Let's hurry and recover our health. Then go help him. Meanwhile, Starscar realized, wait. In the end, he's still just pretending to be clever. His summoned beasts won't last long. Just the boss's impact damage alone can crush them to death. The summoned beast's health bar was about to empty, and its body swayed unsteadily. Lin Yuan activated the skill Dark Curse. The summoned beast's health bar filled up again. Its strength surged back. Starscar was stunned. No, impossible. How can he still heal his summoned beasts? Doesn't that mean he can kill the boss all by himself? Lin Yuan shouted with great momentum, Everyone, get ready. The boss has reached its execution threshold. Charge together. The system announced, Ashen Monitor Lizard King has activated the skill furnace of all things. Lin Yuan was resisting with all his strength. He ordered the death dire wolf. Dire wolf stopped them. Lin Yuan carefully analyzed the situation. If this continues, it won't work. That guy has been hiding in the shadows, controlling snakes. I have to drag him out. His eyes suddenly looked elsewhere, as if he had realized something. Lin Yuan looked toward the snake that was relaying the signal. Found you. He used his fastest speed and shot forward. Lin Yuan raised his fist confidently. You have nowhere left to hide. Shadow gloves equipped. Lin Yuan's punch, wrapped in blue flame, was heading straight for his prey. But when Lin Yuan punched the iron bars, nothing happened. Only then did he pause for a beat. No, that's not right. As Lin Yuan observed, he carefully analyzed. This gate has the marks I left before. This is the Nether King Serpent's position. He's luring me to my death. The Death Dire Wolf behind him deliberately signaled at that moment. Right then, Lin Yuan also noticed the serpent demons behind him in time. Then let's see who loses patience and makes the first move. He quickly took action. He activated a skill, Stealth. In an instant, Lin Yuan vanished, causing the serpent demons to lose their bearings. The person who had just been standing before their eyes had disappeared into thin air. From the darkness, a voice echoed. He actually didn't fall for it. When Luke suddenly appeared amid the swarm of snakes, he said, I will never let a second person know the secret in the sewers. This is my territory. He looked around and saw movement on the surface of the water. It was as if he had nearly noticed something unusual. Without hesitation, he immediately acted. An opening. Become food for my snakes. He raised a snake head and spewed out a surge of dark magic, destroying everything around him. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared from behind. Where are you aiming? Luke was thrown into panic by him. What? Lin Yuan did not hesitate and swung his hand in a slash, but Luke dodged in time. He ground his teeth bitterly. You dare trick me? Luke slammed his staff hard into the ground, and the serpent demons also charged over in fury. You're seeking death. Lin Yuan silently evaluated him. Looks like he isn't good at close combat. He's kept his distance this whole time. As long as I use the undead to pin down these snakes, I'll have a chance to win. With that thought, he charged straight forward and challenged him. You're not the only one who knows how to summon. Let them play slowly. Luke stubbornly refused to believe his eyes. Undead zombies again? How can this be such a coincidence? Impossible. As Lin Yuan attacked, he mocked him. Could it be that besides controlling these snakes, you have no other ability? Luke cursed furiously. Shut up. A dead man like you doesn't need to know so much. Lin Yuan was not willing to back down either and bluntly retorted, Enough. Without those snakes, you couldn't block a single attack. You're truly making the first believer lose face. Luke could not help being shocked. Ew. How do you know about that, Lord? Suddenly, more snakes surged up from the ground. Luke laughed with delighted pride. Didn't expect that, did you? I still have more snakes. I'll capture you and interrogate you slowly. Lin Yuan did not rush. He was still analyzing carefully. Hindy's ambush was already suspicious from the very beginning. His snakes even know how to use the terrain. Sure enough, during this period, he has already become a subordinate of the first believer. I have to think of a way to capture him. In an instant, Lin Yuan cut through the bodies of the snakes. Luke lost patience and decided to deliver the finishing blow. This ends here, trash. Lin Yuan remained calm. Perfect. I'll use this chance to lure him closer. But this surge of dark magic was so powerful that it knocked him down. Lin Yuan was shocked because, right now, he was being bound by the snakes. His magic damage also came with a control effect, and Lin Yuan's movements had clearly become slower. Luke smugly walked closer and bragged. When I saw the zombies, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. I didn't expect you really were a necromancer hunter. It's just a pity that your skills seem rather incomplete, don't they? Lin Yuan's body was tightly wrapped by two snakes, but he showed no fear. Necromancer hunter? What are you talking about? Although he looked calm on the surface, inside, he was very afraid of being discovered. How does he know this class? He even knows the necromancer hunter's skills so clearly. Luke ignored his question and laughed loudly, as if he already had the initiative firmly in his grasp. Tell me, where did you learn about the boss? We have plenty of time today. Lin Yuan gave a faint smile. I'll return those exact words to you. In a while, I'll make you spit out everything you know. Behind Luke appeared a terrifying three-headed snake. You dare turn my snake into an undead? Since when? Lin Yuan still stood where he was, his whole body bound tightly by the two monsters. My undead are endless. Your snakes are suffering casualties. Give up struggling. Luke could not accept it and still did everything he could to fight back. Dream on. I will never be captured by a mongrel like you. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and immediately broke free from the encirclement, beginning to summon power. Gulp's explosion. Luke had not run far before the Nether King serpent caught up with him. In the very next second, it used its entire body to bind him tightly. Lin Yuan shouted an order, go capture him. Use constriction. Only then did he slowly walk closer. You run pretty fast, but at least I've confirmed the snake controller's range of activity. Moreover, during this period, the snake controller still doesn't possess the powerful strength he had when the evil god descended. If I learn this control removal technique, these snakes will simply be undead materials delivering themselves to my door. Something suddenly flashed in the ruins, drawing his attention. Lin Yuan picked it up and carefully examined it. This is a pocket watch. There was no attribute interface. Looks like it is an equipment. Could it be some kind of token? If he's hiding inside the Mirror Flowers Water Moon Guild, now is the best time to verify it with Cold Moon. He still hasn't had time to move. The sound of the messaging system rang out. Recipient, Cold Moon. Is it convenient for me to step out for a while? I want to talk about Ashen Valley. That night, when the entire kingdom was lit up, Cold Moon walked over to the empty seat. Sorry, I'm a little late. With a wave of her hand, a small ring appeared on the table. This is the gold equipment I promised. See if it suits you. It was an extremely rare gold concentration ring. Lin Yuan looked at the ring on the table and pondered. Mana recovery effect. Ever since I got Corpse Explosion, my mana consumption has been a bit high. Cold Moon really put thought into this. Cold Moon waved her hand again, and a variety of different items appeared on the table. There are also the drops from Ashen Valley. We agreed earlier that you would choose first. Lin Yuan calmly picked up each item and carefully examined it. It suits me very well. It even exceeds my expectations. As for the drops, I only need the skill scroll. Lin Yuan rested his hand against his chin, his tone carrying a slight, teasing note. I thought you were the extremely eccentric type. I didn't expect you would also come to a place with so many taverns. Lin Yuan returned to his serious expression and looked straight at the person across from him. I was leveling in the sewers today and ran into an expert. The guild emblem on him looked very similar to the emblem of Mirror Flowers, Water Moon. I wanted to exchange techniques with him. Would that be convenient? Cold Moon also grew serious again. The sewers? I'll ask around in the guild. He took out the watch he had picked up earlier. This is something he accidentally dropped. Do you have any impression of it? Is there anyone in your guild who wears this kind of pocket watch? She held the watch in her hand and tried hard to remember. A pocket watch? Let me see. It doesn't seem to be equipment, does it? Honestly, this is the first time I've seen an accessory like this. Lin Yuan was not disappointed. Understand. Then I'll have to trouble you to help me ask about what happened in the sewers. This is extremely important to me. Cold Moon readily agreed. All right, I'll keep an eye out in the guild. He continued asking, speaking of which, you just took a piece of gold equipment like that. Won't the people in your guild have any objections? She tilted her head slightly and looked away. Starscar is very upset, but this time it was originally his fault. Besides, you look a lot like my younger brother. Sometimes even I find it hard to tell the difference. If he were still alive, he would probably be about your age. Only then did Lin Yuan understand the reason behind it. No wonder her reactions had been so strange several times. He could only comfort her. Please accept my condolences. Cold Moon pushed the watch back. It's all in the past now, right? If you're willing to trust me, you should try to prepare some lightning resistance potions next. They'll be useful very soon. Lin Yuan secretly waited in his mind. It seemed that the Order organization had already learned about the next special lightning attribute dungeon internally. Unfortunately, the strongest formula for making lightning resistance potions was in his hands. At the same time, a system notification sounded. 100 devil nettle grass stalks have been submitted. Ama's commission has been completed. The two of them stood up and prepared to leave the tavern. I'll consider it. Then I'll be going first. Cold Moon stepped forward and suggested, let's go together. The two left the tavern together, not noticing that everything had been seen by Star Scar from a hidden corner. He was shaking with anger. Is that bastard dating Cold Moon? I have to cripple him. Unexpectedly, Cold Moon and Lin Yuan had appeared behind him at some point. Star Scar, what a coincidence. You came to the tavern too. Star Scar tried hard to explain himself. I just happened to be passing by. Then he raised his voice in warning. Cold Moon, what is there for you to talk about with someone like him? You'd better stay away from him. Lin Yuan replied unhappily. I called her here because I had a few guild-related matters to ask about. You don't need to overthink it. Star Scar glared with murderous intent. Great expert. Didn't you say you wouldn't join a guild? Then why are you still looking for our guild leader to talk about this? Do you have some other motive? Lin Yuan stared at him and thought to himself, he really is a lingering ghost that won't leave. After thinking that, he answered smoothly, of course. Guild leader Cold Moon's swordsmanship is excellent, so I wanted to ask her for some guidance. Is that not allowed? Star Scar argued desperately. From what I see, you have other intentions, don't you? Cold Moon, you need to be careful of someone like him. Keep your distance, or you'll bring trouble on yourself. At this moment, Cold Moon finally spoke. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't need your approval to decide who I drink with, do I? Star Scar began to grow embarrassed. No, Cold Moon, that's not what I meant. She coldly brushed past him. Enough. And to think I came here specially to keep that equipment for you. You've disappointed me too much. Star Scar tried to explain himself now. Cold Moon, you misunderstood. Watching Cold Moon leave with Lin Yuan, he grew even more resentful. This is all because of that bastard. As long as I get rid of him, Cold Moon will only look at me like she did before. Star Scar's mind had now become completely muddled and was gradually losing its way. Get rid of him. The scene changed. Inside a room, the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Star Scar slowly walked in from outside. He entered with a gloomy air. Once he arrived, Star Scar directly demanded, So you really are here? Go help me deal with someone. The masked man replied unhurriedly. What's the rush? Let me finish this drink first. But Star Scar hurriedly laid out his terms. After the job is done, I'll pay you double. I've already sent you the target's picture. You must kill him, and the more miserable his death, the better. The other man finally agreed. You're really sparing no expense. In that case, I'll take it. Before leaving, Star Scar did not forget to add another instruction. Remember, you must choose a crowded place. He revealed a savage smile. Torture him slowly in front of everyone. After that, the masked man also sat down and checked Lin Yuan's information. He stared closely at him. This person, somehow, he looks a little familiar. At this moment, in a town near the desert, Dak Wei was holding the treasure in his hand and examining it carefully. I've never seen this kind of watch before. It looks like an ordinary accessory, but you can go to the Bloodtail Nights and try your luck. The prerequisite is that you can get in. Lin Yuan thought helplessly. I didn't expect that even a knowledgeable NPC like Dak would have no idea. All right, thank you. Dak Wei was somewhat regretful. It's nothing. Unfortunately, I've already retired from the army. Without a proper reason, it's very difficult to meet the commander. Just then a girl walked in. Uncle Dak, have you been well lately? I brought you something delicious. When Dak Wei saw her, he warmly greeted her. Edith, you're too thoughtful. Thank you for coming to visit this old man again. Her appearance made Lin Yuan curious. Edith? Dak Wei took the opportunity to offer a suggestion. If you really want to go to the Bloodtail Nights to ask around, then you can ask Edith for help. She is Commander Sit's daughter. She hurriedly denied it. No, I stopped being his daughter a long time ago. Right now, I'm only a tailor who supports herself. Only then did Lin Yuan speak up. It sounds like there are some misunderstandings between you two. Perhaps I can help with something. Dak Wei began persuading her. Edith, the commander must regret it very much now. You two are father and daughter. Why argue to this extent? Take it as advice from this uncle of yours. Edith softened because of that. All right, young friend. Please come with me. I thought I would never have a chance to give him this gift. I didn't expect. Lin Yuan seemed to understand a little. It seems all you lacked was an opportunity. As Edith opened the gift box, she also admitted it. Perhaps so. Handing the gift to Lin Yuan, Edith instructed him. This is formal attire I spent a year sewing. I hope you could deliver it to my father. Then tell me his answer. Lin Yuan took the gift and affirmed firmly. Please rest assured. I will definitely deliver it quickly. You have accepted a hidden quest, Dust-Covered Family Affection. Quest name, Dust-Covered Family Affection. Activation condition, heal Dak and receive his goodwill. Bloodtail Knights, reputation greater than 0. Quest content, deliver the formal attire personally sewn by Edith to her father, Sit. Quest grade gold. Quest time limit, 12 hours. The scene changed. At the Bloodtail Knights encampment, the guards outside were strict. When they saw Lin Yuan, they hurriedly stopped him. Stop. Who are you? He calmly answered their question. Please don't worry. I came here after receiving Miss Edith's commission. I want to deliver an item to the commander. One guard said he would pass on a message. Miss Edith? Wait here. I'll report to the commander. Lin Yuan looked at them and carefully considered the situation. The Bloodtail Knights were considered the strongest combat force in the ancient kingdom of the Western Desert aside from the state preceptor. Establishing a good relationship with them might make many things more convenient. A while later, the guard returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please follow me. At the same time, another soldier led over a strange creature with a lion's head and wings. Lin Yuan pondered to himself. If I want to obtain the Bloodtail Knight's special mount, the Blood Lion, I still need to raise my reputation before I can buy one. After walking for a while, they stopped in front of a tent. The soldier pointed the way. The commander is in the tent ahead. Go in by yourself. Lin Yuan replied sincerely. All right. Thank you. As soon as he walked in, he was still carrying many thoughts. Commander Sit's strength was terrifying, equivalent to a level 60 Lord-class monster. I absolutely cannot expose my secret as a necromancer hunter. Inside, a man was already waiting. Lin Yuan spoke cautiously. Commander Sit, pardon the disturbance. As soon as Sit turned around, he asked directly about Edith. Tell me, how is Edith living now? Lin Yuan placed the box on the table. Miss Edith misses you very much. I accepted her commission to bring this item to you. This is the formal attire she spent a year sewing for you. She hopes you can understand her feelings. Hughes took it. A whole year. The child must have poured a great deal of effort into it. Why won't she come see me? It seems she is still loved sewing all these years. Look at these meticulous stitches. It truly is a work of art. But back then, I was stubborn. I believed my daughter could not take up a lowly profession like tailoring, and in the end, I even forced her to leave. They had not seen each other for 10 years. Hughes carefully stroked the garment. Lin Yuan thought to himself, Sit can command wind and rain, yet he actually has such a gentle side. I have to find a chance to ask about the watch. Then he spoke. Lord Sit, Miss Edith does not blame you. Hughes replied, Tell that child for me that I no longer care about so-called glory. I only need her to return to my side. Lin Yuan agreed. All right, but I have one matter I would like to trouble you with. Do you know the origin of this watch? Hughes answered with certainty. A watch? I can be certain I have never seen this model before. Once the matter was finished, he immediately said, Hurry and go bring my reply to Edith. Lin Yuan answered, All right. Suddenly, he called Lin Yuan back. Wait, what is your identity? Lin Yuan grew worried. Could he have discovered something? Hughes sighed. I was being presumptuous. Since you are someone my daughter acknowledges, I should not suspect you. Thank you for everything you have done for Edith. If anyone bullies that child, you may deal with them in the name of the Bloodtail Knights at any time. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. All right, I will protect Miss Edith's safety. A system notification appeared. Recognized by Sit. Bloodtail Knight's reputation plus 1,000. Your Bloodtail Knight's reputation has reached friendly. You have obtained the identity of honorary member of the Bloodtail Knights. Lin Yuan thought, I didn't expect him to directly give me the Bloodtail Knights badge. After all, aside from Sit personally issuing it, this item cannot be obtained through any other channel. With this, I'll be able to move freely throughout the Western Desert. My current Bloodtail Knight's reputation is 1,500. The reputation shop has opened. I can't miss this chance. After all, some things can only be found here. The shopkeeper said cheerfully, Greetings, young knight. Would you like to buy something? Lin Yuan replied, I want to buy a bloodlion. Then he thought to himself, I already obtained combat techniques before. As long as I activate a mount as well, it will be equivalent to a mobile fortress. The owner introduced it enthusiastically. Bloodlions are very expensive. There aren't many in all of Windblown Sands. It costs 300 gold coins. Before the shopkeeper could finish speaking, Lin Yuan decided immediately. No problem. The system announced, 300 gold coins spent. Exclusive Mount Bloodlion Beast has been activated. Edith's eyes were full of tears. Did father really say that? My heavens, I thought he had forgotten me long ago and spent every day immersed in his night order. Lin Yuan replied, Don't say that, Miss Edith. The commander still wants you to return to his side. She declined. It's enough that he feels that way. The system announced, Hidden Quest Dust-Covered Family Affection has been completed. Edith took out a small box. This is my thank you gift. Please accept it. Please help me pass a message to my father. I'm already very satisfied being able to sew beautiful clothes for everyone. I want to stay here and continue working. The system panel tallied the skill received. Lin Yuan thought, this gold equipment can grant immunity to magic and control effects. With it, I can almost completely counter that snake controller. Then he said, Thank you. I'll go right away. Hughes's voice came from inside the tent. It seems Edith likes her current life very much. In that case, I can rest easy. Lin Yuan calculated silently. If there are no clues about the watch, I might as well ask him directly for information about snakes. Then he spoke. Commander, do you know any information related to snakes? He answered, After the Snake People civilization was expelled, all snakes in Windblown Sands were swept away by them long ago. But does a snake in a dream count? His expression darkened. Lin Yuan asked in confusion, Is there anything special about that snake? Hughes explained, I heard it is a giant serpent. But things in dreams are illusory and vague, and no one can take action against them. Right now, you're also an honorary member of the Bloodtail Knights. If you're interested in snakes, then I will entrust this task to you. Lin Yuan agreed. All right, I'll go right away. Then he thought, could it be the Nether King's serpent? Why would it appear in someone else's dream? Could this be connected to that snake controller? The system announced that a new quest had been accepted. Lin Yuan stood before a large villa. A man opened the door and walked out, carrying a woman in his hand. He flung her away and shouted, A lowly commoner like you dares defy the Count? Beato arrogantly ordered. How reckless. Beat her. After hearing Beato's order, those men immediately acted. What a vile wretch. You're just asking for a beating. The Count has taken a liking to you. That is your honor, you low-born woman. Lin Yuan moved to stop them. So, this is the Count's residence. This has truly broadened my horizons. One man pointed at his face and shouted, Where did this low-born brat come from? You dare meddle in the Count's affairs. Beato sneered. Tisk TSK. Trying to be a hero, saving the beauty? Then stay here with her. Get him. The girl said weakly. Hurry and leave. There won't be a good end for anyone who goes against the Count. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and all of those men were sent flying. The person I'm looking for is here. Where's the Count? Beato stammered. Do you know whose people you're touching? This is Count Carlo's territory. Carlo walked over. Where did this lowborn come from, daring to touch my people? Immediately notify the Bloodtail Knights and throw this man into prison for me. Lin Yuan took out the badge. I am someone sent by the Bloodtail Knights. I came because of your nightmare. They were shocked. You're a knight? Carlo immediately changed his attitude. Hang up these useless trash for me and starve them for 3 days and 3 nights. Beato replied, Yes. Carlo kept rambling. They truly have no eyes. They can't even tell the difference between a knight and a lowborn. You've finally arrived. If you can resolve my problem, I will have Sit record your contribution. Lin Yuan replied, I hope so. Inside the mansion, there were many large bookshelves, and countless servants were each busy with their own tasks. Sitting in the main seat, Carlo spoke. In my dreams, there is always a giant serpent chasing me and roaring. Even experienced priests have been unable to find the cause. How absurd. A count like me actually has to suffer such torment. I had someone sketch that damn snake. See if you can resolve it. Lin Yuan thought, it really is the Nether King serpent. Then he replied, Count, I need a little time. Carlo said, I hope you can be confident of victory. This matter benefits both me and you. Suddenly, an unlucky maid accidentally tripped over the carpet, causing water to splash directly onto Carlo. Ouch! He roared angrily. Ah, you wench. You damned wench. I'll punish you. A slap came down. The maid cried in fear. MMA, please don't. He flew into a rage. You can't even do such a small thing properly. You really are lowly by nature. Then he raised his foot high. Lin Yuan quickly carried the girl away. Carlo was surprised. You? Lin Yuan changed the topic. Count, we are still discussing the commission. Isn't it rather inappropriate for you to do this? Carlo laughed. Oh, embarrassing. But I'm doing this for their own good. If they can't even handle such trivial chores, how will they survive in the future? When these children had no home to return to, I was the only one kind enough to take them in. They're very grateful. Tell him, Anna. Isn't that right? The maid stammered, Yes. I'm very grateful that the Count took me in. Carlo was satisfied with the answer. Withdraw. Unlike someone naturally noble like me, these poor wretches from the slums are worth less than a slice of black bread. But lowly people have their uses too. Being able to curry favor with me is the very meaning of their existence. Don't you agree, Knight? Lin Yuan remained silent. He only thought to himself, is he mocking me for meddling? Carlo gave an order, and the butler prepared a feast, arranging a separate seat for this untitled knight while secretly preening. If not for working for him, this boy probably would never taste the delicacies of a count's household in his entire life. Beato reported. My lord Count, everything has been done according to your instructions. The fragrant meat gifted to you by Count Grandzone has been carefully prepared. Please have a look. Carlo praised him. Very good. However, this night may not be used to such refined cuisine. Just bring him some fish soup. Lin Yuan restrained himself inwardly. The mission matters most. Once I finish the mission, I'll deal with this Count. Then he replied, Anything is fine. Anna brought the soup over. Please, Sir Knight. Carlo chewed noisily. Knight, have you thought of a way to resolve this yet? Don't waste too much time. Lin Yuan took a sip of soup. I hope to observe inside your room for a while tonight. Carlo slammed his wineglass down on the dining table and shouted, What kind of joke is that? Is Count Carlo's room a place someone like you can enter? Think of a solution yourself. I only need results. Lin Yuan inwardly sneered. He really is a stupid, arrogant fool. In his invisible state, Lin Yuan slowly approached the door. He thought to himself, judging from his attitude during the day, there must be some secret in his room. If I want to complete this mission, I'll still have to use some special methods. The system appeared. Invisibility activated. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from inside. Lin Yuan was startled. Something's happened. A weak girl was struck directly across the face by a large hand. Carlo said, How ungrateful. Is serving me, Count Carlo, such a grievance for you? Beato chimed in, Exactly. Countless people want the chance to serve my Lord Count and never get it. The girl trembled and said in a wounded voice, Please spare me. Carlo leaned close to her face and laughed. Did you think a knight could protect you? Doesn't that fool do whatever I tell him to do? Beato laughed mockingly. What knight? As long as my Lord Count gives the word, he's nothing more than a servant. Lin Yuan clenched his palm. So these maids were all forced by him to become his servants. Carlo angrily threw the girl down, causing her great pain. Count Carlo, not only have power and influence in the Western Desert Kingdom, Even in other countries, I hold the status of a count. In this lifetime, you will never escape my control." Beato lowered his head and flattered him. "Someone as wise as you, my lord count, naturally would never put all your eggs in one basket." Carlos smiled confidently. "Of course." The system appeared before Lin Yuan. "Something is wrong. A count status is conferred by the king of the Western Desert Kingdom. How could he receive the same treatment in another country? Unless. System notification. Hidden condition activated. Count Carlo's nightmare mission has been updated to capture the traitor. Mission rank gold. Mission content. Capture the traitor Count Carlo and imprison him, while also finding evidence of treason. Mission time limit, 48 hours. Lin Yuan thought to himself, exactly as I guessed. Count Carlo is a traitor. I'll contact the Bloodtail Knights first, then decide what to do next. System notification, item used. Arrest request sent to the Bloodtail Knights. At that moment, Carlo narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. Suddenly, a hint of anger appeared in his gaze. Carlo said sternly, "That damned snake keeps me from sleeping at night. Don't even think you'll have any peace, either." The door was suddenly flung open in a rush. Lin Yuan said, "My lord Count, I thought I heard a scream. First, I need to stall until the knights arrive." Carlo was shocked. You damn knight. You have disrespected me time and again." "How bold!" Beato followed up. "Do you know that barging into a count's residence without permission is a serious crime?" Lin Yuan looked down and said, "Go. I have something to discuss with the count." Carlo's face darkened. "Go. You disturb my pleasure and still want to leave? You're only a knight, yet you think you're the center of the universe? That knight's badge can't hide the stench of poverty coming off you." Beato said loudly, "My lord, should we give him a little punishment?" Carlo angrily pointed at Lin Yuan. "Hang him up for me. I want him to know what kind of end people of lowly bloodlines ultimately meet." Beato smiled sinisterly and slowly approached. "Rest assured, my lord." The guards were startled and turned their heads. "Men, someone is trying to assassinate the count." They grabbed their weapons and hurried inside. The girl looked up and said, "Run quickly. Don't throw your life away because of me." Lin Yuan answered calmly, "They're not enough to make me throw my life away." The guards charged forward. "Attack. There's an intruder. Kill him." Lin Yuan quickly held his weapon in hand, ready for battle. "You leave first." The girl quickly gripped his hand. "Okay." The guards retreated before the blue light in front of them. What? The castle door, still intact in the night, was suddenly engulfed by an explosion that appeared in an instant. The girl collapsed to the ground, panting continuously, with Lin Yuan beside her. The guards were still pursuing them. "He's over there. Hurry, charge. Don't let him escape." Lin Yuan's gaze was cold. "There are too many maids and servants here. It isn't convenient to use undead or corpse explosion." A maid standing nearby watched. "It's him. Is he really trying to assassinate the count?" Another maid cut her off sternly. Don't talk nonsense." The maids watched the scene before them together. Lin Yuan easily and quickly knocked down the guards one by one. "Help me." All the guards lay unconscious at Lin Yuan's feet. "Next, I only need to keep an eye on the count and the butler, then wait for the knights to arrive." Suddenly, a glowing chain appeared and wrapped around his ankle. Lin Yuan's foot paused. This is a control skill. Perfect timing to test the equipment skill of the Dark Dao spirit. System notification. Spell immunity skill activated. Control effect removed. Beato was holding a magic staff in his hand. "You knights are all like this. Other than having a little strength, you have no brains." Lin Yuan's ankle was being tightly bound. How could Count Carlo not have an expert at his side? "Pin him down for me." Oh no, he still fell into the butler's hands. After all, the butler is an expert retired from the Royal Mage Corps. Beato rushed forward quickly. "This dagger can conduct lightning into your blood. That feeling won't be pleasant. Keep it for yourself." Lin Yuan quickly seized Beato's wrist. Beato's body froze. "You weren't controlled?" Beato collapsed in pain, blood flowing from his chest. Carlo stared at Lin Yuan with wide, terrified eyes. Trembling, he pointed at him. "I called you here to carry out a commission. Are you trying to rebel?" Lin Yuan said coldly. Compared to a commission, I think your act of treason is more serious, isn't it? Carlo stammered. What? How do you know? Beato struggled to stand. Since you've discovered it, then die. Lin Yuan swiftly dodged the attack. What a pity I can't kill you. The mission requires capturing you. Beato was shocked. What? A knight who knows magic? Lin Yuan's pitch-black eyes moved before him. His fist struck down, creating a powerful flash of light. Beato's body was sent flying by that mighty burst of light. The blow knocked him down onto the ground. Carlo hurried up the stairs. Bastard! I will definitely have Sit punish you, execute you. He was shocked to see Lin Yuan's feet already standing before him. You! How did you get here? Lin Yuan's face was cold. What? Weren't you going to execute me? Carlo hurriedly explained. How could that be? I was going to have Sit record your merit. No, I want to request the king to award you a medal. Blue flames began to burn in Lin Yuan's palm. If I catch you, the king will award me a medal too. Carlo cried out in fear. Stop. The blue flames sent Carlo flying. When you harmed innocent people, did you ever think of stopping? He struggled to speak. I was wrong, all right? I'll let those low-born wretches go. Lin Yuan replied coldly. Too late. His hand angrily grabbed Carlo by the collar and pulled him up. Lin Yuan's face darkened. Start thinking about your confession. Carlo stammered. Don't. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything. Spare me. Lin Yuan tightened his hand and struck Carlo in the chest. Say goodbye to your noble status. Carlo's body instantly flew far away through the thick smoke. He suddenly spoke. I hope I'm not too late. Count Carlo hasn't been injured, has he? Where is the culprit you mentioned? Lin Yuan answered. Unfortunately, Commander, the criminal who needs to be arrested is Count Carlo. He is a traitor. Sit quickly stepped down and walked over to Lin Yuan. He continued, a traitor? Good heavens, you must make this clear. Attacking a count without evidence is punishable by death. Carlo shouted. So you know this is a capital crime too? You sent a madman here. This is slander against the count. Sit looked over and continued. Based on your words alone, we still cannot arrest the count. Anna suddenly appeared and said, Wait, I know where the evidence is. Earlier, I accidentally overheard the count secretly plotting matters related to the serpent folk civilization. They also worship in a secret chamber. The secret chamber is not far from here. There is evidence there. Carlo's eyes turned bloodshot. Lies. When have I ever had dealings with the serpent folk civilization? He charged over angrily. Low-born wench, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Yuan thought to himself, since the mission says so, that count must truly be guilty of treason. Commander, please escort the count to prison first. I will bring the evidence over immediately. As for the specific result, it will soon be made clear. I will bear all consequences alone. Sit sighed and said, Very well. Whether this becomes a great achievement or a mistake depends on the result of your search. Leave 2 knights behind to help search. The rest of you, take the count back to the military camp. They accepted the order. Understood. Lin Yuan continued. Lead us there. Don't worry. Anna answered timidly. You're not like those people. I trust you. The secret passage of the Count's mansion connects to this place. Lin Yuan walked behind her and thought, the sewers? It seemed like a place the serpent folk would go. But why did she come here and hear the conspiracy at the same time? Anna pointed at the door. This is the secret chamber where they met privately. Lin Yuan nodded. Leave the rest to me. He looked over and observed it. There were no special marks on the door. Stay alert. I'm about to open the door. The inside was strangely quiet. It seemed there was no one there. Giant snakes suddenly flew out. Fall back. What the hell is that? Lin Yuan lightly chopped the snake bodies apart with his hand. Don't be afraid. There are only a few snakes. The knights breathed sighs of relief. Good thing you were here. I didn't expect there to be snakes in this place. There really is a problem. Lin Yuan turned his head to look. I keep feeling like she isn't surprised at all. Thinking about it carefully, if we were silenced, then the Count's charges would have no leads. Could she be a serpent folk disguised as a human, secretly dealing with the Count? When she saw that the Count was about to be exposed, she chose to cut off her tail to escape. Snake-luring medicine has an effect that makes serpent folk agitated. Whether it's true or not, I'll know once I test it. This is snake-repelling medicine. It can drive away the snakes around here. That way, we won't have to worry about snake attacks. Smoke rose all around Anna. I'm sorry. I didn't know there was still something like that in here either, but the evidence should be inside. Lin Yuan said nothing. He merely raised his eyes and looked at Anna, blue flame in his palm. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's fine. This isn't your fault. They began to move deeper inside. We found the evidence, a knight suddenly said. Good heavens, these are sacred objects of the serpent folk. The king long ago ordered all items related to the serpent folk to be destroyed. And yet the count has hidden so many of them. This is the count's badge. He really did collude with the serpent folk. This is a serious crime. Suddenly, Anna's face darkened as she stood behind them. She smiled and said, Honorable knights, please make sure he pays the price. Carlo shouted angrily. An entire night has passed. Where is your evidence? You dare smear a count's honor? Once I get out, I will definitely deal with all you useless trash. Sid suddenly opened the door and said, The evidence has been found. Interrogate him for me. The knight accepted the order. Understood. Carlo panicked. What? Impossible. I have nothing to do with the serpent folk. The knight said angrily, Shut up. Hurry up and confess your crimes, you despicable traitor. Sid said in a deep voice, This truly is unexpected. Who would have thought Carlo was a traitor? But you have made a great contribution. I have already reported it to the king. You will soon be rewarded. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, Thank you, Commander. This is what I should do. Only screams came from inside. Stop now. I am Count Carlo a count. It has nothing to do with me. I'm only a butler. Sid said gravely, The serpent folk civilization must possess a great deal of intelligence about the Western Desert Kingdom. Next, I will lead people to investigate thoroughly. As for the maids of the Count's household, I'm afraid I will have to trouble you to handle the rest. Lin Yuan thought to himself, Perfect. There is still something in the Count's mansion that I cannot miss. All right, I will make proper arrangements for them. A knight solemnly reported, Commander, they want to confess. Sid glanced over and said, Oh, prepare to take notes. Beato laughed loudly and said, I'll speak first. My Lord Count secretly worked together with Carlo angrily shoved him down. Shut your mouth. It is not your turn to speak. I confess. It is true that I had a little contact with other forces, just a tiny bit of contact. But I am confessing of my own accord, so you must plead with the king on my behalf. Sid's expression darkened. We have fought for our country for so many years, yet you repaid your own side by siding with outsiders. You truly deserve to die. System notification. Capture the traitor mission completed. Bloodtail Knight's reputation plus 1,000. Lin Yuan thought to himself, The mission is completed? Then where's the giant snake? There must be some plot point I missed. He has already been brought to justice. In that case, I'll go settle arrangement for those girls now. Sid nodded and continued, Go. I will now make Carlo spit out every secret. He still raised his eyes and watched Lin Yuan leave, then shut the door tightly. He quickly stabbed a knife straight into the table and shouted angrily, Confess honestly. Who are the serpent folk's insiders? Carlo answered fearfully, Serpent folk. The person who contacted me was a mole from the southern Return Kingdom. At that very moment, in Count Carlo's castle, Lin Yuan searched through everything. In my previous life, someone posted on the forum that Count Carlo's household had a shield bestowed by the king. Its attributes were excellent, and it had a special skill. It should be here. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he stared downward. The box was actually empty. Was it taken? Does someone else know about this equipment? A knight began reporting to Lin Yuan. Sir, all the maids have been found. Only one person is missing. His voice turned stern. Who? The knight answered. It is the girl named Anna. Lin Yuan recalled what had happened earlier. Could she have been retaliated against by the serpent folk? Or was my original guess correct? No matter what, I have to find her first. A person can't just vanish in a thin air. The most suspicious place is this secret passage leading from the Count's estate down into the sewers. Lin Yuan quickly moved to the room with a hole in the floor. He slowly walked inside. From the very beginning, I felt something was wrong. Thinking back, if the Count was colluding with the serpent folk, why would he take the initiative to mention dreaming of snakes? Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked behind him. You are really slow. Anna spoke. What's the rush? You're not the one who had to hide in the Count's estate, so of course you can come whenever you like. The other person laughed and said, That Count Carlo is finished, isn't he? The system appeared. Invisibility activated. Lin Yuan was shocked. It's the snake controller. Why is Anna meeting him privately? Isn't Anna an NPC? The snake controller continued. As expected of Anna. You really are a born actress. That stupid Count probably never imagined, even in death, that the secret chamber was prepared by your own hand. She smiled confidently. Of course they could never have imagined it. But there was one knight who was very unusual. For some reason, he began suspecting that I was connected to the serpent folk. He even used snake-luring medicine to test me. As for getting physical, I'll have to leave that to you. Luke widened his eyes and replied, Oh? Haven't those idiots always been dancing in the palm of your hand? What does that guy look like? Anna took out a sheet of paper with Lin Yuan's picture on it. He looks like this. I still have to continue carrying out the serpent folk's mission and weaken the nobles of the Western Desert Kingdom. Oh, right. How is your snake swarm recovering? Luke picked up the paper and studied it carefully. Then he angrily ground his teeth. It's this bastard. If it weren't for him, my adorable little snake wouldn't have had to leave me. He stole my hidden dungeon. Lin Yuan thought. So Anna is a serpent folk spy planted here to frame and eliminate the nobles of the Western Desert. But if the Count was falsely accused, why did the system say I completed the mission? Forget it. I'll find a chance to deal with him first. Anna continued. What? You've run into him too? Isn't he just a knight who knows a bit of third-rate magic? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Luke angrily swung his fist. What the hell do you know? His strength is far beyond what you saw. He can summon undead. If those undead weren't guarding the entrance to the hidden dungeon, I wouldn't be having such a headache right now. Anna said in confusion. Undead? Could his class be? Luke interrupted her. That's right. That's why I need you to lend me the Nether King's serpent. His pupils suddenly glowed crimson. I want him to die without an intact corpse. Anna was instantly agitated. Absolutely not. The Nether King's serpent already has another mission. Once it is exposed within the sensory range of the Western Desert State Preceptor, it may very well be destroyed by him. That would be an irreparable loss for our serpent folk civilization. Luke laughed sinisterly and replied, But I can't wait another second to get rid of him. You must give it to me. Anna's eyes widened as she said in a low voice, I will not let you act recklessly. Lin Yuan thought to himself, Normally, NPCs don't get too involved with players. Could the snake controller be using Anna to farm reputation with the serpent folk faction? I can't let him have his way. He prepared to charge forward. I can't let him succeed. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted ahead. Lin Yuan froze and stared forward in shock. A giant serpent appeared behind Anna. The Nether King's serpent slowly moved toward Luke. Anna curled her lips and said, The Nether King's serpent can sense my emotions. If you really want to make a move, I'm not sure I can stop it. Luke began to feel afraid. You two really are a deeply loyal master and servant pair. Anna's hand touched the Nether King serpent skin. Everything is for that plan. Luke turned around and said loudly, Fine. I'll find a way to deal with him myself. You just keep carrying out your own mission. Don't forget what your boss told you. You have to cooperate with me. Anna replied, Fine. Let me rest for a while first. Serving those old men was disgusting. This trip only got me a barely decent shield, yet I had to endure those fat pigs until I nearly vomited. What a loss. Luke finally gave up and left. Suit yourself. A small snake appeared, crawling out from Lin Yuan's palm. My invisibility spell is useless against the Nether King's serpent. I can't act rashly. I can only have the little snake follow the snake controller and wait until he's farther away before making a move. The small snake began silently slithering after Luke. Anna and the enormous Nether King serpent passed through the opening. Take your time. Soon, very soon, you will see the sunlight again. Lin Yuan stood above and looked down. I'll ask the knights about the count after I get out. The matter of the first believer is more important. I have to catch the snake controller first. Breaking free from his thoughts, Lin Yuan quickly jumped down. He continued thinking, with the Shadow Spirit Guide skill, I'll definitely be able to ambush him properly this time. The system announced, paralysis sensation activated. Luke used his power on the small snake. This aura, it's him again. His gaze shifted forward. I'm being tailed. Luckily, I prepared this in advance this time. I'll have to deal with that bastard sooner or later. In an instant, Lin Yuan appeared in front of the small snake. He's teleporting. A green glow flickered beneath his feet. Another teleportation scroll? He's using such an expensive one-time item without any hesitation. Looks like the first believer is richer than I thought. I need to accumulate capital quickly too. It's time to stockpile high-grade, lightning resistance potions. Once the lightning-type dungeon opens, these will definitely become hot goods. I still have to keep farming the hidden dungeon, the Serpent Robe Nest. At this moment, inside Carlo's castle, these homeless girls have already suffered so much. Let them stay. The maids were all sobbing. I can teach you sewing. In any case, it's better than becoming servants again. That is exactly why we came here. Thank you, Miss Edith. Lin Yuan turned to leave and did not forget to wave goodbye to them. Then we'll be taking our leave. All right. Has Carlo's confession been drafted? A knight spoke up. It has already been handed to the commander, sir. I never expected him to be secretly colluding with the Southern Tortoise Empire. What a disgrace. Southern Tortoise is our sworn enemy. Lin Yuan thought to himself, so it was the Southern Tortoise Empire. In the setting of the immortal world, Southern Tortoise and the Western Desert have always been enemies. I hope he gets the punishment he deserves. Suddenly, a strange black-clothed figure hid behind a bush and watched them, with a crow perched on his shoulder. My lord, the target has left the night order. We can act at any time. The crow quickly flew into the sky. Got it. At dusk that afternoon, Lin Yuan wandered around the town. As he walked, he thought, the high-grade lightning resistance potion formula in my hands is unique. To craft this potion, I need a high-level alchemist, but most of them belong to major guilds. The formula item disappears after one use. If they secretly learn it and then turn against me, that would be troublesome. Looks like finding a freelance alchemist and signing a contract is the safest option. But high-level people like that aren't easy to find. I'll post a bounty mission and see if anyone suitable shows up. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked at the notice board. He looked at the sheet of paper firmly pasted on it. It's Qing Yan. In the memories of my previous life, she was one of the top 10 alchemists in the Western Desert, but her main class was actually Ranger, capable of long-range attacks. Moreover, she never joined any guild. The system appeared. Bounty mission accepted. The poster has automatically been added as a friend. A message appeared on the system panel. Someone actually dared to accept my mission? Didn't you see that the people from the Mad Flame Guild were deliberately burying my mission board? That's the first I've heard of it. When do we start the mission? At this moment, Mei Jiao was brewing potions. Looks like you're always in a hurry too. Fine, I'll send you the coordinates. See you in a bit. The system displayed the coordinates. There aren't many high-level freelance alchemists. I hope she's someone I can cooperate with long-term. Lin Yuan finally appeared in a desolate place. Mei Jiao waved and said, Hi, you're the one who accepted my mission, right? Are you alone? The adamant rock golems are elite monsters. Can you handle them by yourself? Lin Yuan's expression was cold. It's the drunk woman from the tavern that day. She's Luo Qingyan. Mei Jiao walked closer and continued. All right, I didn't expect my little brother to be such a handsome guy. Then I'll be counting on you for this mission. You have to be careful. In a bit, I'll support you from behind with my bow. He replied coldly. No need. This person doesn't look reliable at all. If there are no better candidates, I'll have no choice but to choose her. Mei Jiao said from behind him, those adamant rock golems all hide inside these piles of rocks. They specialize in sneak attacks. The two of them continued slowly forward. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked back. Mei Jiao said, "But don't worry. Even if the mission fails, I won't blame you." The system appeared. Elite Adamant Rock Golem. Level 15. HP 3,600. Attack 300. Defense 410. Skills: solid body, powerful defense. Lin Yuan and Mei Jiao quickly leaped into the air. Mei Jiao prepared to draw her bow. "Watch me. I told you I'd protect you." As expected, compared to alchemy, fighting really is too difficult. Suddenly, many adamant rock golems appeared and charged toward them. Lin Yuan quickly appeared. "Hide properly. I'll handle them." A blue light appeared in his palm. Granted, their characteristic is that the adamant rock golems have extremely high defense. Then I'll use that very characteristic against them and fight hardness with hardness. Mei Jiao's eyes widened in surprise. Why do I keep feeling like he looks familiar? That cold, handsome face and decisive way of attacking. I remember now. Isn't he the person who helped me take care of those thugs in the tavern? Is he really planning to take on all these monsters alone? I'm definitely going to get scolded by him this time. Don't be scared, little brother. I brought healing potions for you. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly flew down from above, preparing to attack. Suddenly, the kobold leaders leaped out. They lost control and furiously attacked the adamant rock golems with ferocity. Shining golden stones lay quietly on the ground. Lin Yuan's hand slowly picked up one of the stones. His expression was stern. "This is the granite golem crystal core you needed, right?" The system announced. "Luo Qingyan's bounty mission has been completed." Mei Jiao said in shock. "It's done already? Or did I make potions all night and now my eyes are blurry?" Lin Yuan replied calmly. "They were just a few worthless elite monsters." Mei Jiao continued. "Speaking of which, you were also the one who brought me back to the inn last time, right? This time I owe you another huge favor. But you're so strong. Why did you accept my mission? You could easily do bounty missions with much higher rewards." Lin Yuan slowly replied. "I'll be honest with you. I want to find a high-level alchemist to sign a potion crafting contract with, but I don't trust people from guilds. You're the only one who fits my criteria. This is a very profitable business. Are you interested?" Mei Jiao smiled and answered, "Sure. I already verified your character that night. So do you want to go have a drink now and discuss your plan?" Lin Yuan replied, "We'll talk about the specific plan later. Sign the contract first." The system panel appeared in front of Mei Jiao. "Although I don't really like these contract things, if it's you, little brother, then there's no problem. I'll sign." Lin Yuan's gaze was serious. Better to be safe. Consider it gaining another teammate who can carry the team. A notification appeared. "Contracts signed successfully. Player Luo Qingyan has agreed to enter an employment relationship with player Lin Yuan. ID hidden." She smiled and continued. "Now I'm your worker. What do you want me to help with?" He reached behind his cloak. "I have a formula." Suddenly, Lin Yuan froze. "Wait, it feels like I saw this scene somewhere in my previous life." The locations where the granite golems appear follow a pattern. A huge monster appeared right behind Lin Yuan. Scorpion Lion. Mei Jiao stood below, watching him ride the monster. "Huh, he's gone." Lin Yuan's expression was pensive. "No wonder." So the angle of the photo on the forum in my previous life was from here. His eyes looked down at the stones scattered evenly below. This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Lin Yuan and Mei Jiao entered a cave together. Mei Jiao spoke. "I didn't expect there to be a hidden dungeon in this stone forest. But there are only two of us. Are we really going to be okay?" Lin Yuan thought to himself, "In my previous life, there was only one photo of the entrance to this dungeon on the forum, and no other information at all. Hidden dungeons are dangerous, but the rewards are extremely generous. Even without information, I still have to go in. If I remember correctly, you were the one who insisted on following me." Mei Jiao smiled awkwardly and said, "I was just a little curious. Don't worry, I won't fight you for any loot that drops. I only want to follow along and broaden my horizons." He replied coldly, "Now that you're here, you have to obey my orders. Let's go. The entrance is right ahead." His footsteps finally showed signs of stopping. Lin Yuan's gaze turned serious as he looked down below. This is an underground ruin of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb. In the setting of the immortal world, the Aztec civilization was a civilization that worshipped death. They pursued the transcendence of the soul, an immortal state, and possessed extremely powerful corpse-crafting techniques. But this civilization declined several hundred years ago. Mei Jiao's voice carried a little fear. I have a bad feeling about this. Both of them looked up at the kobold miner as it opened the lid. Suddenly, Lin Yuan turned his head. The sound of a mosquito buzzing. Wait. A streak of blue light suddenly appeared and shot toward them. Lin Yuan's body quickly dodged the attack. Zulfast. Then the blue light changed targets and headed toward Mei Jiao. The swift beam of light struck straight into her body. Vengeful Guardian Spirit, common. Level 17. HP, 4,500. Attack, 530. Defense, 45. Skills, Grudge Entanglement, Endless Pursuit. Countless monsters appeared and surrounded all three of them. Mei Jiao was badly injured. My body, I can't move anymore. Lin Yuan immediately stood in front of Mei Jiao. Kobold, take her out of the dungeon now. The kobold leader immediately picked Mei Jiao up and rushed away. She quickly took out several bottles of potions. Mei Jiao immediately threw them toward Lin Yuan. These potions can temporarily increase your attributes. Lin Yuan immediately charged forward. The system issued notifications. Agility Enhancement Potion used on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Agility increased by 10%. Attack Enhancement Potion used on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Damage increased by 10%. Defense Enhancement Potion used on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Defense increased by 10%. Lin Yuan immediately attacked a group of black vengeful guardian spirits. That monster is extremely good at ambushes. I'll clear these out first, then focus on dealing with it afterward. With only a few simple movements, he took down a large number of monsters. Lin Yuan continued charging forward at terrifying speed. With his keen senses, he glanced over and noticed something approaching. In a flash, Lin Yuan twisted his body and swung his sword, blocking a sudden attack. This thing is smarter than I thought. It even knows how to seize an opportunity. A large beetle was sent flying by Lin Yuan's attack. He was surprised. So it's only a beetle. It has 0 defense, but I still couldn't deal damage? It must have some special defensive mechanism. The system announced once again, Aztec Empire, Divine Scarab. Special monster. Level unknown. HP 100. Attack 1000. Defense 0. Skills, Execution, Immortality. Lin Yuan chased after the beetle. Astonishing speed and extremely powerful single-target damage. It can completely make up for my weakness. I absolutely won't let you escape. Lin Yuan shouted, Thunder Scorpion. He immediately summoned a giant scorpion to block the Divine Scarab's path. With its agility, it easily escaped the magical beast Lin Yuan had just summoned. Lin Yuan did not give up. Don't even think about running. He summoned another magical beast to attack the Divine Scarab. The moment its speed slowed, Lin Yuan leaped high into the air and stabbed straight down at its abdomen. The tip of the sword finally touched the softest part of the beetle's body. No matter how divine a monster you are, in the end you're still just. Lin Yuan growled and thrust hard, causing the area where the Divine Scarab was pierced to crack into a long fissure. Lin Yuan poured all his strength into it, shattering the surrounding earth and stone and sending debris flying everywhere, creating a massive shockwave. Lin Yuan panted. Although I can only chip away a little of its health each time, it has nowhere left to run. Its death is only a matter of time. In front of him were the ruins left by the battle just now. The system displayed, HP reduced to 0. Lin Yuan extended his hand. Good. Fight for me. A blue light emerged from the Divine Scarab's corpse. Its spiritual consciousness appeared. Lin Yuan was surprised. Oh, it even has spiritual consciousness? This is an unexpected bargain. Where do you want to lead me? The Divine Scarab's spiritual consciousness flew up and shot toward the coffin. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed. That coffin? Could it be? You can open it. The divine scarab lay on the coffin lid, and an intense light burst from the coffin. Faced with this sudden power, Lin Yuan sighed in realization. No wonder there was no information about this hidden dungeon on the forum in my previous life. So this step requires the divine scarab's active cooperation. The system announced, "Congratulations, player. You have obtained the Book of Curses. You may pay a price to freely choose a skill to learn." A strange book emerged from the coffin, containing a vast surge of power. The system listed them one by one. Damage amplification level 1. Curses a group of enemies, causing the damage they take to increase by an additional 50%. Price to pay: maximum health reduced by 200 points. Vision reduction level 1. Curses a group of enemies, reducing their field of vision. Price to pay: vision reduced by 50 points. Weaken level 1. Curses one enemy, reducing the damage they deal. Price to pay: attack reduced by 100 points. Backlash attack level 1. Curses a group of enemies, causing the damage they deal to rebound onto themselves. Price to pay: strength reduced by 10 points. Fear level 1. Curses one enemy, causing him to flee in terror. Price to pay: spirit reduced by 5 points. Lin Yuan looked at the system. As expected of a civilization that worshipped death, every skill was a negative effect. Judging by their effects, none of them would be easy to dispel. Lin Yuan stopped at the damage amplification skill. He made his decision. Damage amplification had the strongest practical combat value. He would choose it. Losing 200 points of maximum health was not a big deal for him. The divine scarab made up for his weakness in assassination and finishing blows, while curse magic was more suited to large-scale combat. Combined with the Gloom Dao Spirit's crowd control dispel skill, he would be able to lock onto key targets in battle with greater precision. The system displayed the details. Damage amplification, level 1. Effect: curses a group of enemies, increasing the damage they take. Damage increase, plus 50%. Cost: 40 energy. Cooldown: 8 seconds. Cannot be upgraded through proficiency. The next book of curses must be found to unlock further upgrades. Lin Yuan looked down at the Black Fortress vengeful spirits he had killed earlier. The race of these monsters was undead, so they could not be revived, but they were not important. As he walked, he thought the divine scarab's paralysis effect combined with high-speed stealth. Next time I meet that snake controller, he won't be able to get away so easily. The system announced, Aztec Empire, Divine Scarab Zombie, Special Monster, Level Unknown. Health 100. Attack 1000. Defense none. Skills: Immortal Execution, Undead Body. Skill effects: Immortal. Any damage dealt to the Divine Scarab is converted to 1. Execution deals damage to enemies equal to 200% of attack, with a 50% chance to trigger paralysis, lasting 60 seconds. Undead Body, immune to fear, deadly poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding effects. Lin Yuan strode out calmly. Now it was time to go back and prepare for the shop. He had to start stockpiling alchemy potions. Suddenly, Mei Jiao's scream rang out from somewhere. Mei Jiao, her body covered in injuries, was thrown hard toward Lin Yuan. He raised his eyes and asked, "Who's there?" In the distance, on the cliffs, a group of people were looking down at Lin Yuan and Mei Jiao. One man who seemed to be the leader sneered. "Oh, kid, you accepted that woman's mission? Don't you know she's been blacklisted by our Raging Flame Guild? Looks like you're tired of living." Mei Jiao sat up and warned Lin Yuan, "Little brother, find a chance to leave later. They're targeting me. These rookies insisted on taking my mission, got wiped out by the monsters, and now they have a nerve to turn around and extort me." The leader roared, "You damned woman! If we hadn't helped you fight those stone men, my brothers wouldn't have all lost levels. You have to pay this debt for us. If you don't cough up 30 gold coins, neither of you is leaving here in one piece today." As he was ranting, his body suddenly stiffened. His face twisted, and a stream of black energy surrounded him. Mei Jiao sat up and warned Lin Yuan, "Little brother, find a chance to leave later. They're targeting me." These rookies insisted on taking my mission, got wiped out by the monsters, and now they have the nerve to turn around and extort me. The leader roared, "You damned woman! If we hadn't helped you fight those stone men, my brothers wouldn't have all loss levels. You have to pay this debt for us. If you don't cough up 30 gold coins, neither of you is leaving here in one piece today." As he was ranting, his body suddenly stiffened. His face twisted, and a stream of black energy surrounded him. He looked back and saw that his teammates had also been attacked by the mysterious black energy. What is this? What happened? A healer panicked. Oh no, this is a curse spell. The curse has descended. Lin Yuan massaged his neck. You said we shouldn't dream of leaving in one piece. He snorted inwardly. Perfect. I can test out the new skill combo with the Divine Scarab. Mei Jiao stood behind him, breaking out in a cold sweat with worry. The system announced, damage amplification skill activated. The healer on the other side was still struggling with the curse spell. The leader snapped angrily. Useless trash. You can't even dispel a lousy curse spell. The healer strained with all his might. No, boss, I've never seen this kind of curse spell before. At the same time, the system notification rang out. Dispel judgment failed. Unable to dispel. While he was still trying to dispel the curse spell, the leader still refused to back down. Mei Jiao, don't think you're impressive just because you managed a sneak attack. He remained arrogant. It's just a lousy curse spell. We have 4 people on our side. Dealing with you will be child's play. Suddenly, the mage was attacked by an enormous force. Everyone froze in confusion. When did he make his move? The healer was knocked flying into a boulder and could no longer move. Lin Yuan waved his hand, releasing a surge of power. Use the curse spell to amplify damage. Then let the highly mobile Divine Scarab focus on taking out the enemy healer. That way, my combat style will become much more flexible. The leader of the Raging Flame Guild still refused to give up and charge forward. Hurry! He must still be waiting for his cooldown. Take this chance and kill him. He summoned a whirlwind. This guy keeps using summoned beasts to fight. He must be a ranged type. Go! The other 2 obeyed and charged forward. Got it. Lin Yuan merely curled his lips slightly. He drew a sword from his hand, which threw the members of the Raging Flame Guild into panic. What? He even pulled out a sword. Lin Yuan swung the sword lightly. Too bad. Every guess you made was wrong. His attack sent them flying far away. The Divine Scarab was released and attacked repeatedly. What is this? What the hell is this thing? How would I know? When we hit it, it only loses 1 health every time. Ah! The leader took a heavy blow and cried out in pain. Lin Yuan strode over calmly and looked down at him with contempt. The leader still could not believe it. Impossible. How could you take down my whole team so easily? You, just what level are you? He continued shamelessly. I didn't expect that woman to find a helper like you. How about you join my Raging Flame Guild instead? However much that woman is paying you, I'll pay double. No, 5 times as much. Lin Yuan noticed something. There's still people hiding here. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan summoned a ferocious beast to charge forward. Shut up and go die. The leader had no time to react. The system announced, Corpse Explosion skill activated. He let out a scream. Ah! A moment later, in the forest, the treetops shook violently. 3 fully cloaked figures were fleeing. One of them abruptly stopped. He panted. Was it just a coincidence, or were we discovered long ago? Lin Yuan suddenly appeared. As expected, there were still 3 little rats here. One of them shouted, Careful! Spread out! Lin Yuan brought a powerful blow down onto the ground, overwhelming them. He examined them carefully. No, the level of these people is worlds apart from the Raging Flame Guild. Could they be from another faction? All 3 retreated in panic. Suddenly, the 3 of them decided to attack. One man holding a crossbow ordered, Since we've been exposed, let's just go all in. Use that move. The other 2 acted accordingly. Understood. Lin Yuan tilted his body slightly and dodged the arrows flying toward him. A whip lashed straight toward Lin Yuan's legs. He nimbly planted his hand on the ground. His body sprang into the air, completely avoiding their move. Lin Yuan taunted them, "If you've got anything interesting, bring it all out." A man holding an axe angrily leaped toward Lin Yuan. Arrogant bastard, D. Lin Yuan merely raised his sword lightly to block. Just as Huang Feilong was about to attack, Lin Yuan unleashed a slash full of inner force, along with the divine scarab flying out, sending his entire body crashing backward. Huang Feilong pressed his hand down onto a magic erase circle. "It's my turn to take the stage," the system announced. Damage amplification activated. From beneath the ground, streams of aura rose up like sharp spikes. The strands of energy wrapped around him like tentacles as he ordered, "Hurry and dispel it for me." Suddenly, a loud boom rang out. In an instant, the enormous figure of the adamant rock golem appeared before their eyes. It slammed both of its huge arms straight down, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. Yin hurriedly gave orders from behind. "Don't stop. Continue the mission. We must kill him no matter what." The man quickly obeyed. "Understood." On this side, Lin Yuan launched an attack while thinking, "A mission? Looks like someone hired them." At that moment, a rope shot straight through the air toward him like a sharp arrow. However, Lin Yuan caught the rope around his hand in time, then seized control and pulled it back, startling the man. "What?" Seeing that the situation was extremely dangerous, he shouted, "Captain, run." This shocked Yunyan so much that her eyes widened. "He? Who exactly is he?" Second brother and third brother were taken down in an instant. She raised her bow high. 6 arrows, 3 large and 3 small, were knocked and ready to fire. She snarled, "Die." But immediately afterward, the divine scarab charged out and attacked Yunyan, knocking her whole body hard backward. Before Yunyan could recover her senses, Lin Yuan's voice had already drawn near. "Who sent you here? Tell me, and I can spare your life." She forced herself to sit up and growled, "You want me to tell you? Dream on. Do it." His eyes became rather thoughtful. "Looks like I won't be able to get any information out of her. The force behind these 3 must be some organization, which is why they'd rather die than talk. Who exactly is targeting me?" Lin Yuan sneered. "Fine, I'll grant your wish." In an instant, a terrifying force like a whirlwind lifted Yunyan's entire body high into the air, making her cry out in pain again and again. At that moment, Mei Jiao hurried over from behind, her arms full of items. She cried out excitedly, "Little brother, you're amazing. Watching you clean up those small fries was so satisfying. I picked up all the loot that dropped for you." He took out a gleaming silver bracer and said, "This silver bracer has a skill that increases crossbow firing speed. Take it and use it. I'll sell the rest of the silver equipment." Her eyes lit up brightly. "Okay, little boss. In that case, I won't be polite. Consider it an advance on my salary." The information displayed: silver pursuit gloves. Equipment type: attached skill, rapid fire. Rapid fire, when using bow or crossbow-type weapons, increases attack speed by 15%. Mei Jiao asked, "So, can we go have a drink now?" Lin Yuan refused. "No, we have to go handle the shop first." The two of them walked away leisurely, unaware that a figure was watching them from behind the bushes. A person whose face was completely covered appeared, and the man beside him bowed his head respectfully to report, "Boss, that 3-person squad had a 100% mission completion rate. I didn't expect them to be wiped out like this." Hakba smiled sinisterly. "This guy is even more interesting than I thought." The other man asked hesitantly, then, "Should we send a stronger squad?" He refused. "No, I've changed my mind. A free talent like him should be recruited to our side." Hakba was now extremely interested. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and ordered, "I'll deal with the client. For now, stop all actions targeting him." Elsewhere, Mei Jiao and Lin Yuan continued on their way. He recalled what had happened before and pondered, "The rarest formula for a high-efficiency lightning resistance potion has long been in my hands." Lin Yuan calculated, "I've also signed a contract with a reliable high-level alchemist. As long as I deal with the shop and gather enough ingredients to mass-produce the potions, when the lightning element dungeon opens, I'll seize the opportunity to make a huge profit. God Yuan. A sudden shout interrupted his thoughts. It was Han Chung, who was holding up some kind of bag and running over in an extremely happy mood. God Yuan, you finally remembered me. Do you still remember the last time we ran a dungeon together? That was seriously exciting. The system displayed. 400 gold coins have been paid. The equipment sent to you by your good friend Lin Yuan has been transferred to your mailbox. Mei Jiao was a little surprised and teased him. Is he your fanboy, little brother? Lin Yuan lowered his voice. Well, I have to go buy a shop. Can we leave the dungeon run for later? She turned around, waved goodbye, and said, then I'll go back to the workshop for a bit and move out all my alchemy tools first. When Han Sheng heard that, he became excited. Buy a shop? God Yuan, let me come with you. I'm a shopping bug. The scene shifted to the municipal office. The man seated behind the desk denied it. No, no, no. This isn't about money. Gang Wei raised his hand and said sternly, the king has made clear regulations. The shops in Rocket Square are not allowed to be sold to outsiders. Han Chung placed both hands on the desk, leaned forward, and said softly, Sir, think about it. We're buying a shop to do business. This will also help boost the economy of the entire area. It's entirely a good thing, isn't it? The man turned his face away. Young man, don't waste your breath. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. Han Chung turned back to look at Lin Yuan. God Yuan, I think I messed things up. How about I give you a shop in real life instead? Lin Yuan replied indifferently. No need. Let me talk to him. Gang Wei waved his hand. Please leave. This commercial district already has separate arrangements. Lin Yuan interrupted him. Then what if I have this? The man's eyes widened in shock. In Lin Yuan's hand was a badge that left Gang Wei so stunned he stammered. This is the honorary badge of the Star Scorpion Knights, something only the commander has the authority to bestow. He sprang to his feet in shock. You are the honorary knight of the knights. Gang Wei brought out a map and said with a friendly smile, by His Majesty's order, this commercial district is not normally sold to civilians. But if you are a member of the Knights, then naturally an exception can be made. This is the shop location map. Please choose a spot. Lin Yuan said nothing more. He only looked at the map, then pondered and calculated. The shop's location will affect future income. I have to choose carefully. Seeing this, Han Chung became excited. As expected of God Yuan, even an NPC has to show you respect. Lin Yuan pointed to an area on the map. This place. A notification displayed. Shop number 32 has been purchased by the anonymous player. Passers-by were all puzzled. Aren't the shops here not for sale? Who bought the shop? And they're even anonymous? Ma Yiao was startled. Huh? You actually managed to buy it? Didn't they say the shop wasn't for sale? Lin Yuan carried a box in front and replied calmly. It only took a little special method. He handed a sheet of paper toward her. Take a look at this potion formula. Are we still missing any ingredients? A notification displayed. The system has shared the strong lightning resistance potion formula with contracted teammate Mei Jiao. She picked up the paper and examined it. We have all the other ingredients. We're only missing thunder lizard gall. This item is almost never sold on the market. Lin Yuan propped his chin on his hand and turned to the side in thought. Good thing I'm close to having enough experience to level up. I can also farm some ingredients along the way. Han Sheng Lig Hid Ludli. Are we going to farm monsters later? God Yuan, let me come too. I can help pick up loot. Mei Jiao sighed and waved her hand. Then you two go. I still prefer studying alchemy. Lin Yuan said, I've given you management rights over the shop. From now on, this will be your workplace. She was a little surprised after hearing that. Huh? Lin Yuan turned around and walked away. Let's go. Flying there will be faster. When Han Chung saw the mount, he could not help but admire it. That mount is so cool. A notification displayed. The system has summoned the mount, Scorpion Envoy. At that moment, a lizard spat out a round electric lightning ball full of inner force. The system announced. System notification. Common Thunder Lizard. Skills. Discharge. Summon allies. From high above, countless green balls like grenades flew rapidly downward. They fell straight in front of Lin Yuan and Han Chung. He was startled when countless lizards emerged from beneath the ground. There were far too many monsters. He explained, the thunder lizard's trait is that when one dies, it calls all nearby members of its kind over. This is normal. Han Chung bent into a fighting stance. God Yuan, let me be the tank. However, Lin Yuan had already summoned other monsters and ordered him, you just go pick up the materials. He shouted, Scorpion Envoy attack with full force. System notification, congratulations, you have risen to level 16. Lin Yuan thought to himself, now my level should be among the very top. Han Chung was utterly shocked, his eyes wide. Isn't that the boss of the valley? Are they working for God Yuan too? Damn, this scene is insanely cool. He pondered, the snake controller's leveling speed definitely can't match mine. With the divine scarab and damage amplification on top of that, I must catch him next time. As for those 3 ambushers, they give me the feeling that they're assassins. I'll have to find an opportunity to investigate. The system displayed, Player Lin Yuan. Level, 16. Class, Forbidden Necromancer Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning. Gate of the Underworld, 121/160. At that moment, Han Chung came running over with a large sack on his back. God Yuan, all the drop materials are here. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Thanks for the hard work. Let's go. The scene shifted to the pharmacy, where Mei Jiao was still busily working with test tubes. Holding a test tube in her hand, she assessed it. This strong lightning resistance potion is indeed quite extraordinary, but the current dungeon doesn't require such a powerful potion, does it? If I make it, will it even sell? Just then, the door slowly opened. Lin Yuan and Han Chung walked inside. Lin Yuan said, this amount of materials should be enough for a while. How is your proficiency with the formula? Mei Jiao turned around. That fast? She asked. She explained, this is a high-level formula. Even high-level alchemists have a certain failure rate. I need some time to raise my proficiency. Lin Yuan put down several bright red tomatoes. Then sell these for now. Ma Yiao was somewhat surprised. Fruit? Little brother, with a shop in such a prime location, isn't selling this far too wasteful? I still have some potions in stock. How about we sell those temporarily first? He turned and invited her. You'll understand once you taste one. Han Chung, you try one too. She had no choice but to agree and picked one up. Fine, but isn't this just an ordinary fruit? Han Chung also raised one to eat. God Yuan must have his reasons. There's no need to think too much. Suddenly, she was shocked. What? My stats increased. So there's actually a fruit like this? Han Chung also concluded, I told you. Anything God Yuan takes out definitely isn't ordinary. Lin Yuan placed a bag on the table. Each person can use at most 100 of these fruits. From now on, I'll supply the shop every week. List them at 5 silver coins each. They open for business that very day. The system displayed, server-wide announcement. Shop number 32 in Rocket Square has officially opened. All players are invited to visit. Elsewhere, 2 men walked while discussing it. Yesterday, Cold Moon said she couldn't buy a shop, so how is someone opening one today? Qian looked up at the sky and called out, Little Tan, look! That's the first shop on the entire server. Everyone was somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Damn, shop number 32 is the best location. I've had my eye on it for ages. Let's go. Hurry to Rocket Square and take a look. At that moment, in the distance, someone hiding and watching from afar spoke up. What? He opened a shop? Starmark suddenly turned toward Hakba and shouted, Didn't we already finalize the plan to deal with him? How long are you people planning to wait before making a move? Unbelievable. At that moment, a hand extended, holding a tied-up pouch in its palm. Hakba snorted, Oomph. He's much stronger than the intelligence report said. An entire star system squad of mine died there. Here's your deposit back. We're not taking this job anymore. Starmark grabbed Hakba's arm. It's just a matter of money, isn't it? Tell me, how much do you want? He pointed his spear straight ahead and shouted, As long as you can kill that guy, we can renegotiate the price. Suddenly, Starmark's gaze froze. At that moment, he had seen Cold Moon's figure, leaving him utterly stunned. Cold Moon? Did she go looking for that bastard again? Inside, Han Chung wore an extremely friendly smile. Welcome, honored guests. 3 people walked inside, each of them with a look of surprise. They began looking around at the shelves and discussing among themselves. Is this the only thing sold here? Fruit? A shop in such a prime location is selling this. Mei Jiao brought out a tomato and smiled brightly. This is a fruit that permanently increases your main stat. It's only 5 silver coins each. The young man was stunned. How much? 5 silver coins? All the equipment on me, combined, isn't even worth 10 gold. He bent down and leaned in close to look carefully. Wait, you said it permanently increases the main stat. Another person beside him was also doubtful. Impossible. I've never heard of a fruit like this. Though the man was skeptical, he still hesitated and stammered, wanting to try. Then give me one to test. The next moment, he put it into his mouth and chewed it greedily. At once, the system notified him. Constitution +4. The man sank into genuine excitement. It's real. My constitution increased by 4 points. At that moment, a man in the back raised his eyebrows and watched. Suddenly, everyone behind him raised the pouches in their hands and rushed forward together, throwing the whole shop into chaos. Quick, give me 3 more. Even if we resell these to the big guilds, we can make a pretty good profit. Black Mystic turned and left, seemingly not very pleased with the noisy atmosphere. Cold Moon spoke up at this moment. If not for the system notification, you have entered the shop of your friend Lin Yuan. Your identity has been hidden. She stepped toward Lin Yuan. I really wouldn't have expected that the owner of the first shop would be you. But how did you manage it? I went to register yesterday, and my application was rejected. He chuckled. Probably just luck. Cold Moon said softly, Oh, right. About the matter in the sewers that you mentioned last time, I went back and investigated. That day, no members of our guild went down there. Lin Yuan turned to her. Thank you. In that case, I must have seen wrong. He pondered. It seems I can rule out the Mirror Flowers Water Moon Guild. Lin Yuan turned to leave. Feel free to look around. If you like anything, I'll give you a discount. She hurriedly called after him, Wait. Suddenly, Cold Moon paused for a moment. Huh. At that moment, the system notified her. Close friend Star Mark is nearby. Would you like to send a party invitation? She was puzzled. Star Mark is nearby, too. Outside, Star Mark was holding on to Hackba's arm. I'll pay triple the reward. No, 5 times. It's just assassinating one person. Don't get too greedy. Hackba shouted, This isn't about money. From now on, we won't accept any commission related to him. Suddenly, Cold Moon walked out. Star Mark, what did you mean by offering more money? Who do you want dead? His eyes widened in shock. Cold Moon, why are you here? You misheard. I'm just trading equipment with him. She said sternly. Have you forgotten the link function of our steel trio? When close friends are nearby, the system automatically notifies us. Who is the person beside you? Just now, I vaguely heard something about assassination. Star Mark let go and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I forgot to block Cold Moon. Hackba shifted his feet and quickly stepped away, saying, You handle it yourself. I'm out of here. However, Cold Moon's gaze landed on the pocket watch hanging at Hackba's waist. Her brows furrowed. That pocket watch, Cold Moon shouted, Stop. I have something to ask you. Hackba snorted. You won't let me leave? With that, Hackba leapt upward, muttering, If I want to leave, who can stop me? Suddenly, a divine scarab appeared out of nowhere, startling him. What? This is... An iron hook-like hand dug hard into the wall above, and Hackba quickly dodged the attack. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, but before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan had already charged up. Hackba quickly noticed and turned to look. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly, blazing with killing intent, as he unleashed a powerful slash and asked, Still planning to run? After that, Lin Yuan landed on the ground below. Cold Moon was startled. Why are you here? He looked up toward the roof and answered indifferently. I just heard movement nearby. Lin Yuan pointed his sword straight at Hackba. You said just now that this guy has a pocket watch? You didn't see wrong, did you? She replied, Yes. Although it was only for an instant, I'm certain I didn't see wrong. He leapt up and attacked with a slash of inner force, praising her. Good. I was still worried about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to walk right into the trap. Hackba was instantly shocked. Could he already know that I sent that assassination squad? It seems he not only has terrifying strength, but his intelligence network also cannot be underestimated. Hackba compressed his body to the side and dodged the slash, shouting, I know you're angry, but we can talk properly, can't we? I can explain. The slash struck heavily into the ground, and Lin Yuan chuckled coldly. Explain? Wait until I catch you. Then I'll have Han Qing ask whatever I want to know. Star Mark watched the battle before him from the side, cold sweat breaking out as he thought. According to the rules, he can't sell out the client, but the situation is bad. I have to act first. Hackba had already lowered himself. Fine, I give up. I won't target you anymore. There's no need for both of us to suffer losses. Lin Yuan mocked him. Do you only know how to run? Hackba leaned back to dodge the attack and said firmly, I only take money to do a job. I absolutely cannot reveal information about that person. I can't ruin the rules of the profession. Lin Yuan asked, taking money to do a job? Suddenly, from above, a wave of purple aura poured down, surging like a violent gale and blocking the two of them. Star Mark shouted, You're too noisy. D. In his mind, he thought, that damned assassin was planning to sell me out? Absolutely not. If Cold Moon finds out, I'm finished. Hackba scraped hard across the ground and cursed loudly. You idiot! You dare kill me to silence me. He swung his hand out. Since you won't follow the honor of the underworld, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Those 3 assassins were indeed sent by me, but I only accepted money to do a job. Star Mark is the mastermind who wanted to kill you. At that moment, a scroll spread open before everyone. Hackba shouted, Take a look. The screen then displayed the conversation between the two of them. Once the job is done, I'll pay double the reward. You must deal with him. The more miserable, the better. Well, you're quite generous. I'll take this job. Starmark pointed in terror. Is this true? Starmark, you hired assassins to kill someone. You bastard. You dare sell me out. Lin Yuan pointed his sword straight downward and said sternly, I don't care about the assassination or whatever else. Where did the pocket watch on you come from? Speak. Hackba picked up the pocket watch. After all that fuss, it turns out it was because of this? You'll receive one sooner or later, too. Lin Yuan felt puzzled. I'll receive one, too? What does that mean? System notification. Skill activated. Vanish. With that, Hackba rushed off and fled. Cold Moon suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with anger. Starmark, I think you owe me an explanation. Starmark's expression became extremely terrified, and his face darkened. He lowered his head and said softly, Cold Moon, don't you understand yet? As long as he disappears, we could be as close as we were in the past. She shouted, Enough. The Starmark I knew was an elegant and courteous friend, not a despicable person who hires assassins to kill a companion. You had better apologize to him. System notification. You have canceled your close friend relationship with Starmark. Hearing that, Starmark's face twisted pitifully. You, for an outsider, you canceled your close relationship with me. And you even want me to apologize to him? How exactly am I inferior to him? Then his brows furrowed tightly. This is all because of you. You made our trio turn against one another and turned me into a laughingstock for the whole world. Starmark gritted out each word. You're the one who deserves to die the most. You jinx, you bastard. He launched an attack toward Lin Yuan. Today, I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly, blazing with killing intent as he charged forward. Fine. Then I'll end everything right here. Starmark could not help but be shocked by the scene before him. What? Before he could understand what was happening, he had already been sent flying backward by Lin Yuan's attack. Starmark's entire body slammed heavily into the ground below, shattering the earth. He trembled and forced himself to endure the pain, propping himself up on one knee. Damn it! You think that's enough to take me down? This isn't over. Suddenly, Starmark saw an object flying toward him, leaving him flustered. Thunderfall? Huh. And in the next instant, Star Mark was electrocuted until his body went rigid. The system displayed, "Target has entered a paralyzed state." Cold Moon walked over to him as he knelt painfully on the ground and asked, "Star Mark, even now, are you still not going to admit your mistake?" Star Mark stammered, I did nothing wrong." In his mind, he thought, "Son, right now, only Son can save me." A notification displayed. "A request for assistance has been sent to close friend Son of former years." Son of former years hurried over. "Star Mark, what happened? Why did Little Moon cancel her link with you?" A notification displayed. "Close friends Cold Moon and Star Mark are nearby. Would you like to send a party invitation?" Star Mark cried out in panic, "Son, hurry! Help me remove the paralysis effect. I was set up." However, Cold Moon stopped them from going over. Her gaze was icy as she warned, "This is the retribution he brought upon himself by hiring assassins to kill someone. No one is allowed to interfere." This surprised everyone. Hiring assassins to kill someone. Sun spoke up and questioned him. "Buddy, you're here too?" He was still holding his sword. "Could the person Star Mark wanted to kill be you?" Lin Yuan nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's what it seems like." Sun's expression showed some disappointment. "I understand. I won't interfere. Even Little Moon is pointing her sword to stop me." "Star Mark, just what on earth did you do?" These words made Star Mark even more desperate. "Son, even you won't help me? You would rather believe an outsider than believe in all the years of friendship between us." Lin Yuan did not let him continue spouting nonsense and kicked him. "Talk. What do you know?" Star Mark stubbornly refused to listen. "Dream on. Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want." Suddenly, the divine scarab flew toward him and released a surge of electricity, making Star Mark scream in pain. "Stop it right now." Lin Yuan's foot stomped heavily onto him. His sword also stabbed straight down beside Star Mark's face. Filled with killing intent, Lin Yuan questioned him. "Now speak. Who exactly was the man with you?" This time, Star Mark was much more sensible. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't use that bug to shock me again." He began to confess everything. "That guy, he's a member of the Death Apostle Guild." Lin Yuan removed the foot that was stepping on him. "The pocket watch you mentioned is the token of the Death Apostle Guild." Hearing that, Lin Yuan thought to himself, "The Death Apostle Guild? In my previous life, I didn't know much about them. I only vaguely remember that they were an assassin organization specialized in accepting commissions. Moreover, because their movements were too secretive, very few people knew anything about this organization." Taking advantage of the opportunity, Star Mark tried to slip away, but Lin Yuan noticed. "Did I permit you to leave?" Star Mark was startled and turned his head to look back. Lin Yuan burst out with power and suppressed him. "You said you had to kill me today." Star Mark cried out miserably and begged. "Cold Moon, son, hurry and save me. I don't want to lose levels." Cold Moon only announced calmly. Star Mark hired assassins to commit violence and violated the rules of the Mirror Flowers, Water Moon Guild. I hereby announce that he is removed from all positions. In consideration of his past contributions, his guild membership will be temporarily retained. He tried to salvage the situation. "Cold Moon, I'm sorry. I'll apologize to that guy right now. You can't treat me like this. I'm the one qualified to stand by your side." These words only made her despise him even more. "Star Mark, you have truly disappointed me. From now on, call me guild leader." System display. Life points have reached 0. Star Mark screamed miserably as he endured the pain, while Son of former years and the others could only stand there in silence and watch. They began discussing it noisily. No wonder he kept making mistakes back in Wither Valley. "Let's go." Lin Yuan was busy checking the items. So, the pocket watch wasn't the personal belonging of a subordinate of the First Believer, but a token of the Death Apostle Guild? At least it's clear now that the Snake Controller is hiding within that guild. In his heart, he felt grateful. This time, it was thanks to her help that he had found a clue. He had not expected her to protect him so much. "Cold Moon, thank you. My shop has a few props that permanently increase stats. Go in and pick one." A moment later, in another house, Mate Jiao sighed. "They're all sold out." She happily wiped away her sweat. "How was that? Big sister can be useful too, right?" Cold Moon was somewhat speechless. Looks like I was a step too late. I'll have to come back another time then. Wait. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. It just so happens that I still have some saved. Take them. Hopefully, her mood would no longer be affected by that guy. She refused to accept them. This is too valuable. I should pay for them. Mei Jiao was already secretly jealous. What? He just casually gives her a whole pile? I've been running around all day here, and he acts like he doesn't even see me. She began to complain. After being busy for so long, she had not even received a single word of praise. Mei Jiao turned and left, looking dejected. Fine, I'll get off early and have a few drinks to drown my sorrows. Cold Moon blankly realized, your employee doesn't seem very happy. He innocently assumed, she's probably just tired and went back early to rest. Mei Jiao opened the door. The sky had already reached dusk. The scene shifted outside to the training yard. She cursed in irritation. What is he even doing? Acting so generous and not taking money, too. In the end, who exactly is your employee? Why not have her watch the shop for you instead? Suddenly, the stone that had been flying away was stepped on by someone. A man appeared with several subordinates, the owner of shop number 32. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Black Tree Guild is very interested in how you bought this shop. I hope you know what's good for you. Mei Jiao became wary. The Black Tree Guild, huh? You really are as overbearing as the rumors say. She spoke mockingly. What's this? You see that I'm a woman, so you plan to bully me? Are you planning to rob me outright? Black Mystic gave a sinister smile. Of course not. You can join the Black Tree Guild. I guarantee you'll be treated as an honored guest. Suddenly, the system reported a message. Your friend Lin Yuan has hidden his ID and sent a parcel containing 45 flesh and blood seeds. They've been transferred into your inventory. Mei Jiao blushed and turned her face away. He even knows to set some aside for me. Looks like that guy still has a bit of conscience and remembers this big sister. Then another message came. Message from Lin Yuan. There are 45 more seeds in the warehouse. Remember to put them up for sale tomorrow. She flew into a rage. I knew it. Heartless jerk. He warned her. Don't think you can keep this shop. In the real world, we have a major corporation backing us. Countless people fight until their heads are bleeding just to get in. Don't be ungrateful. Suddenly, Mei Jiao dashed past Black Mystic. For something this big, I need time to think it over. Your guild is so powerful. Surely you can wait this little bit of time, right? He looked at her warningly. Fine, but don't even think about playing tricks in front of me. Black Mystic reminded her in a stern voice. Remember, I can finish you off at any time. With that, Mei Jiao left. He gave a sinister smile. Once I take over this shop and prove my ability to the board of directors, the entire Black Tree Guild will be in my hands. The scene shifted back to the shop. In her heart, she cursed angrily. What an oblivious straight man. Even after being threatened like that, I still helped you keep your secret. Where else can you find such a good woman like me? Mei Jiao was extremely determined. You little brat, sooner or later, Big Sister will make you repay this debt with interest. After that, the streets remained as bustling as usual. The scene shifted inside the sewers. Lin Yuan was scouting the surroundings. The flesh and blood seeds really are hot goods. Once this batch is harvested and sold, the price will definitely skyrocket again. While I'm at it, I'll check whether there are any traces of the snake controller. System notification, vanish skill activated. He calculated inwardly. The undead are still here, and the beetles haven't detected anything unusual either. Looks like he's been fairly quiet lately. The gate slowly opened as Lin Yuan stepped inside. At the same time, he ordered, Thunder Scorpion, finish this quickly. The system displayed, you have entered the hidden dungeon, Snake Demon Cave. The scene shifted to the inside of the evil god's refinery, where someone was present. The snake controller gnashed his teeth in frustration. That damned bastard. He held in his anger. These past few days, he's kept clinging to my hidden dungeon and stealing my precious fruits. Moreover, the snake controller was bitter. And that woman Anna refuses to lend me the Nether King snake. My little snakes still haven't healed from their injuries. With no other choice, he had come here. Given the situation, I can only ask Master to take action personally. Master, As soon as he finished speaking, the master appeared and questioned him. Snake controller, shouldn't you be executing the plan with the others right now? He lowered his head and confessed. Master, there's a player who has been repeatedly disrupting our plan. He even captured several of my precious snakes. The master seemed rather surprised. You can't even deal with an ordinary player. Tell me, how should I punish you appropriately? The snake controller tried to justify himself. He is no ordinary person, master. I suspect he is also a necromancer hunter like you. Hearing this, the master was somewhat shocked. A necromancer hunter? Suddenly, the enchantress appeared and mocked him. Snake controller, it seems you've been living miserably in the western desert, haven't you? So miserable that you have to make up such a ridiculous excuse. She covered her mouth and laughed confidently. In this world, other than master, there absolutely cannot be a second necromancer hunter. The snake controller opened the system screen and hurriedly replied, Master, everything I said is absolutely true. Right, I have proof. The system displayed, loading combat video from the memory book. Inside was the scene of when he encountered Lin Yuan. You dare turn my snakes into undead? Since when? My undead army is limitless, while your snakes are only seeking death. Stop wasting your strength struggling. The book gradually retracted the video. The master and the enchantress both clearly revealed astonished expressions. She laughed mockingly. That's all? If he really were a necromancer hunter, would you still be alive to come back here? Hey, snake controller, if you're going to lie, at least choose a more convincing excuse. And you even brought up something like a necromancer hunter. However, the master became interested. How intriguing. So there are still other necromancer hunters in existence. However, judging by the form of his skill, it seems his inheritance is incomplete. There's nothing to fear. He took out a potion and said, This kind of half-baked one is not worth me taking action personally yet. The snake controller seemed to understand. You mean, the master waved his hand, brought up the system screen, and gave instructions. Listen, deep in the desert of the Western Desert Empire, there is a species of flying snake with extremely fast speed. They possess a skill that can briefly reduce an opponent's spirit stat. They're the natural enemy of players like him. The system displayed. Coordinates shared. 458, 274, 96. Then, the master handed the potion to the snake controller. This magic potion will temporarily strengthen your snake-controlling ability. Next, force him to reveal his true strength for me. He accepted the order. Yes, I will definitely make him hover between life and death and force him to use everything he has to hold on. However, the master denied that. No, he made a request. If there is an opportunity, recruit him to become one of us. His voice carried a hint of interest. I am truly curious. A necromancer hunter should no longer exist. Where exactly did he come from? At a huge palace built in an Indian architectural style, rows of green trees intertwined between the walkways. The snake controller stood outside the door, coldly looking at the man inside as he thought, Master wants to recruit that bastard? Then what about my grudge? His brows furrowed tightly, extremely irritated. According to Master's words, I have to pull him into the organization. Then I only need to use information from the Death Apostle to check whether he belongs to any guild. Afterward, the snake controller turned unhurriedly and walked out, leaving the place. At that moment, a waiter suddenly came over carrying a wine tray and blocked his path, saying, Sir, if you'd like to drink, please go to the front hall. This is the tavern's back hall. The snake controller immediately replied, No, I'm here to deliver hops. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his gaze to his palm and gave a slight sneer. Every time, I have to match the code phrase and present the watch as a token. How troublesome. Let's see where that watch is. However, the snake controller's face, especially his eyes, quickly showed an expression of extreme shock. He could not help shouting in panic, constantly reaching into his clothes and searching. The watch is gone? Since when? After that, the snake controller turned toward the waiter, who had somehow already moved close to him, and said, Damn it, wait. Where did it disappear to? Meanwhile, the other party calmly lowered his voice. Hops, "Sir, we do not need hops here." Suddenly, his eyes gleamed brightly, and a strange, sinister smile appeared on his mouth. "Perhaps you should ask at another tavern." This instantly frightened the snake controller into retreating several steps as he replied, "You." At the same time, Hakba suddenly appeared from nowhere and interrupted. "Wait." He stood in front of the snake controller and added coldly, "I know this person. Let him in." Immediately, the waiter no longer dared to make things difficult and bowed in response. "Yes, branch chief." The scene shifted to a pitch-black secret chamber lit only by a few small torches along the passage. On the walls were countless mechanisms that shot out darts to stop intruders. In one room, the snake controller sat on the other side and reached into his cloak, saying in a deep voice, "Thank you, big brother. It's all because I was careless and lost the watch. Sorry to trouble you." Hakba leaned back in his chair, his manner extremely imposing. "Speak. What is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the snake controller unhesitatingly took out a stack of papers and said, "I came today because I just received a commission. I need to investigate information on this person." At this point, a thought immediately surfaced in his mind. These rough men probably won't realize this is the person who commissioned me, but simply killing him privately isn't enough. The snake controller lowered his head slightly, immersed in thought. If I can use the information to make him misunderstand that we are plotting against him, then even if I go to recruit him, he will never agree. That way, I can report back to Master smoothly. Meanwhile, Hakba looked at the stack of papers in his hand and propped up his chin, his tone expressionless. "Is that so?" Afterward, he placed it unhurriedly into a box on the table. Then Hakba suddenly flung his hand up into the air, his voice extremely cold. "What a coincidence. I also have a commission here, and the target is the same person." Seeing this, the snake controller revealed an expression of extreme fear. His eyes panicked. "Yes, is that so? Looks like this guy has a lot of enemies." Hearing this, Hakba once again propped up his chin with his hand and said seriously, "I've already thoroughly investigated the target's information. Since it's the same target, I'll handle it as well for convenience." Immediately, the snake controller was still trembling, sweat pouring down his face as he replied, "About this, big brother, actually, I really admire your strength. Can I go with you on this mission? I don't need any payment." These words made Hakba somewhat bored, and he let out a cold snort. "Forget it. I only want to team up with people I know. Besides, why are you so concerned about him? Could it be that you have some other intention?" As soon as the words fell, the snake controller's face grew even paler from fright, and he forced a faint laugh. "Nothing of the sort. In that case, big brother, I'll go do another mission." At the same time, a thought immediately surged in his mind. Even if the Yama King successfully assassinates that guy, it's useless. In the immortal world, he will still revive. Looks like I have to think of another way to completely cut off any chance of him catching Master's eye. A moment later, only Hakba remained seated in the room, looking at the stack of papers in his hand. He lowered his head and stared at it, thinking, "I didn't expect Star Mark's canceled commission to come in handy one day." As he spoke, he recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier. No wonder that sour-faced guy went crazy and attacked me the moment he saw the watch. So the problem lies with this kid. Then Hakba could not help lowering his voice, extremely puzzled. "But why does everyone want to get rid of him? This is getting more and more interesting." Suddenly, the mask hanging on the wall abruptly emitted sparks and growled with a voice. "Is he the one who privately wiped out one of our elite squads?" At this moment, a notification from the system immediately appeared. "Leader is using the surveillance ring to conduct a remote call." Hakba calmly replied without hesitation, "Yes, leader." Unfortunately, when I met him, the situation was too chaotic. Then he wrapped his left hand around his right fist, making a life-or-death decision. Otherwise, I truly would have wanted to determine who was stronger between us. Hearing this, the leader unhurriedly ordered Hakba, "In that case, go test him again. While you're at it, see whether he has any intention of joining us." After hearing this, he agreed at once. "I understand." The door slowly opened, and sunlight faintly shone into the room. Lin Yuan looked at the person in front of him holding a broom and sweeping the floor, extremely surprised. "You're—" Immediately, Su Ming could not hide his excited surprise and said, "God Yuan, I came to help you out." Nearby, Mei Jiao was holding a small box with both hands when she suddenly interrupted. "Hey, little brother, he said he's an acquaintance of yours. He's been waiting for a while already." Hearing this, Lin Yuan could not help furrowing his brows tightly, his gaze extremely sharp. "It's him." At this moment, Hakba, who was holding a small mirror, immediately continued. "Let's go. We'll talk outside." Lin Yuan still did not move, instead focused on touching the notification control panel. "This is this week's stock. 1,000 flesh and blood seeds have been transferred to the hired party, Mei Jiao." Only then did he turn around and walk away coldly, leaving Mei Jiao alone. "As for the price, you can consider raising it a little." In the arid desert, countless boulders jutted high from the ground. Lin Yuan moved as fast as lightning through them, chasing the person ahead. "You went out of your way to find me, just to run away?" However, Hakba laughed coldly, looking down on him immensely. "Kid, if you want to ask anything, beat me in a one-on-one fight first. Don't use those strange summoned beasts of yours." This made Lin Yuan, who was pursuing him with his sword in hand, think, what exactly is this guy up to? Could someone have hired him to assassinate me? He was not afraid at all and frowned, challenging him in return. "Fine, come on." As soon as the words fell, Hakba suddenly turned around and threw a massive iron chain toward Lin Yuan, saying, "Refreshing. Let me see your true ability." Immediately, Lin Yuan also forcefully raised his sword and blocked the attack. The giant iron hook hooked firmly onto Lin Yuan's weapon at the same time. At that moment, Lin Yuan seemed to notice something abnormal. "There's a mechanism, too?" Hakba used both of his agile hands to fight, his tone mocking yet admiring. "Come on, then." Opposite him, Lin Yuan gathered all his energy into his left hand, which emitted a brilliant emerald green light everywhere. Seeing this, Hakba once again threw the chain toward him and mocked. "Unfortunately, you're too slow." After that, an enormous explosion immediately erupted due to the massive collision. A moment later, Hakba unhesitatingly continued throwing the chain while urging him, "Come here." The hook had seized Lin Yuan's sharp longsword. From behind Hakba, Lin Yuan had somehow teleported over and was preparing to launch an attack. Lin Yuan punched fiercely toward Hakba, responding to the earlier mockery. "The one who's too slow is you." Immediately, sand and fine dust surged up, and the explosion created a huge shockwave in the sandy desert. At this moment, Lin Yuan's hand was still gripping his sharp sword tightly. He slowly walked through the fine dust and said coldly, "Why aren't you using an assassin stealth skill? Do people from the Death Apostle do missions like this?" Opposite him, Hakba had been knocked down to one knee on the ground and was panting as he replied, "Who said I came to find you because I accepted a commission?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan unhesitatingly brought his sword before Hakba's face and threatened him. "In that case, I'll beat you down first, and we'll talk after that." Suddenly, the system abruptly brought up a notification. "Friend, Mei Jiao, has sent an emergency call request. Connect immediately?" Seeing this, he agreed without hesitation. "Yes." Then Mei Jiao's message appeared at once. "God Yuan, this is bad. The shop manager was taken away by a group of people who barged in. I couldn't beat them alone. Hurry back." After reading it, Lin Yuan's mood seemed to collapse completely, his eyes widening. "Looks like I overestimated your methods. I didn't expect you to resort to such despicable kidnapping." Meanwhile, Hakba quickly followed up, sounding as if he could hardly believe it. "Nonsense. I, the Yama King, have never bothered doing such lowly things, and I would never lay a hand on a woman." Then he touched the control screen and spoke solemnly. "Wait there. I'll prove it to you. Intelligence team, where are you?" A woman was abducted at newly opened shop number 32. "Find her location for me immediately." An order was issued steadily and unhurriedly. "Emergency command issued. All team members have received it." Not long afterward, Information came from the patrol squad. Ding. Intelligence team has sent coordinates. Seeing this, Hakba could not help revealing a little. The location isn't far. Go handle it without worrying. Since I came all the way to find you, I won't run. The location was immediately sent to Lin Yuan. Coordinates shared with player hidden ID 8893 475 38. Although he was in a hurry, Lin Yuan still did not forget to warn him sternly, "You'd better not run." The scene shifted to a place where the girl lay motionless on the ground. Mei Jiao's face was twisted in pain. She seemed to have been beaten to pieces. HP has reached 0. You have been eliminated 3 times. Your level has dropped from level 14 to level 11. However, after the system notification announced resurrecting, she naturally stood up as if nothing had happened. Her brows could not help furrowing tightly, sweat running down her forehead, her gaze extremely sharp. Mei Jiao said nothing, only glared furiously at the 2 men. 2 men stood opposite her, forcing her into a corner. One of them drew his bow and said, "You stinking woman, how many times have you been killed already, and you still won't talk?" The other echoed him. Young Master Mystic already got the fact from the city officials. The person who bought the shop is a man. If you don't hurry up and reveal his identity, I'll send you back to the novice village today. Mei Jiao thought angrily, "These 2 bastards are camping me at the resurrection point, so I can't escape at all. Even if I force myself to log out, my body will still be stuck here." But though she had been pushed into a dead end, she refused to yield. "If you got the guts, come at me. I'm not afraid of you." The bowman lowered his bow and handed things over to his brother. "Looks like we'll have to keep teaching you a lesson, brother. I'll go guard the shop. You keep going here. I refuse to believe that guy won't take the bait." The other man confidently affirmed, "Don't worry. I'll definitely make her submit." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan appeared behind him from out of nowhere, his words leaving the man stunned. "Who do you want to make submit?" Without waiting for him to answer, Lin Yuan cut him in 2 with a single slash. Su Ming also appeared at the same time, ramming into the bowman. "Take this." Mei Jiao was quite stunned when she saw it. Lin Yuan thought darkly. The coordinates that guy gave me were actually accurate. The survivor was the bowman from earlier. He was not afraid at all. Instead, he brought up his own guild to threaten them. "You dare touch members of our Black Tree? You nameless brat, you're finished. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and kneel." But before he could even finish threatening them, he was pierced through by a sword. "Or what?" Lin Yuan said, radiating killing intent. "The Black Tree Guild? Huh? I'll settle accounts with them later." The 3 of them watched the 2 men who had just been killed slowly get eliminated from the game. He observed the equipment on the 2 dead men. Sure enough, all of her equipment is on these 2. Mei Jiao walked over and spoke. "Little brother." Lin Yuan looked at her aggrieved expression, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked gratefully at the 2 people who had saved her and could not help feeling angry. They dared torment her to this state. Though it was only a game, the realistic simulation effect still caused a certain amount of pain. Lin Yuan stepped forward to comfort her and handed Mei Jiao the equipment that had dropped from the 2 men after being recovered. "It's all right now. Tell me what happened." She accepted the equipment, wiped her tears, and began explaining. "They wanted to interrogate me about who the owner of the shop was. I wouldn't tell them, so they smashed up the shop and blocked me at the resurrection point to surround and kill me." Seeing Mei Jiao hesitate, Lin Yuan continued, "You can tell me directly." Even so, she still tried to act strong. "I'm the older sister, so of course I have to protect you younger brothers." Actually, they weren't that impressive. I wasn't scared at all. Su Ming walked over with a recovery potion and handed it to Mei Jiao, saying angrily, "This is too much. They must have surrounded and beaten you at the resurrection point for a long time. All your equipment dropped. Here, recover your stamina first." Recovery potion. Just as she accepted the recovery potion, Lin Yuan called out again, "Mei Jiao." Both of them turned back to look at him, but Lin Yuan's angry expression remained unchanged. "Tell me the details about the Black Tree Guild." Hearing that, both of them anxiously tried to dissuade him. "Little brother, you absolutely mustn't act rashly. God Yuan, The Black Tree Guild isn't easy to deal with. Su Ming fearfully said what he knew. Compared with ordinary gaming guilds, they have capital backing them. In real life, that's the Black Tree Group. They coordinate in an orderly way. Their hierarchy is clear, and in every aspect, they far surpass ordinary guilds. He also advised him, God Yuan, although you're very strong, for one person to use his own strength against an entire guild of hundreds or thousands of people, that's basically impossible. Lin Yuan ignored everyone's attempts to dissuade him and turned to leave with the Manticore. The Black Tree Group? I know they're very rich, but so what? This is the immortal world. Just then, he discovered something. Those two men from earlier had resurrected. Resurrected? The bowman from before opened his mouth and cursed. Damn it. With a single word from Lin Yuan, the Thunder Scorpion and Divine Scarab competed to rush forward. Didn't you people want my shop? Attack. The bowman from earlier shouted furiously again. You bastard. You only won just now because you ambushed us. As soon as he finished speaking, both men were dealt with by the Thunder Scorpion and Divine Scarab, leaving them panicked enough to call for reinforcements. What the hell is flying over here? Quick, gather nearby. Guild members here immediately. A system notification appeared. A request for reinforcements has been sent to the nearest members of the Black Tree Guild. HP has reached 0. The system notification continued to ring out, and equipment dropped with it. You have been eliminated once. Your level has dropped from level 14 to level 13. No matter how many times they resurrected, the system notification remained the same. You have been eliminated twice. Your level has dropped from level 13 to level 12. Once, twice, 3 times, then the nth time, the system notification did not change. Only the two men's levels gradually dropped, and equipment fell out every time they were killed. You have been eliminated 3 times. Your level has dropped from level 12 to level 11. When a man had fallen all the way to level 1, he finally begged for mercy. Please stop killing me. I've dropped to level 1. This account is basically ruined. After receiving her equipment, Mei Jiao happily thanked him. My equipment. Thank you, little brother. I thought I'd never get it back. Zhao Kuei appeared from somewhere with his subordinates and sneered. These two pieces of trash. They couldn't even interrogate one person without sending a distress signal. Let me see who dares ruin young Master Mystic's good business. Su Ming and Mei Jiao turned around. When they saw that the newcomer was him, they were surprised. Only Lin Yuan had no reaction. Oh, I remember you. Aren't you that small fry from the blood-hidden cave? Zhao Kuei continued mocking him. Looks like young Master Mystic's underlings were cleaned up by you, huh? Once I'm done dealing with you, I'll interrogate this woman thoroughly. Young Master Mystic will definitely reward me handsomely. He immediately gave the order. Let the game begin. Lin Yuan assessed the situation and drew a conclusion. Looks like that fellow called Young Master Mystic is the real mastermind. Zhao Kuei recognized him and stammered. It's you. He was sweating with fear, but the man with him knew nothing and still spoke aggressively. You dare snatch someone from our Black Tree Guild? Looks to me like you're tired of living. Our captain is one of the guild's top 10 experts. If you kneel and admit your mistake now, maybe the captain will let you die a few fewer times later. Lin Yuan quickly walked up to Zhao Kuei, frightening him so badly that he shouted, You want to kill me? Seeing this, Zhao Kuei hurriedly waved his arms and legs, beating the man who had just spoken so aggressively and leaving the other man stunned. Idiot! Shut your mouth. Then he turned to Lin Yuan with a fawning expression and said, Great God! If I'd known it was you earlier, I wouldn't have dared get involved in this even if you beat me to death. He anxiously wanted to find a way to slip away. I'll tell them to get lost right away. But Lin Yuan had already walked behind him and said coldly, No need. He raised his sword and cut down the two subordinates, accompanying Zhao Kuei in a single slash, terrifying Zhao Kuei. Killing intent radiated all over Lin Yuan with every step he took and every word he spoke. Now they've all gotten lost. Take me to that fellow called Young Master Mystic. Now, trembling in fear, Zhao Kuei turned his head and said, Huh. Yes, sir. After that, Zhao Kuei led Lin Yuan to find him. As they walked, he calculated, leading an outsider into headquarters is an act of betrayal. The penalty paid to the Black Tree Group alone would be enough to bankrupt me. Not to mention the person I'm bringing back is this monster. No, I have to find an excuse. Zhao Kuei opened the guild messages to check. He glanced at the positions of his teammates and schemed cunningly, quickly finding a scapegoat. That fast. This time, I'm saved. The system displayed a notification. You have entered the marked ambush site of combat team number 7, Black Tree Guild. Seeing the notification, Zhao Kuei froze slightly and stopped in place. But very quickly, he changed his expression to a cunning one. We're here. Zhao Kuei turned around, pointed at Lin Yuan, and shouted loudly, Idiot! Did you really think you were invincible? I have to teach you what manners are. Brothers, get him! As soon as his words fell, a man dropped down from above. Zhao Kuei stared in disbelief at what he was seeing. What's going on? Why hasn't team number 7 made a move yet? He looked around vigilantly, searching. Then he discovered something Zhao Kuei himself could not believe. How is this possible? Team number 7 was wiped out? Lin Yuan observed the dart on the dead man's body and thought to himself, it's that guy's dart. Is he trying to help me? But that did not distract him for long. He quickly turned back to question Zhao Kuei. Didn't you want to teach me what manners are? Do it. His face was full of fear, and he had no idea that the Divine Scarab was already right behind him. The Divine Scarab attacked Zhao Kuei with all its strength, making him cry out in pain and beg for mercy. Stop. Don't. I was wrong. Lin Yuan voiced his judgment. If I'm not mistaken, after causing so many Black Tree members to die this time, you're probably going to shoulder a hefty penalty, aren't you? He thrust his sword hard into the log beside Zhao Kuei's head. Lin Yuan also enthusiastically helped him find solution. You have no way out now. You might as well give me young Master Mystic's coordinates. Maybe after I finish dealing with the Black Tree Guild, your penalty will be written off too. Zhao Kuei was so frightened that he hurriedly hugged Lin Yuan's leg. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. At this moment, in the Black Tree Group's building, a meeting was underway. The Black Tree Guild is directly under the Black Tree Group. Last quarter's profits increased by 30%, and the new shop project is currently in preparation. It is expected to reach its target next quarter. One of the board members spoke. Excuse me, President Yi. As far as I know, you still haven't obtained the first shop space, have you? President Yi took a drag from his cigarette and said calmly, about that, after a slight pause, he continued. As it happens, we have just found the buyer of the shop. Of course, the Black Tree Group will not miss any opportunity to make money. The first shop space is already in our pocket. No one can take it. As soon as he finished speaking, an employee with a face full of panic pushed the door open and came in. President Yi, this is bad. Someone is attacking our guild headquarters. He sprang to his feet and shouted, What? What exactly happened? The scene shifted to a wide plaza. Miserable screams kept ringing out from somewhere. The soldiers were struck away by Lin Yuan's sword as he cleared a path. In front of him, a commander and 2 mages were waiting. The man held his weapon and roared furiously. You bastard! You dare make a move on Black Tree territory? Without arguing, Lin Yuan raised his hand and released a stream of spiritual power toward them, then said, Don't block my way. One of Lin Yuan's guards saw this and asked, My lord, are you really planning to go in there alone? Lin Yuan said coldly, You'd better hope your coordinates aren't wrong. Otherwise, I'll come back and settle accounts with you. Inside the hall, the scene was luxurious, with high-end furnishings. Black Mystic sat in a chair with Su Ling, looking at the screen as he said, The good show is about to begin. Once I get that shop, I'll definitely ask the old man for a few million. When that happens, I'll give you girls a little reward. She spoke in a coy voice. Young Master Mystic, you're so bad. You're stealing someone else's things again. Suddenly, Black Mystic heard noise from outside and said irritably, Who's making noise out there? What kind of work are you people doing? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Hurry up and go take a look. The soldier replied, Understood. As the 2 soldiers went out and opened the door, they grumbled, Wonder who's so blind this time. Suddenly, the door was kicked apart. startling them into crying out, "What?" Lin Yuan strode in majestically with his sword in hand and asked, "You're Black Mystic?" His gaze turned icy as he stared fixedly at his target. Hearing this, Black Mystic also glanced over. He set down his wine glass and said confidently, "Another guy who wants to farm views. Let's see how I toy with him." At this moment, the livestream screen showed excited comments constantly appearing, followed by a series of heavy sounds on the floor. Soldiers had already moved to block Lin Yuan. Black Mystic said arrogantly, "You want to join Black Tree too?" Unfortunately, not just anyone is qualified to be this young master's dog. He even shamelessly laid out his conditions. "How about this? Kneel down and lick my shoes clean, and I'll consider whether to let you line up to join." Su Ling added, "Young Master Mystic is giving you a chance, darling." Lin Yuan did not waste words. With a single slash of his sword, a powerful stream of spiritual power shot toward the place where Black Mystic was sitting. Faced with this unexpected situation, Black Mystic could only sit there, his mouth agape, staring at it. Cowardly as he was, he pulled Su Ling over to block the attack, leaving her only enough time to cry out in pain. On the livestream screen, everyone began discussing it heatedly. Lin Yuan warned coldly, "Shop number 32 is mine. If you dare stretch your filthy claws toward it again, I don't mind wiping out the Black Tree Guild as well." Black Mystic pushed Su Ling's fading afterimage aside and asked through gritted teeth, "With just you? Wipe out the Black Tree Guild." Then he burst into laughter. Black Mystic tilted his head back and spoke in a contemptuous tone. "I originally thought you were just a lunatic. Turns out you're actually stupid." He clapped his hands loudly and ordered, "Men, hurry up and roll out here for this young master." At the door, a female maid shouted, "You dare charge into Black Tree headquarters? Are you tired of living?" Lin Yuan stood among the soldiers brandishing their weapons, completely unmoved. Black Mystic said arrogantly, "Being chosen by this young master for your shop is the greatest honor of your stupid life. Countless people want to offer gifts to this young master, but don't even have the chance." He took out a coin and said through clenched teeth, "How about this? 1 gold coin. Transfer the shop to me, then kneel and kowtow 3 times, and this young master will let what just happened slide." With that, Black Mystic flicked the coin toward him. Without wasting words, Lin Yuan swung his sword and shattered the coin instantly. He threw out an insect, its eyes flashing red as he shouted, "I don't have time to waste entangling myself with an idiot like you." It pierced through several soldiers and flew straight toward Black Mystic. He cried out in shock, "What?" The insect quickly closed in on Black Mystic. From there, a powerful burst of lightning erupted from its body. He screamed miserably in pain, and a notification appeared. HP has reached 0. Seeing Black Mystic fall, a soldier cried out in panic, "Young Master Mystic has been killed." Another soldier shouted furiously, "Charge!" The whole group rushed at Lin Yuan with weapons in hand and shouted, "Take him down." One person raised a communication device and reported, "Hurry, inform the guild leader. Someone is attacking. He's charged straight into our headquarters." The scene shifts to the conference room. President Yi says, "This must be the rival company playing dirty. The Black Tree Guild already has a full contingency plan for an unexpected situation like this. Hurry up, turn on the projector, and find Black Mystic's live stream room immediately." He points at the screen and says, "Please, everyone, take a look. This is the true strength of the Black Tree Guild." Suddenly, President Yi cries out in surprise, "Huh." On the screen is the sight of Lin Yuan having beaten the soldiers until they are lying all over the ground. Seeing that scene, the entire conference room falls silent. President Yi blurts out in disbelief, "Impossible." The number of viewers in the live stream is also rising, and the comments are growing more and more lively. He grits his teeth and thinks to himself, "No. If this continues, Black Tree Group's stock price will plummet without stopping, and my seat as general manager will be in danger too. I absolutely cannot let this happen." Even so, President Yi still smiles outwardly and reassures them. There must be some misunderstanding here. Did all the guild's guards take leave today, or something? I'll contact the person in charge immediately. Then he shouts into the phone, "You rebellious brat, I don't care what method you use. Make that guy stop right now." On this side, Black Mystic has just been restored by the system. He mutters angrily, "Damn it. He actually made me die and lose a level." Black Mystic leaps down below. He points at Lin Yuan and roars, "Stop right now. Sooner or later, I'll loot your shop clean. Not only that, I'll kill your people all the way back to level 1 too." At this moment, Lin Yuan steps on a soldier and says in a low, harsh voice, "Are you threatening me?" Black Mystic yells furiously, "That's right. This young master always does what he says. If you don't believe me, just try me." Lin Yuan summons a spirit beast and says coldly, "Since that is your answer, then there is no need for the Black Tree Guild to exist anymore." A moment later, many spirit beasts appear in the space. The system announces, "Corpse explosion skill activated." Immediately afterward, piercing explosions ring out one after another. Watching the screen from this side, President Yi can only clutch his head helplessly and cry out, "My guild." Seeing this, one partner asks, "President Yi, is this the project you wanted us to invest in? How disappointing. I'm beginning to doubt your ability to manage Black Tree Group." Even so, President Yi stubbornly says, "Everyone, please calm down. The guild's guard team has arrived." President Yi asks in a deep voice, "Has the main squad received the order to log into the game?" His employee replies, "Yes, everyone is in position." On the screen, the main squad can be seen appearing one after another with weapons in hand. The soldiers rush out aggressively. The commander shouts, "Brothers, seize that guy. President Yi promised a reward of 100,000 yuan for each of us." "Understood." They all answer in unison, "Understood." On the live stream screen, everyone is also discussing it heatedly. Black Mystic stands under the soldiers' protection and shouts loudly, "Quick, stop that shabby worm of his. This young master has already lost 5 levels." But it is useless. In an instant, he is attacked by Lin Yuan and only has time to cry out, "Damn it, not again." The system appears. HP has dropped to 0. Amid the ruins and thick clouds of dust and smoke, Lin Yuan still stands proudly, while Black Mystic lies there, the system light already preparing to take him away. Lin Yuan turns toward the main squad and says coldly, "Didn't you want to kill me back to level 1? Why are you hiding behind the others now, too afraid to make a move?" On this side, they shout energetically, "Brothers, same old tactic. Charge together and kill him." The commander roars, "You brat." He leaps up with his sword and shouts, "We're your real opponents." With a single strike, Lin Yuan sends the commander's weapon flying and knocks him back. The commander lets out a shocked cry. On the other side, the mage releases flames and says, "No matter how capable you are, you can't handle 7 people at once. Take this." Another man laughs loudly. "Taste my paralyzing arrow." Lin Yuan pushes the commander away and growls, "Your tactics are far too clumsy." After that, piercing explosions ring out, and the entire space shakes violently. Immediately, a notification appears. The commander falls unconscious to the ground, his HP reduced to 0. In the middle of the fierce battle, Lin Yuan quickly takes action and activates the stealth skill. The others look around irritably. Where did that brat go? Did he run away? The system appears and comments on the situation. A fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of foxes. Though the master has been defeated, he is still glorious. They are simply relying on numbers to bully the weak. In a one-on-one fight, none of them would stand a chance against the master. As soon as the words finish, Black Mystic pops up angrily and curses, "Damn it. If you make this big of a scene and still let him escape, where will the Black Tree Guild hide its face?" He orders fiercely, "Find him at all costs." Just then, a liquid suddenly drips on a Black Mystic's head. Seeing the lizard surrounding him, he screams in panic, "What?" Without hesitation, the lizards gather energy inside their mouths. Then the lizards fire the energy straight at the soldiers. After wiping them out, Lin Yuan slowly reveals himself. The stealth skill is cancelled. He challenges them arrogantly. If there's anyone else, call them all over. There's still room at the resurrection point. Outside, the viewers exclaim in admiration, "Holy crap, we get to see the master again. He really doesn't act unless he must, but once he does, he takes lives." They comment excitedly. This time, the Black Tree Guild has run into a demon star. At the same time, Chan Qian says in fascination, "Why is he so cool?" Back in a combat area, Black Mystic is terrified, crying and curling up in a corner. He hurriedly calls for help. "Dad, save me." Blackie angrily scolds him. "How did I give birth to a useless thing like you? You disaster of a son. Do you know you've ruined me?" After hearing this, Black Mystic retorts bitterly, "Old man, I was clearly following your orders to buy up the shop. Your information was the problem, so why are you blaming me?" Blackie grits his teeth in fury and curses, "You rebellious brat. I don't care what method you use. Keep him here for me." Blackie sinisterly updates him on the situation. "The experts I spent a fortune hiring are already on their way." Outside the castle, Hakba stands in a tree and comments excitedly, "Not bad, kid. You actually dare to stir up such a huge mess." He stares intently at the screen, then looks over the generous reward. Emergency commission received from the Black Tree Guild. Eliminate target Lin Yuan, ID hidden. Reward, 500 gold. An emergency commission? So they want me to go deal with him. After thinking it over carefully, Hakba curls his lips and confirms, "Fine. I can go over and watch the show while I'm at it." Black Tree Guild commission messages have been blocked. At this moment, Cold Moon evaluates thoughtfully. It isn't just the Frenzy Guild. Even people from the Death Apostle Guild are here. Looks like Black Tree is willing to spend big this time. Seeing this, Hakba becomes interested. The people coming here are all old acquaintances of his. This is getting interesting. Raging Flame states his view bluntly. "I just want to end this quickly and clean up that ignorant bastard." Immediately, Hakba follows behind while calculating. No need to waste effort probing his strength. I'll just send a recorded video straight to the boss. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Black Mystic shouts in panic, "Even my dad has never beaten me like this before. I'll remember your face." Seeing many people gathering and looking at him, Lin Yuan turns back in surprise. Cold Moon sees this and exclaims in shock, "The target is him?" Raging Flame is stunned, his eyes widening. "It's that madman." Hakba reports sweetly, "Young master, your reinforcements have arrived." As soon as he finishes speaking, Black Mystic smugly mocks Lin Yuan like a madman. "You had a great time hitting this young master just now, didn't you? All of you go at once. Today, I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." Lin Yuan pays no attention and quietly observes them, frowning as he glances over each person one by one. The soldiers behind them confidently provoke him. "You thought nobody could deal with you? The number 1 and number 2 guilds are joining forces. You're dead this time, kid." Before he can even make sense of the situation, he is shoved aside by Raging Flame. Realizing something is wrong, Raging Flame immediately changes course. "Get lost. You want me to throw my life away for this tiny bit of money? You idiots. System, cancel the Black Tree Guild Commission." Black Mystic is dumbfounded and does not understand what is happening. "Why are you running? You're backing down before even fighting." Without another word, Lin Yuan points his sword straight at him, causing him to be electrocuted repeatedly until his HP drops to 0. After that, Lin Yuan raises his head and threatens them. "Do you also want to help the Black Tree Guild?" Black Tree Guild Commission canceled. Cold Moon sincerely suggests, "I believe you must have your own reasons for doing this. Do you need a hand?" Lin Yuan calmly refuses, "No need. You can just stand aside and watch." Black Mystic screams helplessly, "Damn it, I paid you to come here and work, not to watch a show." Hakba giggles and chimes in, "That's right. Did he spend money just so you could stand there and watch the young master turn into a joke?" Black Mystic moves behind Hakba and ruthlessly urges him, "At least there's still someone who knows what's good for him. Go, you must kill that bastard." At this moment, Lin Yuan asks curiously, "You were the one who dealt with the people in the forest, weren't you?" I recognize you're throwing darts. Hackba smiles and comments, that was just a trivial matter. Hearing this, Black Mystic is stunned and backs away several steps. What? You're an inside man too. Hackba laughs and explains, don't make it sound so ugly. I never accepted your commission. I only stopped by to watch the excitement. Start recording. Hearing this, Black Mystic threatens in panic. Bastards, I won't let any of you off. Remember that. Immediately, a gigantic monster appears before them. Without hesitation, the lizard stomps them flat. HP has dropped to 0. In just a moment, Black Mystic revives again in a wretched state. Lin Yuan calmly walks closer and gestures. Continue. I'm guessing your guild leader is about to lose his patience too. Elsewhere, an investor angrily rebukes him. The group's stock has hit the lower limit. Black Yi, after causing such a huge disaster, you must take responsibility for the losses this time. The assistant calls cautiously, President Yi. President Yi grits his teeth and orders, stop talking. Bring me the gaming helmet. Blackie mutters uneasily in his mind. If I don't personally step in and clean up this mess, the investors will withdraw all their capital. I have to regain their trust. The scene shifts back into the game, inside the Black Tree Guild. The next second, the system announces Black Tree Guild leader Black Yi has come online. Seeing the leader, Lin Yuan glances at him and questions, you're the leader of the Black Tree Guild? Black Yi speaks warily, warning himself. The live stream is still going. I have to settle this guy quickly. I absolutely can't let the board of directors see any weakness. Then he says, kid, you've messed with the wrong person. Black Yi makes an arrogant offer. Seeing as your skills are fairly good, I can consider letting you join the Black Tree Guild and become captain of the main squad. Behind him, Black Mystic loses patience and protests fiercely. Old man, stop blabbering with him. He's killed so many of our people, and you want to let this go? Hurry up and call people over to butcher him. Hearing this, Blackie angrily focuses power into his staff. You brat. Blackie does not hesitate to unleash his skill. Don't underestimate the strength of the Black Tree Guild. However, the Vulture Rogue blocks the attack, and Lin Yuan says mockingly, so the leader of a top 10 guild is only at this level? Witnessing this scene, Black Yi is stunned. He used a summon to block it. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes as he watches it attack Black Yi. So what are you going to do now? Black Yi quickly dodges the attack. Lin Yuan continues summoning a group of Vulture Raiders. It's over. Next, Lin Yuan skillfully activates his ability. Corps explosion skill activated. Seeing them surround him, Blackie freezes. Damn it! The next second, an earth-shattering explosion erupts throughout the room. Black Yi and his companions are wiped out, then revive again with bewildered expressions. Black Yi's face turns pale as he asks himself, how is this possible? I could only withstand one move. This guy is as strong as a monster. No matter what, I have to pacify him first. He hurriedly lowers himself and admits fault. Wait. We were wrong. Blackie earnestly promises, wait. We were wrong. Please stop. We'll publicly apologize and compensate you. I'm begging you. However, Lin Yuan immediately summons the Death Wolf and exposes the truth. You don't know you were wrong. Lin Yuan sees through him and declares, you only know that you're about to be wiped out. Seeing the Death Wolf swing its claws and knock them away, Black Mystic shouts helplessly, you bastard. He urges fearfully, old man dad, hurry up and think of something. Blackie angrily scolds him, shut up. I've used every method I could think of. You rebellious little disaster. Just what kind of monster did you provoke? Just then, an idea suddenly comes to Blackie. Wait, if even top server players aren't his match, he thinks hopefully, then NPCs are the only way. Next, Blackie hurriedly analyzes, the Black Tree Guild headquarters is located on the edge of Windblown Sands, still within the central city area. According to the rules, fighting is absolutely not allowed here. As long as I report it to public security, he's dead for sure. He happily raises a special piece of paper. You idiot, how did I not think to call public security over? No matter how good that brat is at fighting, What makes him think he can stand against system NPCs? Emergency summoning item. Wanted order used. Black Mystic cheers joyfully. I understand, Dad. Public security will stop fighting in the central area. If he doesn't listen, he'll be arrested and forcibly suspended. Immediately, the public security officer appears and shouts loudly, "You dare cause trouble in the main city? You truly don't take me seriously." Summoning successful. He sternly orders, "Hurry and seize this man for me." Seeing that the situation is perfect, Black Yi smugly sneers, "You brat, the Black Tree Guild is within the main city's jurisdiction. If you dare touch me again, just wait to be suspended." Black Mystic aggressively challenges him. "Aren't you amazing? If you've got the guts, touch me again." As soon as he finishes speaking, he is sent flying, leaving Blackie shocked. "What?" Blackie is utterly furious and roars madly, "You brat, you're finished. Activate Magic Shield skill." He fiercely scolds, "You dare attack in front of public security? You're hopelessly stupid." Hearing this, the public security officer waves his hand and signals, "You still dare use violence before this official? Far too arrogant. Seize him for me. I will imprison him for 3 months." The soldiers carry out the order. "Yes, sir." At the same time, the livestream viewers are completely disappointed. The game mechanics are right there. This match is over. What is there left to fight? At this moment, Blackie points arrogantly. Once a player injures a public security NPC, they'll be wanted throughout the entire Western Desert Empire. No matter how good you are at fighting, can you cut down a public security officer too? Without another word, Lin Yuan swings his sword and cuts Blackie in two. "Idiot." Everyone comments excitedly. The master is really tough. Looks like the master has no intention of making peace. Nice. He scared them until they were trembling like dogs, but in the end they still got butchered like chickens. After that, Blackie coughs up blood and the announcement sounds. HP has dropped to 0. Seeing this devil-may-care attitude, the public security officer shouts angrily, "You are challenging the laws of the Western Desert Empire. I must punish you severely, very severely." Lin Yuan calmly throws out a golden badge. Just as the guards all charge forward, the officer suddenly notices the object on the ground. In that instant, the public security officer is shocked. This is the honorary badge of the Scorpion Tail Knights. His expression immediately changes, and he confirms, "You are an honorary knight." Seeing Lin Yuan's confident, smiling face, the public security officer quickly stops them. "Stop. Stop at once." After that, he respectfully returns the item with humble deference. "Sir, here is your item." Lin Yuan lightly takes the item. Then he signals coldly, "Deal with these two." The public security officer immediately carries out the order with a loyal expression. "It is my honor to serve you." At the same time, in a hidden corner, Blackie asks in confusion, "Why hasn't that public security officer made a move yet?" Seeing the situation reverse, Black Mystic's face turns dark with anger. That bastard is an honorary knight? When public security officers meet people like them, they're no different from dogs wagging their tails for scraps. As soon as he finishes speaking, the officer rises into the air, full of resentment and killing intent. "You two bastards dare oppose a knight of the Scorpion Tail Knights. I suspect you are people from the Southern Turtle Kingdom. Come with me to the prison and explain yourselves." Blackie panics and begs, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding, sir." Black Mystic stands beside him, stunned, and reproaches him, "Old man, what kind of terrible idea did you come up with? Now you've brought disaster on us." After making the arrest successfully, the public security officer said coldly, "Behave yourselves. You are forbidden from disturbing the esteemed knight. Hurry up and come with us." Player President Yi and player Black Mystic have been arrested by the city's public security officer. Before leaving, President Yi desperately made an offer. "Wait, what do you want? We can discuss anything. How about I give you money?" Lin Yuan concluded indifferently, "It's too late to say anything now." Lin Yuan announced bluntly, "The Black Tree Guild's only ending is disbandment." Hearing this, the online community exploded with excitement. "This is insane. Another achievement from the great god. He soloed an entire guild. That's never happened before. This battle is going straight into gaming history. Facts have proven that the great god is still the undefeated #1. The scene shifted to an office. The chairman roared furiously. Absurd. This is the plan you proudly patted your chest over? And you even live-streamed the whole thing? Aren't you ashamed? If I'd known, I never would have handed the guild project over to trash like you. Refusing to take it lying down, President Yi quickly defended himself. Enough. Who could have expected him to have so many tricks? What was I supposed to do? Even the NPCs sided with him. The chairman ordered in a panic. This time, Black Tree Group's stock price has crashed miserably. Hurry and sell off the shares while we can. You two idiots, call my lawyer right now. I won't be satisfied until I sue them in a prison. The guard outside judged uneasily that madman actually wiped out Black Tree Guild. In that case, I can get out of paying that penalty too, right? At the same time, Lin Yuan was diligently completing his mission. Life points have reached 0. Code War, Black Roland, Annihilation Blade, Twin Gun Reaper, Captain of Team 4, and 8 Heavenly Killers have all withdrawn from the Black Tree Guild. After all players were eliminated, the system updated. Black Tree Guild has fewer than 30 remaining members and has been automatically disbanded. Seeing this scene, Hakba stood outside and exclaimed in admiration. President Yi and Black Mystic went to prison, and the Black Tree members were killed until they had to leave the guild one after another. You wiped out the entire Black Tree Guild. Kid, you really did it. I'm sending the battle video to the leader. Hearing that, Lin Yuan turned and glared at him. How much longer are you planning to watch? Hakba said enthusiastically. Want a drink? I'll wait for you at the tavern. Ask whatever you want to know. Don't forget to clean up your spoils. Interested, Lin Yuan collected the loot while calculating. Black Tree Guild has completely collapsed. I should take this chance to scout out what that fake Death Apostle Guild is about. All equipment has been picked up. The scene shifted to another secret location. Anna saw the snake controller standing there waiting. She walked over loudly and questioned him. Is there another plan you need me to cooperate with? Let me say this first. You're not allowed to touch the Nether King snake. He calmly revealed. The master has new instructions regarding that man from last time. He told me to investigate him, then find a way to draw him in and have him join us. Just thinking about it is annoying. Next, the snake controller explained the information and assigned the tasks clearly. The master gave me intelligence, saying I must go deep into the desert to capture a type of flying snake. As for you, find a way to lure that man here. Then we will complete the master's mission together. After hearing this, Anna shrugged and mocked him. This is a mission assigned specifically to you. Although I'm one rank below you in the organization, my big brother is far more useful than you. It's not your turn to order me around. He frowned and reminded her, you can refuse if you want, but that incident with the Count last time nearly got exposed, didn't it? Think about it. If that matter accidentally got out. Faced with the warning, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Just this once. But remember this clearly. Nothing can go wrong with the Serpent Folk civilization matter. If anything changes, I'm running first. After that, the snake controller shared the coordinates. You only need to lure him to this location. Coordinates shared, 799347548. Tapping the screen, Anna asked curiously, so what dungeon are you preparing to deal with him? He revealed the location without hesitation. Island of the Dead Sea. The scene shifted to the front of the tavern. As soon as they stepped inside, the tavern owner greeted them warmly. What'd you two like? The moment he saw the badge Hack 3 presented, he immediately understood. I understand. After that, the tavern owner stood up, bowed, and announced, my apologies, honored guests. Our tavern must close early today. As compensation, all of your expenses today will be waived. After hearing this, everyone looked at one another in confusion. Free? They cheered excitedly. What luck! We suddenly get to eat for free. If I'd known, I would have ordered a few more drinks just now. After all of them left, the tavern quickly shut all its doors. Hack 3 said softly, sit. After looking around, Lin Yuan took the initiative to probe, is this a base of the Death Apostle Guild? Hack 3 did not answer, but instead made an enticing offer. If you're interested in the Death Apostle Guild, why not experience it directly? He formally invited him. On behalf of the Death Apostle Guild, I officially invite you to join the organization. But Lin Yuan exposed the truth. So the way you recruit new members is by sending people to assassinate them? Hearing this, Hack 3 cleared his throat and argued back. Well, you know what they say. No fight, no friendship. A free expert without a guild like you is extremely rare to begin with. We're not even quick enough to recruit you. He seriously revealed, to tell you the truth, we have already refused all commissions related to you. That is unprecedented in Death Apostle. The tavern owner cautiously placed a glass of wine on the table. Please enjoy. After laying out the information, Hack 3 pressed anxiously. So, have you thought it through? Lin Yuan drank the wine and said disdainfully, You're trying to recruit someone, yet you're still hiding your head while leaving your tail exposed. He stared ahead and released killing intent. I don't see a shred of sincerity. Lin Yuan keenly swept his gaze around and saw a flickering figure nearby. Checking Spirit Attribute. Spirit Attribute is 1.5 times higher than the target's. Check passed. High-level stealth status has been seen through. A black shadow gradually emerged from the void and praised him. Not bad. Your senses are truly sharp. You even discovered my high-level stealth. The mysterious man removed his disguise. High-level stealth status has been dispelled. Lin Yuan faced the man and thought, he must be the guild leader of the Death Apostle Guild, Death Proclamation. In my previous life, he became famous by assassinating powerful experts one after another. He's a freak who only knows how to enjoy the thrill of assassination. Facing the two men, Lin Yuan began to speak. Since you've investigated me, you should know I never join guilds. However, I do want to obtain some information from you people. Name your price. The man took out a watch, placed it in front of him, and said, I heard from Yama King that you're interested in this. As long as you join us, you'll learn far more than this. Lin Yuan did not even glance at the watch on the table. He only looked at the man and listened as he said, Besides, it seems you misunderstood just now. Death Apostle is not a guild in the literal sense. He continued, it is only an organization in name. You don't need to join a guild within the game system. Lin Yuan's expression did not change as he thought to himself, so that's how it is. In that case, my hidden class won't be exposed. It seems joining them won't do me any harm, especially since Death Apostle possesses an intelligence network spread throughout the immortal world. He calmly answered the man, If that is true, then I can consider it. But first, I need to clearly understand how you operate. The man was not shaken by Lin Yuan's proposal. He chuckled softly and said calmly, I knew it. You, and we're the same kind. Listen carefully. Death Apostle is an unofficial gaming guild. The scene showed assassin members attacking monsters as the man explained how the organization operated. Assassin members are divided into 5 ranks: ordinary, proficient, outstanding, elite, and certain kill. Mission difficulty is also divided into 5 levels: D, C, B, A, and S. He gripped the watch in his hand and continued. As for the pocket watch you're interested in, it is a token only for those who have completed 3S rank missions and reached elite rank or higher. With it, you can receive supplies and assistance at our strongholds. At the same time, it is also the pass needed to enter Death Apostle's true base. The man brought the watch in his hand before Lin Yuan and spoke words meant to persuade him. However, rules exist to serve the strong. If you agree to join, I will give this to you directly. Lin Yuan silently reached out and took the watch from the man's hand. Suddenly, Hack 3 appeared behind Lin Yuan and said, I told you that you would get this watch soon. I wasn't lying, was I? The man clenched his hand into a fist and said, I am Death Proclamation. Today, I formally invite you to join the Death Apostle Guild. He stood up with his hands still on the table and said, The guild is divided into 4 levels: guild leader, minister, team leader, and member. If you join, the position of Minister of the Western Desert Branch will immediately belong to you. Hack 3 folded his arms and thought, this guy must be the current minister, right? Lin Yuan turned his head slightly toward him, raised his thumb, and said, If I steal his seat now, will he accept it? Hack 3 put his hands on his hips, lifted his head high, and said confidently, "I've been sick of this lousy minister position for a long time. I only want to go fight." Then he whispered beside Lin Yuan's ear, "Also, my name is Yama King, not Hack 3. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes instantly sharpened like bullets, and he said, "In that case." He also stood up, bumped fists with the man, and said, "Happy cooperation." The man said nothing and only looked at him pensively. Hack 3 cheerfully teased the man, "Boss, the newcomer probably still has questions for you. I'll go outside and have a drink first." The man only replied indifferently and briefly, "Go." A system panel appeared before Lin Yuan. While sending the man 2 pictures, he said, "I'll be direct. I'm looking for someone. I hope the guild can help investigate." On the other side, the man received the 2 pictures of the snake controller. He seemed to realize something and said, "So that's it. The pocket watch. So your objective was." The man raised one hand to his chin in thought, while using his other hand to operate the system panel. Then he said, "But sorry. Death Apostle members are absolutely forbidden from investigating one another's information. This is the most basic principle for maintaining the guild." Lin Yuan kept a cold face and said, "It seems this minister position doesn't have much authority." The man surprised him with his reply, "No, you can't exactly say that." His face darkened as he said, "Rules are dead, but people are alive. As long as he wants to accept missions, he will have to go through you, the minister, one way or another." He folded his arms in front of his chest and looked at Lin Yuan suspiciously. "You can absolutely arrange for him to carry out a multiplayer mission together with you. But if he does not accept missions for a long period, the organization will automatically expel him. So he has no other choice." Lin Yuan answered without hesitation, "Good. That's enough." The man placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "A talent like you is naturally an honored guest. Don't worry. I will share all the latest intelligence in the game with you first. Even in other countries, as long as you need it, our branches will immediately provide support." Lin Yuan glanced toward him and said, "Then I'll be leaving first." The man called out to stop him. "Wait, at least tell me your ID. I still have to notify the brothers in the Western Desert that they have a new boss." A system notification appeared above Lin Yuan's head. "Player has temporarily disabled anonymous ID." He replied briefly, "Just call me Clear Bright." The man frowned and muttered to himself, "Clear Bright. He really is a low-profile one. If you didn't hide your identity, I'm afraid the title of #1 in the Western Desert wouldn't have fallen to Mad God." In the evening, Lin Yuan strolled along a dirt road, his robe fluttering in the wind. He raised a hand to his chin and pondered, "Now that I think about it, it's been quite a while since I leveled up." Lin Yuan reconsidered the situation. The Black Tree matter has been resolved. I might as well find a nearby dungeon and grind some experience. He opened the system panel. I haven't checked it for a while. The proficiency of my early skills has increased quite a bit. Black Iron Stealth, level 4. Effect, Interstealth status. Duration, 5 minutes. Costs 80 mana. Cooldown, 1 minute. Proficiency, 8/400. Black Iron Soul Fire, level 7. Effect, deals 300% magic damage to the target. Cost 10 mana. Cooldown, 4 seconds. Proficiency, 10/700. Lin Yuan began operating the system panel while thinking to himself, "As for the skills I obtained later, Corpse Explosion is decent, but Dark Healing isn't as good as I imagined. Restoring 20% health to a single target? Compared to the number of undead zombies I have, it's just a drop in the bucket." The system displayed more information, making him ponder for a long time. Gold Corpse Explosion, level 5. Effect, detonates 1 zombie, dealing fire damage equal to 120% of its own health to nearby enemies. Costs 140 mana. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Proficiency, 21/500. Gold Dark Healing, level 3. Effect, deals damage equal to 20% of the target's health, or restores 20% health to a zombie. Costs 60 mana. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Proficiency, 220/300. Damage based on a percentage of maximum health only works well against monsters weaker than me. Thinking of using that power on high-level monsters, Lin Yuan laughed helplessly. If I use it on bosses or monsters higher level than me, the percentage damage will be reduced. He conjured 2 scrolls and held them tightly in his hand, continuing his inner monologue. According to my experience from my previous life, all low-level skills can be upgraded through proficiency. Then he clenched his fist, looked up at the sky, and thought, only high-level skills have special requirements for skill upgrade permits. The 2 permits I kept from before must be used on something important, preferably a dark gold skill. Lin Yuan pondered while looking at the personal stat panel before him. In addition, the gate of the netherworld also needs to be replenished with stronger zombies. As my level rises, the undead revived during the novice period, such as the zombie ghost wolves, are starting to fall behind. Player Lin Yuan, level 16. Class, Soul Hunter. Forbidden Spell. Talent, Shadow Summoning. As my level rises, the undead revived during the novice period, such as the zombie ghost wolves, are starting to fall behind. Lin Yuan looked up at something and thought to himself, not to mention, zombies cannot level up. The stat gap will only grow larger and larger. From now on, I should revive fewer small fry. He stood before an enormous, ancient-looking structure. The system panel displayed, you have arrived at the entrance of the elite dungeon, Ruins Laboratory. Entering, Lin Yuan slowly walked in. Incomplete suits of armor were scattered all over the ground. He stepped inside calmly and said, Undead Knights? Suddenly, blue light appeared over the armor lying on the ground. The suits of armor stood up through that blue power. Lin Yuan took a fighting stance, sword in hand, standing before hundreds of undead knights. At the same time, the system displayed information. System, Elite Undead Knight, level 18. Skills, Netherworld Fury, Shattering Charge / Restoration. Lin Yuan swung his sword and waved his hand, summoning the Divine Scarab to charge toward the monsters. He said, these hollow things are extremely hard to deal with, but the experience they provide is also among the highest for monsters of the same level. The beetle flew over at high speed and struck an undead knight's arm. The undead knight brought its huge sword down onto the ground, shattering a large section of stone floor. Lin Yuan had appeared behind the undead knight at some point. He cast a spell and said, Little one, this kind of monster resists crowd control, and its defense is also ridiculously tough. Let me handle it. A magic circle appeared behind the undead knight. A vast power created a powerful wind pressure, causing the other undead knights to grow wary. Damage-boosting skill cast. Lin Yuan landed on the ground, his eyes still fixed on the undead knights as they prepared to bring their swords down again. The moment the sword stabbed into the ground, he cast his spell in time. Stealth skill activated. His spell summoned giant pythons around the undead knights. System, Corpse Explosion skill activated. A giant python opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. They attacked, causing the undead knights to topple over as the armor gradually lost its connection. System notifications appeared beside several slips of paper. Obtained beginner lethal gas potion formula. Obtained intermediate mana recovery potion formula. Obtained advanced solution potion formula. Lin Yuan held one of the 3 slips of paper, reading as he thought, after these iron shells die, I have to pick up the loot immediately. Otherwise, the dropped items will disappear along with the corpse. As for this batch of potion formulas, they can just enrich the goods in my shop. Stealth status has been dispelled. Suddenly, Lin Yuan glanced toward a certain spot, as if he had sensed something. The pieces of armor began to float under some strange power. He reached his hand forward and said, If it weren't for the experience from my previous life, I would have almost missed these things. Lin Yuan swept his hand to the side. Behind him appeared the mighty giant wolf zombie, brimming with extreme fighting spirit. He ordered, Giant wolf zombie, roar. It received the command and immediately released terrifying power from its mouth. The system displayed, skill activated, wolf roar. Lin Yuan's confident face and sharp eyes appeared as he said, Crush them. The scene fell into chaos. The undead knights were defeated one after another, and the interior structures collapsed. Elite Undead Knights X7 eliminated. Experience gained. Elite Undead Knights X5 eliminated. Experience gained. Lin Yuan still stood motionless and said, "Nice, I leveled up." Elite Undead Knights X9 eliminated. Experience gained. Congratulations, you have risen to level 17. Player, Lin Yuan. Level, 17. Class, Forbidden Necromancer Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning. Gate of the Netherworld, 96/170. Lin Yuan stroked the death giant wolf and evaluated. The defense of the undead knights is too high. Something on the level of the giant wolf zombie can't deal enough damage at all. Although it's called an undead boss, its level is still too low. But its roaring skill feels pretty good to use. That's why I've been hesitating and can't bear to throw it away. The system displayed information. Death Giant Wolf Lord. Skills: Evil Wolf Roar, Giant Beast Heart, Death Claws, Undead Body, Undying Rage. He calculated inwardly. If only there were a way to make these zombies level up, that would be great. Lin Yuan looked around and commented, "These undead zombies have no more room to shine. Now they can only be used as consumable materials for corpse explosion." The system panel continuously displayed notifications. Fallen Weeping Thunder Zombie. Type Common. Level 6. HP 400. Attack 110. Defense 20. Skills: Paralyzing Thunder Undead Body. Snake Demon Hatchling Zombie. Common. Level 10. HP 500. Attack 100. Defense 10. Skills: Undead Body. Dog-Headed Miner Zombie. Level 5. HP 120. Attack 30. Defense 6. Skills: Digging, Hammering, Undead Body. Vulture Bandit Zombie. Level 12. HP 1600. Attack 250. Defense 70. Skills: Curve Blade Throw Undead Body. Dog-Headed Overseer Zombie. Elite Grade. Level 6. HP 350. Attack 100. Defense 10. Skills: Digging, Whip Strike, Undead Body. He happily looked at the new monster in his hand. As for something this tiny and adorable, it really is a rare item. Even if you wanted one, you might not get it. He began forming a magic array in his palm. "Hurry up and serve me," the system announced. The target is already an undead-type creature and cannot be awakened. Seeing this, Lin Yuan sighed. These monsters are probably the kind where wandering souls possess armor. Whether they can be revived or not depends on luck. He then left in frustration. Looks like I'll have to pay attention to controlling the ratio of low-level undead from now on. At the same time, I need to find more high-quality monsters to take in. Just then, the system displayed. Real-world call. Mother is calling you. He thought to himself, ever since I said I wanted to focus on grinding the game, Mom rarely disturbs me. Could it be? As soon as he answered, Mrs. Lin anxiously asked, Yuan, has little Dan contacted you recently?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan's gaze froze slightly. "Mom, what happened to little Dan?" She said in a panic. "That girl hasn't come home for 2 days." He hurriedly comforted her. "Mom, don't worry. I'll go over right away." The scene shifted back to Lin Yuan's home. He anxiously pressed, "Mom, what exactly happened?" Mrs. Lin sat on the chair and continued. Yuan, she quickly recounted. "A few days ago, little Dan said she was going to attend some summer training camp. Her messages came and went, but for the past 2 days, we've completely lost contact with her." Mr. Lin sat beside her and comforted her. "We can't keep thinking in the worst direction. Maybe she got too carried away having fun and didn't pay attention to her phone." After understanding the situation, Lin Yuan tried hard to recall. At this point in my previous life, little Dan should have already come into contact with the Order organization and be participating in close combat training. After thinking this, he spoke up to reassure them. "I heard little Dan mention that training camp before. They don't allow phones before the training ends. Everyone can relax. Little Dan is fine." Mrs. Lin was visibly delighted upon hearing this. "Really, Yuan? That girl, little Dan, honestly, even if she's busy, she should still say something so her family can feel at ease. Mr. Lin also relaxed a little. That's great, then. Although he said that, Lin Yuan was still worried inside. Even though I'm still not entirely at ease about the order organization, I respect little Dan's decision. However, in the order organization in my previous life, the mental state of some members really did have problems. His expression became visibly serious. When little Dan comes back, I have to observe carefully and see if she has been harmed. The scene shifted to the training room. Lin Dan was training with several robots. She nimbly gathered momentum and leaped up. In the next second, she had already closed in and struck the robot. At that moment, another one behind her was preparing to attack. Lin Dan entered a combat stance. She raised the sword in her hand high and shouted. The next second, a powerful strike fell, shattering the ground. After finishing, Lin Dan panted heavily. Hao Sun stepped forward and asked with concern, "How is it? Training with us is still better than you fumbling around on your own, right?" Xiao Fan also chimed in. "You can leave whenever you want. We've already gotten the boss's permission. Think of this as the organization's trial training program. We'll take your situation into consideration." Hearing these words, Lin Dan only replied coldly, "Thank you." Hao Sun gently reminded her, "Rest for a bit. The boss just called for everyone to gather." The scene shifted. Outside the house, everyone gradually arrived. Lin Dan observed the scene and evaluated. So this is the inside of order? None of them look ordinary. But if I want to become stronger, I have no other choice. At that moment, someone's voice rang out with an announcement. I'm sure everyone has heard the news recently. The guild ranked 10th in the Western Desert was completely wiped out by a single player. She seriously commented, "Even our organization couldn't rely on one person's strength to oppose an entire guild." In the next second, a small light appeared in her hand. This is part of the recorded video of his battle. Watch it and learn carefully. The screen projected Lin Yuan's image. Everyone became noisy. Isn't this the god-level player who's been blowing up online lately? He's ridiculously strong. The rumors outside are going crazy. Apparently, that god-level player acted because of a woman. Surprised, aren't you? When Lin Dan saw the image, her mouth fell open in shock. It's him? How is that possible? Lung Yu stepped forward with a question. "Miss, I'm very curious. The person in this video," she asked, "is he a chosen one?" White Hair placed a hand on his chin and evaluated. "I tried to sense him, but his line of fate flickers in and out unpredictably. I can't obtain any further information. But when I focused on sensing that line of fate, I didn't feel the aura of a chosen one. He is definitely not a chosen one." Her gaze turned sharp as she questioned, "Do you know him? If possible, try to recruit him. We absolutely must not make an enemy of a powerhouse of this level." Hearing this, Lung Yu immediately denied it. "Sorry, I'm not exactly close with him." After saying that, she felt uneasy and panicked inwardly. Why did I subconsciously deny that? Seeing this, White Hair left and instructed, "All right, explain the operations in the video to the newcomer in more detail. His technique is unbelievably skillful. What exactly is his purpose?" Lin Dan, standing below, was already sweating heavily. He really acted because of a woman. Worry began to rise in her heart. This is bad. My brother spends all day with his head buried in games and knows nothing about the world. What if he gets tricked by some girls outside? I have to find him and ask him clearly. Xiao Fan praised. "The guy in this video really is amazing. Hey, do you want to spar a few moves later?" Feeling guilty, Lin Dan reported, "I want to go home and rest a little first." He agreed readily. "Okay, Order welcomes you to join at any time. Then we'll send you home later." The scene shifted to Lin Yuan's home. He was holding his phone and looking at Lin Dan's messages. 2 months ago. "Okay, when are you coming home?" "I'm almost there now." Lin Yuan thought to himself. Little Dan said she's almost home. I have to tactfully probe whether she's injured or has suffered any negative influence. If it's that abnormal state, there will definitely be a flaw. He rested his chin on his hand and recalled, "In my previous life, The greatest characteristic of abnormal chosen ones was that their deep memories became blurry. They would answer irrelevant things when asked questions. That was the most obvious sign. Just then, she poked her head in through the doorway and announced, "I'm back." Lin Yuan's face remained contemplative for a long while. Lin Dan spoke with a guilty conscience. "Why aren't you burying your head in the game today?" He calmly explained, "Mom said you haven't come home for the past few days, so I came over to ask about the situation." Lin Yuan hesitated inwardly. How exactly should I bring that matter up? If only Qian Qian were here right now. He turned and walked away while probing, "Come to think of it, do you still remember the first time we went to the amusement park? The weather was just like today." She was somewhat surprised. "What amusement park? That was so long ago. Who would still remember it? Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan did not ask further. "Nothing. I just suddenly remembered it." He felt afraid. Little Dan really doesn't remember? Could it be that she has already been affected? Even so, Lin Dan still tried hard to recall. "Don't tell me you're talking about that time." Back then, the two siblings were still young. There was once when the amusement park had a power outage, and the two of us played like crazy all night without going home. We waited until the fireflies came out, right? Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like she's temporarily still safe, but it seems she has suffered quite a bit. Her hands are covered in calluses. He used an excuse to change the subject. "It's nothing. I sent you an item by mail in Immortal. Remember to log in and claim it." Her hand unconsciously clenched. Lin Dan stubbornly refused. "Like I want your stuff." Lin Yuan's voice hardened as he warned, "If you refuse it, then next time I won't cover for you in front of Mom and Dad." This made her angry. "Then what about you? The internet is full of rumors saying you wiped out the Black Tree Guild privately because of a woman. Of course, I can't control what you like to do, but don't make Mom and Dad worry." He was speechless and scolded her. "You believe everything people say online? It's because Black Tree wanted to target my shop, understand?" Lin Dan waved her hands about in disbelief. "Huh. Then, anyway, you have to be careful. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to rest." Suddenly, Lin Yuan called softly, "Little Dan." He instructed her seriously, "I won't ask where you went or what you did these past few days, but pay attention to your safety. Some people aren't as simple as they appear on the surface." Lin Dan's face showed obvious sadness. "Okay." After that, the door immediately slammed shut. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing caught his attention. The system announced, "S-Rank Mission Commission. Western Han Branch Minister, please handle it immediately." Lin Yuan could hardly believe it after reading it. An S-Rank commission? Isn't that a mission only minister-level members can receive? Could it be an onboarding gift from the guild leader? The scene shifted elsewhere. Someone asked, "How did that matter go?" Anna stepped forward and accused him. "There's a problem with your information." She provided the information. "That guy has joined the Death Apostle Guild. He even seems to have become part of the upper ranks. Do you know how much it costs to invite an assassin of his level to act?" Then Anna immediately became furious. 200 gold. That emptied all my funds." Hearing this, the masked man was startled. "So that means you set the mission location on the island of the Dead Sea?" She looked disgusted. "Obviously, I really don't understand why Master values you. He's just one player, yet he can still make things difficult for you." She brought up the past again. "Do you still remember when Master previously ordered us to capture high-level monsters?" Anna's voice continued ringing out. "But at the current stage, monsters are all limited by level. Only the Snake Folk civilization contains high-level snake-type monsters." She analyzed in detail. The Snake Folk civilization and Western Han are irreconcilable enemies. So, in order to gain favor with the Snake Folk, I was sent to frame a noble of the ancient Western Han kingdom. At that time, I had a plan. I originally intended to set up a Snake Folk altar to frame Count Kahlo for colluding with them. It took great effort to finish arranging it in the sewers, and I hadn't even had time to do anything in the mansion yet. At the same time, Lin Yuan appeared. That guy suddenly showed up and almost ruined my plan. Fortunately, that idiot Kahlo really was secretly communicating with the enemy. He outsmarted himself and walked right into the trap. At that time, Anna's plan had changed. Afterward, I stayed with the snake folk civilization. I was just about to obtain a monster even stronger than the Nether King snake. And yet you still haven't dealt with him? Hearing this, the masked man became furious. Have you been hiding in the snake folk civilization and not paying attention to outside news? That lunatic just slaughtered the Black Tree Guild until it disbanded. Even 3 top experts who went there had to turn back and flee. Is this my fault? Anna caught the main point and asked back, "Wait, you mean he's that god-level player? I thought he just looked a little like that god-level player." So the person you were talking about is the same one. He confirmed seriously. That's right. This guy's speed of becoming stronger is terrifyingly fast. If I hadn't subdued this little darling, I wouldn't dare face him either. Anna showed a bit of sympathy. Then it really has been hard on you. Let's go. He has already accepted the commission. The system displayed, Anonymous Death Apostle Guild. The executor has accepted the mission and is moving to the location. The scene shifted to an island in the sea. Lin Yuan's footsteps slowly advanced. Without a flying mount, if someone wanted to reach this island of the Dead Sea, they'd probably have to find a boat. As he walked, he evaluated the surroundings. This island is full of undead that can't be revived into zombies with dark summoning. The experience is low, and there's nothing special about them. Would the real target of the commission really come here to grind levels? Just then, a skeletal hand emerged from the ground. They charged toward Lin Yuan in droves. They really cling like leeches. The system provided System Window. Skeleton Guard. Common. Level 14. HP 2000. Attack 150. Defense 30. Skills: Summoning Sense, Death Slash, Double Strike. After fighting for a while, he gave his assessment. There are way too many skeleton soldiers. Dealing with them one by one is too inefficient. In the end, Lin Yuan decided, forget it. I'll use Corpse Explosion to clear the whole nest quickly. The system displayed. Skill activated, Corpse Explosion. Elite Skeleton Guard eliminated. Experience gained. The next second, he already understood the surrounding situation. Is the patrol finished? Looks like there's no one on this island. It seems this is another trap aimed at me. Lin Yuan calculated inwardly. I might as well beat them at their own game and force the mastermind to show themselves. Besides, the boss here has a treasure chest that can open a random class-based skill. Since I'm already here, I might as well defeat it while I'm at it. At the same time, the skeleton guards continued appearing behind him. They charged forward aggressively. In the next second, they were burned to ashes by the Thunder Lizard. Suddenly, one guard had managed to approach Lin Yuan. He took out his weapon and evaluated inwardly. When that boss's HP falls below 35%, it will sacrifice small monsters to recover HP. I have to clear out these skeletons first. The system displayed. Elite Skeleton Guard eliminated. Experience gained. He swept through them continuously. After a while, the last one finally fell. Not a single one remained. Lin Yuan seriously made a new plan. Next, it's the boss's turn. He stood alone and proud before the towering castle. The system announced, "You have arrived at the entrance to the heroic dungeon, Dead Sea Royal City." Entering dungeon, Lin Yuan gathered blue spiritual power in his hand and prepared for battle. He slowly approached and asked, "Not planning to stand up and welcome your guest?" The man still sat motionless. The system introduced Dead Sea King. Boss level. Level 24. HP 13,500. Attack 1,250. Defense 550. Skills: Summoning Roar, Calamity's Descent, King's Ritual, Royal Greatsword Art. In the next second, his huge hand slammed heavily onto the chair, and the Dead Sea King stood up imposingly. Lin Yuan became even more vigilant. The man carried his weapon on his shoulder, radiating a deadly, killing aura. The system displayed. Dead Sea King activated the skill Calamity's Descent. He raised his hand high and swung his weapon behind him. Lin Yuan only smiled faintly and thought, Calamity's Descent. The powerful blow came crashing down, but he had already dodged to the side. Lin Yuan backed away and realized its skills are different from the previous life. I've never seen this Calamity's Descent move before. As he fought, he muttered, "If I remember correctly, this skill slot was supposed to be Imperial pressure, wasn't it?" By now, the surrounding walls had been corroded by acid. Lin Yuan's eyes froze. This move can even corrode the terrain? The next second, he provoked it. "Come on, test the effects of this terrain for me." The Dead Sea King's foot stepped in the trap Lin Yuan had set up in advance, and his health kept dropping. The system also displayed continuous health loss. A moment later, his health reached 0. Only then did Lin Yuan realize, so it's terrain that deals continuous damage. If I let it attack freely, there won't be anywhere left to stand soon. Just then, an attack grazed past him. Then came a close-range strike, but Lin Yuan nimbly dodged in time. He calculated to himself, in my previous life, this boss's treasure chest was hidden inside the throne. Then he immediately found the solution, and only the boss's heavy sword could destroy that throne. The system announced, Zombie Ashen Lizard Lord has activated the skill Fire Breath. The next second, it directly breathed fire at the Dead Sea King. The flames were so powerful that he could not get close. Observing the situation, Lin Yuan came up with a battle plan. The poisonous gas on the ground still hasn't dispersed. Summoning low-level undead now would be too wasteful. They die instantly. He made a decision. I have to lure the boss into focusing its attacks on one specific area, then make it destroy the throne with its own hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to get the treasure chest. Seizing the opportunity, the Dead Sea King had already begun charging over. The poisonous gas on his weapon was gradually fading. Lin Yuan had figured it out. Sure enough, an overpowered ability like this can't be used continuously. It definitely has a cooldown. In that case, this will be easy. He charged forward while taunting, "Look carefully at your target." Lin Yuan's strike happened to aim straight for his right shoulder. The Dead Sea King swung his weapon down, but Lin Yuan dodged it. Too slow. After that, he continued using his move. The Dead Sea King activated the skill Calamity's Descent. That was exactly what Lin Yuan had hoped for. A 15-second cooldown. Now, you have no secrets left before me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan unleashed a blue lightning strike. The Dead Sea King's entire body was struck by lightning again and again. The system displayed, aggro transferred. At the critical moment, the Scout Scorpion skillfully turned and retreated, staring at the Dead Sea King as he swung his sword toward it. After timing it precisely, Lin Yuan shouted in a low voice, "Now?" Hearing the command, the Scout Scorpion quickly leaped and activated the skill Corpse Explosion. Seeing that his attack had missed, the Dead Sea King roared furiously. Then he gathered his strength and swung his sword, using a skill, Royal Greatsword Art. At that instant, a stream of purple light surrounded him, then erupted violently. Lin Yuan looked down from above with contempt. Royal Greatsword Art? I tasted enough of that in my previous life. Hearing a voice from above, the Dead Sea King hurriedly turned his head. Before he could even get his bearings, he was tightly bound by the vulture bandits. For the next 15 seconds, you're just a punching bag. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan summoned the Divine Scarab. Go all guy. The Dead Sea King fiercely swung his sword wildly, flinging the vulture bandits away. At that very moment, the Divine Scarab successfully closed in on him. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Yuan happily evaluated it. Thanks to the Immortality skill, all damage the beetle takes is reduced to just 1 point. But even if I told you, you probably wouldn't understand, would you? The Dead Sea King said nothing and only roared thunderously. He threw caution to the wind and charged arrogantly toward Lin Yuan. In an instant, Lin Yuan threw a bottle of potion onto the ground. Now it's my turn. Sharp spikes suddenly rose from the ground and pierced through the Dead Sea King's body. Thorn potion used. Effect: condenses hardened stone beneath the target's feet. Duration: 5 seconds. The Dead Sea King was held firmly in place, stunned. Lin Yuan calmly explained, I still haven't used up the potions Lac Don Nan stuffed me with earlier. Perfect chance to test how good her alchemy is. He struggled to break free from the encirclement. The Dead Sea King activated the skill Summoning Roar. No summonable target. Skill failed. Seeing him collapse, Lin Yuan mocked him with interest. Want to recover health? Too bad. Your food supply is all gone. He summoned the ashen lizard as a gift. But I did prepare something else for you as a substitute. The Dead Sea King refused to give in and grabbed it outright. A domineering aura gathered in his breath. The Dead Sea King activated the Skill King's ritual. Before he could finish, the ashen lizard decisively breathed fire. The blazing flames shot straight into his face. The Dead Sea King painfully raised his head and howled. Looking at his writhing opponent, Lin Yuan spoke sarcastically. Choking, are you? Next, the Dead Sea King lost his balance and drove his sword into the ground, pouring his final strength into the earth. Lin Yuan reacted quickly and stepped back, trying to restrict my movement space. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan declared loudly. It's time to bring down the curtain. He summoned the vulture bandits to charge forward and activated the skill corpse explosion. After that, Lin Yuan leisurely sat down on a chair and admired the scene. He rested one leg on the chair, then said arrogantly, Now, then, let us welcome the Emperor's arrival. Amid the dust and smoke, a flickering purple light appeared before him. At that instant, the Dead Sea King gritted his teeth and swung his sword at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nimbly lowered his head and dodged the attack. At that moment, the treasure chest suddenly appeared behind the throne. Before the Dead Sea King could attack again, the vulture bandits and death wolves had already charged up and clung to his body. The Dead Sea King struggled in irritation. Looking at the reward beside him, Lin Yuan said excitedly, Treasure chest, I'll be taking you. Then Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a violent explosion erupted. Corps explosion activated. At this point, the Dead Sea King staggered and dropped to one knee. Seeing that he had no strength left at all, Lin Yuan seized the chance and placed his sword at his neck. In that case, goodbye. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan directly slashed away the core part. Dead Sea King has been eliminated. Received 11,000 experience. Next, he walked toward the treasure chest and muttered a prayer. I hope I get a little lucky this time. In my previous life, I only opened one silver rank skill book. Lin Yuan touched the lid of the chest, then gently lifted it. As soon as the light appeared, a glowing book emerged, making him so delighted that he almost choked up. This is Dark Gold rank. The quality ranks of items in the immortal world from low to high are whiteboard, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. Dark Gold rank is almost impossible to obtain at the current stage of Immortal World. Only this kind of special treasure chest with random quality can produce one. Even in the later stages of the game, this item would still be more than useful. In an instant, the system updated the stats. Calamity, Dark Gold rank, level 1. Effect, used on the player, causing the weapon to carry the breath of Calamity. For 8 seconds, attacks deal additional magic damage equal to 70% of damage. Subsequent effects require skill upgrades to unlock. Energy cost, 170. Cooldown, 15 seconds. This skill's proficiency can only be improved through skill scrolls. Staring at the book, Lin Yuan analyzed thoughtfully. Could this be the reason the boss mutated? The corrosive mist it released was the breath of Calamity. Skill Calamity learned. Calamity upgraded to level 2. New effect unlocked. Level 2 unlocked. Can be used on allied units, enhancing all basic attributes by 20. If the target is an allied undead, it will be immune to control effects for 5 seconds. He quickly browsed the item with excitement. Those 2 skill scrolls I got in the Ashen Tower finally have a use. Doing this is practically the same as gaining 3 new skills at once. Numbers kept jumping across the screen. Skill scroll consumed. Calamity upgraded to level 3. New effect unlocked. Level 3 unlocked. Can release a stream of Calamity breath, inflicting the Calamity status on enemy units within range, dealing magic damage equal to 15% of damage as corrosion damage every second for 12 seconds. Lin Yuan observed the stream of energy, then nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, this is the added effect of Calamity. Skill Calamity activated. He looked seriously at the Dead Sea King. If you don't understand the mechanics, facing this boss really is a bit troublesome. So this was the scheme of the person behind the scenes? Without hesitation, Lin Yuan raised his hand and checked the information. The moment he examined it, he was startled. Zombie Dead Sea King, level 24. Health, 13,500. Attack, 1,250. Defense, 550. Skills, Summoning Roar, King's Ritual, Royal Greatsword Art, Undead Body. The skill Calamity's descent disappeared. Looks like it's because I took the skill book from under the throne. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan turned and instructed, "Hey, big guy, act out another play with me." He slowly walked outside. Next, Lin Yuan waved his hand and released his ultimate skill. Skill Calamity level 3 activated. Can release a stream of Calamity Breath, inflicting the Calamity status on enemy units within range, dealing magic damage equal to 15% of damage as corrosion damage every second for 12 seconds. Instantly, a powerful aura enveloped the entire island. At the same time, on the outskirts of Dead Sea Island, at night, Anna stood in a tree observing the situation. She declared confidently, "This is the boss's finishing move. With a range this wide, there's no way to dodge it. Unless something unexpected happens, that guy has definitely been hit." Anna quickly reported, "The boss has a sliver of health left and has gone berserk. You can enter." The snake controller on the other side nodded in praise. "Well done, Anna." He roared with delight. "That brat must be in a miserable state now. Even though Master ordered me to recruit him, I'm still going to use my staff to pierce through his chest bit by bit and make him kneel, cry, and beg me to spare his life." Inside the castle, Lin Yuan pretended to sit leaning against a corner, while the Dead Sea King remained silent and said nothing. The snake controller cautiously stepped inside. Seeing the perfect situation, he secretly grew excited. After beating the boss until it was near death, he got knocked unconscious by the boss's low-health berserk state. "This bastard has finally fallen into my hands." To be safe, the snake controller remained on guard and summoned several small dragons. Just obediently let yourself be captured. In an instant, they wrapped tightly around Lin Yuan's body. As soon as he finished speaking, the snake controller charged fiercely toward the Dead Sea King. "You dared steal my hidden dungeon in the sewers. In that case, the boss you left unfinished belongs to me too." At this moment, the Dead Sea King suddenly moved, swinging his sword and cutting two dragons apart. For a moment, the snake controller was stunned speechless. While he was still confused, a shocking explosion echoed through the entire space. A moment later, dust and smoke rose everywhere. The snake controller gritted his teeth and said, "How is this possible? This boss is still at full health? This is bad." At his feet, the monster kept growling and twisting, with a stream of dark energy radiating around it. Seeing this, the snake controller cried out, "Is this another trick by that damn bastard?" Behind him, vicious phantoms of magical beasts appeared. It was Lin Yuan, holding the monster in his hand. His eyes flashed with a terrifying red light as he said, "A trap this full of holes." The system reported, "Talent Calamity level 3 activated." Lin Yuan walked calmly while speaking. "So it really was a trap set by you, wasn't it?" The snake controller shouted angrily, "You think you can stop me with just these things?" Lin Yuan threw out an insect and asked in a grim voice, "Still planning to stubbornly resist?" Seeing this, the snake controller looked over warily, growling nonstop. He stimulated the monster on his staff. Then he immediately leaped into the air and shouted, "Lowly creatures that only know how to crawl on the ground are still trash no matter how many there are." The snake controller ordered, "Lizard King, shoot him down for me." Hearing the command, the monster immediately spat out a violent surge of power. The attack shook the entire space and shattered stone and earth. The system displayed, "Ashen Lizard King has activated the skill Fire Breath." The snake controller laughed with delight and said, "Is that all? That's nowhere near the speed of my precious one." At this moment, Lin Yuan slashed out a purple stream of spiritual energy and said angrily, "You won't escape." The snake controller released even more lizard-like monsters and said confidently, "To deal with your sword energy, I prepared long ago." When the purple energy flew over, they opened their mouths, ready to swallow it whole. He said, "You didn't expect this, did you?" Their mutated breeds specialized in devouring sword energy attacks. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. "Did I say what I used was sword energy?" At that moment, the purple energy touched the monsters, and they let out several sizzling cries. Seeing this, the snake controller frowned and thought, is it poison or corrosion? Watching the monsters being corroded in agony, he shouted, "My precious ones, my valuable mutated breeds." Lin Yuan summoned more spirit beasts and said, "You're not the only one who can fly." Seeing that scene, the snake controller quickly fled as well. While escaping, he broke out in a cold sweat and thought, this is bad. His summoned creatures are faster. At this rate, I'll be caught sooner or later. My mutated breeds didn't even last 5 seconds before dying. I absolutely must not touch that black aura. When he gave the order, "Shoot him down," the vulture immediately launched out shields. The system announced, "Zombie Vulture Bandit lore has activated the skill suppression." The shields sliced through the monsters' bodies, causing the snake controller to shout, "My precious flying snakes." He said angrily, "You think you've won?" At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly froze for a few seconds. A lizard-like monster appeared from nowhere. The snake controller laughed with delight and roared, "Have a taste of my precious one." It shrieked sharply, shaking the entire space. The system displayed sonic disturbance. Lin Yuan wondered inwardly, there isn't just one? The system announced again, affected by skill effect. Mental attribute temporarily reduced. The spirit beast carrying Lin Yuan also began to sway. He thought, my mental power is dropping rapidly. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and muttered, so this is the real function of that snake? Then he threw out an insect and ordered, "Is that all you've got? Go, harm it for me." The insect pierced straight through the snake controller's body, causing a stream of lightning to burst out of him. He howled, "You damn bug." He sprang up and shot high into the air. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quietly calculated, at this height, I'll use damage amplification to probe him. He coldly raised his hand and summoned a spirit beast. Skill damage amplification activated. Lin Yuan vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust and smoke. On the other side, the snake controller clutched his chest and cursed, "Damn it, he actually forced me to use my life-saving skill." He activated the skill Molting Substitute. Suddenly, a dense purple aura appeared before the snake controller. The system rang out, hit by damage amplification. He stood there sweating and wondered, a curse technique? At that moment, Lin Yuan launched eerie skulls and said, "I'll cripple you first, then slowly interrogate you afterward." The snake controller commanded the monster forward, laughed loudly, and said, "I'll show you just how weak your current attacks are." Before he could counterattack, he was hit by Lin Yuan's attack and cried out in pain. Dropping to one knee, the snake controller clutched his chest and asked, "What the hell?" His mental power has dropped by at least half. So how can he still deal this much damage? The system panel for damage amplification displayed the details. Damage amplification cannot be upgraded through proficiency. The next curse book must be found to unlock upgrades. Lin Yuan said confidently, "Even if my attributes are reduced, dealing with you is still more than enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he continued launching skulls forward. The snake controller also quickly counterattacked. He spoke up, "This madman. This is bad. I absolutely can't fight him in close combat anymore." Immediately after, the snake controller gave a sinister smile and said, "Did you think I was going to say that?" At that moment, Lin Yuan saw a scroll held in the Ashen Lizard King's mouth. The system rang out. Enhanced Binding Scroll has taken effect. Immediately afterward, a large formation appeared beneath his feet. The system announced, Enhanced Binding Scroll activated. Agility attribute temporarily reduced. Lin Yuan's body was instantly enveloped by a surge of energy. The snake controller said smugly, "Once you're hit by this move, it's no different from walking through a swamp. You'll be as slow as a crawling turtle." He released his monster toward Lin Yuan and declared loudly, "Take your time enjoying the pain." Just then, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly turned a terrifying crimson. At the same time, he activated his equipment skill, Magic Immunity, removing the control effect. The Ashen Lizard King was instantly beheaded. Lin Yuan growled, "Is that all you're capable of?" The snake controller cried out in panic, "It's that damn bug again." The bug shot toward him at high speed. He swung out the scroll and shouted, "Stop right there." Spiritual power formed a shield that blocked the bug. Seeing this, Lin Yuan said coldly, "It's useless." The bug shattered the shield and charged at the snake controller. The system announced, Calamity Level 2 activated. Can be used on allied units. Enhances basic attributes. All attributes plus 20. Grants undead allies immunity to all control effects for 5 seconds. Seeing the bug close in, he cried out in panic, "What?" At that moment, it launched a direct attack on the snake controller. As Lin Yuan rushed forward, he taunted, "If you have any more snakes, release them all at once." Seeing this, the snake controller said, "Don't think I'm afraid of close combat." He released many more monsters and shouted, "I've also prepared thoroughly, you bastard." And so the two of them charged into battle without pause. Lin Yuan cut off another snake head and said, "Looks like even with my stats reduced, you're still no match for me." The snake controller was not afraid and instead bragged loudly, "For today, I prepared plenty." At that moment, one monster held a glowing staff in its mouth. The snake controller said confidently, "I won't make the same mistake twice." The monsters charged straight at Lin Yuan, but he showed no fear at all and stood there motionless. The snake controller rushed toward Lin Yuan at lightning speed. Lin Yuan stood calmly in place with ice-cold eyes, but then the snake controller was crushed by the gigantic foot of the Ashen Lizard King. Standing in front of it, Lin Yuan said, "What a pity. You're still far too inexperienced." Lin Yuan declared, "The respawn point is right outside the royal city's main hall. I'll kill you back to level 1, then slowly interrogate you for information." The snake controller was quickly bound by a chain. Anna controlled the chain and scolded, "How embarrassing." She shouted, "Hey, snake controller, you actually lost? Is he really that strong?" He said angrily, "Enough. Don't just stand there making sarcastic remarks." At that moment, both of their gazes froze. The Ashen Lizard King was now advancing toward them step by step. Lin Yuan said coldly, "You're the maid from before, aren't you? You even brought an NPC with you. In that case, stay here together." Anna fell into a difficult situation. "Hurry up and think of something." "I'm not good at fighting." The snake controller replied, "I'm thinking of something right now." Then he released his power and charged forward. "Come on." But then it closed in on them in a berserk state. The Ashen Lizard King's tail whipped fiercely at the two of them. She cursed, "You snake-controlling bastard. If this keeps up, we're finished. When you came to find me, you only said I had to help Scout. If we really have to risk our lives, how are you going to explain this to the higher-ups?" Hearing their conversation, Lin Yuan fell into thought. "Scout, what exactly is their goal?" The snake controller replied, while hiding his true feelings, "Consider yourself lucky, kid. You have the chance to join us. And our master even extended the invitation personally. To work for our master and witness the descent of a divine miracle. That is an immense blessing for you." Lin Yuan ordered, "Keep talking." The snake controller replied, "If our master hadn't spoken up, how could someone like you ever have the chance to come into contact with our organization? I'll tell you the truth." Panting, he explained, 3 years from now, a god will descend, and our master is that god's divine envoy." After hearing this, Lin Yuan pondered divine power. According to him, the first believer has already obtained the evil god's power. This is going to be troublesome. The snake controller began to flatter him. "As long as you agree to join, resources will never run out." Then he shouted threateningly, "Even if you leave the Western Desert, whether it's the Southern Return Empire, the Tidal Archipelago, or the Northern Nether Empire, our people are everywhere." Lin Yuan said indifferently, "Interesting." Inwardly, he thought, "How do I join? The first believer probably doesn't know my secret of rebirth, So he simply wants to recruit me, right? The snake controller said excitedly. Looks like you figured it out. Joining is very simple. Later, log out of Immortal and return to reality. I'll send you an address. The Master will personally baptize you. As long as you accept divine grace, you will become one of us. The snake controller hinted. But before that, you have to show a little sincerity. Player name hidden. Level hidden. Information panel. Class hidden. Cancel your information concealment mode. Let me see your strength. Lin Yuan said coldly. What a pity. The snake controller was confused. What's a pity? Lin Yuan immediately swung an attack at him. The snake controller was slashed across the stomach. Blood splattered. He roared furiously, Bastard! You ambushed me. In his rage, the snake controller charged forward. You ignorant fool! Anna, attack with me! Lin Yuan looked at her and saw her information panel. NPC Anna, level 15 class made. He decided coldly. Then I'll deal with you first. Anna turned and ran. The mission has failed, so I'm getting out of here first. I was only support to begin with. Don't expect too much from me. Seeing this, the snake controller was furious. You cowardly! Suddenly, he turned back in shock after hearing a loud commotion. He roared angrily, It's you again! Immediately after, a massive collision occurred, obscuring his vision. The snake controller was knocked down, and his body began trembling involuntarily. Lin Yuan spoke with murderous intent in his eyes. I'll pry your mouth open slowly. The snake controller thought unwillingly. Even if this bastard refused, what if the master still has lingering interest in him? Gritting his teeth, the snake controller thought, Am I really supposed to share the western desert territory with him? He said aloud, Do you think I only wanted the boss to kill you, you ignorant brat? The snake controller reached into his bag, preparing to take out his weapon, but before he could move, Lin Yuan rushed over and punched him in the stomach. The snake controller's hand was pierced by the blade, and blood spurted out. He fell backward and screamed in agony. My hand, Lin Yuan said contemptuously. Your petty escape tricks are useless now. The snake controller remained stubborn. Escape? Why would I need to escape? My goal has already been achieved. Bastard. Then a surge of demonic energy began filling the space. Enjoy it. This is a secret only I know. Crimson lightning began to cover every corner. Lin Yuan was surrounded by the eerie scene. He quickly glanced back and shouted, Mantico! Opposite him, the snake controller began to steady himself among the shattered rocks. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and thought, This is a dungeon entrance. The snake controller said excitedly, Goodbye. At that moment, an information panel appeared. Teleportation scroll activating. But just then, Mantico rushed over, making him scream. No. The system warned. Teleportation failed. The snake controller was infuriated by the sight and shouted, Damn it! This dungeon's level is too high. Even I didn't dare enter it yet. His body suddenly staggered as a tremendous force surged out. Lin Yuan realized with difficulty. So it's a hidden dungeon I never heard of in my previous life. The released tide seemed almost ready to drown everyone. As bubbles rose, Lin Yuan's body was washed ashore. He fell unconscious after that sudden scene unfolded. A while later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes wide in panic. He stood up and looked around. Where is this? The system announced, You have entered the hidden dungeon, Doomsday. Lin Yuan sighed. It really is a hidden dungeon. A large-scale dungeon? The temporarily reduced attributes have been restored. At the same time, an information panel appeared. He assessed. The monster's levels are quite high. It seems to be an extreme exploration dungeon. In the distance, the sun began to set behind a great mountain, and a pair of enormous crimson eyes began to appear. Before Lin Yuan, now, stood giant crabs. One leapt up, and the system immediately announced System Activated Skill, Calamity Level 3. As he unleashed the move, the report panel displayed, Elite Dead Sea, Giant Crabs X4 eliminated. Experience gained. Lin Yuan looked around and sighed. No quest item dropped. He glanced behind him and saw giant crabs beginning to surge up from the sea. Lin Yuan's eyes twitched slightly at the sight. Then tidal sea demons arrived at the same time. He summoned the Ashen Lizard King and ordered, "Burn them to ashes." The system prompted, "Ashen Lizard King has activated the skill Fire Breath." Lin Yuan summoned monsters and unleashed chain attacks. Corpse Explosion. The information panel displayed. Corpse Explosion activated. He judged silently. After the sun sets, the monsters suddenly become berserk. Looks like I need to act during the day. Lin Yuan decided, I have to find a safe place first. Mantico. Mechanical screens appeared one after another. Elite Dead Sea Giant Crabs X6 eliminated. Experience gained. Elite Tidal Sea Demons X4 eliminated. Experience gained. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan climbed onto Mantico. He glanced around and felt uneasy. This time, things are really troublesome. Giant crabs, tidal sea demons, and even massive flying creatures were gradually closing in. Riding Mantico, Lin Yuan pondered, I wonder where the dungeon exit is. He and Mantico began hiding within the thick smoke. Suddenly, a barrier appeared and blocked their movement. Lin Yuan understood. An invisible wall? So I temporarily can't leave this area. The system warned, you cannot leave this dungeon before clearing it. In the end, he turned around and thought, looks like I have to find the snake controller before I can learn how to leave the dungeon. For now, I'll search the surroundings first. The night sky held only the light of the stars. Otherwise, it would have sunk into endless darkness. The snake controller walked with his body hunched, cursing, damn bastard. At this moment, his eyes became extremely vicious. The snake controller shouted angrily, I will definitely make you taste this. Suddenly, a skeleton dressed as a sailor appeared before him. The snake controller recognized it with delight. It really is here. Looks like the dungeon information I got from that NPC before was true. He excitedly seized the item. Without the sea demon cloak, there's no way to escape the dungeon before clearing it. Even if you die, you'll only revive at the dungeon's respawn point. An information panel appeared. Sea demon cloak. Special item. Unique quest item for this dungeon. Can conceal the wearer from the perception of sea demons and allow departure from the dungeon on the night of a full moon. The snake controller said excitedly, as for clearing the dungeon, even I don't know the clear condition for this dungeon. I'll trap him here forever, and then I'll have nothing to worry about. The skeleton behind him suddenly stood up with resentful eyes and shouted, Put down my belongings. Startled by the noise, his gaze narrowed slightly. The snake controller angrily summoned a strange beast. A mere skeleton dares attack me? After it was instantly defeated, it cursed, Damn bastard. You'll suffer retribution. Time passed. 30 minutes later, someone lightly descended the steps one by one. At that moment, the skeleton lunged toward Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan merely dodged lightly, making it fall flat. Lin Yuan stepped forward and placed one foot on it. Then he brought a magic attack down onto the skeleton. It cried out, Stop! Stop right now. This is all a misunderstanding. Lin Yuan's blade stopped before the trembling skeleton's face. He was surprised. It can talk? Could it be a quest NPC? It sat up and explained gently. It's all a misunderstanding. I thought you were in league with that snake-controlling bastard who stole my cloak just now. But he already left a while ago. Lin Yuan immediately probed. How much do you know about this place? The skeleton began to explain. Are you new here? Then you're really unlucky. Whenever night falls, every creature here loses its mind and starts tearing each other apart. It pointed upward, and the key item for leaving is the sea demon cloak. That bastard already took it. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Looks like you want to trap me here. He probed. Do you have any other useful items? The skeleton was surprised. Items. At that moment, the skeleton's eyes glowed red. All I have left is a map of this place. As long as you promise not to kill me, this map is yours. Lin Yuan looked at the map with cold eyes full of thoughts. The contents included Sea Demon Nest, Temple Chapel. Lin Yuan judged. Sea Demon Nest? Could be related to the Sea Demon Cloak? Time passed. 3 days later, he moved into the sea demon nest. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Yuan silently judged. During the day, the monster's desire to attack is very low. His thoughts spread, but at that moment, strange red streaks gradually appeared. Tidal sea demons. If I remember correctly, this type of monster should only exist in the tidal archipelago. Why are they here? Tentacles appeared above Lin Yuan's head. They moved gently. He realized. Are they afraid? What exactly is inside this cave? Along the dark path, a scorpion with a glowing body was moving out. Lin Yuan's footsteps stopped lightly before the cave entrance. His gaze froze slightly in that instant. This is... Suddenly, all the sea demons knelt down respectfully. He thought to himself, are they worshipping me? Lin Yuan was very doubtful about this. When he turned around, he realized, no, that's not right. A mural of an eye is looking down. He carefully observed the mural. A mural. Could it be the god of the sea demons? Then Lin Yuan looked again at the sea demons kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads, and formed a hypothesis. Not quite. This is definitely not the god of the sea demons. It is. At last, Lin Yuan realized what that eye was. The starry sky evil god. Why is the starry sky evil god carved here? In my previous life, the starry sky evil god descended from outer space, clearly after the world of a mortal descended into reality. He was still recalling why the starry sky evil god had appeared in his previous life, and moreover, it had clearly been summoned by the first believer. Suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something. There's another possibility. I absolutely can't let preconceived notions mislead me. After digging through his memories, he discovered that the snake controller had once told him that the first believer had obtained divine power. Why didn't he summon the evil god? Lin Yuan suddenly thought of the worst-case scenario. Could it be that, just like in my previous life, we have to wait until a mortal descends into reality? He also tried proposing another hypothesis. Or perhaps the starry sky, evil god, never belonged to reality in the first place. Tall buildings, streams of numbers, and advanced technology continuously flashed through his mind. He began calculating. I have to clear this dungeon to obtain more information. For now, that temple seems to be the most suspicious. Night fell at a cave entrance. Darkness descended. A massive sea king roared furiously. Blasphemer, trespasser. Lin Yuan did not take it seriously at all, and simply said, in the way. Then he activated a powerful one-shot skill and attacked. Calamity level 3 activated. After that, he ordered the Ashen Lizard Kings, deal with them. Deafening explosions rang out one after another from inside the cave, and the sea demons were quickly dealt with ease. Lin Yuan walked outside. In the distance, a powerful pillar of light shot into the sky. Looking at it, he said calmly, sure enough, there's a problem. In the forest, pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness watched the sea demons, then charged madly toward Lin Yuan. Blasphemer, kill him. But he showed no panic or fear at all, and simply said, so you've dragged out the whole nest, have you? In that case, Lin Yuan summoned a tall, majestic gate. On the other side, the undead he possessed were assembled in a line. Undead, gather. The words were spoken lightly, yet they carried overwhelming authority. Crush them. All the summoned undead began charging into battle against the sea demons. The sea demons did not seem weak in the slightest either. Their tentacles could fight several undead at the same time. However, among them were also powerful undead that could easily defeat a sea demon with a single strike. Lin Yuan observed the situation and came to a conclusion. The dungeon level is too high. Low-level undead aren't of much use. As expected, undead, such as the wailing scorpion, the desert ghost wolf, and the nether king snake were all easily bound by the tentacles. Seeing this, he immediately activated another skill. Activat skill, Corps Explosion. At the same time, the system notification rang out. Defeated elite title Sea Demon X4. Experience gained. After a chaotic battle, all the sea demons have been dealt with. Lin Yuan calculated for a moment. That move consumed too many low-level undead. I need to replenish them. When he tried to resurrect the low-level undead, the system's failure notification sounded. Target does not meet activation conditions. Talent activation failed. Even Lin Yuan had not expected this. Resurrection is ineffective.